That's the problem with a vibrator. Anyway, Max Casella joined us. I had to take a break there, and we were gone for about 9 hours, so... Max actually aged.
I've been to L.A. and back. What
Yeah, you flew to L.A. during the break. Me, I just sat here. Max used to be on Doogie Howser. He was Doogie's pal. Kid who used to, Vinny Del Pino, who used to crawl through the window every day.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a cool role, man. Can you make a lot of bread doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, not, relatively compared to, what
not
other
Seinfeld.
people make. Not Seinfeld.
Yeah, not Seinfeld kind of money. But were you set for life after that?
Well, because I'm set for life because I don't live extravagantly,
Right.
I bought a nice apartment in New York City. It's beautiful with a great view, and I'm happy with that. I have a nice car in L.A.
Right, as long as you live within your means.
And I live within my means. I don't need a lot.
So when you're on Doogie Howser, I mean, what were you like? You were like a struggling actor kind of thing?
Yeah, at the time I was in New York going to acting school, acting classes, and doing all the classes throughout the city, just struggling around. I had about 5 different agents I was freelancing with, because you could do that at the time.
Yeah.
And I was going out for all these pilots, and that one clicked.
No kidding.
It was just a lucky thing,
Yeah, and it was good that you looked young because you could play a 16-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, when you showed up for the audition, were you like the oldest one there?
I'm always the oldest. I never go up for roles. Right now, I'm not going to play guys in there who are 30.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you still look young.
Play, college age now.
Yeah, you could get away with a college age kid thing.
Yeah.
What are you about, 47 years old?
47-year-old midget.
Yeah. So, but that's good, I would imagine, right?
It's great. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, because no one can peg your age.
Right.
Yeah. So then, when you're on Doogie, were there groupies and stuff?
Well, again, on the back lot at 20th Century Fox, there's not a lot of groupies around there, but
really?
I mean, but when you go out at night,
can't you go to a club and say, "Hey"?
There are groupies, lots of groupies.
Yeah, and they say, "Hey, there's that kid from Doogie
People
Howser."
just love anybody who's on television or in movies, and definitely they're like, flittering around and stuff.
So were you the kind of guy who got laid a lot before you got on Doogie Howser, or were you pretty much struggling along in that area too?
I was struggling along in every area.
Every area of life.
Every area there is, I was struggling, and I'm still struggling.
And what's it like the first time a woman walks up to you and go, "Yeah, man, I saw you on Doogie Howser. You're hot."
There's a little bit kind of thing where, it's because I'm on TV, right? If I wasn't on TV, you probably wouldn't even talk to me.
It bothered you?
A little bit, because,
really?
If you're one of those guys who
See, I would overlook
it. You didn't just take advantage of it?
Yeah, I would overlook it. I would be like this. I say, you know what?
He's overlooking it right now.
Yeah, I would say, listen, I know I'm no Romeo.
Well, every once in a while, he comes in here and he says,
I didn't say I didn't overlook it, Howard.
Right. But it bothered you. It bothered you.
Yeah.
So you didn't make any strong attachments to these girls, is what you're saying?
No.
Really? Yeah, you're smart. That's why you still got your money.
Yeah, right.
Aside from Christina, of course. So you would be like at a bar and stuff. And then what do you remember the first time some woman walked up to you who was really hot, who said, "Hey, man, I dig you on Doogie Howser"?
Yeah.
You do?
Well, I don't remember the first time, but I remember, different little things, like a drink would come over and the bartender would be like, "It's from that lady over there," and I never know how to act in the situation because I'm always embarrassed and never feel like, what's the big deal? I just work at my job just like everybody else,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you're at the bar.
Wait a minute. I don't know how he didn't get swept up the way you sometimes do. Every once in a while, I have to slap Howard back into reality because he'll come in here and he'll say, "I must have gotten better looking."
Yeah.
I must really
It goes right to your head.
I will actually get confused and think I'm handsome. It does happen. I go, "Robin, did I get better looking?" She goes, "No, you're still the same ugly ass bastard you always were." And then I set myself straight.
You get drunk with it.
I do. I get drunk with the power. I truly do.
Right.
Yes. And that was a great experience, though. I'm sure in the back of your mind that you were like, "Wow."
Oh, yeah, I loved it. And it's like if I wanted to, we could go, outside or whatever like that. But I never really took a lot of people up on it.
Just a few.
Once
there were a few he couldn't turn down.
The kid who played Doogie Howser,
I'd never do anything that was, promiscuous or dangerous or anything stupid like
I
that.
would.
I
would forget all that. AIDS, who cares? I'm going for it.
Really?
Yeah, baby.
You're banging like the broken screen door. Right?
I would be a disaster. I would be a disaster out there on the open market. I'll forget about it.
That's not true. You got it now and you don't act on it.
Yeah.
You're lying.
Yeah, baby, okay.
He likes to fantasize that he would be this wild and crazy.
I would be wild. How did you hook up with Christina here? She's very cute.
Christina actually is a distant cousin of one of my best friends.
I was going to let you be your distant cousin.
She was his distant cousin.
I was going to say, now we got a good Jerry McLean's kind of story. Oh, a distant cousin, one of your best friends.
Yeah, actually, two of my best friends, brother and sisters, from upstate New York near Syracuse in a town called Auburn.
Oh, so they set
I
you
was
up
visiting them, and they didn't set me up, but we were at a birthday party of their mom.
Right.
And Christina was there.
I see. And Christina, you claim not to have seen Doogie Howser.
Never saw it, Howard.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
You're 27, you never saw Doogie Howser?
No.
I don't believe it.
I didn't.
Probably worked in my favor, Howard. So
You think?
I haven't seen Sergeant Bilko or Ed Wood that Max was in either. But I did go out and rent him after I met him.
Oh, you did Ed Wood, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good movie,
a great
man.
movie.
Yeah, great
That's
movie.
a great movie.
Yeah, that is a cool movie.
Yeah, that must have been fun.
that was fun.
Yeah.
That was really fun.
And now you're on Broadway and Lion King.
Yeah.
And Nathan Lane is screaming.
Why is he screaming?
Nathan Lane did, of course, the same part that Max does in Lion King in the movie.
In the cartoon.
Yeah.
He played the voice of the...
He was the voice of, what's your character
Timon.
called? Yeah, Timon.
Yeah.
Sans puppet.
Right.
Right.
And now he's saying that Max is sort of just imitating him.
I don't buy that. Do you?
How
I've
could
seen the
that
movie.
be?
Listen, I loved him in the movie, and what he did in the movie. I don't purposefully try to copy anybody.
Right.
Pretty much, I just have my own.
I mean, your voice is so unique.
Yeah, I don't think I do it like him at all. He's kind of more Jewish and kind of more. I don't know what you would call it.
It's a different voice.
The lines are the same.
So in other words, you do a real scene stealer in that thing, and you mean he's going to make it? Now he's going to taint it by saying you're imitating him. That's a nice guy. Yeah. Forget about it.
He was dissing the whole show actually in the same kind of sense of humor. His sense of humor was a little bit,
Oh, the show's wonderful.
Nasty.
That's great. It's really good. Max Casella, go see him in Lion King. He's telling me that the costume, the actual costume, it's a puppet costume. Mm-hmm. It's killing you, right?
It's kicking my ass.
Yeah.
Why?
He's hurt. What's your body like now?
I'm in great shape.
His body's awesome, Howard.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, take off all your clothes and let me see what's going on. What are you saying?
But my joints, my legs are screwed totally.
Really?
Yeah. It's like walking around. I was telling Howard that it's like walking around with like a little kid on your feet.
Oh, yeah.
And, you're walking around like that, but you have to sing and dance for 2 hours,
Yeah.
It's heavy, huh?
It's heavy. It's not, maybe if you first pick it up, you go, well, this wasn't so heavy. But if you wear it for a while and walk around in it, you'll swear it weighs a ton.
Wow.
I wondered about that, because you are moving around quite a lot.
Yeah.
And what do you do, 8 shows a week?
8
So how long can you keep up that kind of physical torture?
I have no idea. I have no experience doing 8 shows a week. I mean, I'm working with all these, people who are veterans at it.
Yeah.
And they're just sort of, I think it's hard on everybody, of course, but
how are their joints from carrying around that costume?
Everybody's, they have physical therapists full time on the job.
Yeah,
you sign up and you did like a 15-minute block.
You see these costumes, they're big ass costumes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to carry around.
Doing the same show, the same jokes 8 times. I'm not used to that.
Right.
And that's even harder than the puppet is doing the same show, and you can't divert. You can't.
They're going to try and keep you in, though. When is your contract up?
It's up in November of '98.
Do you think you'll leave?
I don't know, but I would imagine I would have to at that point if I want to continue walking.
Right. They're going to try and keep you because you're good in it, man. You're real good in it. You do a great job. Max Casella and Christina. And Christina, you hope to marry Max? Is that it?
Howard, I listen to your show. I'm not planning on getting married.
You listen to my show? You're planning. You know better.
Be one of those girls who wants to get married.
Really? You're just going to screw around?
Actually, Howard, she's a student at Hunter. She really wanted to watch the board and stuff like that. She's
you want to be a radio personality?
Communications.
Come in here and be an intern.
Yeah, work for free. Yeah, that's a good job.
We'll the board.
Yeah, we'll put you in a costume. We'll break your joints. No problem. Max, good luck with everything. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Howard.
Christina, thank you for stopping by. I always like to see who's dating who. You know what I mean? I like to see what's going on out there.
Tom Arnold's hero and David Wells' idol, Howard Stern.
Yeah. I tell you, Robin, this is the greatest birthday show I've ever had. Because, first of all, Mayor Giuliani was here, the great ball player Mike Piazza was here. You had a musical performance from Kid Rock, and my cousin Stacy was here. What could be better than that?
Yeah, cousin Stacy is the biggest guy.
I even see that kid from The Sopranos. That's my favorite TV show, dude. I'm going to talk to you in just a minute. I like it. And you had the best guest ever, Susan Johnson.
Yeah, and apparently we're going to get to talk to her again. She's a big fan of the show.
Guess who just came up to me, Robin, during the commercials and said, do you mind doing my plug?
Oh, no.
Jackie, way too many Heineken Martling, his Wild New Oleo Filthy Joke CD, Come Again.
On your birthday.
Yeah, includes Fool's Gold, call 1-800-323-KING, Friday and Saturday. Next Friday and Saturday, January 28th and 29th at the Riviera Hotel in the Strip in Las Vegas. Filthy 3D Jokeland, MP3 audio, visit jokeland.com.
Nothing interrupts the plug.
No. Robin, what's next?
Well, we're going to talk to the people.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
So, kid, what's your name? You're good.
Thank you, Robert.
Robert, how old are you?
14.
How'd you get that job on the Sopranos?
I went to a lot of interviews, and that was just one of them, and then I landed it.
You're Anthony Jr., right?
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you watch that show? Dad,
Sopranos?
You watch that show, Sopranos?
I haven't watched it too many times. I saw it a couple of times. I remember him.
Well, you should suck up to that kid. He's going to be a big star someday.
Okay, I'm sitting next to him.
Anthony Jr., is that, now who's the woman sitting next to you there? Is that your sister or something?
No, I came, well, I came with Steve.
Oh, you came with Steve Grillo?
Yeah, he was my stand-in in the show.
Are you kidding?
Grillo, you're that kid stand-in?
Yeah.
How old are you?
How old are you, Grillo?
27.
I'm in show business.
I was in show business.
Right, and let me tell you something, man. That show kicks ass. You do a nice job.
Thank you very much.
Believe me, I wish you were my son. What do you think of that?
It must be a lot of fun to be in that show.
What is it, Pop? Why don't you put on his microphone, Scott? Would really help me out.
There's no sound.
What?
I said he's going to be my son, not yours.
I'll be quiet.
Listen, while I have a chance,
yes.
You're always razzing me on your show.
Yes.
Now that you're 46 years old, I'm going to say it in front of everybody, I love you.
Oh, thank you. I know that took a lot. I know that took a lot out of you.
Oh, my
It's all right. You're a nice guy.
He hasn't been able to say it, so there it is.
No, he says it in public.
Oh, what? You want to? Now you still have to say it on the phone, I
Yeah,
guess.
you got to call me and say it on the phone. Okay. Erase that. It'll ruin my whole scene.
I'll call you collect.
Right. My mother always picks on me. You know your father loves you. He doesn't have to say it. He loves you.
That's right.
He does love me. Yes, and you love me too much. That's the problem.
You know what? Why don't you hire a plane and have a skywriter come over?
Yeah, right. Well, Dad, I love you too, and Mom, of course, I love you. And it was 46 years ago that you two had intercourse, full-blown out intercourse, and made me.
Full-blown.
Full-blown.
If you watch this show, Sopranos, you got Big Pussy, who is one of the mafiosa.
He's certainly the guy with the favorite name, isn't he?
Oh. Yeah, Big Pussy. And he's big. But he don't look like no pussy. I wonder why they call him.
Do they tell him why he has that name?
Do they give him the background story?
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. I'm going to ask him that. There he is.
My other question is...
There he is. Look at him. He looks just like the guy on TV. You are the guy.
But it's not, it doesn't come off of his name. It's not like his name is Pussatori.
No. We understand that, Jack.
Did they ever give you... Please sit down. We have a million questions. We love the show Sopranos. Everybody does.
He's looking at you like...
You look like you're going to bump me off.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything.
Have a problem.
Hey, I didn't do anything wrong.
Put this on like this?
Yes.
Yeah, put on the headphones. Where's your neck? Look at you. You are a big guy.
Where's my neck? Are you going to start with me?
No, you look tough.
Everybody said you're going on Howard's show, he's going to start.
No, I'm not starting. I know
this
better.
is my answer. You know what happened to Beansy the other day on the show?
Right.
Yeah, you start with me.
You can
Howard.
run me over with a car?
Not me.
Somebody might.
I already talked to Jackie in the hallway.
You look good. You look good.
Thank you.
And
you look good too.
You play a great character on TV, Big Pussy, who is great with his back pain and everything.
You know what my real name is?
Vincent Pastore.
All right, because, I heard you were pushing I was coming on the show, but not once did you say Vincent Pastore.
That's wrong. I did say
Pussy's coming on.
Big Pussy.
It's Pastore, not even
Is it Pastore?
Robin, you want to call me Pastore? You can call me Pastore.
Well,
you can call me whatever you want.
How do you say your last name?
Pretty girl, you know.
Yes. Oh yeah. I'm going to get that.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah.
I've been trying for years.
I'm going to nail that.
No.
He's going to have to be more open and honest if he wants.
Yeah, I'm not open and honest enough for her. My whole life's out in the open. Vincent Pastore is the way you say it?
Yeah, that's nice. So you call me Vinny, Howard.
Vinny, all right.
Okay,
now, let me ask you something.
What do you want to know?
The name Big Pussy, was it ever explained to you why you're called Big Pussy?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
But
you won't?
No.
Did the writers explain it to you?
Yeah, there's certain things I'm going to talk to you about, certain things I won't talk about.
So there is a backstory.
Yeah,
and
sure.
will it eventually be revealed why you have that nickname?
It's in one of the episodes.
Oh, it is. Right. All right. Well, that's good. That's what I wanted to know.
Now, my other question
But I could tell you. We cut to a commercial already?
No, what is the reason...
you're playing The Godfather.
What is the reason...
You're really milking this.
Yeah, what is the reason... Now, what is the reason that they call you Big Pussy?
Because... you see, I thought about this last night before I went to sleep. We have different... See, do you hear the cat in the background?
Yeah, now come on.
When I grew up, Pussy was a cat.
Right.
To me.
You're a big
come here,
pussy.
Pussy, come here, pussy.
Right.
Right. And Jackie's going to laugh.
Right.
And if you're a cat burglar, you like Cary Grant to catch a thief? That's a cat burglar.
So you are known for climbing in and doing breaking
into people's houses.
You don't look like a cat.
No.
When I was younger, I was a cat burglar. My character.
Yeah, Big Pussy was a cat burglar. No, seriously, is that the background?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Right. And there are a lot of wise guys that have this nickname.
Oh, there are.
There's really a wise guy, I think he's deceased in Jersey. Right. Little Pussy.
Little Pussy.
Right. I read that in the paper, but I didn't know if there was.
And Little Pussy was a cat burglar? Was that his MO?
Yeah, and there's a guy in Florida who I probably
Smelly
put
Pussy,
to the
right?
show.
Smelly.
No, he's
The guy. No, seriously.
There's a big pussy in Florida.
What Sloppy Pussy?
Where
does he live?
Oh, we're going to go places with this.
Yeah, all these guys.
And he's a very big fan of the show. And he's a wise guy. His name is Big Pussy.
You actually get to meet wise guys and hang out with them now.
Yeah, you know wise guys? Do you know wise guys? Do you know real mafiosa guys?
Why, you don't eat at Rayo's?
Is that how you... No, I don't. But
why not?
I want to go there. I just never can get up.
Frankie won't give you a table?
No,
Frankie,
he would give me a table.
Yeah.
No, but
you know, a lot of my friends woke up early just to listen to this.
So some of the guys on Sopranos...
A lot of wise guys woke up this morning just to listen to this. So watch what you're talking about.
No, but a lot of
say good morning to Paulie Walnuts.
Are you a friend of ours?
You know Paulie Walnuts?
Yeah, I know Paulie Walnuts.
Say hello to Paulie Walnuts.
Hi, Paulie Walnuts. Are you a friend of ours?
Friend of mine?
Capiche? Are you a friend of ours?
Are you a friend of ours?
Are you?
I can't talk like that. I'm an actor.
Here's why I ask you.
Jackie's a friend of ours.
Someone told me, I'm a big fan.
What acting have I done?
Yeah.
You didn't see Hurricane?
No.
You're in the Hurricane?
You didn't see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I played Alphabello in Hurricane.
Is that right?
Right.
You just melt into the roles. I don't even recognize you.
Did you ever see Mickey Blue Eyes?
No, yes, I saw it.
I was in Mickey Blue Eyes.
You were good in
The Jerky Boys with your buddy Kamal and Johnny.
Right. You were in
I was in that. I did a lot of Law and Orders.
Yeah?
Yeah, what do you think? I just popped out of this and just got into this?
I thought you were a real mob guy.
All right. That's how good David Chase is with the cast.
I heard in Soprano, and now be honest about this, that there are two guys who are in the Sopranos at least who are actually mafiosa guys.
That's bullshit.
It is? Wait, don't say that. Don't say that. No. One of the guys...
It's not HBO. We can't say that.
Okay,
what about you? You ever do time and everything?
No, Howard.
You never did time.
Howard, can I tell you something?
Yeah, be honest.
Where did you take your acting training?
I'm going to tell you something.
All right, please.
Pig Vomit.
Pig Vomit.
They used to be a band.
Right.
They used to play in my club all the time.
Yeah, I heard you owned a club.
Yeah, up in New Rochelle called Crazy Horse.
And I heard you were a good guy. You used to let the musicians sleep in your house. You were very, very...
T-Bone and G.E. Smith, they all used to come up. And Timmy and John Curtin used to say, Howard's coming tonight.
Right. Oh, so that was your club?
Yeah, I was in the club business for 20 years up in Westchester.
Oh, so you never were in the Mafia or anything?
No, I'm an actor.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Come on.
Come on. Were you ever a made man?
Wait a minute. If he's in the club business, didn't you have to pay somebody protection or something?
Of course.
What kind of Con Ed bill?
Yeah.
Sometimes I didn't do that.
Wasn't it just a Mafia front, your club, and that you funneled all the money through it?
That's right. You were laundering money.
Come on, be honest. Come on, what's the matter with you? Come on.
I don't know here.
Yeah, listen. No, but seriously, now wasn't there one guy who did like 10 years? The guy with the gray hair.
Say hello to him. He's
what's his
right
name?
Now.
What's that guy's name?
Paulie Walnut.
Oh, that's Paulie Walnut.
Tony Sirico.
Tony Sirico. He's very good. He's excellent.
What's his phone number? Call him up.
Really? I'll wake him up. Was he in the mob?
Well, he should. You ask him. Call him up and ask him. I dare you.
I don't want to ask him.
He woke up this morning just to listen.
I tell you what. Before we call him, we're going to call him.
I'll give you this number if you want to call him.
Yeah, write it down and we'll ask him if he was in the mob.
That's right, because I'm not going to.
All right. You're not going to talk about him. All right.
Somebody else wants you to talk to her, too.
Who's that?
Who?
Carmela Bucco, Kathy Narducci. She loves you.
Which one is she? Is she the one who's the girlfriend of...
She's the restaurant girl.
Oh, you like? Oh, I like the one.
Oh, don't say that. She's listening. Who
What's
you
that
like?
broad's
Who you
name?
don't like?
What's that broad's name?
You like Drea.
Yeah.
You like Michael's girl for Christmas. Yeah.
I like. You know, I like Richie. The new guy.
Oh, he's great.
He's scary. He's going to get killed. I know that.
Oh, he's great.
He's out of it.
He's such an asset to the
You
show.
got to kill him. He's a maniac.
He's a maniac. If Tony Soprano doesn't bump him off, then he'll be bumped off.
So this is the same show that goes on at night, huh?
Yeah.
So where's my boy? What's his name? Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
I think you know what I think. I think Beetlejuice should go on The Sopranos.
I do. You know, every guy I
think he
know
should be like the next hitman on The Sopranos.
Everybody I know wants to be on The Sopranos.
Yeah, but Beetlejuice belongs on on The Sopranos.
Every actor wants to be on Sopranos.
Yeah.
And Gary, call up this guy, Sirico.
Tony Sirico, call him up.
Tony Sirico. I want to find out if he's a made man.
That's right. You can ask him yourself.
Now, didn't he did some prison time, right?
Now, who would ever admit to that?
Call him up.
I was reading about the series.
Don't get me in trouble here.
You never did prison time?
You've never been in jail at all?
Have you ever been jailed? Tell the truth. Come on.
Tell the truth?
Tell the truth. A little bit?
I think when we were younger, we all had our problems.
You did have problems. All right.
Come on.
Right.
We did.
So maybe you were in the mob.
No, hey, listen.
Hey, wait a minute. When you grew up, did you know any guys?
I grew up in New Rochelle.
Yeah.
I grew up in New Rochelle.
How'd you get the money?
Did you know any guys?
How'd you get the money for that club you had up there?
How did I get the money for my club?
Yeah.
I worked. I saved my money and
What'd
I bought
you do?
clubs.
Was that a mob front?
Oh.
I'm asking
No,
you.
but I got. We had a lot of problems. You know, when you see a movie like Goodfellas, guys coming in and trying to take over your club, we had to deal with them.
Oh,
You did.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we had to deal with guys coming in.
And how'd you deal with
You
it?
had to go ask people for favors.
Right.
You know the club business.
Did you ask this guy to back off?
Sure,
This kind of
yeah.
thing?
Well, you got a guy coming in. He doesn't want to pay. All his crew is coming in.
And now that
They're coming in, they don't want to pay for the drinks. They're
Right.
starting trouble. They're dealing drugs in the place. So you got to go to somebody and get rid of these guys, and then you owe somebody a favor.
Right. So you've been exposed to that.
Of course.
Right. But you have never.
Which is great for the characters we play. That's
Right.
That's
That's
why we
where you
play
draw
these guys.
from.
Yeah,
right.
we draw from that.
Do you know actually? Do you now that you are a hit on television playing a mob guy? Do you find a lot of mob guys want to hang with you now? They accept
love
you.
the show.
Do they call you Big Pussy?
Well, they call me Vinny.
Right.
And they they love the show. They want pictures of from the cast and the clubs and stuff like that. They love the show.
And HBO is infamously cheap. That you know as well as I do that they do not pay their actors well. Does this disturb you? You are obviously one of the favorite characters
And
on
look
there.
at what this show has done for HBO.
You want to know how much I get paid?
What do you get paid an episode? I bet you don't.
Pretty good.
10 grand?
I'm not going to tell you how much I get paid.
I bet you it's not that good. I don't want to talk about that.
So, you don't want to talk about what you get.
Yeah, but I'm interviewing you.
Does Jackie get what he wants
Put
now?
me on your
Jackie,
show.
You get what you want now?
Yes, I do.
Please.
By the way, I worked with his wife Nancy in a nice independent film, and she's a wonderful actress.
Really? Well, we've never heard that before.
There goes your credibility, man.
Oh, man.
All right, here's Tony. Here's Tony Sirico.
You got him on the phone?
I got him on the phone. Hold on, Tony. Paisan. How you doing?
We got him on the phone. He woke up 6:30 for you, Howard.
Tony.
I woke up 6:30 for you, Vinny.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, not for me.
Okay.
Not for you, Howard.
Tony, you're excellent on the show.
Thank you.
I got some big meatballs to call you up in the morning, right?
Certainly do, Howard.
I was just asking Vinny here about the about the I forget. I shouldn't even ask you, but
what?
But are there guys who are actual Mafia members in the show? Is what I'm asking.
Say that again, Howard.
All right. Are there
Slow
actual?
it down. You're talking too
All right,
fast.
are there actual Mafia guys in the show?
No, they run not, Howard.
All right. Did Vincent ever kill someone?
You're going to have to ask Vinny that, Howard.
Vinny, you ever kill anybody?
No.
Is that your final answer?
We're mixing our shows here.
But Tony, someone told me that you were like a mob guy.
You did some time,
You
right?
did some time, right? You did hard time.
That's ancient history, Howard.
Really?
Let's not talk about
You
it.
don't even talk about
That was
it.
another guy.
That's another
guy.
That's right. We move on.
It's another guy, another life.
I mean, you're not up at Briarcliff Manor anymore, are you, Howard?
No.
Okay, you're
but he's
down here at
no, I'm
CBS.
not. Listen,
We
all
all
I'm
have a
asking is,
past.
and with all due respect, I'm asking, Godfather, I'm asking you with all due respect. In other words, did they go out and try to cast guys who have had a Mafia experience?
Did you ever see Gotti?
Yeah.
With Armand Asante, Tony and I were in Gotti together. Myself, Tony Sirico, Dominic Chianese, and now we're on Sopranos. So it's like,
Now,
we
let's
do our
ask
work.
another question.
Go
Does
ahead.
the Italian community come down on you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They do. Tony, you get a lot of crap?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Nobody. They leave Tony alone.
They don't
Right.
bother Tony.
Are you guys getting, Tony, you married?
No, I'm not.
So you guys getting laid like crazy from this show? Or you do good? You do good. Do you go to restaurants and then all the
We
girls?
have a lot of fun now.
You do?
Yeah, we have a lot of fun now.
Because everyone recognizes you.
Yeah, it's our time now,
Can you bang any of those stripper broads on the show?
Teresa Lynn said you banged up.
Teresa who?
She was on here. She was in your movie, Private Parts.
Oh, Amy
She's one of
Lynn. No.
Teresa, the one with the little ass.
She never said that.
She told me.
That's a lie.
Oh.
Admit you're lying.
That's Tony. She told
Tony. Did I ever bang Teresa Lynn? And actually, her name is Tony. Yeah, he's like, who?
Tony hung up? Is he still on?
Tell the truth now. You never heard anything like that.
No, I never heard nothing like that.
Guys, you're setting me up.
That's what she was telling everybody at the Bada Bing. You know the girl I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
Right.
Yeah.
From Tennessee.
Right. So, guys.
You know the girl.
Of course I know her.
She was in your movie.
Of course, I know everyone who was in my movie, but I didn't bang her.
Yeah. All right.
I know that. I never even kissed her. Yeah.
You take care of Chuck Zero, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So are you guys tough guys? Like, if you needed to get a favor done, you know who to go to?
Why are we going to answer these questions?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Really? Because it seems very authentic.
Possibly.
We don't have a problem in life.
And you guys...
What's the matter, Howard?
No.
To ask us questions,
Tony, why'd they put you away for a couple of years? Seriously,
why you go down that road?
I can't go down that road?
No! Why don't you talk about the show? You got Paulie Walnuts on the other end. You got Big Pussy. Let's talk about the show.
All right. Can you
talk about David Chase and?
I just want to know. That's all.
I know. Yeah, right.
Hey, so what if
I'm going to ask you something. The man did his time. I'm going to ask you a question.
The man did his time.
I want to ask you a question.
When a man does his time,
are you really a transvestite?
No.
That's what I heard.
No, I'm saying when a man's got to do. How many years did you do, Tony? Seriously.
One more time, Howard.
All right.
You know me fuck.
All right. No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Thank you, Tony.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Know a little bit about the prison experience.
I want to know about that.
Well, why don't you interview guys
from and find out?
What?
Break a window and find out.
No, you paid your debt. There's no big deal there. I got no problem with you. I like you. You're my friend. You're a friend of ours.
I mean, did you do like hard time? Did you do
hard time? Anytime you do is, hey, come on, you're out of line.
Maximum security? Was it a little county jail?
What is that?
County jail? Does this man look like a county jail kind of guy?
So you think that David Chase, when he hires actors, he says, so in order to get on the show, you had to do 10 years of...
Yeah.
Come on.
I tell you, I'm thinking of getting...
David Proval, who plays
I'm thinking of getting in...
was in Mean Street.
I'm thinking of joining the mob just so I can get an acting work.
Yeah, it used to be rehab you went to.
Right now.
Now it's the
All right, what's next?
Now, Tony, seriously.
I've been an actor for 28 years, Howard.
Tony, you've been acting 28 years. How did it feel to be at the Golden Globes and pick up the award?
The best.
The best. You guys are all very proud. I don't know an actor who doesn't want to be on this show.
Everybody talks about it.
It's called redemption, Howard.
Yeah. And, Tony, when's the last time you got laid?
You're very nosy, Howard. You know that?
Is there a girl there now, Tony?
What is with that broad who plays the girlfriend on the show? What girl? The girlfriend of the punk kid.
What is what? He's talking about Drea.
Yeah, what's her story?
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
Is she married?
Why don't you get her on the show?
You guys bang her?
Why don't you get her on the show? First of all, we're going to go down that road.
Why?
Because we don't...
You're a man, aren't you? You're a man.
We respect... Unlike some people that I know,
right?
We respect women.
That's right.
We're not putting them down.
I'm not putting them down.
We like to face women.
I love women.
Yeah, you do. You love women. You love lesbian women. That's what you love.
I love all
you
women.
Like to sit back and watch.
The question is there any kind of romances going on the set?
No, there's no romances. We go to work and we go home.
What about the guy who plays Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini?
He's a wonderful person, wonderful actor.
Is he a real big pussy in real life, or does he know how to kick some ass?
He's a great guy.
Tony, could you kick his ass?
He's a great guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful actor, and he deserves more than the Golden Globes. He
is wonderful. He's great.
The Academy Award.
Right. You know what he deserves?
You see,
he deserves the key to the city.
Right. Yeah. See, Howard, we're like a family. The cast is like a family.
Oh, I bet.
And we protect each other.
Right.
So nobody's going to go down any road that you want to go down.
You got strippers there. You'd think that something be going on in the trailers.
Hey, Tony, you ever bang Lorraine Bracco?
Oh, yeah.
What about
we don't want to talk about that.
You make a cute couple.
See, we don't want to talk about that.
So you guys know guys, huh? Who know guys? No kidding.
Hey, Tony,
I got to meet some guys.
Tony, tell this guy we're going to hang up.
No, you're not going to hang up.
Right? If he keeps asking these questions.
I want to know.
I'm going to hang up anyway. Listen.
No. There are guys who want to ask
Tony's
questions.
Hanging up.
Tony, don't hang up.
Tony, I'll see you in Florida.
All right,
Tony,
Take care,
Tony, you're doing a great job. I want to congratulate you on a great series.
Thank you.
You're a stand-up guy.
When the next time you see Chuck City, you'll say hello.
I certainly will.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You don't want to piss that guy off.
Chucky's from New Rochelle.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know
Good, I like
him
him.
for a long time. Chuck, you ever come on the show?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Are you kidding me?
He's a regular.
Let me, yeah.
Can't keep him out.
All right, so listen to me. You're on a great show. You're single.
Wow.
You had a club. I heard a story about you.
A lot of clubs. I had clubs from 67 to 87.
I heard a story about you that you would allow people to sleep over your house.
The musicians.
The musicians here. I'll tell you what I heard.
The guys used to come up from Asbury Park.
Yeah, I heard. Here's some stories I heard about you. You ready?
Who's the he's from?
Various people. You tell me if they're true or false.
The Curtin Brothers?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
All right. At a party in August of '99.
No, this is recent.
Yeah. At the China Club,
Yeah.
you saw Sarah Jessica Parker.
And Matthew Broderick.
Right. You walk over to introduce yourself because you're a gentleman.
Right.
And you figure you're a fellow actor.
Right.
And Broderick stands up.
No.
Demands to see your VIP room bracelet.
Right, he was fooling around.
And screamed at you. He wasn't fooling around.
Yes, he was.
And you grabbed him and you kissed him.
And I said,
repeatedly.
you know who I am? I know. The press wrote that wrong. Matthew was fun. Matthew's a great guy.
Yeah.
And Sarah deserves all the awards she should get to next.
All right, here we go.
Nothing going on there. Okay.
All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
All right, what else you got on, man?
Here's a great story about you. You were some guy you put up at your club.
Yeah.
The Crazy Horse.
Right.
You let him sleep over your house.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say his name. And you woke up, he was trying to hold your genitals. And you punched him out. Is that true?
Sounding true.
Is that true?
Vinny!
Where'd you hear that one from?
I got my sources.
Funny.
Is that true? Someone called that one in.
Funny.
They didn't want to give a name, nothing.
Yeah.
Is that a true story? The guy tried to get it on with you?
That's funny.
Tell me the
I'm
truth.
saying no.
Right. What was this guy thinking?
Well, you know how musicians are.
Right. Well, you're an attractive man. I could see it.
Yes. I'm a very attractive man. Thank you very much, Howard. Right.
Well, and so a guy, you're laying there in bed, you're asleep.
Yeah.
And the guy, what, sneaks into your bedroom?
Came from the other room.
What do you wear when you sleep? You wear pajamas?
Well, back then?
Yeah.
In the 80s?
Yeah.
We were naked all the
You always naked.
Oh, back then.
Right.
Now we put pajamas on.
You learned your lesson. You're laying there by yourself, you're asleep, right?
Let's see what else you got on.
No. Paint the story for me.
All right.
This is a good one. You're laying there sleeping.
The guy was from Tennessee. He came up and he spent the weekend. He was, what was his name?
Don't give his name.
No, he
White guy?
Yeah, he was a solo piano player, preacher, born again Christian, something like that.
Right.
And I let him stick because the musicians, when they used to travel, Tom Lawson, all these guys from Asbury, I used to let him stay in my apartment.
Sure, that was very nice
and
of you.
This guy turned out to be, he liked sheep and he liked me.
Right. So you
wasn't getting me.
So you didn't know
and
the
I never
guy.
booked him again, so he lost the gig too.
You never knew that the guy
Besides
was
some teeth.
But you never knew that the guy was into you.
No.
So you're laying there asleep.
Well, you never had an experience like that?
No.
Oh, come on.
All right, listen to me. Towel snapping.
No, you never had an experience with somebody
where I'm sleeping and the guy grabbed my genitals? No. How many people you think have that?
All right, what else are we going to talk about?
No. I want to know. No. I want to get to the bottom of this story.
You go down these crazy roads.
Yeah, I want to ask you something, though.
Okay, what else?
All right, so you're laying there sleeping.
We discussed that
Doesn't
already.
mean you're gay. You didn't do anything. Yeah. You're acting like you're gay now.
No, I'm not acting like
you're not gay. You're 100%. Right. You're 100% all man.
Right.
Did the guy finish you off? Listen, what happened? I just want to understand, seriously, because it's an amazing story. You're laying there asleep.
Who told you this story?
A listener called it in.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You're laying there. He wants to get back with you.
You're laying there sleeping.
Right.
And all of a sudden, what do you feel a hand on you?
I forgot about it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
How do you forget about something like that?
Watch it out. Here we go.
All right, here on the phone for you, Sammy the Bull. You know Sammy?
Sammy the Bull is on the phone.
Sammy the Bull is on the phone for you.
Sammy the Bull Gravano.
Sammy, how are you? Sammy Gravano.
Hey, Howard, I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
These guys are a liar.
Why?
Both of them.
Really?
They used to work for us. And the first thing that guy used to do right there, Big Pussy,
yeah,
he loves dark meat. He would love to squeeze Robin's Johnny Red, but that's besides the point.
So what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with dark meat?
Tony did 5 years for Shylocking.
Oh, come on, get up.
Call him up and ask him.
Is this really Sammy the Bull?
It's Sammy the Bullshit.
I made Oh, man.
This is not
I made a
Sammy.
mistake. Instead of going to the witness protection, I should have went to Hollywood.
Yeah, right.
All right,
I
thank
love
you.
your show, you big fat bastard.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. All right, now you just call me a fat bastard.
Sammy has called in before, actually.
Yeah, all right, Sammy.
Thank you,
Who else
Sammy.
is on the air? What else? You got any more stories?
No, that's it. That's the only thing I dug up
You got
on.
all the dirt.
Yeah. That's not dirt.
You don't have the good stuff.
Like what?
Like when we used to do benefit concerts for muscular
I know
dystrophy.
that. I know you're a good man.
And Lester Chambers was at the bitter end working
cares
the door.
about Who cares about that? I care about that. I about a guy grabbing your Johnson.
You care about that stuff.
Yeah.
You care about all that weird stuff.
Henry Hill is on hold, but I can't get to him. Right. Listen to me, Vincent, and I want to say this about your co-star Tony who called in. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, you know who wants to talk to you, really? I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
Call her up.
Who?
Kathy Narducci.
Which one is she?
Kathy, she loves pussy.
Right. Which one is she?
She's Carmela Bucco. She loves pussy.
Which one is she?
She's the restaurant girl's wife.
The restaurant...
The guy who owns the restaurant where they eat all the time,
Yeah.
she's the wife.
Yeah, she's all right. I like her.
She loves pussy.
Well, she loves big pussy. You're a character, but I don't know what you're talking about. Are you doing her?
Yeah. Why don't you ask her?
Are you doing her?
Doing her. Hey.
I'll save it for the next time you're here.
No, she's a beautiful girl. Of course I'm not doing her.
No. You're getting laid
Let's
though.
listen to the show right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have respect. Howard, you know what? You have no respect for women. I'm really disappointed.
How can you say that? In about 5 minutes, a woman's coming in here. She's gonna be naked.
Naked, going up and down
in the garbage pail. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
He wants to stay.
And you're saying I don't respect her?
I don't understand you.
I resent your accusation.
You've been on the show for how many years?
I can't believe it.
You know?
Bob, you're on the air. Go ahead. You're on with Big Pussy, Vincent Pastore. Well, he's gone.
He's gone.
He's
afraid
gone.
to
All
talk
right.
to me.
Well, anyway, listen, thank you, Vincent, for coming on here.
It's a pleasure. It
This
really
is definitely
is.
a highlight in my career.
Is that right?
Thank you.
We love the show.
And you and the whole cast are terrific, and Nancy Marchand is great.
She's wonderful.
She's really good. I heard she's ill. The woman who...
yeah, and I hope she's doing better.
Yeah, that's too bad.
And Edie Falco and
She's great.
And everybody really loves your show, too.
Thank you. And tell Tony I said thank you for coming on.
Yes.
And are you fighting with anyone on the set?
No, we have a great time. We have a great time. And don't forget to tell your boy, what's his name, Beetlejuice,
that you want
I'm
him on
going
the
to
show?
talk to David about writing him in next season.
Yeah, why don't you put him on? He'd be terrific.
What could Beetlejuice
Could
do?
you imagine Beetlejuice coming out of a coffin with like a machine gun and knocking people?
Aren't you done taping filming all the episodes?
Yes.
It's a short season. It's like 6 episodes.
No, we have 13 episodes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we got 10 beautiful shows coming up. In fact, this Sunday there's a show that we shot in Italy.
Oh, great. Oh, that's terrific. So, but you're done shooting the 13.
Yeah, now we're like in post-production. We do looping and,
Right. And what are you going to do? You going to do some movies or anything?
I'm starting an independent film next week up in Newburgh. I'm doing an independent film called Growing Down in Brooklyn.
What do they pay for something like that?
And I did one with his wife,
With Jackie's wife?
Yeah, Nancy. I mean,
well, that had to be the low point
but
in
you
your
never
career.
see these films.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, we had a film. There's a film that I did called Two Family House. A low-budget film was in Sundance and won an award. There's a lot of good stuff. And my first job ever was True Love with Annabella Sciorra, and that won awards. And
She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah, she's wonderful, wonderful. So what about you, Howard? You going to do any more acting or what?
Yeah, I'm going to do some acting.
What do you got coming up?
Well, I've been offered a couple of roles.
Yeah, I auditioned for Private Parts.
You did? To play what?
Amy Kaufman had me come in and read one of the guys.
Really?
Yeah.
And you didn't get it?
Well, was I in the movie?
I don't recall you being in there, no. What happened? I can't believe it. You didn't land it?
I didn't get. So maybe the next movie you do.
I would love that. I would like to make a mob movie.
Really, really great coming on the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and tell the cast that we love them and we support the show. It is a great program. It really is.
Okay.
The great Vincent Pastore, Big Pussy from The Sopranos on HBO. Good guy. We'll be back right after these words. Okay, good morning, everybody. What's happening? It's Monday. The weekend is gone. No, it's gone. It's gone, and we're back. And how is your morning going so far? I'm exhausted. You know,
I was watching The Sopranos last night, which aired at 8 o'clock.
Yes, special time.
Special time. And why is it only 43 minutes? That's the problem.
I was ripped off last night. I felt very ripped off.
It ends so fast.
It ended fast.
That can't be the end.
Is it always 43 minutes?
So, you know, I've been watching. I've been watching all of last season's on tape.
Yeah.
Related to me, and the first one was 59 minutes, and I noticed that they've been progressively going down. 43 is about the shortest I've ever seen. They're generally between.
I think that's cool. That I've always maintained that when a show, it's kind of like this show. When you're done, you're done, and when you know what I mean.
I wonder if they're playing it like a network television show, an hour.
Last night's episode was the best one I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, consistently great.
Oh, you know what? Carmela is now becoming
that was
the
great.
scariest human being on earth.
That was great.
Where did that come from? Wow.
That was great.
What a left turn.
Yeah, that show is really great. That show should be on 24 hours a day.
I know, and that's why 43 minutes is a real riff. You feel like, no, you're taking away my heroin.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, you get really sad when it's over.
And those credits come up. It's like, no!
Yeah, I was like, no. They can't be playing, like every week it's a different song or some sound. Like this week it was a heartbeat they went out on. I was like, no credits.
Why did they put it on at 8 o'clock?
Because if these walls could talk, the lesbian trilogy, they wanted to put that on. They were premiering that.
And Howard, you know what I got for you?
All right. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to this program. We're like a little club. We get together every morning to... Hey, now. To what? To listen to me. Hey, pussy is dead. Big pussy is dead. Hard to believe. I had to stay up and watch it. Yeah. I had to watch Big Pussy and take it.
Pussy drowned.
Pussy drowned.
Pussy's at the bottom of the sea.
Pussy's out of it. Wet pussy. How are you? Did you watch it last night?
Oh, yeah.
You did. Are you tired?
I think it was great.
I didn't either. They're carrying on. It wasn't the best episode. Last week was much better.
That's what I thought. Last week was the real climax, and this one had little punch. Funny.
Yeah, it was funny. And, but you see, it's like the problem with a show like that, now it's become so good that there's too much anticipation. Everyone's waiting for some mind-blowing episode.
Right. If they hadn't built it up so much, like, oh, my God, what's going to happen in the last episode, it would have been all right.
You know what? It makes me realize what a dope Francis Ford Coppola is. Like, he did a great movie, Godfather 1 and 2. Those are great movies. But he couldn't get a good third one out of it? These guys, every week these guys have a good episode.
What happened there? He had years.
No excuse.
That's my point. Sopranos should be Godfather 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, and 30. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. Did you think that Meadow was going to get shot at graduation? Did that go through anybody's head?
No. Well, you're on crack, so...
Yeah, don't think that what goes through your head goes through anybody else.
Isn't that funny how Jackie thinks things... Like
he thinks he's on everybody's wavelength.
I know.
I think that guy Richie has a son floating around, right? Who hated Tony anyway.
Yeah, that's true. He does have a son.
And just stole something.
Richie's son is gay.
Yeah. What's he going to do? Take on Tony Soprano?
He's going to beat him with his purse. Death.
Yeah, he beat him with his purse. What are you saying? And nobody's going to know Richie. Richie just disappeared.
Yeah, nobody even knows he's dead yet.
Nobody cares. Vacation. Like, they never explained, like, they didn't say a word last night about Richie.
Nobody.
Right. Everybody says Richie left town.
Yeah. Right. Richie had to leave suddenly.
Did you like the weird stuff? Like, did you dig the talking fish?
No, I don't like it.
I know. It was a little too much dreaming for me.
Yeah. I don't like dreaming. I like reality.
This is a real show. He shouldn't be dreaming that much.
Right. Stop the dreaming.
And the vomiting and the farting was like the first time.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, it was enough.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying it, but it was unnecessary.
Well, you know what? Okay, so he had, like, it was funny to watch him run with the farting through the door.
Right. Unnecessary, flatulent humor.
Like my wife said.
Childish.
It was juvenile.
Yeah. I like it. Like my wife said, those people are vile enough already. Right. Make them even more vile.
Right.
Carmela, I don't want you to see me like this.
Where are they, like, there's always, like, Italian dudes who take offense to anything Mafia. Like, where are those people?
I know.
I read one letter to the editor I know what it was. I think one of the newspapers this weekend, either the Post or the Daily News, maybe it was the Daily News, did a thing where they went around to different prominent people and said, do you watch The Sopranos? If so, how do you think it's going to end? And then one guy, like the head of the Italian something or other.
Anti-defamation.
Yeah, right. He goes, I don't care what happens to any of them. They're all vile.
Yeah, I did read that.
Right.
Yeah, they should all die.
Should all die.
Blow up or something.
Yeah, you read that too?
Yeah.
Yeah. I went, oh, there it is. I've been waiting for that.
Jackie and I had a really
like, where's that guy with Fugazi? Where is he?
Yeah, he's been very quiet.
Yeah, he should be out there screaming about The Sopranos and how all Italians aren't in the mob.
It's captured everyone.
Well, Dr. Cusimano, though, he's a good Italian.
Yeah, but he still hangs with Tony.
I have yet to meet a Mafia person.
Oh, yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I have.
You haven't been with us.
Really?
We met him.
Well, see, I don't, I meet Italians I've never met. I'm like, are you in the Mafia? Nobody's ever in the Mafia.
I know what you mean. And a lot of them tend to be the Mafia. A lot of wannabes.
Jackie and I had a funny incident a couple of years ago. Talk about those anti-defamation people.
Right.
We went to go to the movies at a movie theater up on the west side.
Right.
So we're going. It was like one of those 8-plexes. So we're going to see There's Something About Mary, but that movie Mafia was playing, which is like the airplane of Italian movies.
Yeah.
So we get out of the car, and there's like 30 people. They're protesting with megaphones and everything. So this guy runs over to me, and he starts going, I said, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, we're protesting the movie Mafia because it makes fun of Italians. I go, don't you have anything better to do with your life? I go, what's your favorite movie ever? The guy goes, Godfather. I go, how come that movie's okay and this movie's not?
Yeah, the rest of them.
And he goes, come on, Gary, you're Italian. You should be out here with us. I go, I got a life, man. I'm
Get lost.
Can you imagine?
But you know what's really funny is they start screaming at the actors who take the role.
Yeah.
Right.
Why are you doing
Yeah, they're yelling at Armand DeSantis. Who's lucky to get anywhere.
Right.
He's working. He's happy.
I finally got a job. Could care less. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I know. I love when the Italian guys come out and they start complaining. And then, but then and then whenever I meet a successful Italian guy, like an Italian car dealer or something, I go, he's tied to the mob. You know what I mean? I always assume that. Don't you?
Not a car dealer, but once you start, I mean, really, where I live, it's private karting.
Yeah.
Anybody in construction and karting, right?
And every single guy in private karting is Italian.
Right.
And that's sort of weird.
Yeah, and
you know what's really freaking me out? Because now they're showing you that, like, the guys who sell those cheap phone cards are guys, the mob put them out there. The guys with those fake purses. It's like, man, the mob is really wild.
Wait, do the mob run the black Nigerian guys that sell watches on the corner? That's what I'm wondering.
What Richie says.
I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. I never yelled at a garbage man.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, I'm not that stupid. Allie Boy, you're on the air.
Good morning, Hal. How you doing?
All right, you're in the mob?
There we go.
I've been around for a long time. I don't want to say that I'm in anything, but I'm a member of a few clubs.
All right.
Well, let me ask you something, whoever you are.
Yeah.
They say now that the mob is so inconsequential, people are actually leaving the witness protection program after they've ratted on the mob and just leaving because they know nothing's going to happen.
Well, you got to understand that years ago we went into a lot of different things. We control the stock market now. We control a lot of legitimate businesses. So we can have the Russians, we can have the Chinese, the Vietnamese, run all the little things like the drugs and the hoes and stuff.
He happens to be right, this guy, and I'll tell you why.
They're moving up.
I was reading where they were saying that the woman that the woman John Gotti's daughter, John Gotti's daughter.
Victoria Gotti.
Right, I can't think of her name. She's married to a guy.
She's kind of hot.
She's very hot. She's married to a guy, Carmine. He is worth, he has $70 million.
Right, and he built it on trash.
On metal.
His money, though. You don't seem to understand that.
No, but it's a legitimate business.
Yeah, but he's a rube. That money goes to the family. That money don't go to him.
So fine, but what I'm saying is you're right. It's more legitimate.
Exactly. I mean, I got to put a suit and tie on every day now to go to work.
Right.
Which is unbelievable, you know what I mean? I don't get my suits no more.
You should be an enforcer.
You're not whacking anybody anymore.
When's the last time you whacked somebody?
I don't have nobody to do it. Wish I had somebody to do it. Liven up my life.
I got about 50 guys you could whack for me.
Well, let's have a sit-down meeting.
Where's that chimney sweep? Just kidding.
We'll do Ralphie if you want.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the next time he messes up at a screening.
So what do you do all day?
We'll send Ralph home in a box. That's no problem.
What do you do for the mob all day?
In your suit.
Like I said, I mean, I can't exactly tell you where I'm working at, but I'm in the stock market.
Right.
With biscuits.
Now, if you would understand this thing with Tony Soprano and the Sopranos, it's such a made-up joke. Because you would never, ever have a boss do what this guy does.
Right, killing people and stuff.
That doesn't make sense. Even a boss at a card game.
Right.
It's such nonsense.
What? He wouldn't have killed. He wouldn't have killed.
Big Pussy.
Big Pussy.
No way.
I dispute that, and I'll tell you why.
Why do you dispute
because
that?
I read.
John Gotti always went to the to that fish and hunt club.
I read.
John Gotti went to the club, but John Gotti never pulled the trigger on nobody. When he was made, when he was a soldier, he did what he had to do. But when he was made, he just pointed the finger and pushed the button.
I agree that Tony is way too involved.
Right, but he's got to be.
But I read Sammy the Bull's book.
The whole thing is all a joke. And the guy who gives the writer the information...
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about what Gary's saying? He read Sammy the Bull's book.
I read Sammy the Bull's book, right? Sammy was, what, second in command? Pretty high up on the food chain?
Bull's book is baloney.
They made him...
That guy's a punk.
This is great. They made him kill his wife's brother.
They did not make him dead.
What's that got to do with John? John Gotti wasn't there.
I mean, one guy could write something.
Who killed his wife's brother? Sammy the Bull?
Sammy the Bull is a punk.
In the book.
I saw that in the movie.
Sammy the Bull had to kill his wife's brother.
And you know why?
Why?
Because...
But he wasn't a boss.
No, but he was the second guy.
He's the lieutenant.
But here's the deal. They made him do it because it was his wife's brother, and he was messing up, and they could have said to anybody. But to prove your loyalty, they wanted him to do it.
Right.
So how does that dispute with this guy?
Well, no, I'm saying he's one of the top guys.
It wasn't Sammy.
He's saying the top guys wouldn't do the dirty work, but Sammy was the second in command.
And didn't John Gotti have to kill that Joe Pesci guy from the Goodfellas even after he was made, that kind of thing?
That was when John Gotti...
No, you know what? I'm talking about. Remember Joe Pesci in Goodfellas?
Yes.
What would you call him?
That was at the Bamboo Lounge on Rockaway Parkway in Brooklyn, and I know the place because I burnt it down 3 times. Okay? And the other place where they were at was Calero's on Coney Island Avenue, and I was there too.
You know that place too.
This is a real big pussy.
Is Jimmy Hoffa buried at the...
At Giant Stadium.
What?
In the Meadowlands.
He's in the Meadowlands.
He's in the Meadowlands in a lot of different spots.
They say he's in the end zone.
No kidding. No kidding.
Yeah, but wouldn't they just chop him up?
Why do they do that? They put him in the cement, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And we owned the company that poured the cement.
Right.
Dig that up.
And we still own the company. And Giuliani thinks that he's a big shot breaking up the garbage business. But all we did was change it over to waste management and become suits, and we still own the business. Instead of owning one place, we just own stock or shares in a corporation. That's all.
Wow.
Well, Giuliani just does that so he looks
Giuliani did nothing. Giuliani's a puppet.
Shut up, Ralph.
This guy's right.
Let's see you do something about something. Nothing. You do nothing.
I do.
Well,
Don't
you
make
get
fun of
us thrown
Giuliani.
out of screenings. Be quiet.
That's what you do. Do nothing.
Well, I do nothing.
No, this guy, Ralph.
Oh, Ralph's a piece of garbage.
Whatever you say, man.
Why do you even associate yourself with that leech?
I don't know.
All he does is suck stuff out of you. You got no use for him.
Right.
Whatever you say, bro.
You got a couple of people there that are just...
So what do you consider, the lieutenant?
You know how I don't want to put myself in a spot where I'm going to get into a jam. I just got out of something, and I don't want to get my mouth back into it.
No, but I mean, what are you? Are you a high up guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the structure still the same since the business has changed?
The structure is exactly the same, and they don't even know who's boss now.
So you get money and you got to give money to somebody else.
I get envelopes on a weekly basis. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then you distribute the envelopes to the Godfather.
Well, you know, you can't go...
The capo de tutti capo.
No, I mean, the boss is away on vacation. You can't do nothing. You can't give him nothing now, but you give to who...
Oh, your boss is on vacation.
Oh, I think what he's
When did you get your button?
What's that?
When did you get your button?
I got my button 9 years ago.
Wow.
9?
I thought the books were closed.
What book? You see what happens to Sammy in the can now. Now that we got him closed up in a can, we're going to use him like a lady all the time.
Really?
Oh.
He's gonna be one of your top ladies.
You know why?
I got a buddy that's in that can where he is now. I guarantee you that he has problems.
Wow.
He is hoping and praying they keep him in solitaire.
You ever bang Victoria Gotti?
No.
No.
Are you kidding me? Come on, have some respect, Howard.
No, I have tons of respect. I would like to have sex with her.
Howard, have some respect.
I have much respect.
Have you read her books?
Yeah, I read her book.
She's a sexy woman.
She's a beautiful person.
I like her.
She's a very beautiful person, and let's keep it at that.
Right.
Talk about things.
No, I'm saying you would never mess around. You would never mess with the boss's daughter is what I'm asking.
Absolutely not. I'd lay down my life for the boss.
You would never hit the boss's daughter.
So is your boss still Gotti?
We could say so, yeah.
Yeah, he said his boss is on vacation.
Yeah, you don't turn on a guy just because he goes to prison. He's doing the right thing.
You got no choice. It's like a soldier in the army. You got to go with the flow.
But there's nobody for you to pay. You don't go give it to Junior?
Well, wait a second. Do you take the money, and is it being held until the boss is ready to take it? Right.
If the boss says so, that's the way it'll sit. But whoever collects it for him, it sits and he distributes it the way he wants.
Are you a good earner?
I'm a very good earner.
Remember when Richie came out of jail and the guy wasn't giving him any money and he got all pissed off?
Right.
Yeah.
You got to.
That Richie is based on a real person.
Who's it based
The
on?
whole Soprano thing is based on real people. They got a guy from Witness Protection giving him all the information to write that story.
Right. That's who's writing it.
It's from a real crew in New Jersey.
Wow.
So do you think the show's pretty on target?
Accurate?
Well, to the point where you never see in the lowdown things, yeah. But with the stuff with what Tony does, I mean, that's all made up.
And is it true that there was once a guy who was like a godfather who went to an analyst?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Wow.
Everybody goes to analysts these days.
I don't know. That's a poster.
There's so much pressure, it'll make you crazy. You go in normal, it'll make you crazy after 5 years.
Sure. Do I kill this guy?
Allie Boy, can you get out of the mob? Like, now you've made some money. You probably got enough money to retire. Can you retire?
Yeah, but if anybody calls me up for a favor, I always got to do what I got to do.
Right.
So you can be called back at any time.
There's no such thing as forgetting about it, you know what I mean?
Right. These guys were there for you. Now you have to be there for them.
You're there till it's over.
Did you do the whole thing where you went in the room and took the oath and the candle and the whole thing? Did you do that?
They burnt the stuff in my hands and everything.
Wow. Do your kids know what you do?
No.
What do they think you do?
He's a doctor.
Waste manager. He's a waste manager.
Doctor.
No, I'm in the stock market, in the securities.
Wow. Ever kick somebody to death?
No, but I beat a guy up with a garbage can and killed him.
Wow.
Don't your kids notice that none of the other stockbrokers sound like you?
Yeah. But that's the thing. They all do sound like me because we got the business.
Right.
We're in control of that business.
I believe him. I really
Let me give you a little hint.
So
we created the NASDAQ.
Right.
Is that right?
Phony nonsense with the tech stocks. That's our doings. We created it. It's ours. It's a phony number. It don't exist.
Right. Because
It's all based on nonsense.
Yeah, what is that?
yeah, who the hell would buy stock based on companies that don't make a profit?
I got this
Exactly.
IPO.
We got plenty of rooms to put money in.
You know,
Hey, what's it like to beat up a guy with a garbage pail and kill him?
It feels pretty good, I'll tell you the truth.
Why did you have to kill the guy? Like, what was he doing?
He disrespected my boss.
He did. By
Yeah.
what? Trying to steal from him?
Well, he tried to set up a deal with another family over a union thing.
I got to tell you, Howard, I'm really buying this guy because John has introduced us to a couple of stockbrokers who aren't far off the mark.
Right.
That are a lot like this guy.
That's why I said I believe him.
Well, Allie Boy.
I'll bring you my FBI control number. You want to check that out? They got a control number for me.
Hey, Allie Boy, like, being like a big shot in the mob, like, how much money can you make a year?
A lot.
Like how much?
A lot more than the movie stars.
Really?
Yes.
Are you good for $15 million a year?
Not anymore. I've had years that I did about 11, 12 million.
No kidding.
Wow. That's all tax-free.
And what do? You have to hide it so you can't live in a fancy house or anything, right?
No, you got to pay taxes and you got to put it in legitimate businesses because if you don't pay taxes, they get you like they got Al Capone.
Right. So you're a smart guy. I mean, you know how to handle yourself.
We were taught this way. We weren't taught to fool around and be flashy guys. We were taught to do the right thing and pay and play with the game.
And that was one of John Gotti's mistakes, right? Too flashy.
Well, John Gotti liked to be like a movie star. You know, the news did it to him. He wanted to be out in the open and show that he was Teflon.
You got to keep quiet about it.
Yeah, they built up his head.
You don't want to rub it in people's faces. You don't want to rub it in people's faces.
John Gotti is a great man. He should be president of the United States.
You got a white wife?
Excuse me?
You got a white wife?
I don't even know where you come with that question. What are you,
what are you trying to get? He'll slap you. What are you trying
No, I'm just trying to ask you.
I got nothing against black people. I love all people, whatever color you are, but you know how.
I'm just trying to know.
Come on. What kind of question is that?
All right, so you have a white wife.
Did you make a good sauce?
Hey, let me ask you something, but you got a Gomata, right?
Yeah.
You
got a Gomata for 15 years.
You got a girlfriend for 15 years and a wife.
Why do they keep the Gomata for 15 years?
Yeah, why keep
I got a Russian girlfriend.
Really? Just like on that show?
Like Tony.
Yeah, she's beautiful, too, man.
And she does you, and you keep her in a nice apartment?
Yeah, in Brighton Beach.
Nice.
Well, why do you keep her for 15 years?
Exactly.
That's like another wife.
What do you need the aggravation?
Why wouldn't you just get a new one every 5?
Why not just kill her and get a new one?
Well, he probably does other...
Bury her in the middle. You do other chicks, though, right?
You cheat
I
on
love her. What am I going to do? I love her.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So, in other words, you got your wife, you got the guma. Did your wife know about the guma?
Sure does.
Yeah. And
She doesn't say anything.
Not a word.
She knows better.
She does what I tell her to do, and she keeps her mouth shut if she wants to live a nice life.
Dude, this is what you should write a book about. Listen, forget about the mob. Talking about how to keep your guma and your wife in line.
Keep them happy.
Well, maybe one day we'll sit down. You'll show me how to write a book.
Very simple.
Information, and you'll write it down.
Yes, I would like to do that.
I mean,
and then you will be a friend of mine.
Do you bring your wife like every once in a while like a fur coat or a diamond ring or just like a big present?
Of course.
Well, if the boys go and they take something and it's good and they split it up at the club and they get me a coat, I bring my wife home a coat, but I ain't gonna go to no store and buy a $20,000 coat.
You're not buying anything.
Yeah, what's it cost?
What I gotta buy it for if I get it for free?
Yeah, and what about the guma? You got to bring her gifts too, right?
Yeah, I don't bring her too much anymore. I gave her a lot.
What would happen if you caught a guy banging your guma?
It's over.
It's over for him.
And her.
Oh. And her.
And your wife better not do it either.
I cut her up. I put her in boxes all over Brooklyn.
Wow.
Wow. Did you tell her that?
Oh. Yeah, and I get a nice sharp knife. This way I can get through the cartilage, you know?
Right. And you stab her in the back of the neck.
Well,
with an ice pick.
No, you cut them first, like, in the leg, and you bleed them.
Wow.
Wait, you see, like, with what Tony did when he shot that guy on the boat?
Yeah.
He did it the wrong way. You're supposed to take him out to the back of the boat, because you shoot him downstairs in the boat. How are you going to clean up after?
I wondered about that. Where does all the blood go?
I wondered
exactly.
about that.
What you got to do is you bleed him first. You cut him, you bleed him, and then you cut him.
Yeah, and also, if you shoot him in the boat there, right at the bottom, you miss, you could hit the engine.
Hey, Hal, I done guys in the afternoon and then gone home and had Christmas dinner with my family.
Really? It's just part of doing business.
And what I do is I take all my clothes off. This way I don't get my clothes dirty. I do it naked.
Oh.
Wow.
I put a shower curtain on the floor. This way my cleanup is much less.
Wow.
So the guy knows he's standing on the shower curtain. It's over.
It's over.
Are you fine with killing people because they know the rules and, you know,
they shouldn't have messed up?
They shouldn't have messed up?
It's part of the game.
That's right.
You get it, you got to play 100%.
So in other words, like when you're ready to kill a guy, you tell him stand on the shower curtain and then you remove all your clothing.
No, you don't tell him stand on the shower.
Well, how do you do it?
You bring him into the room first, you knock him out, then you bleed him, and then you whack him.
Oh. So you knock him out, you bleed him onto the shower curtain, then you take all your clothes off. You're naked.
Exactly.
And then the guy looks up.
You ever hear of a guy named Roy DeMeo?
No.
Not really. No.
Yeah. I get this book. It's called The Murder Machine.
Right.
I'm in that book. I'm a main player in that book. You read that book. It's 100% legit. And we worked out of Brooklyn on Flatlands Avenue. It's called Justin, a bar and grill. I must have done 100 guys above that bar and grill.
Really? Wow.
You know you're
an enforcer.
You know you're tough when you kill someone and you actually have a system.
Yeah, like you get naked and
Like,
that's cool.
You got it down.
Yeah, what is it?
Like bowling.
Big Pussy just showed up.
Yeah.
And he said that this guy has got to be full of crap.
Why?
He wouldn't be on the phone talking about it.
That's what I was thinking.
Get Big Pussy in here real quick. And I know I got Mary Wilson coming. I'm way back. Wait, you want to talk to Big Pussy?
Did he go?
Hello? Allie Boy, you want to talk to Big Pussy?
Yeah, what's up?
From the Sopranos.
Hold on. From the Sopranos. He's here.
You can put the puss on.
All right, hold on. He says there's no way you'd be a real guy because you wouldn't be talking about this stuff.
All right, well, if Puss knows anybody, let's mention a couple of names.
All right, hold on. Let Puss come in here. Here comes Puss, who, by the way, I got to congratulate him. Great last episode. Yes. I'm really sorry to see him out of The Sopranos. He's a great character.
I hope they bring him back in, like, flashbacks. Or, you know what I mean? Just do something like he's haunting Tony or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Because Puss is like a great character, and he's a great actor. Where is Big Pussy?
Like, every time he opens his mouth, you're excited.
Right. All right, tell him to hurry up. We need him in here.
He's probably putting his powder on.
Yeah.
He's an acting gangster, right?
Maybe he's getting a little mascara there.
Right.
The mascara, that's right.
Big Pussy getting his makeup on.
That's it.
All right. Wait a second. I wonder how he feels about being out of The Sopranos.
Hey, wait a second. Big Pussy's stripping. He says he's going to come over and shoot you.
That's right. He's getting a shower curtain.
Well, I think that the guy who plays Big Pussy, what is his name, Robin?
Pampanzaro?
That's right. Hey, wait, here he is. Here's Big Puss. Puss, sit down because... Oh, here he is. He's got a hat.
Oh, you got a
Sopranos hat. Thank you. What do you say? You're saying that Big Alley Boy is not the real deal?
I'm saying anybody who really is involved with that life would never go on the radio and talk about it.
Well, we don't know who he is.
Well, you were involved in the life, right?
He's giving real details.
Ralph, be quiet, please. You were involved in the life, right?
What, I got to go through this again with you every time I say I love you, Howard? How you doing? You like
Great. And by the way, you're brilliant last episode.
Thank you.
Are they going to bring you back in some kind of dream sequence?
I don't know, maybe. Talk to the writers.
Are you really dead? Because you could have been dreaming.
I'm really dead.
No, you're really dead.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
This guy's still on the radio?
Yeah,
I'm here.
What's his name?
Alley Boy.
Alley Boy. Why do you want to get on the radio and talk about this life? I mean, what do you want, publicity or something? It's over and done? I think you're over and done. I think you're a cooked egg.
Everything is over and done with. I signed the papers already.
Yeah, all right, sure.
No, Alley Boy, tell him some stuff that would convince him.
I heard it all on the radio coming up.
Yeah, but he says he can mention some names.
Yeah, what for?
Go ahead, mention some names, Alley Boy.
Mentioned Roy DeMeo, I heard him.
You know, Roy?
No, and if I did, I wouldn't get on the radio and brag about it.
You know Anthony Sensor, Peter Cavallo?
Oh, come on. You know what? You give me a headache. It's too early in the morning.
Don't say the S word. What are you saying he's full of it?
Because anybody in the world wouldn't come on the radio and talk.
Why not?
You know something, being an actor? Are you an actor or are you a maiden guy?
I'm an actor. That's what I am.
Oh, then what the heck do you know other than what you read? What do you know? I mean, I got a lot of respect for you and everything. You're a great actor. I think that you do a wonderful job on the show.
Well, you got a phony voice, too.
You know about the real life.
Well, you got a rag over the telephone so you sound like somebody else?
Hey, you better not disrespect this guy. If he is for real, he'll really
downstairs waiting for you.
He'll kill you.
All right, I'm sorry.
He's killed over 100 guys.
You get the shower curtain.
I like Puss. I got nothing against Puss.
No, that's right. I just don't understand.
Have somebody watching.
No, that's right. I just don't understand why you would come on a radio show as popular as Howard Stern and talk about all the guys you know and the people you killed.
Well, everybody that I mentioned is already on vacation. There ain't nobody to bother. I didn't mention nobody's name that could get hurt.
Right.
Well, me and Howard are going to come after you.
All right. So listen. Hey, Alley Boy, you're a great guy. Thanks for calling in.
We appreciate the call.
We do appreciate it. I believe you.
I believe him.
You do believe him? I believe him, absolutely.
Rob, do you believe this guy?
I believe him.
All right.
I do believe him.
What do I know?
Alley Boy, I think you're the real deal.
Is Jackie here this morning?
I'm
here and I don't believe
good morning.
One second, Alley Boy. What is it? Go ahead.
How? I just want to thank you for helping me every day get to work and listening to the radio and just making my day enjoyable. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Alley Boy.
And everybody on your crew, God bless them.
Thank you.
Have a good day, people.
Bye-bye. Alley Boy, everyone.
Call us again.
Bye, Alley Boy.
Let me tell you something. You got some balls disrespecting this guy.
Yeah, you're taking that role pretty seriously.
Yeah, you think you're starting to think you're in the mob.
Would want to do that.
You're starting to think you're in the mob.
I'm not in the mob. I'm sleeping with the fishes.
No, you were at one time a player in the mob. I know that.
How do you
I believe
know?
that because he was in the nightclub business.
Oh, that's right. He told us that.
He knows everybody.
And music, yeah, you probably.
He was around it. Come on.
Yeah. You had to pay somebody.
You're dancing around the issue.
I didn't have to pay anybody. I grew up with Tommy Mottola. I would have to pay anybody.
Right. Well, Tommy knows what's going on. What?
Did he whack anybody?
You ever whack anyone? I don't think he was that big a player.
Did I whack anybody? No, I never whacked anybody.
You never got your button.
Did you ever get your button?
No. In fact, I got a zipper on.
A button is when you get made.
Yeah, buttons you get made.
So you got to whack somebody before you get made.
Like Tony, because Big Pussy caught it at the end. Did you see Tony went up to that kid and said, I recommended you for your button?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Yeah. That means he's going to be in the mob.
Who's he recommending?
There was a spot open now.
Are you heartbroken that you're not in The Sopranos anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, I could imagine you're so good in the role and the notoriety.
It was tough. It was really tough.
When did they tell you?
Well, I kind of knew when we started going into the second season where it was going to go. I didn't know exactly when and how we were going to do it. We didn't get that script until like 4 days before. It was hard. David said it was hard for him to write.
The way you acted when they were going to shoot you and then you got all dizzy and your equilibrium was off.
Yeah.
I was listening it down.
Yeah.
Sit down.
It was the best dying scene ever.
Yeah.
You knew you were getting it, and yet...
Richie was good, but you were better.
Yeah, not in the face, the eyes. Don't leave my eyes.
You didn't like it, Robin?
I didn't like the beginning of the episode.
Oh, the
all
dreams?
the dreaming. Yeah.
That was great.
I watched it again last night. Actually, the first time I saw it was Friday night at...
You were at a party, right?
I read that in the paper that you watched it with a bunch of friends.
With a couple of
No,
friends.
it wasn't a big party. What happened is this: the news came over and just, I was with a couple of my friends.
Did you tell anyone that you were going to get whacked in the last episode? Did anyone know beside you?
My daughter did, but she kept it to herself. She did.
It was the best kept secret. No one ever leaked it.
It
I
really
mean, and
was.
that could have gotten leaked.
Yeah.
That would have ruined it for everyone.
Usually they write it in the tabloids. It didn't even get there.
Because right up into the end, you thought maybe they're going to, just beat him up or do something, let him go.
Yeah, but they can't let him go. Then it wouldn't have been good.
It wouldn't have been real.
No.
Gotta make an example.
Did you in real life beg the producer, look, kill little Steven? Crying out loud.
Don't talk bad about Stevie.
I'm not talking bad about him, but you know he's not in the same league.
Listen to this.
No, you know little Stevie is not.
He's a good friend of mine.
Right, but do you
I'm sure he is.
Do you think that he was put in The Sopranos because he was in Bruce Springsteen's band?
I'm not going to talk bad about Steven. I love him.
No, listen to me. I'm not asking you to talk bad. Do you think initially, because they didn't know if The Sopranos would be big?
David Chase is a
I'm here talking to you because I was with The Sopranos.
But wait a second. Did you think that he was? Do you think he's as good an actor as you and Gandolfini and the other guy?
Stevie's a good actor. I love working with Stevie.
Yeah. Don't you think they put him in because he was in Bruce Springsteen's band?
No, I think because he's Jersey. He was an original guy.
Okay.
That's what I really feel.
All right.
I thought he was great in the beginning. I just think he's overacting now.
He's getting a little too. He's too big, too full of himself.
Lee Strasberg sitting over here.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right.
So Jackie, did you go to work yet on that Bobby Capelli movie yet? Red Squares?
Not yet.
Jackie's working on a movie?
Jackie? Nobody knows that?
He's the little Steven of the Capelli movie.
You didn't work yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, I worked last week.
Now, what is it? Are you concerned now with your career? Are you afraid you're going to be typecast as Big Pussy?
No. Big Pussy's dead. Big Pussy was a character.
It's over now.
Yeah, he's gone.
You created that character. He's gone.
I mean, I'm gonna be. I got a job coming up with Vince Vaughn. And John Favreau. We're going to shoot here in New York.
Right. Maybe I'll come down on the set. Maybe I should visit you on the set.
You should get in a couple of the projects that I'm in.
Really?
Yeah,
those guys are great.
Jackie's working.
Should I visit you on the set?
What about this?
Why are you avoiding my question?
Why?
Should I visit you on the set?
Howard, I would love to have you visit me on the set.
What would we do? We'll go to your trailer and bang hookers? What would we do? Chauncey Hayden.
Run my line.
Chauncey Hayden, who has inside information, says what, Chauncey?
Can somebody whack Chauncey?
Very reliable source tells me that Big Pussy will be back next year in many, many, many dream sequences.
That was Ralph.
Good. Very guilty.
How do you know this? Chauncey, how do you know that?
I can't say who my source is.
All right, but how do you know about this? Give us an idea that this is authentic information.
Someone who is very close to the show. I mean, the show is filmed in New Jersey.
This guy's never been wrong.
The show's filmed in Queens.
See, he knows everything.
Here I go. The guy's never been wrong.
A lot of the episodes are filmed in Jersey.
All right. Okay.
But anyway, so reliable source.
All right. I'm going to.
Do you know this?
I'm going to sit back and wait for you to tell me I'm going back to work again.
Do you know anything about this?
This talk, but you have to think about. Who knows. You got to think about.
All right, so you are back in The Sopranos. That's the information. We've just learned that Big Pussy has not left The Sopranos.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Howard, I did not.
Yes, you did.
What a comeback.
I did not say that, Howard.
Yes, you did. Good. I'm glad.
I would love to still be on the show as
you are.
Whatever, but
you'll come back as a fish.
I don't.
You will be Tony's.
You'll be Tony's fish.
You'll be Tony's consigliere now.
Yeah.
You'll
consigliere.
Consigliere. Whatever that is. I thank you, Chauncey.
You got to think about.
You're a great actor, but a bad liar. You already know you're back in The Sopranos.
Oh, Howard, come on.
Tell the truth. As big a show as Sopranos is, and by the way, every actor wants to be in it.
9 million viewers for that final episode.
Let me just say something. They never paid you well. True or false?
Howard.
What?
I got paid pretty good.
No.
Yes, I did.
No.
I made a lot more money than I did in the bar business.
That's true, but you never received big money.
I got a lot more money than I did driving a limousine. And I probably made more money on HBO I ever get if I worked for you.
Well, that's true.
By the way, I've been auditioning for South. What's the name of your show?
Son
of the Beach.
Son of the Beach.
I have a part for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, how do you look in a thong?
That's what I said. That's what I went over there. They said put the thong on.
I'm going to have the mob infiltrate
the beach.
The beach.
Oh, okay.
And you're going to come in there.
Available.
It turns out you wash up on the beach after Sopranos.
After you shot by
It turns out he was alive, and then Knox Johnson saves him. And you become one of the lifeguards.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Because now Tony has to go find him.
And then Tony, James Gandolfini, has to come to the beach to find big pussies.
It'd be funny to put him in a dream sequence.
Maybe I wash up on the beach.
I'm going to talk to you about that. Listen, I am proud of you. The reason I asked you to come in here today is because I want to congratulate you on a great season.
Yeah.
I love the show. It is a great show.
Thank you very much.
And you have proven yourself to be an excellent actor.
Well, thank you.
Your dying scene.
Me like, speechless.
Hold it. Your dying scene was one of the best I've seen.
I thought you were really dying. I thought they were really going to shoot.
It was a great scene, and it proves that you can hold your own with Bobby D.
Wow.
Al Pacino.
Wow. Thank you, Howard. You're making me cry.
And of
Joe
course,
Pesci.
Joe Pesci.
Little Steven.
And Little Steven.
Thank you very much.
Paulie was great.
Well, Paulie's always great. Paulie's great.
Yeah.
I have nothing bad to say about him.
I love that guy.
No.
Afraid to kill him.
And congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The great, no longer will I call him Big Pussy, it's Vincent Pastore.
Thank you, Howard.
He's a great actor. Vinny, if I may. And I wish you continued success.
I was very happy. I heard you said you want me on the show. I said, let's do it.
We wanted to congratulate you. That's all.
Okay.
Leave it at that.
Okay, don't milk it.
You're a friend of mine.
Don't milk it.
When you have a project,
Jackie's giving me a compliment. Don't milk it.
When you have a project to promote, you come to me because you're a friend of mine.
Or is it a friend of ours?
No, friend of mine. He's a friend of mine.
What's the difference?
He's not a friend of yours.
Friend of ours. He's made. He's in.
Right. No, you're a friend of mine.
Jewish. He can never be in the mafia.
Half Jewish.
Half Jewish?
Half Italian.
What's the other half?
Italian.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Sicilian.
He still can't get in.
Oh, Sicilian? You're full of...
He still can't get in.
Let's call the beast Sicilian.
No.
You're not Sicilian.
Let's take a break and thank once again the great Vincent Pastore. Big Pussy.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be back right after these.
All right, so anyway, John was out there, and he runs into Edie Falco, who is Mrs. Tony Soprano.
Edie, how are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You look great, by the way. Can you come over? Because I'm not going to get any audio if you don't come over. All right. You're from New York, right?
I am.
Yeah, so am I. Good. Fellow New Yorker. Do you think that geezers like Nicholson, Beatty, De Niro, and Harrison Ford should finally retire?
I would never call them geezers. It doesn't get better than those guys.
Who do you hate in show business?
Oh, I don't know where to start.
When you're in front of a mirror, do you always stare at your genitals?
Are you from Howard Stern?
Yeah. See, Howard loves
Howard.
Do you?
I do. Well, he just had a birthday. Happy birthday, Howard.
Yeah, 47.
That's a lie.
No, I promise.
Are you kidding me? Really?
How old are you?
47.
Really?
No.
You're a lot younger, right?
What's that?
You're a lot younger, right?
I am younger than that, yes.
Let me ask you just a couple more, right? Do you find it disgusting that the most money-making movies like The Grinch and Mission Impossible 2 are also some of the worst movies this year?
The
Grinch was good.
I actually like The Grinch. I thought it was good. I laughed my head off, actually.
Do you find it odd that Penelope Cruz, Salma Hayek, and Antonio Banderas can barely speak English and yet are so popular?
I've never heard of them.
Let me ask you one more, and then I'll let you go. The last one. Do you make audible sounds when you play with yourself?
Dear Lord, have mercy. This is the last time I ever walk up to one of you guys. Yeah, that's right. I got a husband who's going to...
Answer?
Thank
you, Edie. Big fan. Really, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Big fan. Big fan.
Big fan.
His usual sign-off.
Well, there you go. And then he did the unspeakable, too.
I love that. Get a lump of clay for your nose. Stilts, and get a job where you have to go to bed early every night. That is so true. What I did last night was I was so excited. I had my 2 hours of The Sopranos. I got home from Long Island. I got myself right into bed. I took a nice shower. By the way, I took out a 45-minute shower last night.
Why 45 minutes?
Because I had stopped conditioning my hair and I had stopped combing through it. And I had developed such a rat's nest of curls and tangles that for over a half hour I was in the shower trying to untangle my hair. And so much hair falls out of my head when I take a shower. This has been my whole life. And you know I got a full head of hair. But going through the clumps of hair, I got such thick hair. My arm hurt. I couldn't lift my arm. And the other day, my shower was overflowing, I undid the cork, the seal.
The trap, yeah.
There was so much hair that it smelled.
Oh.
It smelled. There was so much. I'm going to throw up. The hair was just clogged into the drain. So deep. I pulled out clumps. Oh, I'm going to vomit. Thinking of it. And it stunk to high heaven. Like the worst bowel movement you ever smelled.
Get out.
Yeah, that's what happens when hair just lays in there.
It ferments.
It ferments.
What happens when hair just lays in?
Yeah, that's what happens. And I'm sitting there with a comb, a giant comb, trying to get through. I use a pickaxe, and I'm trying to get through my hair. And now you can see my hair is not all clumped up. See, I had a thought. With curly hair, if I let my hair go curly now. I don't try to straighten it. I don't blow dry it anymore. I just let it go curly, as you can see.
You're using your natural curl.
I'm using my natural curl. And that's the latest thing. I am the most in thing on the planet. I am so in.
You're so funny, because I was watching, I forget which makeover show. You know, there's so many of them.
I watch them all, because I know there's hope.
I saw the hairdresser guy.
Yeah.
He was like, yes, I love her natural curl.
Yes.
And so I went with it.
You know what? When chicks go with their natural curl, they never look that good. They don't. You know, they all go with their natural curl now. They put a little bit of gel in there.
And they go with the curl.
And they don't look that good. But I look good with my natural curl.
Unlike you.
Yeah. God, you should see how much hair is in the drain of my shower.
You should have brought it in. You should have bagged it up and brought it in for us.
I made a toupee out of it for Scott. Could you imagine?
Bring it in. Next time.
Myria Moore is on the phone. She's going to teach us about internet dating.
We have talked to Myria before.
Yeah, isn't she a friend of yours?
Well, she's one of the witches, I think.
Yeah, she's in your witch group. She's a witch. But no, she's going to talk to us about how to date on the internet. She's going to give us tips. God only knows what the tips are. Also, where's Big Black? Is he still on the phone? Good. Because he's got celebrities thanking God at the Soul Train Awards.
Oh, wonderful.
And everyone who's on the phone right now I want to talk to right after Myria. So if you can hold on.
Don't go away.
Yeah. Anyway, I watched, so I laid in bed last night after I untangled my hair. And
The Sopranos.
The Sopranos, because everyone wants to know what I think of the first 2 episodes of The Sopranos. And you know what? I love that show.
And those weren't the great episodes?
Great. I loved it.
So well written. It was so funny.
Marco Battaglia and Pat Menachia tell me they're no good the first 2 episodes. I thoroughly enjoyed them.
Marco said that?
Marco says...
I saw him at the premiere. He didn't tell me he didn't like it then. He said good things.
Because Pat goes, I don't like... You know, he's a real man. I don't like the first 2 episodes. And Marco goes, thank you.
Oh, you know what? He needed Pat there to say it was bad.
Right. He goes, he worships Pat, so whatever Pat says, he suddenly changes his opinion.
How dare he?
He can't even get an opinion out of this thing. But I can't believe more people aren't talking about the funniest goddamn thing in there was that, you know, the woman who played Tony Soprano's mother died. So they brought her back through, they were carrying on, they're bringing her back through some kind of computer process.
Regeneration.
You know, to make her into Robo-Mom. Well, you had to see this thing. It was the scariest goddamn thing you ever saw. I don't know how they do it.
Well, I know how they do it.
But she looked goddamn frightening.
They took another woman.
Go ahead.
They had an actress.
Play her.
Play her and be where Nancy Marchand would have been if she was alive.
Yeah.
So they sat her in that chair and had her. And then they took Nancy Marchand's face and plastered it on her head and plastered it on this other woman's body.
And then they had somebody move in the mouth like Clutch Cargo. Remember Clutch Cargo? where they just have like, it looked like a dummy mouth. Ron Zimmerman wrote me a note. He goes, that was Clutch Cargo. And he's right. That was like they had the head on there and then the mouth moved up and down.
Seemed to be floating around. It wasn't right with the body.
I knew something was wrong, and I just went, why didn't they just say your mom died and have a flashback like they did? Would have been fine. Why'd they have to computer animate the mother?
Because I guess they wanted her in there one more time.
Oh, it was so bad.
It was funny.
It was scary. It was like Freddy Krueger sitting in that chair. Oh, man. Oh.
But there was that one, where were they? And I thought, I got a little scared when they were like in the funeral home and they were asking, is Mom here? And it was kind of dark and they were all walking around and you saw those coffins in the background.
Yeah.
I got really freaked out, like, oh my God, they're in there with a dead body.
Yeah, as long as they didn't bring that mother back on camera. Holy
they had to
mackerel.
kill her after that.
Oh, they had to. Holy Christ.
Yeah, well, the reason nobody's talking about it is because everybody wrote it up in the newspaper before people got to see it.
Oh, man.
Which was wrong.
It was scary. And by the way, the hot chick on that show, I don't know her name.
Who?
The blonde.
Christopher's girlfriend?
Yeah. Who, by the way, I met in real life at a bar one night who thinks she's way hotter than she is. I just want to make an announcement to that chick, whatever Christopher's girlfriend is. You're not that hot.
I don't even know her name. That's how not hot she is.
I mean, she has a nice body and everything, but, I mean, come on. Take a good look in the mirror. You're not that smoking hot.
Somebody has pumped her up.
Yeah, because I went over and I said hello, and you would have thought that she was
queen.
The queen. You would have thought she was Julia Roberts the way she was carrying on. You're on The Sopranos, and it's a very minor part.
Yeah,
and after The Sopranos, you're not going on to something else. Calm down with yourself.
Nobody's even noticed.
Oh, she was so snotty. She's like, oh, hello.
I always look at her and go, she's got a flat head.
Well, whatever. But anyway, she's hot on that show. Christopher's girlfriend.
That's the best.
Gets a brand new tennis instructor. And there's definitely a lesbian thing going on.
That is the best.
And they're going into a lesbian plot line. I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
She's hanging all over her.
Please make those two get it on.
Baby. That is some of the funny stuff, because she's like, Carm, you pick up the balls. I'm going to work with whatever.
Yeah, because the tennis instructor is way hot and is wearing no bra.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, that's hot.
She's got no bra. She's totally at attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it was completely unbelievable as a tennis instructor, but it worked for me as a man.
Worked for me. All right, so a lot of dudes. What are you doing now? What are you doing now?
I do like a lot of different things now.
Well,
all right, I'm like a Jamaican. I bartend at a nightclub.
Yeah.
Hush. I bartend and I'm a waiter at Brunelli's. I coach high school wrestling. I work on The Sopranos and I do stand-up.
Now, what do you do with The Sopranos? I've never seen you on there.
You'll see me this Sunday.
And what do you do?
I get into a fight.
You do? You actually act? You get
line?
You
I have a line. Yeah, kiss my ass.
Who do you have a fight with?
One of the mobster's sons, and Michael Imperioli's in the scene, and Max Casella.
It seems like they're letting the son have more of a role now, and it looks good. He looks like he can actually act.
Yeah, he is. You know, he's really good.
Looking real good.
You know, I asked Grillo. It was funny. I was watching the first episode, and I saw Anthony Jr. smoking. But in real life, he's not. He just turned 16.
Yeah.
And I guess they have, like, fake cigarettes.
Right, those vegetable cigarettes.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to let a kid smoke a real cigarette.
Yeah.
You know what he told me? I saw the premiere of The Sopranos.
Yeah.
And he came up to me and he said, hey, Robin, how you doing?
Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Not Grillo, the kid who plays Anthony Jr.
Right.
And he said, would you tell Grillo to stop coming to the set drunk?
Whoa.
No, I tell you, I work at a nightclub, so I don't get off until like 4:30.
Yeah.
So I'll have a drink and then go home, take a nap, and then I get up and I go to work. I show up on time, and like, it's obviously I've been up all night, so he makes fun of me that I'm drunk.
Howard, you got to understand something. With Grillo's main job on the show, he did get a part. But Grillo is Anthony Jr.'s stand-in. When they're blocking scenes...
Are you kidding? I didn't know that.
He stands in for Anthony Jr. So
I did not know that.
Yo, it's awesome. Like, because you get to sit there.
I can see how everything works.
No, you get to be on the set, like, all the time.
I can be on the Z and see what works.
Let him explain, like you tell me how the blocking works, how it works.
Grillo, man, he's always on the cusp.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you know, I work.
And Anthony Jr. is like 16. Grillo's already 30.
100.
Yeah, and bald.
Yeah, and bald. And he's the stand-in for the kid.
Oh, my God.
How'd you get that? Because I know you were hanging around that Anthony Jr. kid like forever and ever and ever. So
no,
did you nag him for the job?
Are you kidding me? No.
Whatever.
Michael DeCasper, who was your second AD that I worked with on Private Parts as a PA, he's the second AD there. And then he introduced me to the casting agent. And she's the one who books me.
You have to go through a casting agent to be the stand-in?
Well, extras casting. There's extras casting and there's principal casting, so...
I was asking Steve...
Yeah.
Nice career move, buddy.
It is a nice career move.
You're taking a nice step down the corporate ladder.
All right, so what you're here to say is you are now... Well, how do you make a Gibson?
A Gibson? I have no idea. You know what? I don't know how... It's not about... Bartending is just not about making drinks. It's a lot of...
What is it about?
What is it about?
What?
What is bartending about? Bartending is not about making drinks?
No, it's not.
What is it about?
So, but there's a lot of...
You're getting the ice and cleaning the glasses.
Yeah, it's about it. No, it's just you don't have to know every drink to be a bartender. I don't know every drink. I'm constantly asking people what's in that.
Howard Gibson is like a famous drink.
I know, but don't you think you should like put your mind on it if you're going to be a bartender?
Dude, when you're a bartender, you need to know how to open beer. Yeah. And make vodka and tonic. Okay, that's all you need. Like, people don't go. You know, nobody's ever once asked me for a Gibson. I've been bartending 3 years. People drink Tanqueray and tonic. They drink Jack Daniels and Coke. They drink Cosmos and apple martinis. You know how to make like 10 drinks. You don't need to know anything else.
I don't know. If I was a bartender, I don't believe it.
Dude, how can I make
drink in the world?
Of course.
Yeah, because you probably went to bartending school. I never went to bartending school.
Maybe you should go.
I don't need to.
Why?
I've already made a great living off of it for 3 years, not knowing every drink in the world. You don't need to know every drink.
How much do you make being a bartender?
A night?
Yeah.
Anywhere from $200 to $400.
Oh, wow. That's pretty damn good.
Paid not to know.
I don't know. If you want that,
being a bartender,
it's not about being a bartender.
Having a personality, knowing how to count the money right. That's the most important thing when you're a bartender is your draw.
Isn't the most important thing to make a good drink?
I make great drinks. I guarantee you that.
Frank, you're on the air. Go ahead. You're on with. Excuse me, Frank. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey.
Steve, do you have your own dressing room on The Sopranos?
Why would I have a dressing room?
Well, I'm curious because I catered. I was commissioned to cater a party, and one time I recognized you because I watched Howard for years, and I'm like, "Hey, Steve, what's up?" And I said something about your head, and you're kind of like, "Just plate the food, buddy."
What?
I don't know. He hung up.
But
it's
do
just
people still recognize you?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
People recognize you?
Do they give you a
all the
hard
time.
Or?
You know what?
Do they recognize you from your TV appearances, like when you wore the diaper? And
yeah. No, it's always like, it's the same one every single time. Hey, I remember when they shaved your head.
Yeah.
You know, like my worst moment ever in my entire life. If I could pick one day that I would like to change, it would be that day. And it's just like, that's the day that my most embarrassing.
You were crying that day.
I didn't cry. You know what? I went into like a coma. I was just like, I couldn't think for like 3 days after that.
Imagine that.
And then when I woke up, I didn't care about losing my hair anymore, though.
Embarrassing moment should be?
What?
The day they put that tat on his arm.
The clatter. It's the clatter.
I'm actually going today.
What, you get another tattoo?
Yeah, I'm getting work done on this one.
Oh,
actually, your boy who did yours, Sean.
Oh, Sean Vasquez. He's a top guy. He's a top guy.
Yeah.
He'll be very lucky. At least I know he can do straight lines.
Yeah, third time's the charm.
So, Grillo,
he'll actually hit the shoulder.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that you are now an actor, bartender?
You know what? To tell you the truth, I hate saying like that I'm an actor. People go, "What do you do?" I go, "You know what? I'm a wrestling coach. That's what I do."
Yeah.
What
do you
like
Howard?
I feel weird saying I'm an actor. You know, I want to make a career in the movie business, and that's what I'm working on. You know, but it's like.
He gets weird acting roles.
What do you put on your tax return?
Did he play bowling
where they say employee, employment?
I don't know. I don't do my taxes.
Oh.
You don't send any money?
You know what? I put like
bartender. Who does your taxes?
No, I give it to my friend.
Oh, he's
an accountant.
He writes stuff down.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't even know what they write.
I don't even know. I don't care. Like when it comes to financial crap, I'm not good at it. So.
Well, you are like an actor.
Yeah.
They're going to fleece you so quick. Yeah, go ahead.
He gets very weird acting roles. Because I was just telling him he was on, what was it, Law and Order? Was that what you were on? A couple of years ago?
Like it was, but that was.
So you know, here he's going to be on Law and Order, and I'm watching it one night, and the guy goes, "Have you seen this guy?" And he throws out a Polaroid of a dead guy. It's Grillo.
It's Grillo. You know? Nice job.
No, but didn't he play a bowling ball in one of the commercials?
Yeah, it was.
You were a bowling ball.
I was the roller bowling, and they threw me down the.
They threw you down a bowling alley.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good part.
It was a commercial. Hey.
All right, listen, so here's the update. I think what I'm going to say is you can see Steve Grillo in The Sopranos this Sunday at 9 o'clock on HBO. And you are in this, is it really Don't Blink?
That's what he said to me.
Well, no, it's kind of a cool scene, and the cool thing is we got to shoot it twice.
And you get beaten up by a bunch of kids?
Yeah, the whole fight starts, and it's pretty cool.
All right, well, we'll look for Steve Grillo. Look for a guy with a bald spot.
In the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a kid, and you got a bald spot?
Yeah. No, I'm not a kid. I'm just someone...
Someone you get beat up.
Yeah.
And why do you get beat up?
I bump into somebody.
I see.
It was sort of like an accident kind of thing, but, you know,
all right.
guineas get a little uptight.
Right. All right, Steve Grillo, everyone, and we'll be back.
Wait a minute, like one other thing. Do the people on the set talk to you? Do you like talk to
actually,
James Gandolfini?
Everybody on the set is the coolest. Like the whole cast, they're all.
James Gandolfini talks to you?
He doesn't really talk to anybody, but he'll be like, "Hey, what's up, man?" Give you a big smile, pat on the back.
Oh, to the stand-in.
It's more like Edie Falco is really, really cool.
She likes you.
Yeah, I like her. She's pretty hot.
Yeah, did you ask her out?
No.
Are you going out with her?
I wouldn't have the ball.
You got a girlfriend?
Yeah.
I already had
a
a new girlfriend, and she's very pretty, I know.
Oh, yeah? You?
Got a piece of ass.
No kidding.
She's taller than him.
She's about 5'9".
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's like
how'd you get her?
I don't know.
Where'd you get her on the set?
I met her at I was bartending.
Go figure.
Yeah, don't ask.
Gibson.
Yeah, I would have been out.
I don't make Gibson.
I can't make that drink. Want to go out?
I only make about 10 drinks.
I only make
That's all you need to know.
Bartending isn't all about drinks.
It's about personality. It's not. It's about money and personality.
Money. You got to count the money.
You got to get people to come back.
And somebody was telling me he has the greatest life because he has this gift of gab that we have never heard.
I can gab.
And he gets into everything.
No, I can hail a gab. I have the gift of gab. All right.
You know, all of these parties around town, all the best clubs.
Yeah.
Grillo gets.
I'm a good guy.
With some like celebrity,
Right.
like Sule Me, Moonfry.
Yeah, no,
Come on, who wouldn't try to pick up Punky Brewster?
Grillo sort of, jumps to these lily pads. It's like, it's Soleil Moon Frye, it's the Bumblebee Kid, it's Anthony Jr. He does find people to hook up with that sort of.
I didn't hook up with Anthony Jr. I just got a job working with him.
Every time we turn around, you're with Anthony Jr.
Yeah, so you're with him at the Dysfunctional Family Pig. Like
you guys asked me to call him and bring him.
I didn't ask you.
No, the station did. They called and said, could you get him to come? I'm friends with his father. So I said, okay.
Howard's party.
You brought him Howard's party.
Yeah, because he's a big fan of the show and asked me to.
But you're buddies, sort of, right? You friends?
I work with him.
What, are you friends?
Yeah, I'm friends with him.
So you are. So why are you saying you're not friends?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, he's grouping him in with everybody else.
He latched right onto that bubble.
No, Tom introduced me to the Bumblebee Kid.
And then
Tom said, Steve, this kid is great. Here, maybe he can help you out. I was looking to do something for a movie.
Tom looking for a way to not pay Grillo. Go ahead.
Hang out with the Bumblebee Kid.
Tom made that connection. I didn't call him up. Tom said, give him a call.
But somehow you work your way into their lives.
You were up there having dinner with.
I'm a good guy. People want to be friends with me.
Yeah,
sorry.
All right, that's what I'm asking.
I apologize.
All right.
Yeah, I remember the days he used to come here and go, oh, yeah, I was with Jeff Fahey last night.
Yeah, I was with Jeff Fahey.
Who was the woman that was the head of Paramount that he hung out with one night? Remember? I'm talking about the head of Paramount. What was that?
Sherry Lansing.
Yeah, didn't you do something with Sherry Lansing? There was somebody that you had hooked on with. I remember. You and your girlfriend.
We had a pajama party.
No, God.
Dude, if I knew, I would tell you. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Howard yelled at you. Howard got mad at you because you had sort of used his name to. Oh, come on.
Really?
Get into a Sherry Lansing party?
It was something where, he got into a party and.
The Grillo stories are endless, but suffice to say, he's on The Sopranos in some capacity this Sunday night at 9 o'clock on HBO, and he's working his way up.
He still wants to be in movies.
Yes.
So people keep looking for a part.
I could use it. Oh my God! I did
in the remake of Planet of the Apes. I think he actually is seen. He actually I think crawls underneath a monkey cage.
One day, Little Marty's in that.
I hope he stand in for Mel Gibson.
Yes, and he'll be standing in for a lot of famous people.
They told him
if
he works really hard, he could stand in for Christopher next season.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I grow an extra 5 inches. Man.
All right, we're going to take a break. And what does a stand-in do? They just stand there.
Well, you know what? You're standing there the whole time. You got to be like on the set.
You have to know
for 12 hours. Be on top of it. As soon as they cut, you have to be there to stand in. So they come in, they adjust the lighting, they adjust the angles. And
isn't it a little humiliating to stand, and then the star comes in and gets to do all the fun stuff?
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But you're there but I made a good connection too. Like one of the directors liked me, and he said, "Hey, I'm directing this. Give me your headshot." And he directs 2 episodes a season of this. So
I got one more. I got one more story to tell.
Maybe Jackie can be a stand-in. He left the show.
We can now.
Yeah, I'll stand in for James Gandolfini.
When Grillo first got the part in The Sopranos, the one line he was telling me how, even though he works on the show, that the director told him, I'm giving you this part, not because you work on the show, because a lot of people that want to be on the show, giving you this part because you're good.
Really?
He said that, yeah.
He did?
Henry Bronstein blew me away. And he's like a gruff guy. He's like, seasoned veteran, doesn't talk to anybody.
You should make him a Gibson. All right, we got to take a break. That's Steve Grillo on The Sopranos, Sunday at 9 o'clock.
Friday I'm at Hush, and Wednesday and Saturday at Brunelli's.
I'm sure everyone's going to be looking for you there. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back right after these. Which one? We got to do the news next. Some guy wrote me a hate letter yesterday. He said he can't believe everybody has cancer. He says, and you don't get it. I said, great.
What's up with
Would that make you happy?
The big casino. Even Junior Soprano got the big casino. I love when he said that.
Yeah.
I got the big casino.
The big casino. I love The Sopranos.
But you know what, Howard? Not for nothing. It's the best show in the world, but this year it slipped a bunch of notches.
No way.
The first 2 shows were great. I'm agreeing
Let
with
me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. As an Italian
The Sopranos are the best this season they've ever been.
What has been happening the last 2 weeks?
I love it.
Nothing.
First of all, Joe Pantoliano is ruining the show.
Why? Why do you say that?
He's last year's Richie, and he's not as good.
He is watered down Richie. He's Richie Aprile light. He's Richie light. I can't believe it's not Richie. That's what he's doing.
That's right.
It's so over the top. It's so stupid. No one can match the epic battles that Tony had with his mother and with Richie Aprile.
That's right.
The fights with Metal, the fights with Pantaleon. Get out of here.
I disagree. I feel they've expanded the characters nicely, that you don't only get a glimpse of Tony Soprano and his wife as the major characters, but they're expanding the...
I mean, last year you saw Big Pussy, you saw Paulie Walnut. A lot of guys last year.
That's right. This year you get none of the other guys. Where is the guy from Italy, Furio?
Yeah, where's Furio?
He'll be there.
If I see Dr. Melfi talking to Peter Verdamish one more time, I'm going to kill somebody.
About what? I don't know.
Who cares? It's the Sopranos' friends.
I like the rape scenario. I like where it's going.
When
I
they
know.
killed the girl,
I love
that was horrible.
That was terrific. That shows the violence of organized crime.
Yeah,
these guys do that.
Let me tell you something. I know those guys. They don't double team a girl like that, then take her home and watch videos and cook dinner for like Ralphie Cifaretto did. That's too much baloney.
Oh, come on. That happens not only in organized crime, but in a lot of different areas.
He threw a punch that would have knocked out a 6-year-old. The girl dies. Then Soprano punched him 6 times, and the guy's got no blood in his face. Get out of here. It's so stupid.
I disagree, but
I love that show more than anything.
I love it.
But I'm nervous. And when I heard about ABCNews.com is reporting someone gets whacked next week, and I'm really getting upset about this one.
Don't tell me, because I don't know who it is.
I'm not going to say nothing, but if this guy gets whacked, I'm done with the show.
Yeah. They're saying a major character gets whacked.
A major guy for the last 2 seasons. If he gets whacked, I'm out. I can't take it.
I don't want to know. Please do not tell me.
I won't tell you, but it's always on the internet. It's all over the place.
Yeah, I know, but I've been trying to avoid it, and so far I have.
I read it by accident, and I'm out of my mind.
You're incensed,
I'm out of my mind if this guy gets whacked.
Well, you're wrong.
But I've watched the last 2 weeks. Nothing has happened.
I love this show so much.
No, that's not true.
Nothing has happened.
Here's what's happening. Meadow in college is good because it's interesting to see the daughter of a mafia guy. It was great when she was dating the black guy and he called him a moulignon.
That's stupid. Let me tell you something right now.
Why?
I'm an Italian guy. You would never use that phrase to an Italian in your own house. Tony would have been much cool. If you're a captain of the mafia, you would never use that phrase to a young black kid in your hallway.
Yeah, but he took him aside and he told him off.
You wouldn't say that in person. You'd say, get out of my house. You'd call him a Titsune to your family, not to his face. And then the kid has the nerve to go, I should have knocked him out.
You know what you remind me of? You remind me of Cousin Brucey, who is a disc jockey. In every disc jockey movie he watches, he goes, listen to this. Every disc jockey movie he watches, he goes, I got to tell you something. Good Morning Vietnam is not a good movie because the DJs kept the microphone too far away from their face. Now, it is true that you know...
I don't know that much about the mafia.
You know mob guys.
Because he has a lot more mafia in his family.
No. You know mob guys and stuff.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
But everything doesn't have to be so literal.
For people like you.
Right.
For people like me, I know what's fake and what's real. And
whether Tony Soprano would call a guy a Titsune in his house, how do you know Tony Soprano wouldn't do it?
AJ, you're 1% of 1% of the people that watch the show.
No, I'm not. I love that show.
No, but I mean...
I'm very nervous that it's failing. I love it.
I don't want to get into a whole argument.
But I was going to say, I agree with you, Howard. I think the show is better than ever this year.
Yes.
Do you think you think she's going to leave him? Do you think that Mrs. Soprano's going to leave Tony?
No, she's not leaving anybody.
That's what's great about it.
And you know what? I'll tell you why I think
her angst is great. The character's great. The Uncle Junior with his cancer and the big fat guy who takes care of him, Bacala. These are all great characters.
Yeah, but what about Paulie Walnuts?
Okay.
All right.
We'll get to it.
You'll get to it. What are you in a rush?
We got a half a season left.
I'll
tell you why
I even like bringing in. I even like the affair that's going to develop.
Annabella Shura is great.
Yeah,
that was good.
I'll say one thing.
This is an exciting program.
This is all. I'll say one thing. Everything is cool, but Joe Pantaleon needs to get whacked.
He will get whacked. Of course he's going to get whacked.
He's so over the top.
Tony, he's not over the top.
There's no one likes it. You can't talk to a captain that way.
Richie Aprile, you loved him. He was talking to Tony.
But how scared were you?
But at least Richie had done some time for Tony. There was a reason to give him a little bit of slack.
And
how great was the scene where Ralphie is chosen to be the new leader because he looks at these four guys and he realizes they're all bums. I got to do business with them. It's a great show. All right,
it's a great show. Don't say it. I love the show.
Of course you love it.
I don't like Ralphie Cifaretto.
Meadow took the lamp with the listening device.
It's going to unfold.
It doesn't happen all at once. These are all threads that are being put. It's fabulous threads that are, every week you tune in to see what's going.
I love the show. I love the show. I hate Ralphie Cifaretto.
First of all, the FBI...
Janice gets beaten up by the Russians. What happens? Nothing.
First of all,
she got a leg back. That's the end of the story.
First of all, it's one of those situations where Tony lost.
Oh.
And the FBI by the way, probably discontinued the lamp. They don't want to listen to Meadow Soprano.
You're guessing because nobody has ever said anything.
I wish it was I do agree with one thing.
That's all I wish.
I agree with you.
You should all write a television show.
I agree with one thing. They're leaving a lot of loose threads that I fear they're not going to be able to tie up by the end of the season.
Let me tell you something. Baba Booey, I don't want you to be afraid. I see you have fears. Sit back, enjoy the show. Let's see what happens. Everybody relax.
I'm still watching.
Right.
That's a 6-3, but there was something else, too. A mystery record on CD1?
Yeah, Gary's got a mystery record.
What do I have to give away, though?
I think it's covered up.
Let me see. Oh.
What happened to that computer you were going to give away?
Yeah, I got a computer.
Yeah, it was an Apple computer. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't see it up here today.
That's gone.
It's gone? What happened? I never gave it away.
Yeah, it turns out we were supposed to give that away last week, and we didn't get to it, and they had to give it away in another day part.
I didn't know that. You can't do that to me.
Yeah, they took it away.
What do we have to give away?
We have $250 gift certificates to buy.com. We have those new Palm 105s, you know, those Palm things, things.
You want that?
Yeah, sure. I'll complete. I mean, yeah, fine.
Okay. What do you want, the Palm or the gift certificate?
The $250 to where? To buy.com? What's that?
Yeah, what is that?
That's a great website. You go on there, you get any sort of electronics, MP3 players, VCRs, computer stuff. Really, really good website. They deliver very quickly.
I bought from them.
I bought all my Christmas stuff from there.
Yeah, what you want?
I mean, I'm not really connected, so I'll go for the Palm Pilot.
Okay. Here you go. Here's a mystery record. Tell me who this is. Any clues, Gary?
No.
Famous person that you don't normally think is a recording artist?
Yeah. Not incredible.
Cosa dici?
Perché mi dighi su parole
amare? How's he gonna? How are you gonna get that? Is it Mayor Giuliani?
I mean, it's not an incredibly famous person, but it's a person from the show.
Oh, geez.
Most of us watch.
Beetlejuice?
I know who it is.
All right, take a guess.
The Jewish guy?
Who said it was a Jewish guy?
Why did we say that?
I mean, I don't know what you think. It sounds like...
No, it's Italian.
Whoa. Let's slow down, everybody.
Okay.
Let me hear your thoughts.
Man, damn. Can I ask questions? Is it an actor?
It sounds like it's Gary left, so don't ask me.
I think it's an actor. I'm right. I don't know if I'm right.
Can you play just a little bit?
You tell me you're always right.
No. See, here you go. Take me into a corner again.
Right.
Can you play just a little bit more?
It ain't gonna help, dude.
He is an actor, right, Gary?
That was me, Howard Stern. Whoever it is, it's horrible.
Is this the same caller that's been on for a little while?
Yeah.
Then he should know it.
He should.
Right, so it's obviously something to do with the Sopranos.
I should know it. Also, it's, oh, man, what's the guy's name that plays Tony? Oh, Jesus.
James Gandolfini?
Is it James Gandolfini?
No. The answer is no.
Is it Michael Imperioli?
No, wait, one guess.
Oh.
He's done already? Oh, poor thing.
Who is it, Uncle Junior?
Yeah.
Uncle Dominic Chianese.
Oh, he's going to be able to get that.
Well, he could have said Uncle Junior.
Not really that famous.
Hey, Fred, why do you still be a piece of note telling me who it is? I want to play the game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He always gives me the answer. I don't know. Well, I don't need the answer. I want to figure it out for myself.
All right. Sorry.
He's so proud of himself that he gets it, that he has to show me.
He's got to tell somebody, and he's going to tell you.
Got to tell Daddy.
And your dad.
Daddy, guess what?
I know who it is. Right, Robin?
Who knew? I didn't realize.
Yeah, I did a story not too long ago that he's going around to old folks' homes and singing to them, and now you can tell why. They can't get away.
He's got to be kidding with this.
You know what?
He reminds me of your dad singing.
Yeah. My parents would listen to this.
They would?
I mean, they wouldn't listen to it and cry.
What, did they do this to drown out the arguing? Or what?
No.
Why wouldn't they listen to somebody good?
Shut
up! Shut up!
I told you to shut up.
Shut up! Remember when your dad sang when you walked through a storm?
My dad does this. When you walk through a storm, keep your head up high. You got that, Freddie?
I got one.
Go ahead.
1, 2, now. We are now testing this out for proper modulation. As you will know,
that ain't him singing.
The proper modulation that is required is for the electric eye, which is a green type of tube. That's to open and close as we record. Now I will play this back to you.
And you walk through a storm.
That was really, because then, you know, he has really bad technique like this guy, and he runs out of breath. And
So, Howard, I don't get it, huh?
Yeah, you can have it.
Oh, thanks a lot, man.
It's the Palm M105. Easy to use, and visit palm.com for more information.
Thank you very much, guys.
Howard, this is from a new double CD, The Sopranos, Peppers and Eggs, and it's all different songs. It's coming out in about a week and a half. And I got to tell you...
Fred doesn't care. He's playing it right now. Well, let him finish his stuff. All right.
You hinted to the fact that you kind of knew who was going to get whacked next. Do you know that?
No, I don't want to know. I know there are people who know. The newspaper has said it. I don't want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I really don't either.
I don't either. I don't want to know anything about it. Why do they do
there
that?
are all kinds of websites where, you know, people like are dying to be the first to tell somebody.
Yeah, let's ruin the show.
This ain't Survivor. I want to watch the story.
Yes.
So it's a new CD. It's a double CD called The Sopranos, Peppers and Eggs. Comes out in like a week and a half. And it's a very bizarre collection of songs from the last couple of seasons. Everything from Elvis Costello, The Kinks, Bob Dylan, to Cecilia Bartoli doing Vivaldi.
Boy, are they trying to milk some kind of money out of The Sopranos?
Yeah, you know, they even have like a tour that takes you to the Sopranos site.
Well, they pay James Gandolfini $10 million a year. They got to figure out a way to make some money with the damn thing. How do you make money on HBO?
Oh, man.
Think about it.
Well, subscriptions, I guess. That's it.
I heard a guy call a radio station the other day, said he was upset. He canceled HBO because he thought the rape of Dr. Melfi was too violent.
I know, that's been the reaction of, not a lot of people are canceling, but a lot of people have said that went over the line.
Well, the guy's retarded. Why cancel HBO? Just don't watch The Sopranos.
Yeah.
You can't do that. If it was on, he'd have to watch it.
His complaint was that he's not going to be able to watch 61 because of The Sopranos. And I was like, well, you're the idiot that canceled it.
Who's he complaining to? He's the imbecile that cut off his subscription.
You should write a letter or something.
By the way, the movie 61, from what I hear, I haven't seen it, but if that Billy Crystal movie had been a theatrical release, it would have been in and out of the theater in 2 seconds. But because it's on HBO and it's original programming, Billy's carrying on. If that had to make money, no one goes see it.
But where does HBO get a $16 million budget for one of their movies?
Well, hey, good morning, everybody. What's happening? Like everyone on the show, I'm sure I stayed up late to watch The Sopranos, and, man, that was great. That's a great show. I heard some people putting it down.
What?
Why? Why would you put that down? It was riveting.
Last night's episode?
Yeah, it was riveting. I mean,
I was a little disappointed.
You guys are dreaming. What television show is even close to that?
No other television show, but they put themselves up to, you know what? Everybody was hinting that there was going to be this big, giant ending.
Those are critics. Listen, it's beautiful. It was so riveting. First of all, they had this guy, Jackie Jr., who was killed in the best way, in the truest mob way, you know, great mob films. Just didn't see it coming. The kid's a total idiot.
Right.
The kid's an idiot. And then the parallel of Tony's son, who is a bigger moron. And he goes, look, you know, it was perfect writing, because while Jackie Jr. was killed, Tony has this problem at home with this son of his who's a bigger moron than this Jackie Aprile Jr., that all of the sons of these mob bosses are retarded.
The one great line was, isn't stupidity a learning defect?
Yeah, and Tony turns to a psychiatrist and says, how am I going to save this kid? He's really faced with the fact that these kids who grow up in this lavish lifestyle, especially his own son, who's been given everything, wants to be like his father, wants to be bad, wants to be in the mob, but he's an imbecile. He's never had to struggle for anything. He's just not a bright kid, and you know he's going to end up in a casket if he keeps going. Then he brings him to this military school, which was unbelievable. This guy's speech to the son, the military guy, I never saw a speech like this. It was the greatest thing. These military guys are completely insane.
Oh, they're out of their minds.
Yeah.
That's like taking your child to a gas chamber.
Yeah, and then the seeds for next season are certainly planted with this guy, Ralphie, now, obviously making a move to take over the family. He's brilliant at it. He's like that teen in Survivor. He's playing everybody. He's got everybody paranoid. the Paulie dude thinks that Tony is favoring him and cutting him out.
Christopher is now still mad at Tony. They tried to apologize. Tony blew him off.
Right. It's fantastic.
And Meadows got a drinking problem.
And the performance, the performance of Carmela and the other wife, the Jackie Jr.'s mother.
Rosalie or something.
They got her hopped up on some Valium or something. She is so good.
Did you hear that wailing at the funeral?
It was fantastic.
See, dude, I've been to those funerals. I've seen that wailing.
That's right.
I have seen that wailing a lot.
I mean, and the thing between Meadow and Tony, it's terrific. It's great. And you still, for next season, you got everything all lined up. You know the Russians are going to be back to attack.
Yeah, but apparently they have gotten too big or something, because they're all these characters they don't know what to do with. 1 minute you got Tony's sister.
They're doing it.
With Ralphie's head in her breast. And you're like, well, where's she been for weeks? Right. And what's she doing there? And then she just climbs off his lap and goes.
Let me ask you something.
He disappeared this season.
When is the last time you saw your brother?
She's there.
Hold it. You don't know where she is.
Yes, she's living there in the mother's house.
Doesn't mean you see it. My sister lives on Long Island. I haven't seen her in 3 months.
She's a big problem. All of a sudden, she's not a problem?
She's not a problem.
What happened to the lesbian? What happened to the tennis instructor?
They concentrated. Hold it a second.
Please.
Then you had the plot line with they got this new woman coming in from the FBI who's befriending the woman who went to the tennis.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to understand something. They can't follow every plot line per se, but what you saw last night was terrific. You were riveted. Don't tell me you weren't.
I was not.
Then stop watching the show. You will not.
You can't punish me.
Yeah, you are not allowed to watch The Sopranos anymore. I'm taking it away from you.
Just because I want to criticize it doesn't mean I can't.
You've lost the right to watch it. I'm taking it away from you. That's all.
One of the funniest moments last night, the reason why Uncle Junior could never be in charge was when he gets to the cemetery and the cops are there, he ran like a big pussy.
That was great.
That was funny.
That was fantastic.
That was funny. But then, here it is, the last episode, we spent 25 minutes on Junior singing.
All right, that was dramatic. That I didn't need to see.
Watching a bunch of big fat Italian guys cry was funny.
Yeah, it was good. It was a great episode. So I stayed up to watch it, and now I'm suffering because, I don't know, this weekend I just didn't get the proper amount of sleep. My eyes are bugging out of my frigging head. I love that goddamn Sopranos, Robin.
And I'm sorry it's not good. There's not going to be an episode next week.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's with that? Well, thank God I'll get some sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that show.
On Sunday nights.
I love that show.
That's great.
I love it. Makes me glad to be alive. Hey, on our phone, not really planned or anything, is Joseph Gandolfini. Who is Joseph Gandolfini, Robin?
Well, you didn't give me a chance to ask. I was going to ask that same question.
Joseph Gandolfini is on The Sopranos. This is really funny, too.
Joseph Gandolfini?
Yeah, we keep getting offered people on The Sopranos to come on the show, but you don't get Gandolfini or Carmen or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
You get, this is the guy who shot Jackie Jr. in The Sopranos.
The big guy, the big fat guy.
The fat guy.
Bacala.
No, that ain't Bacala.
That's not even Bacala.
That was not Bacala. It's not even Bacala. We were offered Bacala, and I just kind of said, I don't think people care.
Right.
Hey, Joseph.
Howard.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's going on? I'm skinnier than Bacala, no?
Yeah, he is.
Just a little.
Yeah. It's really big. You're on The Sopranos, but, nobody cares.
Well, see that, I killed the heartthrob. I think, a lot of girls, now they hate me, but I'm ready to step in as a new sex symbol.
Are you a working actor? I mean, do you work a lot?
I've been in about 15 movies.
Oh, okay. There's a guy who's been working.
I mean, but in big roles or?
Well, me and Anthony Hopkins go for a lot of the same roles, so he gets them.
Do you have real connections, Joseph, or?
You mean with what?
Are you connected to the mob?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Brooklyn.
Right.
Bensonhurst, and I'm living now in Bay Ridge.
So you know mob guys?
Well, yeah. You go to some of the restaurants, you go around, you hear things, you see things.
You see, I'm even afraid of the guys on The Sopranos with Italian names.
Yeah, after you get past that first four, I'm afraid of everybody.
Because people tell me all the time there are guys on The Sopranos who are actually made men.
Yeah, and then they had that big roll call in Jersey. Remember that time? There was almost a mob riot in Jersey because everybody was trying out for The Sopranos. They actually hired people from that group.
I know.
Sure, they're connected.
I don't think any of the working actors or the guys with the recurring roles are any, made guys. They're probably guys that do some extra work that, hang around and, or wannabes or maybe even, connected to, I don't know if any maid guys would go on TV, but,
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know about maid guys on The Sopranos. Even just listening to that Joe Pesci interview, I think Joe Pesci's in the real mob.
Well, I don't know if he's in the real mob.
Because I believe his character so much, I go like, man, he must be in the mob.
Before he got his start, he's working those type of restaurants, hanging out with those guys. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
You pick up and you learn.
That's why I ain't going to bust his balls real bad.
Yeah, but he's an actor. He could act tough.
He'd probably kick my ass.
Howard.
Yeah.
Today, you speaking of bacalao, but, I have a restaurant in Bay Ridge.
Go ahead, give it a plug.
Soup Azard on 3rd Avenue, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. And bacalao and many of the Soprano cast members are coming to meet fans and sign autographs for the next couple of weeks. But today, bacalao will be there.
Oh, yeah, what time?
Between 12:30 and 3.
All right, there you go. Go meet Bacala over at Joseph Gandolfini's restaurant. Joseph is the guy who hit Jackie Jr. in The Sopranos. They're giving you a bigger part next year?
Well, I would think that I'm going to be Ralphie's main man, but you never know. You can go in the first episode.
Right.
Although, I guess it was a favor to Tony and Ralphie. Hey, Jackie was my cousin in that.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
My uncle, and when the scene in the hospital when we're eating the chocolates, my brother got clubbed?
Right.
And he wanted to... Robin, I met you at the premiere, by the way.
Okay.
But, it was passing. but Jackie was next to me, wanted to take care of the guy himself.
Yeah. Hey, man, congratulations on your part in The Sopranos. I know HBO doesn't pay much.
Well, it's better than the restaurant business, I'll tell you.
Right. Well, you're part of a great show, so that's cool.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, Howard. And if anybody wants to meet Bacala today at Soup Azard in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
All right, there's the place. Soup Azard, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, Joseph Gandolfini. Thanks, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. There you go. Now, I did you this favor by putting you on this show. Should I ask you for a favor in the future? I would like the same respect. I am a man of respect. Do not disrespect me and mine. I love all that mob crap. I love it. I love all the respect.
Thing of ours.
This thing of ours. This thing of ours.
I love that.
I have nothing. I have no thing of mine. This thing of ours. If you respect me, I will respect you. And in turn, we respect one another. This thing of ours. You respect me. Thank you.
I love you.
I love you.
Everybody loves each other.
I don't care.
Kill each other.
I don't care if you love me. You have to respect me. I demand you respect me. I don't care if you love me.
Don't. I love you.
You come to me. You say to me you love me. But let me say this to you in turn. I do not care if you love me. If you love me, that's fine. But you must respect me.
But what am I?
See? You will respect me.
What am I over here? I've been making a good living.
I'm the boss of all bosses. All these guys talk real slow. I say, you will respect me. And they're hugging and kissing.
But the other guys always, but I've been giving you good money. What about me? Now you are a captain.
I saw some guy in the newspaper who was like a maid guy, and he said, there's no way that if no way a captain would demand a sit-down over money.
Right.
He was like saying how wrong The Sopranos is. Like we care.
Yeah,
but
like who cares? Who knows?
But he was saying, but he does know. And he goes, a captain would never argue at the sit-down. Once the boss says the money, that's it.
Yeah.
You must.
That is a sign of disrespect.
The boss. I like when they get real experts.
Like they got some real formal line of or chain of command.
As soon as a guy knows all that stuff, you should just throw him in jail.
That's right. I usually think that's not a real made guy.
Yeah. You know this? If you know this, then I'm throwing you in jail.
The chain of command is very important.
I don't want you out. Yeah, chain of command.
Hey, now. Hey, I'm very excited to meet Joey Pantaleone.
Hi.
Joey
Pantaleano?
Whatever. Joey Pantaleano, who, of course, you're right, Robin. Joey Pantaleano, who is he does such a great job on The Sopranos. His character's name is what, Robin?
I forget.
See? Frankie? Wow, there you are. See, you look different. Nice meeting you. Real cool to meet you, actually.
By the way, I saw that movie you're in, Memento. I loved it.
Yeah, thank you. Me too.
I'll tell you why I love it. There's this movie out, Memento.
But I think it says something about society and women, the
bad boy.
excitement.
They like the bad boy.
Yeah.
They do.
You know, even
James Gandolfini. That's not a good-looking guy, and now he's a sex symbol, for Christ's sake. The guy needs to lose 100.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking, right? But you always got hot broads. I mean, your wife's a model, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I did all right.
That's nice.
Howie, but you know.
What?
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's enough.
It's enough with that? All right. So, okay, let me play along with me here. Mike Walker is from the National Enquirer. I don't know how you feel about the tabloids. I love them. I love to read about dirt.
I do. I specialize in the 9 items, the last line. I love it.
Well, that's Mike's forte, right, Mike?
Yeah, Howard.
How are you, Mike?
I'm okay, man. How are you?
Mike Walker. By the way, did you say hello to Joe? Do you like me Joey or Joe?
Joey.
Did you say hello to Joey?
No, I did not. Hi. I'm a great, I really am a great fan. You know what Joey is like? He's like those old character actors. You know guys like Elisha Cook Jr. and people like that.
Yeah,
Lee Van Cleef.
Yeah.
These were guys, you'd see them on the screen and you didn't always know their name, but you always knew you were going to see a great performance. And you'd say, oh, that guy's in it. Oh, this is great, I mean, you've been in some terrific movies. I mean, The Fugitive. What I like you in? Eddie and the Cruisers.
Eddie and the Cruisers.
Wow.
So you're one of those guys, too, you don't even recognize sometimes in a movie. You become the character. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You've never got... The Sopranos brought you to recognition, right? What'd you do? You auditioned for that thing?
No, David just called me up and threw it at me. Gave it to me.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's nice.
You've done a lot of real quality movies. I mean, you've done a lot of movies,
right?
And maybe all of them weren't great quality, but I mean, you did... What, Risky Business, right?
Love that.
I've been in
Empire of the Sun?
60 movies, and I've been in 10 good ones.
Yeah.
Really?
But really great ones.
What are the 10 good movies you've been in?
Well, the Risky Business, Empire of the Sun,
Memento,
La Bamba,
right?
Memento, The Fugitive,
right?
Bound. We said that.
Yeah.
That's 6. I mean,
you've only been in 6.
Oh, Midnight Run.
Midnight Run.
7.
We did From Here to Eternity too.
From Here to Eternity. But the original is.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like coming.
But to be a working actor and make a living at it, you can't always be in the great movie.
No.
You know what I mean?
Do some,
the thing is like, it's like I'm a journeyman actor. People see me on the subway and they go, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Right.
They think I'm driving around in limos. They don't get that actors. I mean,
you're not a rich man.
No, not at all.
Right.
I mean, in Lear I am, but...
Right. And Sopranos, HBO is infamously cheap paying their people, and it's...
Infamously.
And it's the kind of
role... I don't think anybody else gets paid after Edie and Jim.
Well, let me tell you, Jim Gandolfini didn't start getting paid till... when he started getting like $10 million for it.
Yeah.
With that show on a network, forget about it. He would be huge.
I mean, it wouldn't be on a network.
No, it wouldn't.
I think he'll do just fine. When it comes time to renegotiate, he'll be able to nail him.
Right, and when you get
that show is nothing without him. As far as I'm concerned.
He's the man. But when you get signed to do something like this, you kind of say to yourself, "Well, wait, this is good exposure, so I'm not in a bargaining position."
They paid me.
They did.
Because I said no several times, and I feel pretty. I'm getting network numbers.
You are nice.
Did I pay A.J. Jr. in pot?
Who said that?
Hey, speaking of A.J. Jr.
Years old.
Wait a second. Let me tell you something. I've met A.J. Jr. a couple of times.
What is this A.J. Jr.?
Robert Eiler. I met him a few times. Nice kid and everything.
He's a great kid.
He's a great kid. In fact, I read a story. Mike, I don't even know if you know this. In the Daily News, I read a story about this kid's mother. This is the nicest woman I have ever heard about. Now, I don't know if this is for real or what. You probably know better than I do, Joe. This woman, who is the mother of this kid on The Sopranos, still every day goes down to the subways and cleans the subways. That's her job, cleaning the subways and scraping the graffiti off. And still does it because she doesn't want to take a penny from her son. She wants to make sure that he makes enough money off of this that he doesn't have to worry about working. She's not taking a penny.
Meanwhile, do you realize they're investigating him for another mugging?
They are?
Yes.
They are.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, somebody else has come forward because
Give me a
part of the gang.
But wait a second. Don't automatically defend the kid. This is one of the things that...
I know
this is a
the
pet
kid.
peeve of mine.
That's the thing.
But wait a second. This is a pet peeve of mine. Every actor on The Sopranos that come forward, hey, he didn't do anything. But nobody knows what he did. Let him investigate.
Yeah, you're not with him at every moment.
He could have been in
I was
Baltimore.
with him at the park. I was the one that got away.
You got away. You were doing. Listen, you're not paid well. You gotta do that. You know, you're a working actor.
Well, Joey Pantoliano is one of the few guys.
Twice and he got it wrong.
It's a hard name to say.
You got it wrong twice.
Joey Pantoliano.
Pantoliano, right?
Yeah.
Have you
John
ever
was
thought of changing
Pantoliano. I said, no, that's not right.
Pantoliano. It's spelled with an O. Joey Pants.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, that's probably why you're known as Joey Pants. But you're one of the few guys, you know, you run you through our Inquirer files.
Mm-hmm.
You don't come up, man.
He's clean, huh?
You are clean.
Neat as a whistle.
Yeah, but maybe
you don't come up.
Maybe he's riding under the radar because now he's known.
Oh, now you're
Now
known.
that I've met you, I'll be in the paper on Monday.
Yeah.
Have a scandal.
Don't be like Gary Busey and start beating me up.
Really?
Yeah, he was an interesting guest.
You
I'll tell you.
dodged a bullet.
I sure did.
Well, it is fantastic, though. You're right. I mean, now that you're having this sort of sex symbol thing, I mean, it's amazing. After that scene, I remember seeing that scene. I can't always watch The Sopranos, and I really wanted to watch that one, and it was a total surprise. It was just, you know, a horrifying, shocking scene. I thought, oh, my God, you know, they've gone too far this time. And
no, they haven't.
Even Mike said they've gone too far.
It's the mob. I mean, the guy punches a...
What do you expect? He's a sociopath.
I thought that was a wonderful episode. I'm sorry.
It was.
When they presented that episode to you, did you say, I can't do this, or were you offended by it in any way?
No, you know, I think the reason why I enjoy doing it so much is the writing.
Right.
You know, because it's so... And I think the writers enjoy that character, Ralph, so much because...
But when they come to you and say, Ralphie's going to punch a pregnant woman in the stomach...
When David called me up, he said, look, this is the deal. He's a new character. He's going to be charming. He's going to be diabolical, you know, when he's going to go up against Tony. And that's all he ever said. So every week when the scripts come in, you sit down and...
Were you shocked when you read that particular script?
I wasn't shocked. I was excited.
You were.
Boy, you know, from an actor's point of view, oh boy.
It's a great challenge.
Yeah, it's great. You know, like, boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And it's so weird, too, as an actor, because you go from being the most despised character, and then 2 seconds later, you know, you're not so bad, and, you know...
You know, the scene that I thought was great was where you're sitting in the apartment with her, and you're saying, yeah, you know, I think we'll get married, we'll start a home, and she goes, really? No, what are you, an idiot?
Yeah, that's good stuff. All right, here's the game we're going to play.
Okay.
And, Joe, you should be really good at this because you are in show business.
And I read the Inquirer.
And you read the Inquirer. Mike will just give us 4 stories. You pick out the false one. That's all I'm asking for here. All right. Yeah. Mike, and by the way, you're on nationalenquirer.com.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
There are stories.
Item number 1. Courtney Love won't stop whining to Drew Barrymore and new hubby Tom Green about the $10,000 diamond bracelet she claims she lost at their wedding. The grunge queen nearly disrupted the nuptials when she hysterically demanded every guest be searched, and Drew flatly refused, of course. Well, sick of Courtney Love's nonstop bitching, Drew and Tom generously agreed to buy her a new bracelet.
I hung out with her one night. She is wacky, Courtney Love. That girl is as wacky as they come.
Absolutely.
But a kick-ass body. I would have banged her.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I would have banged her.
Stripping in Japan by age 14.
She was stripping in Japan by the age of 14.
Nice.
What's wrong with that?
She soon to...
I just wish I was in Japan when she was 14.
Yeah.
Stuff her Snickers bar in her G-string.
How to make a return engagement.
All right, Mike, story number 2.
Story number 2, walk-on-by department. During interview sessions at the press junket announcing her new tour, Britney Spears was asked by one reporter if she was aiming at a star on Hollywood's Walk of Fame. Not really, said the adorable Pop-Tart. I hear you have to pay for that. Besides, I don't want people walking all over my name.
Let me tell you something. They called me and said, would you like a star on the Walk of Fame? I said, sure I would. That'd be wonderful. They said, well, here's what you got to pay. I said, get the F out of here. You got to be kidding me. I said, I'm not going to pay for my own I mean, I didn't know those people pay for their own stars.
I think I really deserve a star, and I think we should do like a campaign. If you send the $5 in, we
You
raise
really
how
want
much
that?
is
You
it?
don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need a
why
star.
not, though?
Come on.
I don't get anything, Howard. I'm just a working actor. Remember?
So what? That's exactly your charm.
All right.
Don't get carried away with yourself now. All right, number 3.
No star.
Number 3, Dots Entertainment. Sex and the City's cuties, Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Kim Cattrall were filming on a New York street when producers suddenly spotted a tiny light bursts dancing over the ladies' private parts. A red dot of light would go blip on Sarah Jessica's breast, blip on Kim Cattrall's crotch, blip, well, you get the idea. The culprits were 2 teenage boys sitting up on a window ledge,
with a laser,
giggling as they aimed laser pointers at points of interest. Security chased the kids, but I'm betting their idea gets used in a future sex pilot. What?
There you go.
How much you want to bet? All right, go ahead. Number 4.
Okay, number 4. Here's a Looney Tunes tale you didn't hear about Marlon Brando's vicious feud with director Frank Oz on the Score set.
By the way, I
Brando
like that movie.
got a doctor's certificate declaring he's, quote, allergic, unquote, to Oz, and that's why the director was banished to a separate room to cue the action via video.
That is amazing. Marlon Brando.
Oh, I know stories, because I was up there working when it was... Brando didn't want close-ups, you see, because he only wanted close-ups. He didn't want any wide shots because he wanted to see people at his side. So he told Frank Oz that. Frank Oz said, listen, Marlon, no, I'm making a movie here. You can't tell me how to make my shots. I mean, I need to do masters.
Right.
So Brando the next day came to work dressed from the waist up.
Yes.
In his underwear, so they couldn't,
Who would make a movie with this guy? He's insane.
They always want him, and they'll pay through the...
No, they don't always want him.
You know what I thought was a bigger... They don't always want him? Because
They pay
who wants
him
him?
$2 million for 5 minutes.
But he doesn't deliver anybody to the box office.
Yeah,
he doesn't put asses in the seat.
I
got to
know
tell you...
that, but why do they pay him so much money for 2 minutes?
Because the directors want to work with him. Directors, he's the icon. He's the man.
But what's funny about it is, and we had the Wayans brothers in here who made Scary Movie 2. Right. They offered him $5 million to do Scary Movie 2, 1 day's work, something ridiculous like that. The studio said they'd pay for it. They told me this. He showed up on the set, Marlon Brando, with an oxygen tank.
They wheeled him in.
They said he could barely walk, and they said, we don't think you're healthy enough to even shoot for the day.
They had to send him home.
And he was fine with it. He said, okay, goodbye. Hey, turned out $5 million.
No. They said they think he probably got paid.
Really?
Yes. Because they sent him home. He was ready to work.
Mike, never mind Chandra Levy. You better investigate that.
I'm going to try that. That means I get to go home with my $2,000.
There you go.
You're not kidding. All right, we have 4... Mike, what about Chandra Levy? Have you found her yet?
No, we have not. But remember, we have the $100,000 reward posted now for anybody who can give us any tip. And if you look in the paper... this week, by the way, for Chandra Levy fans, Howard, you should look at this.
I know, it's all Chandra Levy.
It's all Chandra. We got a 25-page special
What did he
report.
just say, Chandra Levy fans?
Yes, I'm a fan of Chandra Levy.
Absolutely, so am I.
What
I am.
movie was she in?
She is the biggest star in this country.
Oh, she is. She's huge. She's big.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know
we
what's
have the phone
happening.
number and everything in there, so if you know anything at all about this girl, or think you do...
By the way, I'll throw in a trip to the Moonlight Bunny Ranch. If you find Chandra Levy, Mike. All right, let me give the 4 stories, because Mike's in a rush. He's got to go
Very
run.
busy with that contest of his.
He's got to go figure out a way to stay away from his wife. All right, here you go. Number 1 story, Courtney Love. So crazy that she's making everyone nuts.
I say that's true.
You think that's true?
Yeah.
Okay.
You believe she's
You got to
that
find
crazy.
the fake one, though.
Yeah.
Britney Spears doesn't want the Walk of Fame because she wants to star. Right. Sarah Jessica Parker,
I remember that.
They could have been bumped off with laser pointers. Marlon Brando says, I'm allergic to the director of the movie, and I can't be in the same room with
I
him.
say it's the Marlon Brando one.
You say that's fake.
You think
say that's
the
too
fake
far.
one?
Yeah.
I love it.
All right, Joey Pants says Marlon Brando. Robin?
I say it's the first one. That's no story. They agreed to buy her a bracelet.
What do you mean it's not a story?
They would have bought her a bracelet.
What?
All right, they did buy her a bracelet.
No, they agreed. They agreed to buy her.
Well, because she was driving them crazy.
Making everybody nuts.
Yeah.
All right, Robin says that's fake.
Okay.
They're really good ones, though.
Jim, go ahead.
I'm going to go with number 4, Brando, because I think he really wanted to be near the catering truck.
Who's it, Fred?
No, that's Jim.
I have to go along. I mean, I can't imagine that Marlon Brando, as wacky as he is, would say that he's allergic to the director of a movie.
And have a medical note. They
Yeah,
you might be right.
I just can't believe it. Fred, what do you say?
I almost believe the Brando thing, because that way it would get him off the hook if he were to, like, breach a contract or something. So I'm going to say the most non-story, Britney Spears.
Britney Spears. It's true. She would want to walk. She would pay for it.
What would it
You know,
what would it
you're
hurt?
right.
Well, they're all good
They
arguments.
could all be true.
Yeah, it's a pretty good mix this week.
Yeah.
Who is right?
Who is right?
Yeah.
Who is right?
Well, that's the
Howard, who did you say? Who are you picking?
I picked Howard, Jim, and Joey picked Marlon Brando.
Yeah, I thought you did. I thought you were wavering there. Okay, I thought you were going with Fred. Okay. Well, the winner is Fred.
Oh,
Britney Spears.
The Britney Spears story.
I mean, it's just the kind of thing she said. A couple months ago, do you remember the comment she made about how she really wants to do some overseas travel? And she said, like Canada.
Oh.
So she says things like that.
Oh, pleased with Canada.
Well, listen, Mike Walker, brought to you by Hotwire.com. With Hotwire's low fares, you can travel anywhere. And also, check out NationalEnquirer.com. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Joey.
Thank you, Mike.
Nice meeting you.
Bye, Mike.
Bye. Bye,
Pick up some stuff on Joey for next week's show.
We'll work harder.
All right. He's got something going on. I'm looking at him. I can see he's guilty of something. I'm just not sure what. Joey Pants. Joey Pantoliano.
Pantoliano.
Joey Pantoliano is in Memento. It's a great movie. Go check it out if you can find a theater that's showing it. It's really good.
Not on DVD yet?
The DVD should be out in 6 weeks.
Good, and it's in select theaters now. And
the DVD, Howard, would be you play it forward.
Yeah, you got to.
It's interactive.
It's cool. It's a real cool movie.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, fun. And it's an honor to meet you. You're a great actor.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back right after these words.
Very selfish.
When I tell you my story, you know what I ran into? One of the guys on The Sopranos. You always run into those guys in clubs.
Wait a minute, like not like the major guys, just one of the other guys.
You know the guy with the ponytail on The Sopranos? I ran into him Friday night. Yeah, what's his name? Nunzio?
That guy, the Italian guy.
Yeah.
Faccio.
Well, on the show, it's Furio.
Yeah.
Furio.
Yeah.
Faccio.
I used to know his name in real life. I can't forget it.
I looked at him, he looked at me, he laughed, I laughed, and that was it. We didn't even talk.
I'm doing an episode of Sopranos next season.
Are you?
I got like 3 or 4 lines.
How'd you get that?
I just auditioned. I got called in. It was I live right in Astoria. It was right in Silver Cup Studios. I went in and.
So you play a mobster?
No, I play a cop. Kind of a crooked cop. It's like 3 lines, but
that's fun.
With Stevie Van Zandt. But
did you ever act before?
Yeah, I've done a few things. Yeah. It's kind of scary because I did Suddenly Susan, and about a month later the kid hanged himself.
Right.
I did News Radio. Phil Hartman killed himself 6 weeks after I did that.
No, his wife killed him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a gig with Carrot Top.
Do everyone a favor.
Wait a minute, does every comedian hate Carrot Top?
Nah, he's actually a good guy.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, right?
But, I'm trying to write jokes. He's welding a toilet seat to a pair of goggles. Built his 5th house in Miami. I'm living in Astoria.
It's that all the other comedians are jealous, right?
Oh, this guy is, he's loaded.
Successful.
Chicks, he plucks his eyebrows. I don't know if he likes girls.
I know, I don't get it. He's
a good guy, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess people just get jealous of the guy. So Sopranos, you're a big fan of the show? Is that what
I like it, but it's getting too politically correct. Now, even my people, the Italians, are whining. They don't like the way they're portrayed on The Sopranos. I love the way we're portrayed on The Sopranos.
Yeah, I'm scared of Italians.
Yeah, if you want to complain how Italians are portrayed on TV, let's start with those Olive Garden commercials, I'd rather be portrayed as a mob boss who owns a strip club and cheats on his wife than some guy who takes somebody from Italy to the Olive Garden,
Right, because if people are afraid of Italians, that serves you well in real life.
Absolutely,
They hear that last name and they go, hey, maybe he's connected.
Exactly.
And you get things,
I use it all the time,
You move up in the line, you get a good seat in the restaurant.
Yeah,
Hey, so what was the rap you do? Someone told me about your act, and what the hell were they telling me you do? Sounded funny as hell. Like these
you want the back of the CD here? Is it on here?
No, I don't care about the CD. I want to ask you about this. You were talking about something about. I know what it was.
Jews running Hollywood.
Yeah, that's good. You talk about that?
Well, that's not
yeah, I'm still having this argument. My friend's like, Jews don't run Hollywood. And I said, you ever read the credits after a sitcom? It's like Schindler's List. Come on.
Yeah. Well, right after the World Trade Center thing, you did talk about it, right?
I did a lot of stuff about it, yeah.
But you were talking about Queens, specifically, where you live.
Yeah, I live in Astoria, Queens, which is like living in, Kabul in 1850.
Right.
It's all Middle Eastern people walking around. Everybody's got veils, robes, and sandals and long beards. I saw the 3 wise men get out of a Range Rover last week. Bringing a box of myrrh into an OTB.
Well, you said you got nervous because George Bush said he was going to bomb anywhere there was terrorism.
That's right. He's going to bomb anybody harboring terrorists. There goes my building.
I got to tell you something, man. I love hearing those songs.
Yeah, it's great. And how much longer do you think they're, like you say? I mean, there's.
Well, I was thinking that. I got to figure Jagger's about 60 or 59, something like that.
Easy.
As I'm standing there watching, I go, in another 10 years, this guy's going to be 70.
He'll still be there.
I don't know.
I think he will, if he can.
I mean, he's going to be dead.
Right.
They're becoming like the George Burns of rock and roll.
It's unbelievable. How much longer could... at the most, they could only go 20 years, and then they're going to die.
No, they've already got the 100th year booked.
Yeah. Well.
They may not make it, but they got a booking.
All right, here's what I got on the phone. I got to take a break. When we come back, Captain Jenks has some new phony phone calls he wants to play for us.
All right.
We got the guy who had sex with a large female dog. We're going to talk to him and find out what his problem is, because I take offense to that. But I do want to find out what his problem is.
At least it was a chick, the dog.
Yeah, it wasn't anything weird. And I don't know, there's a ton of... There's a guy... Brian, what are you calling in about?
Hey, man, I got some Courtney Love audio from that MTV2 debacle.
Oh, good. Hey, can you hold on through the commercial? You got to go somewhere.
No, that's all good.
Good. All right, hold on. I should have brought in my tapes. MTV2, I never saw anything like this. Did you watch The Sopranos?
Yeah,
it was great,
love
right?
That episode.
Columbus Day episode.
Excellent. Fighting with poor Indians. They're still getting beaten up on
it was
the
great.
street. There was another Indian war.
Sopranos are great, man. And I just happen to see next week's.
Oh, you're kidding. Don't tell me a word.
I got to tell you.
No.
Would you get every tape?
No. I got snuck a copy.
Don't tell me, because I'm just... I think something weird is going to happen next week. Something bad.
Next week is real good. That's one of the best ones I've ever seen. I put it right up there in the top 10 of all the Soprano shows.
But wasn't it the best when Janice threw, what's his name, down the stairs?
Yeah, that was great. All right, listen, we got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. We're saying in the paper that the Sopranos ratings have been going down, that people haven't been that happy with the episodes, but since Paulie Walnuts came back last week, they went up again.
Ooh,
people like him.
Paulie?
Everyone loves Paulie Walnuts.
Did you see it last week?
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
Me too. Fred didn't like it.
Really?
All these it's turning into a soap opera. It's not about the mom anymore.
Yeah.
It's like,
I like it, though.
What about that bit with the principal and the, you know?
Yeah, they kick his ass?
That's great.
that was okay, but they're introduced. You know what it is? They start all these storylines and they don't finish them.
Because that's life.
Yeah,
people don't. Everything isn't always.
Does everything wrap up for you in an hour?
No, but it was just.
No, we're still waiting for his baby.
It's more consistent with the other, in the other. Like the first two seasons were great.
Right.
By the third season, it seemed like they were run out of steam. This year, it's like you keep waiting for it to get started.
When are you going to write something like a screenplay? I want to read what's in your mind. You know so much.
What? I can't have an opinion.
Not you, no.
Sorry.
You're not entitled to an opinion.
That's right. I'm subhuman.
You're subhuman.
You know what was the funniest scene? It was not this week's episode. It was last week when Tony went in there and beat up that guy.
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
For sleeping with his old girlfriend.
Didn't you think it was weird that he whipped him with a belt? Don't you think he just beat the crap out of him?
No, he's not going to hurt his hands. You ever hit a guy? It hurts.
And he wanted to humiliate.
Well, no, he's beating him like a bitch.
He wanted to, because Tony has to own everyone and have everything for himself.
I couldn't believe
all that anger management ain't working.
I said, Dr. Malfi is failing.
Dr. Malfi's the worst therapist. First of all, you got a guy, a psychopathic killer, in your office. He comes in once a week.
Yeah, she doesn't. You have to be there 4 times a week, and Tony only needs once a week.
Yeah, I'm in therapy 4 days a week. Tony Sopranos 1 day a week.
And he's telling her way too much stuff that she doesn't have a problem with anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he stepped over the line.
Yeah, it's just like, let's talk about why you almost killed that guy last week. But I thought that the actor that he beat up, did you see that guy? I mean, that was embarrassing. That guy was running around in his underwear. He's all fat and flabby and white and stuff.
It's Boone from Animal House.
There you go.
Yeah, that's who that was. He beat up Boone from Animal House.
It was so funny. I was like, Tony's handling it, that he's got, his girlfriend has gone off with another guy. Then at the end of the episode, he just blows up.
How sexy is Tony Soprano's new girlfriend? Oh, my, Valentina. Oh, Jesus, she's hot.
La Paz.
She's just filthy, dirty, slutty whore.
And they showed a lot. I mean, when he banged her, they were, showing a lot.
I would like to meet her in real life, but I wonder if she'd be a filthy, dirty little whore in real life. She'd probably
She's probably acting.
Yeah, you never know.
She's probably like into theater in real life.
She's probably a religious girl.
Yeah, right. Probably a nun.
Everybody complains about the show. John was complaining that he thought that she was a bad actress. Did you ever problem with her acting?
Goodness.
John's a retard.
No, I think her acting was fine.
Yeah, I think she was a very good film whore.
Her two boobs were acting beautifully.
Did everything it had to do for me.
Of course. She was fine. Yeah, bad acting. Who would even know if someone's a bad actor?
It's so funny because I'm thinking about I always love Tony's love scenes.
Yeah.
Because he starts off in an undershirt.
Yeah.
He finally took it off this week.
It's how I imagine Artie had sex.
Actually, it is awkward watching that because
Artie has his dirty T-shirt on. And
on his back.
On his back. Are you mostly on your back?
No, I get around. I'm more limber.
I don't like being on my back.
No, I mean, I like having control over the situation.
Yes.
A lot of chicks, when they mount you, if you're on your back,
right,
they rock too fast and hard, and they don't realize how to do it right.
Right.
They don't realize we don't like that.
No, I know. Yeah, you have control.
They go berserk, and then they almost break everything off. But they don't even know what they're doing.
Well, that's why I don't understand. Yeah, like I love to get on top and just have control.
Me too.
You know, because I've never understood people with these fetishes. Like you watch on Real Sex, like people like to dress up like a horse before sex.
Yeah.
I go, when do you get to the sex? When I'm horny, I can't wait for the act. Because
you're normal. You're normal, and not only that, I mean, a guy needs to. I know I need to be in control.
Me too.
I need to control everything. It's basically my poor self-image. I can't believe anybody would want to sit there and please me with me laying back.
Right. I got a question for Artie, though, about
I guess
sex.
I got some of that going on.
Because when I was at my fattest, this would go on. You ever having sex and you're on top and you mistake the grunting? You think it's like she's really digging what you're doing, and you realize that
your elbows on her hair?
No, that you're just so fat that you're like leaning on her.
Oh, she can't breathe.
Yeah.
Well, Gary, that's a flattering question.
Yeah. Hey, Artie, you're so fat and disgusting.
No, because it's happened to me.
A lot of times, do you realize that you're crushing your girlfriend with your behemoth body?
Yeah, that's happened.
Your big, grotesque form smashes into the broad over and over again.
There's been a couple times with my wife that I thought, wow, I'm doing great.
I don't backpedal, dude.
No, I do it with my wife. I think I'm doing
Artie,
great.
tell us, when your big, disgusting, gross, slobby body's on top of Dana, do you ever hear her moaning and you think she's into it, but you find out it's because you're so disgustingly fat that you're smothering her? I think that's Gary's question.
Could you repeat the question?
You know how gross and fat you are? And you know how your belly is distended and just floppy? Your breast, your womanly breast and belly, does it ever crush Dana and you think she's getting turned on, but it turns out she's uncomfortable?
No,
I think that's what Gary wants to know.
Actually, no, I think she's always turned on.
Yeah.
That's what I think, all right? So,
that girl
screw everybody.
Is turned on to Tony, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
No, but those love scenes in The Sopranos, it is true. It does remind me of, I mean, his panting and, like, when he's tired afterwards.
But yeah, right, he can barely move.
I love when he's tired. He's like, oh,
but, you know, what is the girl's motivation for wanting Tony? What, because he's the head of the mob?
Power.
See, I don't know.
He's gross.
That is her. I don't know what her motivation. I was trying to figure that out last week.
Yeah, I can't figure out why she's so obsessed with him. I mean, he's pretty vile looking.
Yeah, she's running after him.
But she's nuts. I mean,
yeah, but
I don't think he's so vile looking.
You like his body.
I don't like his. Hey, look, I don't like any dude's body, but I don't think he's vile looking. He looks like.
You like that form. You like the shape he's in.
He looks like a guy.
Like if you could look like someone, you would like to look like that. Your body.
Well, I do.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to defend the guy. Paisan.
But she goes from Ralphie to him. Maybe she does have a mob thing.
Yeah.
Did you watch any football yesterday?
Yeah, I told you I watched the Giant game.
Yesterday was an amazing day. I have the football package.
Yeah.
There were like 4 overtime games and everything. And the big game is tonight. Jets will be first place tonight.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Will the Jets choke?
Well, it's a tough game, boy, I'll tell you. I don't think they will. They're playing Oakland in Oakland on Monday Night Football. If the Jets win, they're tied for first.
How tough is Oakland as a team?
Well, Oakland at home is tough.
Right.
They're good.
I say the Jets will do it.
I think they will.
Well, let's hope.
They're a different team. They're not the team that went.
No one can figure out this quarterback.
He's great.
No. I might have to stay up and watch Monday Night Football. I didn't even get to stay up and watch The Sopranos. Was it good last night?
Oh, my God. Well,
don't tell me.
I didn't think it was that good, but I have a lot of thoughts about why.
Yeah, a lot of things happened, but
don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
I won't tell you. There's a lot of junk that.
Just don't tell me. I like that junk.
I think we're getting ready for a big finale.
Robin, stop talking.
Yeah, I hope so. Last night was like Knots Landing.
Right.
Do you know what the coolest thing is?
All of a sudden the kids were back. I was like,
no.
Howard, the coolest thing having nothing to do with the plot is they said at the end of the show that the finale is 75 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I like that. That's a TiVo.
Yeah, it's supersized.
They're supersizing it, like McDonald's.
One thing, though, that was funny about the Giant game.
You asked me about James Gandolfini and HBO.
Yeah.
What's going on there is they offered him $400,000 an episode.
No, that's what he got last year.
Oh, well, okay. That's what he got. He signed a contract, evidently, with HBO. I mean, I don't know if he did.
They offered him a raise.
Of $800.
It was double, yes.
Yeah. They offered him $800,000. He wants $1 million an episode, citing Friends and all these other...
I think he wants more. I think he wanted something like 1.6 million.
Oh, really?
2.7. I've heard outrageous numbers of
How
what
much?
he wanted. What?
All right, well, whatever. Anyway, here's the point. It's a tough situation. And you sign a contract. Like, I have a contract with the company. And the company takes a risk. They give me a 5-year deal. If the show doesn't work out, they still got to pay me for 5 years. If the show works out and they make more money, hey, stupid me. If they make less money, stupid them. That's a contract. James Gandolfini is trying to renegotiate. He's trying to get them to tear up a contract and give him more money. And they're saying, you know what? We agree with you. You are worth something to us. We value you. We want to give you $800,000. They have a contract for $400,000. They want to give him...
He's locked in. He should work for them no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, you signed a contract.
So he's asking for $1 million. They want to give him $800,000.
Yeah, which is, to me, very generous. When they don't have to give him a dime.
Right. They don't have to renegotiate.
He has to show up for work. He's out of line. Now, you know me. I'm the first one to stand up for talent. Baseball players, to me, it's all show business.
Yeah, but my one question here is, HBO's revenue comes from subscribers,
right,
not advertisers.
That's right.
There's no way for them to particularly raise rates in order to provide more income to their network. They don't have the same kind of...
generating revenue that they can't take the Sopranos and put it into syndication.
Or they don't have the freedom that networks have with building revenue around a show.
Right, that's right. But here's the deal. The Sopranos has gotten a lot of people to subscribe to HBO who most people don't subscribe to HBO. They're kind of like, you know what? I've seen all those movies.
Right.
I can get them in the video store when I want to get them.
What brings them in?
Sopranos, 6 Feet Under, Sex and the City. A lot of people like those shows. So it does generate money for HBO.
Sure.
The problem here is that James Gandolfini, with a lawyer, negotiated himself a contract. And when you have a contract, you have to abide by it. I would like to go in and... you see, I always hedge my bet. I go, I want a 5-year secure deal. If I had any balls, I would do it year to year and take a risk on myself, like the cast of Friends. They go year to year.
Well, they are now. They originally had long-term deals.
Long-term deals. And the network was very generous with them. I think bumped them up a couple of times. But when you sign a deal's a deal's a deal.
The one thing I saw this weekend that also gave me pause, because at first I was thinking, well, they're not advertiser-driven where they can just up the rates and bring in more money. But they gave the guy who created The Sopranos a $20 million deal.
Right. Well, maybe you should give some of that money to James Gandolfini.
I was like, hold it. They got money.
Yeah. Oh, they have a lot of money if they have a good show. Now, here's the thing that James Gandolfini can argue, if he wants to. And I'm sure he will. When you're an actor and nothing's happening for you, they audition you. You get the part, and they say, listen, we're going to sign you to an 8-year contract, and here's what you're going to get. If you say no, they ain't using you.
Yeah.
So a lot of these guys get sort of bogged down with long-term contracts that are unfair.
It's sort of like what was going on in baseball before they got some clout.
So that's the other side of the argument. So I don't know. You see, it's hard to comment because I don't know how long his contract was for.
It was 2 more years. 2
more years, and he signed it 2 years ago when the show was happening.
Yeah.
So he should abide by it.
But the other thing is, apparently in his deal, it said I have to be notified if you do something like give David Chase $20 million, and HBO didn't notify him. I don't know how that works, but he was supposed to be told if a deal like that was struck, and he wasn't.
Well, anyway, it's always complicated. You know, if suddenly the economy changed and this company started making a fortune more off this show than the original fortune they make, I might want to say to them, hey, how about sharing with me? And they'd say, you have a contract. It's not our problem. And that's when you get pissed, but you got to abide by it. That's it. You've signed your name. You've signed a deal.
But he's saying they breached the contract by not, abiding by all the terms, and they're saying we have a locked-in deal with you. You have to work for us. So I don't know if
if I was him.
See, a happy Tony Soprano.
Like I read that the girl... There's a lot of celebrity activity. I don't get involved in that because I really want to watch a game. And at one point, a woman sat down next to me, attractive woman, said to me, Howard, I want to invite you to my wedding. I'm getting married. And I was sitting there and I'm going, I don't want to be rude to this woman, but I really want... there was a guy, the Knicks had a timeout. There was a guy doing a free throw for $77,000. I wanted to watch the guy do the free throw. I'm there to watch the game. But, all right, I wasn't rude. I wasn't blowing her off like you accused me of. I said, oh, congratulations on your wedding. Very good. That was it. And I said, all right, I'm going to go back to watching the game. Then she goes, would you sign a few things for...
A few things?
Yeah, a few things. So, I don't want to be rude, so I signed the things. But I missed the whole... I want to watch the game. Why would I be there to sign things? I want to watch the game.
Hey, Howard, I had the same problem as you because I went with this girl. It's her dad had the tickets.
Right.
So she was there. She was there just to look for all you famous people. I was trying to watch the game every other second. She was telling me, oh, look, it's the guy from Hotel Mom, the babysitter's dead. I said, I'm trying to watch the damn game. Come on, give me a break here.
But the cool thing for you to have done, now, I didn't hear you yelling my name. No, I wouldn't have turned around. I looked like a tool. But you should have sat there and said, who cares about those guys, baby?
Yeah, why are you even
yelling? I was just trying to give you moral support because I know the FCC is trying to get you like a bunch of Nazis.
But to yell out in the middle of the game, I'm not going to hear you.
No, it was as you were leaving. I waited.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
All right, fine.
I slapped everybody 5 when I was leaving. I gave everyone the high five. What are you talking about?
All right, fine. Keep up the good work, Howard.
Then I went backstage. They rush you out during the halftime so you're not bothered.
Right.
They took me back there. I saw the animals. And I get depressed. The Ringling Brothers people, very nice. They would give you a tour. But I got depressed. The elephant.
Depressed for the animals?
They have big, beautiful elephants sitting there chained up with a big, tight thing around its leg. Not that they abuse. They're very good to the animals. Don't get me wrong. I didn't see any kind of abuse. It just seems sad to see them in these little, tiny pens. You know what I mean? It gets me down. What can I tell you? So then who do I see back there? Lorraine Bracco and Edie Falco.
Oh.
And Beth said I was being rude to her. I wasn't. I'm walking around back there. People, Howard, take pictures with Lorraine, take pictures with Edie Falco. I just want to go get something to eat or something to drink. So I wasn't rude. I said, hey, Lorraine, good to see you. How you been? And then I walked away. So then I go upstairs to that VIP area where you can get stuff to eat.
Uh-huh.
I go in there. I see Lorraine. I invite her over to my table. Let's sit down. Let's talk a little. Edie Falco was sitting there, who I love from The Sopranos.
Yeah.
One woman was the producer of The Sopranos. All 3 of those yentas are sitting there with me. We're yapping it up. It's beautiful.
Why are they now yentas?
Well, you know what I mean. Yentas. And I like Edie, and Edie was in my movie.
Yeah.
And Edie even said to me, your movie was my biggest paycheck. Before I got The Sopranos and got Oz.
Yeah.
She said, I got $1,800 for that scene because they shot overtime. And I was so thrilled because I never made any money.
Wow.
She was a fine actress who couldn't get a job.
Right.
Now she's the biggest deal. She's on The Sopranos. Which, by the way, was great last night.
Yeah,
made me laugh.
Episode.
I was laughing when he over those stupid lawnmower guys.
Yes.
Yeah,
oh, God, that was, the landscape guy.
Yeah, Sopranos rules, dude. It was the best thing ever.
The landscape wars.
Landscape wars, and then Tony.
You see, everybody's going to be a problem this season.
Tony yelling at Uncle Junior.
Oh,
about
Uncle Junior was ridiculous.
It was great. What a great actor that guy is.
Yeah.
It was really good. Then... Smoking Hot Mystique Models and the ass evaluation. The first half of the show will sex you up. The second half is the evaluation with Hairy Man Ass. It's a very confusing show, very delightful show, though.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes. I don't. I'm just acting like I do.
Remember there was the 3 holes and there were asses in them for Ass Magazine or Butt Mag, whatever magazine was called.
Glutes. This is as entertaining as you can get with some Hairy Man Ass.
Hairy Man Ass on E! Tonight. Oh, some in my eye. Oh, man, I stayed up and watched The Sopranos last night.
That is some show.
Hey, look,
great.
Talk about indecent. Can we get rid of Carmela's ass?
You didn't like that?
I didn't think it looked that bad.
I thought she looked good.
I was like, I mean, it's a little manly, but, you know.
From the back, she's got a little bit of a bow leg thing going on.
Yeah, she does.
She was walking.
But I thought she was in pretty good shape for an old broad.
You guys look at a lot
But how
more.
old? See, okay, this is a debate I had with a friend of mine on the phone. How old do you think she is?
I'd say about 45.
She's not as old as you think.
Right? Am I right on that?
Okay, now consider Demi Moore is 40.
Yeah, but Demi Moore is like, you know, completely...
That's a super talented woman.
You know, I'm saying for a girl who's like, you know, listen, she ain't passing herself off as some beauty.
Or any workout queen.
Right.
There's something sort of sexy about her, but I'll tell you, that back shot was like, woohoo.
See, I didn't think it was so bad. I'm thinking,
I didn't either.
If you're going off the premise that's a 45-year-old two-kid ass, it's not bad.
I thought she looked really good.
Yeah.
I didn't see any bow leg, but Artie obviously is...
No, but she was walking like
She didn't have
Batman
two kids.
Struthers.
Wait a second. She didn't have two kids in real life.
No, what I'm saying, if that's the premise that you're going off,
I know. No, I'm not going on that premise. You are. I don't go on that premise.
He's totally buying into the character.
Oh, you're pretending that that's a real
You're going into
person.
the character, but I still didn't think she looked bad.
So, she looked hot for Carmela Soprano, but Edie Falco, I think, should look a little young.
How old is Edie, though?
41, actually. I have the fact right in front of me right now.
41.
Edie Falco will be 41 in July.
You know what? I think her for 41, she's got to be a little tighter than that. Come on. I hold a very high standard.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I stayed up and watched The Sopranos, and it was really good.
It's always good.
Yeah.
Even when people tell me it's bad, I go, you know what? I must be hooked on it.
Yeah, this is a great season as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I enjoy all of it.
Yeah. When Buscemi exploded, that was great.
Well, now, why did you do that? Just because you couldn't take it?
Yeah, because guys who are losers, whenever something really good happens to them, that's when, you know, it's not when the adversity is there. That's sort of exciting to them. It's like he passed his test. He was about to get his own business. Somebody believed in him. And they sabotage it because it's sort of more exciting to them. They can't go straight.
But it's too much pressure.
Yeah.
He's never had to do well in his life.
Right. And suddenly he was succeeding.
You know what happened? And eventually you knew this was going to happen. He's hanging out with those guys who don't work for a living and have that lifestyle. And he's got to go home from Atlantic City and then start working, like delivering
He got
stuff.
resentful.
Yeah, and he's like,
But
you know what am I doing painting a place for this guy when I could just be living like Paulie Walnuts and go eat breakfast and sleep for 15 hours after AC.
And he was trying to keep his his feet in two worlds. He was trying to be straight, and he was trying to be one of those guys.
Yeah, you can't do both.
Because it was a great shot was him delivering the laundry in those new shoes he bought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scuffing them up.
Yeah.
And I love that he has the internet girlfriend, she was married some convict not knowing he's a convict.
Yeah.
He's the great guy she was writing to in jail.
Yeah. It was great.
And Tony's look at the end was like he knew he'd be coming to him sooner or later,
All he had to do was let him see the life.
Yeah. You don't want to work for a living. Come on.
Yeah, it's a sucker's game.
Right.
Yeah, that show is so well done.
Yeah.
They say stuff that they don't have to say it. You just learn it.
Right.
It's cool. It's a cool show.
Really good.
Afterwards, I just said, I don't know who's writing it exactly. You never know. Whoever's doing that is a genius.
I know. You know what? I keep looking for the writer's credit because I want to know who that is.
Yeah.
But even like the non-mob stuff, like just the whole thing with Anthony Jr. being between divorced parents.
It's great.
That's not mob stuff. That's just interesting.
Right.
And you deal with the Carmela Soprano stuff because she is such a good actress. Like, she's so real in that part. And you feel bad for her, and,
But not only that, it's the layers to her, too, because she's not that great.
Yeah.
She thinks she's great.
Right.
Compared to Tony.
She's the same as Tony.
Absolutely.
Right.
I love when she threatens the guy, too. I think, you better watch your step.
Yeah, the homo.
Yeah, the homo.
That was good.
Oh, whoa. You going out with a homo now? So.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good. That was a good show. Then, boy, I feel old today.
Why?
I stayed up and watched The Sopranos.
Was that great?
That was the best.
Fantastic.
Oh.
That show was almost too good.
Oh, that was too funny.
When that fat dude was giving oral to that guy in the car.
I had to rewind. I was like, did his head just come up?
Yeah, that was cool.
That was great.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really good.
And he's coming on to the kid outside the Porta-John.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That poor kid, he didn't know what he was getting himself into.
Yankee just...
Yeah.
waiting outside by the bat at Yankee Stadium with that huge Yankee jersey on.
It's great. He's all
How
dressed.
did they make a jersey, a baseball jersey that big?
He was dressed for his date.
It was good.
It was a good theme because they say now if you're gay and you're in the mob, they kill you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that's always been a rule.
Yeah.
That kid's got a good move now because he's engaged to Meadow.
That's the only way he could get out of it.
That dude, he could have that dude
killed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now he can't touch him.
Right.
Forget
But
it.
how out of control is Meadow?
Yeah. He's like the mom.
He already told Meadow, though, that he caught the guy doing that, so I got a feeling, I don't know if that guy's going to make it through the season. She might let that slip.
Yeah, that was good.
That was such a good episode. Man.
She badgered the guy into marrying her.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I can't take this. Do something.
I'd kill her.
Of course the guy had pulled out a suitcase.
Oh, that conversation about the suitcase, the look she was giving. Oh, God, that look.
Oh, he should have gotten out of Dodge.
Really?
Yeah.
Suitcase.
Shut up.
I want to watch the game.
Suitcase.
Shut up.
The kid does look like Joe Perry.
Shut up. He does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kid was cute.
Well, look like Joe Perry.
Oh,
Yeah, come on. A bunch of guys.
Cute. I mean,
let's not talk about that.
Meadow looks pretty good. That actress. I mean, she looks like.
Yeah, I said to Beth, what'd she do to herself to, change? She says, well, it looks like a nose job or.
You think she got something done?
That's what she thinks. I don't know.
She really slimmed down.
Slimmed down. Well, one scene she looked fat. I can't decide if she's fat, she's thin.
Yeah, she looked odd this week because she was very thin.
In some scenes.
Yeah.
I like that she changed her name to Jamie Lynn Scala.
Right.
That's my favorite.
We hardly knew Jamie Lynn
Sigler. Now she's Jamie Lynn Scala. Important name change going on there. I love that new name. Jamie Lynn Scala. I wonder if they had like a whole meeting about whether to change her name or not.
Yeah, whether she had to meet with the people from The Sopranos and said, look, in the credits this year.
I don't. Yeah, well, that's a definite. But I'm wondering, like, she must have some manager somewhere who's like,
No, that's the husband.
Oh, he's a manager?
I think so.
Oh, that must be interesting. Likes his name up there.
Right.
And then she probably went to the people, Sopranos, so look, I've changed my name in the credits, and they were probably like, okay, no problem.
Whatever.
Yeah.
No big deal to Chiron that on.
Yeah, sounds good to us.
Yeah, we'll do it. Whatever. Hopefully my voice will come back. I just didn't get any sleep. I went to bed 7:30, and I got 2 hours sleep. I think my body thought it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So did you miss The Sopranos? You see it?
Yeah, I woke up and I watched it. It was horrible.
It was one of those weird,
the worst.
Fellini type.
Yeah, Fellini movie. You know what? This is the first time I can honestly say I hated The Sopranos.
I thought something was wrong with me because I was like, I can't get the thread of this.
Me neither. I don't understand it.
This was like the Big Pussy Fish episode. Remember when they had the
talking
fish?
Right.
Yeah. Same thing.
No, but at least, this whole episode was a dream.
Oh, yeah. 20 minutes was great. The rest of it was awful.
Yeah, you kept saying, when are they going to... And the Annette Bening thing.
Right, and I was like, well, is he awake now, or is he awake now?
Right.
It was bad. It was a bad Sopranos episode. Like, they could just throw that one away.
Very
and there's only 2 more left now.
Yeah, so they just ruined one. They wasted it.
Yeah, that's like on Friends when they do an episode of just repeats.
Flashbacks.
This was just nonsense. This didn't mean anything. This was like... them trying to be artsy.
You know what it was? It was a bad trip. I've always heard about, people having bad trips on LSD and stuff like that. It was a bad trip.
Yeah, it's exactly like Friends in the sense you can't wait for someone to get killed.
Yeah, what I did when I got home was... I tell you, watch that movie, Supersize Me. You want to throw up because...
Did you bring that for me? I really want to watch that.
I was away all weekend. I just got here.
You flew in?
I just flew in today.
They dropped you over.
They dropped me. They airlifted me in. You guys
paratrooped here.
You guys watch The Sopranos last night?
I didn't see it.
Well, we can't tell her.
You might have to leave the room because I got to talk about it.
I don't want to hear because I heard it was great. I don't want to hear. You're going to talk about it, I'll leave.
Yeah, you might have to. They made up for that crappy last week thing.
It was awesome.
It was awesome. I stayed up and watched it because I didn't want to...
Somehow my TiVo got messed up and it didn't start taping The Sopranos, so I didn't want to start in the middle, so I didn't watch.
It's so good, Laugh.
Wasn't that good?
Goddamn.
Goddamn, that good.
No, it really was.
That was a good episode.
Are they coming back for another season?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the season finale coming up in 2 weeks.
Right, but they're coming back again.
They'll be back in 4 years.
Right, that's how long it takes.
That's why you feel so burned when they do an episode like that Dream one. You wait 20 friggin' months for this new Sopranos, and it finally comes, and they do a crap one.
Yeah, don't waste any of it.
Was it like 18 or 19 months between these last two? That's a long time.
Yeah.
It's too long.
Yeah. It shouldn't take you that long to write up some new episodes. Just kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, how tough is it to write an episode where you kill somebody?
Yeah. What's the matter with you? Yeah, it was real good. I'll wait till you watch it to discuss it. But
trying to think.
I just have a question for the audience. I want them to answer, but it's key in the story. And when you watch it, you'll want to be surprised.
Then let me leave.
Why don't you watch it during the next break?
Watch what? The Sopranos?
Yeah, those breaks are long enough.
I can't believe Christopher was giving oral to that guy.
Yeah. You have to go to the can? Go to the can for 5 seconds. Let me just answer a question.
Leave, okay.
But don't be far away, because there's something else I want to talk to you about.
All right, so I'm leaving now.
But come back.
All right. I don't even want to hear the question. You can't
Right.
ask the question.
I'm going to wait till you walk out the door. All right. What Robin doesn't know is, when she came, I just realized, when she comes back, we should do something. But, yeah. No, all right. Real quick about The Sopranos.
Go ahead.
And if you haven't seen it yet, then turn off the radio for a few minutes. But when Tony calls up Drea De Matteo,
right
here. Don't listen.
Stop him, please.
When Tony calls up Drea De Matteo, Christopher's girlfriend, and he says, you got to come see Christopher, and because he's in the hospital.
Yeah.
Do you think she knows then and there that she's going to be killed?
Not at that point.
Do you think when she's driving in the car with Silvio, Silvio, do you think that she knows that she's going to get whacked?
Absolutely not.
No, I do.
I do too.
I think the whole thing's a big surprise to her, because when he pulled into the woods, she looked shocked.
I think in the back of her head, ever since it all started with the FBI, she's obviously got that in her head that it could happen. But I think if she thought it was a definite, she would have ran or something.
And she's so in love with Christopher, and when she thinks that he's really going to come back.
All right. Okay, I was just because she was crying there, and it looked like she knew.
I think she's crying because she thinks her fiance's dying.
I think the reality is setting in as the trip progresses that she knows she's going to get whacked.
Maybe during the trip she figures it out.
Doesn't she look like she could beat up Silvio? Like, why didn't she just kick his ass?
Strip off his hair and put it over his eyes.
I love that. I love that show. I love she's holding onto the steering wheel. He calls it a C word. He goes, get out of here, you C.
Yeah, it's going to kill her. And then, do you think it was interesting that they didn't show the actual killing? Like, why did they not show the actual gun?
I don't know. Because they showed you killing that other woman, so it's not about killing a woman. I don't know why.
No, the other one, they did the same thing. You just see the guy shoot. You don't really see, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same exact way. You see her looking up, and then he shoots at her.
But do you think that Silvio, really hates her? Or do you think don't you think it's hard for him to do that?
Yeah, I think he's got to detach from the fact that he knows her, and that's why he has to call her the C word.
She's a rat. She's a rat. You gotta hate a rat.
Right.
But
big pussy.
But what do you think? Christopher looked at that. I didn't understand. He looked at that family.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Christopher looked at that family and said, there's my future. Right. The guy looked like him. Guy sitting there holding a bag of chips and drinking two annoying kids and a fat wife.
Everything tied to the top of his car.
And he said, I don't want that life. Get rid of her. Yes, Rich. I can't hear you, dude.
Yeah, Howard.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
Ask that question again. I didn't hear you because I was on. I had the radio down.
What question?
About the Sopranos.
Get out of my face. Ask the question again. I want to answer it.
Talked about it for 5 minutes.
Why, as long as we're talking, why do you think Tony went back to his wife? You can tell already that he can't. He knows that he can't stop doing what he does. In fact, he didn't even say He didn't say I'm going to stop cheating.
He's basically saying I'm not going to let you know about it.
Right. She seems to not have a problem with that. He goes, I'm not going to let my indiscretions bother you anymore, or something like that.
Right. I don't know.
I thought Carmella was going to get whacked. But that was pretty good. Now, Drea De Matteo is free to go do that Joey show.
Yeah, she'll be on Joey next week.
Yeah, she's not dead.
Now, do you think anybody's going to get killed next week, like a main character person?
Yeah, I think that annoying new Mafia guy is going to get...
Johnny Sack?
Johnny Sack. Johnny Sack.
That would be a big move. See, I think they need him for the last season because he's going to be a big player.
You think Buscemi's going to get whacked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Who's going to whack him? Do you think the Soprano family?
I think it's Christopher's job.
Right.
But now Tony's saying he doesn't want to do that, so maybe not. But I think if you were going to do it, that's Christopher's job to whack him.
Christopher would do it in a heartbeat. You know, he wouldn't care.
Oh, he'd love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell Robin to come back in?
Yes.
Wait, as long as Robin's out, there's no way she's fasting, right? I mean, let's take full advantage.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
But did you like the part when Tony kicked him in the head after he was taking heroin?
Yeah. That was great.
You don't think this affects me?
But it's great that he did that because... Uh-oh. See, what we really did was... we all pleasured ourselves. And you're actually sitting in a chair that... Oh, wait. Oh, there you are.
Oh, you lost me. You didn't have me up.
I wish you had seen it, because I would like to hear your take.
Wish I had seen it, too. So we were in there rehashing old episodes. Everybody who didn't want to hear came in to be with me.
And then tomorrow, you're going to want to talk about it.
I know.
Right. So.
Did you guys have a good time talking about it?
No.
Oh.
A little anticlimactic.
It felt weird with you not here. Then I was thinking, well, we should just plan something to do special to you.
I know, that's what I said. Now I'll run out of the room and they'll decide to do something to
right.
me.
I had to walk in and check everything. Here's Dominic. Yeah, Dominic.
Yeah, but the best scene is the last.
Whoa.
Oh, I can't believe that.
No, Robin's back in.
He's back in the woods again.
Yeah, that was good.
Sitting in the woods, sitting there, and she's worried about buying some property, and he's thinking about being in the woods, how this woman died in the woods, too.
Right.
It's the same thing again.
Right.
It's great. Best show yet.
You just chased Robin out of the room.
That was really good. And you know why they didn't show you whether she was dead or not? Because in the latest scene, for a moment, you're not sure what's going on in the woods. Because you see movement of the leaves and stuff. So you think maybe she's alive.
I thought that was Salvio walking. Silvio.
No, that was Soprano himself. When he's walking.
No, I know that. I'm saying at first.
Are you sure he's a lawyer?
Now, you know she's dead.
Well, you're hoping she's not.
I
you
wasn't.
also knew she was going to die for another reason.
Because of the Joey show.
That's the reason.
Right. Mark, you're on the air.
Hey, now.
You know.
I don't think she knew until she was in the car and they were looking in the woods. I think that's when she first got a clue.
Yeah, I think she kind of was putting it together.
I think so, too.
At the end, yeah, but no way. When she got the call, I don't think she thought.
Nah, she would have ran. I mean, if you know.
Where's he, Gary?
The other part we all love, we were just talking about out there, is when Tony breaks up with the burn victim.
Yeah, that was good.
I got to take this call.
Hey, Hal.
Got cut out on me. I don't know. What?
No, it was...
It was awkward.
The burn victim.
The burn victim.
Yeah.
Are you guys done?
Every time you come back in, every time. Well, Dominic never knows what's going on.
What?
Dominic's so weird.
Don't we think? We always think he's an expert.
He's watching a different show.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
So he was wrong about whatever he said?
It's not wrong, but he just...
Well, you know why he was wrong, Robin?
It's the obvious.
Oh.
Well, he was wrong because he thought the end scene was...
Oh, stop it.
It is a good Sopranos.
Good.
It is.
It's arguably the best of the...
Probably the best in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would say so.
Praise.
Better than Raven's last episode.
Yeah, it's dizzyingly hilarious, Robin, and touching at the same time.
Yes, Don.
Moving.
Don, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
How you doing, Howard?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Howard, I was at a charity softball game with the Sopranos stars this weekend, and only about 3 of them came into the cheap seats to allow pictures and autographs, and, of course, James Gandolfini wasn't there.
Gandolfini?
Yeah.
James Graffiti.
James Gandolfini wasn't there.
Well, it was really kind of a ripoff because the guy who played Bobby Bacala said plenty of pictures, plenty of autographs. And the only ones that bothered to come up to the people in the cheap seats was the guy who played Vito.
Yeah, Joe.
He's a good guy.
We know Joe. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he was cool. He invited people down, and the security guards got mad. He said, "You want a picture with me? Come on down." And the guy that plays Bobby Bacala, he came up to the stands and hung out with the people. And the guy that played Christopher, the rest of them couldn't be bothered. They had this VIP section, and those people got to hang out with the stars. Now, I went to the Stutter and John Cabby fight, and I hung out with all you guys. I mean, it was great. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we're not uptight.
Yeah, no, I mean, my girlfriend screamed at Gary in the middle of the casino. He just turned around and said hello, you know. And we said, "Can we take a picture with you?" He said, "No problem."
No, what do we care?
Well, you don't expect Jamie Lynn Scala to come up in the stand.
You know, Jamie Lynn Scala is probably the next big thing. I mean, she can't be with you.
Right. Was Drea De Matteo there?
No, she wasn't.
See.
There was about 13 people from the show, and it was downtown Manhattan at Cherry Street and Market Slip.
I think AJ's way too important show business figure to be there.
You know, that show's so hot, Howard. There's a guy that does a commercial on one of the radio stations for hair replacement.
Yeah.
And he says who he is, and I still don't know who he is. He's like, "I'm so-and-so from The Sopranos. I was also in Goodfellas."
And yeah, I know which guy that is. That's the guy who receives oral from the guy in the truck. Yeah, he's good.
See, that's how he should describe himself.
The weird thing about The Sopranos is they cast a lot of people who don't normally get parts in show business.
Yeah.
And they all bragged, a lot of people bragged around The Sopranos and were only in one scene. And I'm pretty sure the guy who received oral in the truck is a big star now.
You know what I'm loving is Frankie Valli.
I'm loving, yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
We were all talking about in the room, we were talking about all the New York guys who you really can't keep track of. I said, yeah, there's Frankie Valli and this one and that
one. It's a lot of music guys.
It's a lot of Jersey because Frankie Valli's from Newark.
It's the guy from Bruce Springsteen, Frankie Valli.
And then, you know,
David Lee Roth.
David Lee Roth shows up.
Right.
What's the silver-haired guy named? The older silver-haired guy? No. The
Paulie Walnuts.
The one whose brother got killed by
Frank Vincent.
Yeah,
Frankie Vincent.
I think his claim to fame is that he was in The Godfather, Goodfellas, and The Sopranos.
All of those guys have only been in mob pictures. Like the dude, you know, what's his name? Drea De Matteo's boyfriend. He's only been in mob pictures. They're all like.
Well, especially those older guys are like, they're all Sopranos guys. Godfather's guys.
Right.
Frank Vincent was in a band with Joe Pesci. They played around, like, Newark, New Jersey.
Right.
And Vincent's claim to fame, he was in Raging Bull and Goodfellas. He always gets his ass kicked by Joe Pesci in movies.
That's why he keeps him
But you know what? I think he's great.
I'll tell you the truth. I wouldn't even want to see those guys at a celebrity softball game because I believe they're real mobsters.
Yeah, right, and it's terrible when you see them being nice guys.
Well, and like we were hanging around with Joey, and I'm saying to myself, he's really in the mob, right?
I don't think he is. No,
Vito?
I was talking to him. I don't think he is.
Well, the other weird thing, Howard.
No, I don't think he is either. But he knows. They're so convincing.
In the show.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you're really hanging out with mobsters.
Right.
And I've met Steve Shariffa, and he's got his kids, and I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
Dan, the song parody man, interviewed what's Christopher's real name?
Michael Imperioli.
He interviewed him outside like one of his theatrical plays, and it was very serious. Christopher, who's a writer, and it was just sort of hard to take.
Right.
I was just saying that I saw in the paper this past weekend they were, showing parents and kids and saying these kids are a chip off the old block, and they had Cindy Crawford in there with her son Elvis, who is going to be the most beautiful man to have ever walked the earth. This kid is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I agree. I told you the kids are better looking than even them.
Oh, I mean, just stunningly beautiful this baby is. And they say, Elvis and chip off the old block. Then they show James Gandolfini.
Yeah.
And his son. And unfortunately, his son is a chip off the old block, too.
Whatever.
He's a cute kid.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I'm going to give Shuli his shot. All right, Tommy Lee, you're on the air.
Tommy Lee.
Drea De Matteo got whacked on The Sopranos.
That's not true.
Devil.
That's not true, Rob. Let's go to...
I don't believe it.
Let's go to Chris. Chris, go ahead. Yeah, Paul, we got to do the news next, so...
I got a bone to pick with you, Stern.
Thank you.
I TiVoed The Sopranos last night, and you let that caller through that blew the whole ending there.
Thank you.
Well, he blew it for Robin, so I figured we should blow it for everyone.
It's your duty to hit the button, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, you could have hit the button.
You want to know something? I've given up hitting the button. That I let Dead Air Dave and Tom have their party back there with the button. I don't even control the button anymore.
You have served the sanctity of my T-Bone viewing pleasure, Stern.
It won't make a difference. Just I'll have a good time watching the show.
I'm going to forget. Why don't you just erase your memory?
Erase.
What's funny is I saw the beginning of the Tony Awards, and, you know, when you see Wolverine, you know, prancing around with the Rockettes.
Yeah, that's very gay.
It's kind of hard to think of him as a superhero.
It's kind of gay, like a party planner. Sopranos was really funny last night.
Yeah.
I was laughing real hard at one point. I don't even remember what I was laughing at.
Yeah, what was
I was cracking up. I don't remember.
Can't think.
No. The TV doesn't stay with me. Like Baba Booey will watch something, they can quote every line from it.
I know, and I'm fascinated. There are a couple of people I know who, you know, watch something and then they can quote you lines the next day.
I believe those people are empty-headed.
Yes. There's nothing else to
There's nothing else on their mind.
Well, that's definitely me.
You're empty-headed?
I'm empty-headed.
Hey, good for you.
What was so funny on The Sopranos?
Hey, can you repeat the Sopranos episode for us last night? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I know what it was. That whole discussion between Tony and the white-haired guy about the painting.
Oh, yes.
He's the general.
Yes.
Been cracking up.
That was funny.
The general's you, Tone. You're the general.
It's you.
What are you? You mean a lawn jockey?
What do you mean, a lawn jockey?
The general's you, Tone.
The general's you, Tone. It's not a general like out of history.
I didn't think it would be so bad. You don't come over here anymore.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, it's a good show, man.
Bobo,
hey, Howard, how you doing?
Hey.
Last night, Sopranos was funny, right? When Tony was running through the woods to escape the FBI agents.
That was good.
That was great.
He ripped his jacket, cut on his head.
It was very
funny.
funny.
He even knew the back streets there, the back alleys, huh?
Right.
What about last night he was sitting in bed with Carmela and she just wondered if her son AJ might be gay?
That was fun.
Yeah. Wasn't that funny?
Yeah, because he wants to be a party planner.
Event planner.
An event planner. It sounds gay.
Isn't that gay?
What is
that? Exactly. The kid is like milquetoast. He never has any kind of reaction. So I guess Tony was so excited that he was fired up about something, you know?
Yeah. All right, well, there you go.
And let me ask you something else. Didn't it seem like overnight him and Carmela started connecting? Right?
Well, yeah, because when he was away, he missed her.
Yeah.
It's like a new honeymoon.
Right, it's a honeymoon period, but that'll change.
They've clearly worked everything out.
Yeah, that's a great show. It can't end, man.
Right.
Really.
All right, thank you.
All right, nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
You know, for anybody who's a fan of The Sopranos, they're saying it's not a year and a half till we'll see another new episode.
Right, they really drag it out.
Hey, here's a guy, I'm curious. He says The Sopranos was horrible last night. Why is that, Chris?
Because they should have probably ended it 2 weeks ago in the other episode. I mean, that was a middle-of-the-year episode. It was horrible. They had all these questions left. What about that big fat gay guy? When Adi was yelling at.
No, that was a terrific episode. And, in fact, I would dare say that this was the closest they've ever had to some sort of closing episode that felt satisfying. I mean, you saw the... You saw the Johnny Sack go away to prison. You knew that Tony is now set up to try and take over all his action. You also got to see the cousin got killed, and the cousin got killed, and he didn't even need to be killed.
Right, because he...
All right, hey, all that was kind of good, but you know what? They had the cousin on there, Steve Buscemi. I mean, what a waste that was. I mean, he's the greatest actor out there for that maniac role,
well,
and I don't think they used him good enough.
What are you talking about? He was terrific in it, and then his character died. That was a surprise. It was terrific.
Oh, he needs to beat a few people, kill a few more people.
Well, I don't know. Listen, you can second-guess it all you want. It was a terrific episode and a great season.
All the family tension this season.
That's all.
And you're complete with that. Clay, you don't care about the big fat gay guy there?
that's hardly something that needed to be focused on. It's a bit of spice. It's a little bit of salt,
because every
pepper.
time you see him, you're wondering who's going to hit on them.
Yeah, I mean, they don't wrap everything up, which is kind of refreshing. Things don't get wrapped up in a second.
Right. Look at how long it took us to discover he was gay.
Like in the beginning of the episode, the guy's gay, and then by the end of the episode, he gets whacked, or he gets discovered, or he gets...
Well, no, that's 2 episodes. I don't know. I don't agree.
Every time you see him, you're in on the secret. It's a terrific... Get off my phone. You don't even know what's good or bad. Justin, you're on the air. Hey, Joey G is here. Joey G's from The Sopranos. What an episode last night. I thought it was a great season. Except for the dream episode.
That was the one they could have left out.
Joey G's the heavyset dude who did the gay stuff to that young boy in the car.
Turns out Vito is gay.
Vito is gay, but Joey G isn't. No. Joey G's 100% all man.
Joey G is here to say, I play one on TV, but I'm not.
He's here to say he's not a gay.
Then a pig.
Joey G wearing the Beavers T-shirt. I'd recognize that from the Negro Leagues. That's one of those old T-shirts.
Is that right?
You're old Negro fan.
Yeah, that's the Negro League.
A retro jersey?
Yes, vintage.
You're one of those fat guys that actually looks good. Like, you could carry your fat around and, like, look like good to chicks. When I was fat, I looked horrible.
It didn't work for you.
Well, Howard, I'm not as fat as I used to be. I'm 100 pounds lighter.
He looks lighter than even from Vegas.
Yeah.
Hey, you look like you dropped a few more.
Yeah, I did. Artie, it's me, Joe the Fag.
Yeah, I apologize to you for that.
Hey, that's all right.
I had a couple of drinks.
Last time we saw Joe was in Vegas. I just wanted to say what a great job the whole cast did last night. Sopranos, what a wonderful
episode,
show.
Yeah.
So brilliantly written, too.
You know, Howard, I would have gave you a heads up about last night, but I don't want to blow my career.
Right. I hear you.
Nice.
Nice. You've been working on some lines of your own, haven't
You know, I'm great on the piano, but I suck on the organ.
you? Right. Hey, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking YJ Stinger.
Oh, is that
All
right?
right.
Let me see you drink that.
Yeah.
Let's see if you get a buzz.
I feel like Yucko. Remember at the show?
Yeah. Is it good?
It's very good. This is the punch.
Yeah.
Pounding punch.
They say it'll give you a lift. Well, you know, The Sopranos was real good. I was even thinking, like, they could have made a whole episode of Tony just plotting and planning how to kill his cousin, but they made it happen like, bam, like right out of the blue.
He had to do that to save face with us because we were getting a little...
Yeah, it was all
grumbling amongst the
coming
troops.
down on him, yeah.
Wasn't there a point in the show where your character, Vito, says, you know what, if Tony doesn't take care of this, maybe we should whack him?
Yeah, I mean, I said we should take him out.
Right.
Yeah, that
I
was
was surprised.
Yeah, they cut some lines. There was actually more to that scene.
They cut you out?
No, well, I had some more lines in that scene.
Right.
But I go on how this is bad for us, and you know we got to do something here.
Yeah, you got a couple of good lines, and you were sitting around that table. You had lines last night.
Yeah, it was good, and there was even some more lines in that. But you know,
That's always the way it is.
always the way. I just hate when it happens to me.
Right. Yeah, it's too much.
But it's great that there's another informant and they have no idea.
Who's that freak? It was for his birthday.
Yeah, Raymond.
Yeah, he's next.
Right. That was a good episode, too, the way they wrapped things up. Took out that whole Johnny Sack guy. You never saw the FBI coming. You never saw any of that.
Yeah, Johnny Sack, he was a pain in the butt, but now he's no more.
That guy, by the way, is a real good actor.
Yeah.
Vince Caratellis.
Holy cow.
He is great.
What else has he done?
Really not much. Some independent films, and, this was his big thing.
Does he make a living as an actor?
He is now. I think he was in the contracting business.
Really? All these guys, man, were like something else.
They found some great talent.
They did.
Yeah, that's one of their the pluses where they just discover unknowns. And
Drea De Matteo's career is like skyrocketing because she's in that show Joey. But
she's doing that now. And
I saw the pilot though, man. It's real bad.
Really?
Someone
had given it a good review.
Did you see it?
Not yet. No.
You'll see what I mean.
Uh-oh. Sorry to hear that.
Hey, it was just one episode. Maybe the rest of it.
No. Hey, you don't like her, do you?
Trey, I love.
Not too bad. She's great. I was hoping for some dirt.
Well, who don't you like?
No one on the show.
Right.
No, I love everyone on the show. Really, it's the truth. We all get along.
Yeah. You think they're going to follow up? First of all, you know what's frustrating for anyone who's a big fan of the show like I am?
What?
They're not going to start shooting new episodes till 2005.
What's up with that?
April 05. I can only think, and we really don't know what the reason is for it, but I can only think that David Chase needs time to, like, figure things out.
Yeah. And nothing wrong with that. But it's just, I'm impatient. I'm ready to see more.
Yeah, I don't want to wait a year and a half to see another. I mean, how are we going to remember what happened?
Well, it's like the Spider-Man movie. It's like I'm sick of waiting. Let me see that goddamn thing already.
Yeah, enough of this teasing us.
Yeah, I'm afraid my liver's going to give out before the next season.
You might die before it's all
I bet you half of us will be dead by the time The Sopranos airs the new season. Yeah.
Well, you know what's good about Joey? He's sitting pretty low because he's definitely going to be a main player in the next season.
Yeah, we got to find out what happens to you.
Yeah. They got to have an episode where you, like, rape Meadows' boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like a violent sexual.
Yeah, you'll be Meadows' fiance by
I had some plans for that bat if he showed up on...
That'd be funny if you end up marrying Meadows' fiance. That'd be good.
I was reading somewhere in a website, and they said they called him Finn the Fag Finder.
See, I like that they don't tell, like that no one knows you're gay. Only we know.
Right.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Like our little secret.
Just the audience, Finn, and that crazy security guard.
When we were out in Vegas, Joey's like, listen, man. He goes, one thing I don't want is, like, lots of fans screaming out that I'm a fag and everything. He goes, that's just a character I play. So who gets drunk and starts yelling out that Joey's a fag?
Our friend.
Artie.
No, but I was one of the people saying to him by the pool, listen, those people are morons, they're idiots, they're just slobs.
Yeah, Artie goes, don't you worry about it. Those people are idiots. And then
he was right.
And then here's
I know.
Here's Artie in Vegas.
Come on, you're killing me, man. I love Joey. Come on over there. Joey, where the f*** you going, man? What are you going to faggot? You faggot? Joey, I'm back here. Prove you don't want to suck the faggot. Faggot doesn't want to suck the I don't want to say. Get over here, Joey! I love Joey.
Just chase him down the hall, calling him a faggot the entire time.
I really should be fired, if you think about it.
I know.
I was telling Artie I had completely forgotten about that. And Monday morning, I turned on the radio at 6:30, and that's the first thing I heard. And I go, wow, that's right, that happened.
Hey, you're not even close to being gay. I mean, I saw your action down in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk about what happened.
He likes the chick.
Yeah. Wait a minute. What happened?
Because I heard a rumor. I don't even know.
It's a rumor.
Tell me what happened. Because you left Vegas in a hurry.
What?
Something happened with some chick. I don't know. Did you get robbed or something?
Well, I misplaced a few valuables.
How'd that happen?
What happened?
Someone, maybe it was the cleaning lady. maybe it was the lady that was cleaning me. It was some chick, yeah.
You were with some chick and she cleaned you out?
Room.
Yeah.
You tell what happened, because people have to be warned about that.
Well, I should only say that when you meet someone in Vegas, make sure you put all your stuff in the safe.
Was she hot?
From what I don't remember, yeah, she was hot.
You were really loaded, huh?
Well, a little bit.
You could drink more than Artie. At least you could hold it, though.
I don't know about that.
Now, me and Joey were doing damage drinking-wise the entire week.
That's what I heard. So what happened? You hook up with this girl.
I hooked up with a girl, and actually I woke up at like, I don't know, 12, 1 o'clock, and I decided to go back to the Hard Rock.
Right. Where all the action was.
Right, and I was hanging out with Hank Hill.
Right, Henry Hill.
Yeah. Henry Hill.
Henry!
And I met someone, and, we vamoosed.
So you go back to your place.
Yeah, I went back to my place. I woke up in the bed.
And what was... Wait a minute.
I wonder if Henry was in on this.
Really?
This heist.
Yeah, maybe Henry was part of this.
Henry got rolled the last time he was...
Yeah, Henry's been through this, I think.
I think anybody that's been to Vegas and, they carry on, and they get rolled at least once.
I've been through it. I got rolled. I mean,
What'd she look like?
Not this bad.
She was Caucasian.
Yeah.
Nice.
Reddish hair.
Yeah.
Hot body.
Yeah.
And
did you have a good time with her?
Yeah, we did up until that. And then,
Well, this is what I'm asking. I mean, how far did you get before you passed out and
you did her,
lost all your stuff?
Yeah, I met a girl right before I came here. She's listening. I'm totally in love with this girl, so I'm going to get in real trouble.
I've been through this, but don't even try to get... with this show, forget it. Nothing stays in Vegas.
Oh, you're in love. I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
Well, I had just met her before I left
So you weren't serious?
Well, now we're serious.
Okay, so this happened all before that?
Yes.
This is when you weren't so serious.
This is exactly where you
I
were
wanted to make this public that I'm very much in love with her. So.
This is exactly what happened with me and Dana.
Now that I cleared that.
What kind of cash did the chick take?
She got me for like $1,200, $1,500. Plus my watch.
Oh. Is that why you're wearing that cheap crap watch right now?
Well, it goes with the jersey.
It's also a Negro League watch.
Wow.
I got 500, man.
You got rolled how much?
500.
500.
So she was a pro.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you passed out and she cleaned out the room.
Yeah, I woke up in the bathtub.
Whoa.
How'd she get you in the bathtub?
I guess we were. At some point, we figured it'd be a good idea to get in the jacuzzi.
At some point.
Yeah.
So you know what happened with me,
we had some fun in Vegas, right?
We had a ball.
Yeah,
I was like my best time, really.
It was so much fun.
I was okay. I mean, taking the sun from like 10 to 2, I had a good system down. But once 2 o'clock came, and doing shots right on the stage, right? And
right.
Oh, forget it.
The rest was like...
Because there was one day I saw you were taking shots, and then like someone said you were like almost in a coma, and then you split, and we didn't know what happened to you. Yeah. And then I guess you met that chick, and I guess she rolled you.
I think at one of the shows I left my phone there.
Well, she was really smart, because when you get into a jacuzzi when you're drinking, the blood vessels relax, and that blood, that alcohol just goes right in.
And she knew what she was doing.
She said she loved me.
She did say she loved you. She knew.
You know what happened to me, Joe? I thought I was banging just a regular chick, and then she woke me up and charged me.
She didn't even roll him.
Yeah, she's like to my face.
Artie met this chick at a strip club when we were out in Vegas the last time.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. And she was really hot and everything, and he was rapping to her. And
he thought he was really scoring major points.
And she said, let me have your number. He told her where she was at. He's laying in bed. He's asleep. Phone rings. It's her. And he's like, holy cow, this really hot chick wants to do me.
Right, exactly.
So she comes up to the room. They have great sex.
Well.
And then she says, hey, that'll be 500.
I fell asleep like 2 hours in bed. She woke me up at like 8 a.m.
You know what? Now that I think of it, maybe this girl was like $2,500 a night. She couldn't wake me up, and she says, you know what? Let me just take his cash and his watch.
Anything you save money.
And we're even.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
She didn't mess with your credit cards or...
No.
What was that place you were telling me you could go to if you really want to meet chicks? Like, it's really great. Some country.
Oh,
forget it.
Wait a minute.
Canada.
No, he told me the coolest stuff. Forget it.
What, we can't talk now? What is this? I can't find out?
No, you don't need to know that.
I don't?
It's not where I'm going next week.
You were saying when you were a young man.
Right.
This happened years ago.
Years
ago.
When I was 175 pounds.
So where did you go years ago?
The Dominican.
Dominican Republic. You said there was really hot chicks there.
Yeah. Someone that's single and not in love.
Right. You gonna marry this chick or what?
It's looking like that. Well, I don't know about now. I have to, when I call her after the show, we'll see what's
You haven't been married before?
No, never.
Oh, all right.
No kids, never been married.
You want to have kids?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, all right.
Look at you in love.
This is very romantic.
You better bring her around here and let us look her over.
Yeah.
We'll check her out. What does she do?
She's partners in a clothing boutique in Valley Stream.
No kidding.
Yeah. Ask Alice.
All right. We'll check her out.
There's 2 things the Dominican's famous for: great shortstops and great whores.
That was my plan, to find a girl and get her pregnant and have the kid grow up in San Pedro de Macorís.
I told Artie that he better, he was pissing you off when he was up in the room drunk with you, and he was calling you a fag.
Right.
And I said, the way I look at it, Joey might be connected for real. Because where you grew up in Brooklyn, it's a super tough area.
There's a lot of guys. A lot of guys came out of where I grew up in Great Neck Road.
And I'm like, you know what? He might have you killed for real.
Well, that's the thing. I might have to make some phone calls to my old life in Jersey.
Oh, God.
Oh, you don't know anything.
Got to get Jersey and
New York.
Brooklyn.
We're going to start a New York and Jersey thing again?
It could be like a Johnny Sack. And,
Seriously, was he pissing you off when he kept calling you fag over and over again?
No, not at all. I mean, it was a nice way of calling me a fag, actually.
He did it with love.
Artie in Jersey knows roofers. They're not going to whack anyone.
I know a lot of guys with nail guns.
But you were never in the mob or anything like that.
No, never in the mob.
He was hanging out with Henry Hill, then he wasn't made.
Right.
I would have my starter suit on, my sweatsuit.
Right. Hey, Dan, you're on the air. Go ahead. You're on with Joey G, who's celebrating a big season this year on The Sopranos.
Hey, guys, what's up?
You know.
Great show last night, by the way. I just wanted to ask about killing Tony B. Did he really have to do that? I mean, the whole Brooklyn mob is by the FBI episode anyway.
Well, yeah, that's the point of the show.
He didn't know it, though.
He didn't know it.
Yeah, you know, but what he did was actually, because they were going to torture him if they found him first in the New York mob. So
he did him a favor and killed him.
Did him a favor, took him out. And it was a way of keeping peace between the whole thing escalating and saving face even with his own mob, because when he was watching that History Channel, one of the things, Rommel was idolized by his men.
Well, I thought it was that the psychiatrist said you don't have to feel guilty about your cousin.
Well, yeah, I said even Dr. Malfi approved of the murder.
She approved of the hit. Matt, you're on the air.
Here's the problem I had with The Sopranos is that there was the jump in the seasons. You know, a couple weeks ago, the fat homo's trying to get Finn in, taking him to a ball game, getting his pants, and then last night Tony's going through the snow. There was no transition in the seasons. Do you think that was because of Gandolfini's contract holdout, or?
I don't know what you're saying.
He's just saying, you know, I noticed it was wintertime, too. But they're showing you that things don't happen overnight. They take a long time to get really ugly.
And how about I didn't even notice there were...
Well, Tony was falling down in the snow.
Yeah, but I
tripping.
mean, who cares? Yes, Ryan.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas, and like I said, I was at the Circle Bar at the Hard Rock, and got a picture with Vito and Henry Hill, and I believe the girl that robbed him is in the picture.
Oh, well, good.
Oh.
We got evidence.
That's good, man. We can get her.
Yeah, you have a little pink top on, I think?
No, it wasn't pink.
No?
Well, it might have been at this point.
You were so wasted, man.
Something was pink.
But anyway, I have the picture. I'm on my way to work right now. I can email it to you guys later if you'd like.
Artie, email that to us, okay? Seriously.
No problem.
All right.
You can, I have a website with my email address on it. JoeSoup.com.
All right, so
I
there you
wouldn't
go.
mind seeing that.
JoeSoup.com?
Yes.
All right, because we have to go find her.
Yeah.
See if we can't recover that watch.
Bring it to the authority. I'll get it to the authorities.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Artie loved having Joey up in his room for drinking. I mean, those two guys had a bottle.
I had heard they were bonding.
Yeah, no, we that one night in the room, it was great.
Yeah. Tell Joey he's a fag. Tell Joey he's a fag.
Yeah, that was it. That was part of the romantic night.
Sounded like you wanted Joey.
No, with just the audio, it does sound like I'm a little hard for him, yeah. And I am. I think he's a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really hit it off.
We did.
Yeah, up in the room. Artie's like, come to my room.
Joey from The Sopranos, you faggot!
Oh.
Just what you didn't want to hear.
I think the funniest was you calling your room number a fag. It was a fag number?
Yeah.
Number?
Yeah.
It was a gay number.
Everything was a fag.
Was that 1104?
Joey the faggot! Joey! Come here! Get over here, you fruit! Get over here, you fruit! No, you're a fruit. You're a good actor. Come here.
Artie turns into Frank Sinatra.
Oh, he's just crazy.
He drinks Jack Daniels, and he starts like, hey, you, get over here, you fruit.
You broad.
Come over here, you're a broad.
I'm like Frank Sinatra, only without any of the connections.
Yeah.
Shut the f*** up, Joey. He's a friend of ours. You're coming to my f***ing room. Come on. What are you drinking for? Come on, I'll have somebody bring him up. How's that?
Meanwhile, Artie's in a wheelchair.
What is going to happen in your room? That's what I want to know.
We're going to play some cards.
We were going to have a drink. There was, as you said, there wasn't enough booze in the casino.
Artie looked like the head of the X-Men. He's like one of the mutants in the wheelchair as he's being wheeled around. Like a cerebral palsy guy.
It's probably the most offensive, obnoxious behavior of all time.
This guy's a fag on The Sopranos. I've never said that I was a fag on the Howard Stern show. So, fags on The Sopranos are fags.
You should take an Artie to his room and rolled him for $1,500.
Really?
Well, now
Get your money back.
Now I'm not making any sense on the table.
Get over here. I'm not going over that Joe. I love Joey. Come on, Joey. I'm going there. No. All right. Get the over here. Walk straight. Walk straight now. I love you, mother. I love you.
He loves you.
I'll break your effing egg. Come here, I love you.
I love that. Let's go to Ted. Ted, you're on the air.
Yeah, Joey G, how you doing?
What's going on, buddy?
My man, you want to have children someday? I don't think you can get close enough to a woman with that big fat butt.
See, it's these idiots, Joe, that are going to...
Yeah, those are the guys you don't want to hear
like
from.
Artie.
Yeah, Frank, go ahead.
Yes, Frank. I guess Frank has gone to work, which is nice to see someone in our audience actually working. Yes, Chris, you're on the air.
Joey.
Yo.
Joey, it's Chris, a.k.a. Crispy from the DR.
Hey, Crispy.
What's going on, brother?
He's a Dominican guy.
You gotta keep the DR thing a quiet thing. Keep it secret, man. Don't tell everybody. Also, Howard, whatever happened to KC?
Casey's here.
You never hear him anymore.
Well, I've quieted him down somewhat. He was getting a little too
busy.
He's trying to take over the whole show. No, he actually had to go away, but he's coming back
I ran into
this
him
week.
at Foxwoods.
Yeah, he's coming back. When did you run into him?
Saturday night.
Oh, there you go.
At Foxwoods.
All right. Yeah. Well, he's coming back on Wednesday. He had to take a break. Family stuff.
Personal stuff.
Personal stuff. Okay, let's go to... let me see. Dave. Hey, Dave. Dave.
Yo.
What's up?
Not much. This is Danielle from Vegas. I was with Joey.
Oh, Danielle.
This is the girl?
Oh, you're the girl Joey banged in Vegas.
That's right.
Oh, all right.
This is Dave. Story right. He's playing dumb, though. I rolled him for the money because, I was a pro.
Danielle, what are you, 36, 24, 9?
Exactly.
All right. Well, can you give him back his watch? He'd love it.
This guy was real prepared.
I can't do that. I earned it.
So are you getting this stuff all the time now?
Nah, not that much.
Not to your face. Down. Yeah. Well, anyway, I just want to congratulate you on a great season.
Thank you.
It was really good.
It's a great show, man.
So what are you going to do? Like, if The Sopranos doesn't need you till 2005...
What do you do in the interim?
You got to start doing some acting and some other things, right?
I plan to go out to L.A., back to L.A. I haven't been there since I left, but maybe around September I plan to go out there. And other than that, I'm going to be just doing personal appearances and working with a few companies.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job, man. It was fun hanging with you in Vegas.
Thank you. It was great. I had a great time.
Yeah, you got a hell of a tan.
He's faded a little bit. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I have, right? I have. I got to get back out and I lost my tint.
Yeah, I loved the show last night. Gandolfini, all those dudes.
Me and Joey are going to pitch a sitcom. Me and him are gay guys living together.
Yeah, when are you going to do that?
Yeah, we're going to pitch that.
Queer Eye for the Maid Guy.
Oh, I like that. 2 gay mafia guys.
Right, and we just talk
and
like
you live together.
Yeah.
I like it.
We never kiss or nothing.
I like that.
We got a very neat apartment, but we're animals.
Right.
They have an interesting way of bringing you into their inner circle.
Right.
Yes, Marianne.
Yeah, hi, Joey G. It's me, Mario from Brooklyn. I see him all the time, Howard, with some hot chicks in the neighborhood. And I want to ask him, how did he get picked for that role?
The casting directors had cast me in a few movies before that. And
You're doing a good job. I give you a lot of credit.
Good job.
What movies were you in before that?
I was in a movie called Mickey Blue Eyes.
Right.
Basquiat, Ed Wood.
Yeah, I've seen you in a bunch of stuff.
You were in Ed Wood?
Huh?
What did you play in Ed Wood?
Quick scene with Johnny Depp, and he's trying to get in to see the studio boss.
Right.
And I stop him at the gate, and he shows me.
So they saw that, and they said, hey, you want to be on The Sopranos?
Well, actually, they had cast me in Basquiat. You remember about the painter?
Yeah.
And then
no, he doesn't, but it was okay.
I'm just moving it along.
And Trees Lounge.
Joey.
Yeah.
Any chance of me getting in the Sopranos? Tell Howard you saw me at Tony and Tina's wedding.
Yes, I did. I saw she sat right in front of me at Tony and Tina's wedding.
Yeah, I think you'd be good on The Sopranos, Marianne.
He saw you in the audience.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is Kate listening out there, baby? Call Marion from Brooklyn. I need a job, Howard.
Boy, she would be the best.
Well, maybe as a bada bing girl.
Right. Well, listen, you're a great guy, and we loved hanging with you. Look for Joey G in Johnny Slade's Greatest Hits in theaters this fall, 2004. What's that all about?
Actually, Johnny Sack's in it. The guy Gigi that died on the toilet bowl. Remember I found him?
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Sack, that guy is a great actor, man.
Yeah, really is.
I got to tell you, I will miss him in that show.
Yeah, well, you don't know if he'll disappear completely. Look at Uncle Junior's under indictment. He's at home.
But he's going for 20 years.
Yeah, well, who knows what's going to happen in the future.
Appeals.
Yeah, they might show some stuff with him.
Yeah.
I know that Chase doesn't like to do any courtroom scenes, so
right.
Who knows?
We'll see. And why doesn't he like that? Does he ever say?
I don't know why he just feels that it just drags or it's boring. It's been done so much.
Too played out.
Yeah.
Did you hate the Dream episode this year?
No, I was doing mushrooms when I was watching. So
you did. So it was good. All right.
That's the way to do it.
JoeSoup.com. S-O-U-P. JoeSoup.com is the website for Joey also. All right. We got to take a break. We'll be back. We got a lot to get to today. Dennis Rodman actually is stopping by.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Rodman.
The Rodman. Yucko the Clown will audition to get John's job. Brought to you by Trim Spa, completely ephedra-free. And a whole bunch of other stuff. I got to read the email. I mean, we got tape of O.J. being interviewed by Katie Couric. I got to get to that next.
He was interviewed by Katie Couric, too.
Yeah.
You know, someone was telling me, someone had a theory that Rodman was coming on to me in the steam room.
Could be.
You know, I have my own theory about the O.J. thing.
What's your theory?
Because I worked with his son in L.A.
Right.
And I think his son was in on it and possibly maybe did it because he had all those kitchen knives. That's the truth.
Wow.
Well, wait a second.
Whoa.
Stop right there.
That's his opinion. He said he had a theory.
And you see how bad he broke down when the verdict came in and how he took it? I mean, that was I said that from the
Let me just say something. Hey, the kid no one has ever said anything like that.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh, they have said that?
Yeah, that was one of those theories floated at the time.
He was a little off. He was a little out there, the kid.
Well, I don't believe it.
Okay.
I think O.J. acted alone. I think O.J. did it, and that's it.
You're going with the lone number
No, I just think because I think that if there was any kind of validity to that, that would have been brought out at the time. And there's absolutely no evidence of that. And like all of these things, hold it a second. No, because the guy's probably trying to...
Joe had a theory.
Oh, that theory is outrageous. because it really disparages him. I mean, like that would make people afraid of him. No, it's O.J. O.J. did it. Trust me. I've studied all the evidence. O.J.
I think the girl was killed by Basquiat.
Well, whatever. All right, listen, Joey.
We don't know you from a hole in the ground.
Yeah, right.
We're just distancing ourselves.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back right after these words. All right, thanks, Joey. Stephen Van Zandt is certainly a very well-known musician. He is considered the brains behind the E Street Band.
The brains?
Yeah. He formed the E Street... there he is. Look at him. Right in the flesh. Good seeing you.
Sylvia, right there.
That's Sylvia, that's right. Hey, so talk to me about the whole Bruce Springsteen thing, because this is what I heard. Let's get down to it. The reason... All right. When you left the E Street Band, all right, there was a creative thing. You wanted to go off and do your own thing, and I certainly understand that. And you started the E Street Band with him, right?
Not exactly, no.
I don't know.
No,
what is the history?
We were friends way before that.
High school or something?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't go to the same high school, but we were in bands very early, and nobody was in a band in those days.
I went to high school with such creeps. Nobody started a good band.
Nobody even did anything.
I would have liked to have been in a band.
Well, I had like the only band in my high school. He had the only band in his, And
you hooked up?
And there was like a little circuit. And
you'd play together and stuff?
You'd run into each other because it was, everybody had a garage band, but nobody actually played, out, So we'd run into, there's only 5 or 6 bands in the whole area.
Right.
So we became friends very young, 15, 16 years old.
15, 16 years old, you're friends, and you're making music. Did you know right away it was destiny, like for greatness?
Did you think anything of him? Was he any good?
He was very good, actually. Right. But at that time, it was unusual to be original. In those days, you had to play the top 40. You had to play like was on the radio in order to make a living.
Now, how did you get into music? Were you the guy who just stood around in his house and played air guitar?
I was a complete freak and a misfit, and
when you say misfit,
anywhere else.
Couldn't get laid?
No. In fact, in those days, if you were in a band,
you could get laid.
You couldn't get laid.
Oh, you couldn't?
No, they wanted the football players and the surfers.
So
the long-haired guys were freaks.
So what inspired you to start practicing? I'm sure your parents didn't encourage this.
No.
You just felt a calling?
Yeah, there was nothing else you could do. The only people who make it in this business have no other choice.
Right. Nothing to fall back on.
No. I mean, everybody else who was in a band and
they could do something else?
If they got a choice, their fathers, work with the father, go to college.
But you're a great guitar player. How does that all come about? At an early age, all of a sudden you realize you have this ability?
You just love it. I mean,
Did you take lessons?
For a minute. For about a month, yeah, and then I realized I didn't want to learn how to play Old MacDonald Had a Farm.
Right, you wanted to play rock and roll.
I wanted to play, the last time by the Rolling Stones or something.
And so you couldn't get laid being a guitar player back then. It wasn't really. It was not happening.
Cool. It wasn't cool. No, I mean, if it were the Beatles, it was cool. But
you got married at a very early age.
Yeah.
You met your wife in high school?
No, not that early.
Where'd you meet her?
No, I met her at a gig, actually. A friend of ours, introduced us.
After you had become the E Street Band?
Just in the early stages, this is when in the 70s, late 70s, mid to late 70s. Yeah.
So did you get to party on the road at all? I mean, did you and your wife have rough years?
The 70s? Oh, yeah, before we were married, of course. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, 70s were a good decade. Yeah.
You got laid a lot.
They were fun. Yeah.
Twosomes, threesomes?
Yeah.
Clarence in the room during this?
Not in the room. No.
Not in the room.
No.
You never had the other guys in the room, yo?
No.
You guys never did.
You never did a twosome, a threesome with Bruce?
No, that's an 80s. That's an 80s thing.
The E Street Band ain't gay. There's only broads.
It's gay?
See?
Wait a second. You're telling me that Bruce and you never ended up in a room with two broads?
No.
I don't believe it.
No.
You probably got some good stories.
No, I do, but we can't tell them.
Oh,
no,
man.
that stuff's all 80s. No, 70s was a little more, traditional.
So get back. Let me get back to my point. I heard that. All right. So you get. So let me understand this. You get together with Bruce Springsteen, put together a band, but Bruce for some reason gets to call the shots.
How does that go by? Does he get together the band, or do you two get together the band?
I heard it was the two of you.
I was afraid we were going to get into this.
Yeah, come on. Let's set the record straight.
Let's. All right. Here's what happened. We were having trouble. We were in New Jersey, so it was hard to get signed to a record deal, right?
Understood.
By the early 70s, things had really fragmented in the business, okay? And the singer-songwriter thing had become very popular.
Okay.
Jackson Brown and James Taylor and, I'm forgetting them all, but there was like 4 or 5 guys all of a sudden who became popular. And Bruce got signed as one of those guys.
Okay.
With John Hammond Sr., who was a very, very important guy in history.
Mm-hmm.
He had,
So he got signed like as a solo artist.
Yes.
And then he put together the band.
He brought the band back because he was a band guy before that, obviously. And so, he brought the band back. And then, people were not sure how that was going to work at the record company. And it really didn't work for the first 2 albums like they would.
But financially, what ends up happening when you guys go out on the road, he would pay the band like a backup band, like $1,000 a night.
Yes,
for each guy.
Well, whatever. But it's his thing. It's his vision. It's his. He's writing. He's fronting.
But wait a second. You had to grow resentful. You're saying, wait a second. We're in the biggest band of all time, and we're getting we're going out on the road and making $1,000 a night.
First of all, we were making more money at Stone Pony when I was with Southside Johnny Asbury Jukes.
That's what I'm saying.
For 5 years. Okay, we didn't make any money until 1980.
Right.
Okay, I mean honestly, we were struggling. I mean, once you get into the music business, people think that's now
that's it.
Now it's going to be easy.
The money's just falling out of the trees.
We were making more money as a local band.
People don't understand that when you get a record deal, the record company they charge you so much money for making that record that by the time you recoup, you don't see a lot of dough.
Well, there's that, and in those days there was tour support, which unfortunately there isn't anymore.
Right.
But that was, there was tour support and, all the marketing and promotional money that would go out. And unless you had to hit your first record, you didn't make money again till you had a hit.
So you grew resentful of Bruce because he was making the money when it started coming in, and you said, that's it, I'm going to leave before this Born on the USA tour.
It's about time we told it like it is.
Well, it's true, though.
This is the time to do it. No, it's not true. It's not true.
Are you a multimillionaire many times over?
Yes.
You are.
But
braggart.
But
he came in here to throw his money around.
Right.
But it was not like that. It's not a resentment thing for me. I don't have that.
You don't.
I really. I'm like. How I'm like Consigliere on Sopranos. That was kind of my role with Bruce because we grew up together. I could watch his back. We were friends, and I was only happy for him.
You produced Born on the USA.
Born on or Born in?
Whatever, wherever it was born.
I co-produced the River.
You co-produced it,
The River, and Born USA.
And you wrote some of the stuff?
No.
Bruce wrote it.
Yeah, he writes.
You produced it.
Yeah, but he's a very prolific writer. He writes all the time. Yeah.
And the Born in the USA tour was the biggest tour ever, and you left right before it.
Yes.
Turning down a lot of money, I bet.
Yes, you can say that was dumb.
So, no, I'm not saying that you turned it down.
I will freely admit to that.
Are you sorry you did that?
It's one of those strange things in retrospect. Yes.
Right.
Obviously, it was, but I just needed to leave at the time to go off on this adventure about, learning about life. I know it sounds stupid, And maybe it was stupid, but everything I know I learned since I left.
Well, you had enough money. You probably thought, well, okay, I can go do it.
No, money wasn't that.
We had just started making money.
And that's when you left.
Yeah, I know.
And little sneaky Nils Lofgren got right in there.
Snuck right in there.
Yeah, just didn't think 2 seconds about it.
You couldn't see him because he's so small. He was right there.
He's a great guy. But you know, it was one of those things. At the time, it just felt like I needed to do that.
But now when the whole band tours, isn't it a little crowded on stage between Nils and this one and that one?
It's the E Street Orchestra.
There's a whole gang up there.
But it's very musical. You know what I mean? No parts are missing from the records.
But Bruce Springsteen's unusual because he allowed you to come back into the band when you wanted to.
Well, we stayed friends the whole time. You know what I mean? It wasn't
He understood.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always a little bit... yeah, he understood. In the end, he understood.
So he's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
You have no complaints.
He's been one of my best friends for how long?
You party with him still?
I don't know if party's exactly the right word, but we hang out now and then.
He's no party, is what you say.
I'm not either. I'm much more boring than he is.
So when you hang out with your bros, it doesn't include Bruce anymore. He's grown out of that.
Honestly, Howard, I don't hang out. I don't have time.
No, you hang out. You go out to eat. I see you. You're at Nobu. You're around town. Everyone sees you. We know what you're up to.
But usually that's
Believe me, everyone knows.
And there's no Bruce.
You're out,
not there?
You're out having a good time.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
No, but you have a good time. No, but I mean, you have a pack of guys you hang around with.
We have some guys. Yeah, we'll go out occasionally, but not that much.
Really?
Not that much. Really.
And do you go to his mansion in Jersey? Or are you never invited? Be honest. Are you
Do you have to wait for an invite? You can't just drive up.
I can just drive up. It's a regular thing.
Patty doesn't want you there.
Patty loves me, Howard.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, you're starting trouble here.
I'm telling you. When is the last time you were invited to Bruce's house to party or to hang out? Let's put it that way.
We
tell the truth.
We have.
Stop your lies. Come on, really.
You don't have a regular card game or anything.
Yeah.
No.
Stephen, when is the last time?
He has kids. He's like a whole...
Understood.
He's got a whole life going on.
So he's too busy for you.
I got 12 jobs. I don't have time for anybody.
No, wait a second. Now, don't tell me it doesn't confuse you.
What?
That Bruce doesn't say, come on over the house and hang out with me and Patty.
You're making something that doesn't exist. Okay.
Really?
Do you hear about parties and go, ooh, another one I wasn't
No, I don't go to parties. I don't like parties. I wouldn't go most of the time even if I'm asked.
Do you have Bruce's phone number?
I do have Bruce.
You do?
You want it?
I don't want it. I'm just saying, I think it's insulting that you don't have his phone number. That you don't have the ability to call.
Get him on the horn right now.
How do you know when it's time to work?
You've been with this guy his entire life. You're better to him than his wife, and you don't have the number. His phone number from 1973 he's got.
Right, yeah.
I'm talking about the current phone number that gets right into that mansion in Jersey.
Sorry, we have no more information, but that number's been disconnected.
When's the last time you spoke to Bruce? Seriously. Was it over a month ago?
I want to see him tonight.
You
Who
are?
do you talk to more?
What are we doing tonight with Bruce?
We're going to hang out.
What do you mean? Like what? What do you do?
We're going to hang out.
What kind of fun are you going to do? Are you going to play music?
Do you bring the wives, or do you two just hang?
No, we're going
to... Why? This is going to have fun.
I can sit back and let you guys, do the whole
thing. You don't even have to be
here. You can do both sides.
You didn't need to come in.
Kind of phone it in.
Nobody, seriously, what do you mean? Like, what does it mean, you guys get together?
We're going to just get together and talk tonight.
At a house or someplace else?
At a get-together. Yeah.
Oh.
But you guys don't even drink. Like, what do you mean a get-together? Like a party?
I didn't say Bruce didn't drink. I said I don't drink.
So Bruce is drinking, you're going to sit there?
He may. I don't know if he drinks or not. I mean, he may occasionally.
I mean, you know him so little, you don't know if he drinks?
What?
Where do you, is this
Who do you
discuss?
see more, James Gandolfini or Bruce Springsteen?
When off season, I don't see either one that much.
Oh, so it's
everybody does their own thing. Everybody's kind of busy.
But let me understand something. The relationship, seriously. When you say you're getting together, is this to discuss business or is this a pleasurable thing?
It's just for fun, to say hello, catch up on things, because we haven't seen each other for.
How often do you speak to him on the phone?
We usually speak at least once a month or so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you got to check in.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't call till it's time.
Well, but, everybody's busy doing
So tonight's a big night. A couple of dudes getting together at someone's house.
Not a big night. We're just getting together.
Well, it's a fun night. Obviously you're looking forward to it.
It's just coincidental.
Once a month. Who calls who? Does he call you?
We call each other.
You call him more than he calls you, right?
It's like somebody you grew up with. You grew up with somebody you hang out with, don't you?
I don't hang out with anyone I grew up with.
No?
Absolutely not.
How old is your oldest friend now?
Well, actually, my oldest friend is
About
from...
12. He hangs out with a very young
I hang out with a young crowd. Keeps me youthful.
But how long have they been your friend?
No, I have a friend since 2nd grade.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, except he never started a rock band. He's an eye surgeon.
So what? You talk to him now and then? Right?
Yeah, we talk.
You don't talk once a month, do you?
No, not once a month. But we always feel like we're close.
Whenever your glasses go bad and you need some new glasses,
you call. I have my eyes are hurting. Bruce calls you what? Every 30 years.
What is it? We were sitting in the office and we were trying to figure it out because you figure like there's 9, 10, 11 guys in the band, and I'm sure that they're all trying to call Bruce, every day because you want to talk to Bruce. So we figure Steve's on the top of the list in the hierarchy,
right?
But the keyboard player, what does he get through? Once every 4 or 5 months.
He's not even allowed to call.
Federation don't have any addresses.
The band is allowed. Who actually has his phone number and who doesn't in the band?
Will you guys stop with this stuff? It's not like that.
Clarence is getting married again, isn't he?
He is?
That's what I heard.
Wasn't he with whose wife? Ex-wife, Geraldo.
That's right.
He's with Geraldo's feces.
Feces.
Feces or Cece?
Feces.
Cece. Oh, Cece.
You would know about it.
You don't hang out with Clarence at all?
I don't see him that often.
You're kidding.
He's in Florida.
Hey, I got a question for you.
How am I going to see him?
With Clarence, did you used to have to call him Mukshagun, or did you not buy into that?
Was that a weird phase?
When he changed his name? Or you don't even know about that.
I missed that.
His religious conversion, and he became Mook Shogun.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, so he never brought it up to you.
What years was this?
This was around 87, 88.
He
wasn't there.
Oh, I was going.
Now I know why you left. I'm not calling him Mook Shogun.
I took a little 18-year hiatus, so I missed all this stuff.
So this thing tonight, it's a party at someone's house?
It's a get-together. We're going to get together.
But what do you mean a get-together?
We're going to get
together. At someone's apartment?
We're going to have a drink, okay?
Where?
You got it out of
At a bar or at a bar? At a bar.
Yeah.
And who's
You're lying now.
The
Look
band?
at me.
Is it the band?
Who gets to go?
Where's the bar in Jersey? Can I come over?
No, why are you being so secretive about this? Are you afraid Bruce will be mad?
No. You're killing me today.
Seriously, I don't understand something. When you say you're getting together, is just you and him, or is it going to be other people?
It's going to be a few other people. It's like a get-together.
And who are the other people?
Old friends? Or
yes.
Old friends, not music people.
Well, both.
Is that chick you double teamed in the 70s going to be there?
Yeah, she'll be there.
What is it? So it's going to be you and him. What if he didn't tell Patty Scalfa what he's up to, and now she's going to hear on the radio?
See what you did now?
See what I did there? So you're not bringing your wife?
No, it's like...
And he's not bringing his wife?
No, I don't know.
It's a guy night?
Yeah.
And what do you shoot some pool? What do you do?
Yeah, we'll shoot some pool.
It's Gumad.
Do you get a room or...
It's Gumad night, right?
No, come on, stop it. They're meeting at a massage parlor.
Yes, the bada bing.
This is very fishy to me. What's going on tonight? I don't know.
You got to
it.
hang out if you.
Where do you go to hang out? Though? I don't mean specifically where, but is it
get a room and you have it for yourself?
No. It's a.
What is it? A fishing club? I mean, what?
It's some.
Where is it?
It's a social club.
A social club. I mean, yeah. What, you go to strip club? Where do you go?
No.
Was it Kabbalah? I mean, what do you do?
Steve, we're going to play some pinochle tonight.
I mean, really, I don't get it. I think Steve and Bruce are going to double team Dr. Mouthy. Hey, Joey.
Howard.
You're the man.
What's happening, brother?
I've been watching that show, believe it or not, on VH1. It's called Celebrity Fit Club.
Yes.
Where they took two teams of celebrities,
and
Joey being one of them. And what did you weigh in at, man? I couldn't believe it.
302.
302. That's why I couldn't believe it. I think he's really 350. But what do I know?
How tall are you, Joe?
I come across as like 6'1", but I'm like 5'7.5".
Joey's the guy who plays the homo on The Sopranos.
He's a good actor.
Yeah.
Hey, Artie, what's happening, brother?
What's up, Joe?
But anyway, Joey is on the Celebrity Fit Club. The first week they weigh him in, and the thing is everyone in the group's got to lose weight in order to win. So he's on Daniel Baldwin's team. They lose 14 pounds. Joey gets on. He gained 12 pounds.
It's all part of my master plan, Howard. You know, I quit smoking during that interim, and so and it'll become clear as the show progresses.
Were they pissed at you?
What's that?
Were they pissed?
I don't know if they were pissed. They wanted me to I can't say what happens, but you'll see what happens. I think it's this week.
What's the prize on that show? Like, what if your team wins? What do you get?
It was supposed to be there were about 4 different prizes, totaling about, I don't know, 40, 50,000.
Because I don't get a sense on the show, like, why you guys are you're getting paid to do it, right?
Right.
But so you get paid regardless of whether you lose the weight. So there's no incentive there. So what's the prize?
Well, they never let us know until the end, and then once the winning team, it was 4 different prizes. But you win prizes along the way. And as it turns out, I mean, I won the most prizes amongst everybody.
Wow. So were you shocked? I mean, I just thought it was funny as hell that he gained 12. I mean, not even gained like 2 pounds.
That's great.
That's like you had to be eating like a pig.
Yeah, 12 pounds.
You know, it was hard work. But, you know, like I said, it was all part of my plan that you'll see when, as the show unfolds.
Good. Hey, someone told me you got married.
No, I'm getting married in June. I met my fiance right before we went to Vegas.
Oh, no kid. That chick?
Yeah, that chick.
No kidding.
Yeah, I'm getting married in June. And I want to I hope you're going to be in Vegas this year.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. But Tom, our general manager, wants us to go. But there's a lot going on here that makes me believe we shouldn't go. But
well, I was going to plan my bachelor party right around Vegas when you guys were there.
Yeah, maybe we should just go for that.
It's going to be a big party.
Why do the show? We'll just come out.
I can't believe you're getting married, man. You are a player. What are you doing?
Well, I found the right girl, and, it's time.
You knock her up?
No.
You shooting The Sopranos yet?
No, we go back in May.
God damn, I wish they'd bring that show on already.
Yeah, it's not going to be on until 06.
I know, I can't stand it.
It's too long in between, man.
I don't even settle for some crappy episodes.
I find myself watching repeats to get like a little fix.
Yeah, I don't watch the repeats.
Hey, Howard, can I tell you how I lost the 12 pounds?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I lost a lot more than that. But I lost it with the Stacker 2, along with the XPLC.
You allowed to take that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
when you say you met the right girl, what does that mean? Like, she understands about a man's needs?
I met the right girl that I want to settle down with, and have children with,
and she's going to let you cheat?
No, I would never cheat.
You're gonna stay faithful?
Yeah, I'll stay faithful. Hey, listen,
you're crazy.
I've got married in a long time. I've never got married, so I got all that out of my system.
How old are you?
I'm going to be 46.
Oh, I thought you were a lot younger than that.
But, I take care of myself.
It's going to be hard to be faithful,
46,
man.
I could make an argument a guy should get married because if he's never done it before because, they say, like, life's too long, like, you just can't, you can't stay married to a woman your whole life, but half his life is over.
But he's getting fame, like this rock star type fame from The Sopranos for the first time in his life. He may want to sow some oats.
Yeah, but maybe he's got a hot chick there.
Well, you know what, Howard? So, actually in March, I'm going to be doing Beto's show with Steve Shripper.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and, someday I'd like to make it up to the studio, and you can see the total weight loss.
He looks good, man. I saw Joey recently. He looks really good.
How much did you lose?
Down about 135.
Get out of here.
Yeah, 135 pounds he lost.
Yeah.
On Stacker 2?
Most of it on Stacker 2.
That means your character's going to get way hotter guys on The Sopranos.
Did you?
I'll get in and out of those trucks a lot quicker, believe me.
Yeah, I wonder who you're going to be in the truck with this season.
You're going to be giving oral to a hot young guy.
I wonder on The Sopranos if you're going to get, like, found out by the mob that you're gay.
I can't wait to see where that story lies.
They'll probably give me the heavy.
I know.
That's how the work it is.
I know.
Just hope it's late in the year, man.
Botulism. They're going to give me botulism. Bad beef in the can.
You didn't get your stomach stapled?
No.
And you lost 130-something pounds?
Well, I had the band I
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I had
there
the band
you
done,
go.
but you can only lose so much with that, and if you don't really want to lose weight, you can gain weight, you know what I mean?
I have a friend who got it and could gain weight.
Yeah, you can gain weight. So once I hit that wall, that's when I started taking the Stacker 2 with the XPLCs.
You know what? That'd be good, though. The Sopranos storyline, you get AIDS, and you lose all this weight.
Yeah, well, I know they have a good storyline in store for me, so I don't know what that, what that means with
That'd
them.
be a great advertisement for AIDS as a weight loss thing.
So let me get this straight. You're going to go to Vegas, stay married, not even screw around with any whores or anything.
No, I won't be married. My bachelor party.
Oh, all right. I'll go for that. I mean, if you're going to play it straight, I'm not going.
No, listen.
If we're going to have a good time and mess around with chicks and stuff, I'm there.
As long as,
but you can't
have a good time.
You can't have actual sex with any of the chicks.
No, I just want my friends to have a good time.
You can feel them up and stuff, though, right?
I'm happy.
I know you're happy, but I mean, what the hell? We're going to go to Vegas, and you're not going to. This guy gets tons of chicks. He screws around. You should see what he's up to.
I've seen his rap. What he does is he goes to that small pool at the Hard Rock and just goes around with the tan, talking to chicks.
Yeah. You lost your man boobs?
My what?
You had man boobs.
Yeah, no, those are gone.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I got to see you.
Yeah, I want to come up in the near future.
You should have him up, Howard, because I'm telling you, he looks really good.
Will you take your shirt off?
Yeah, if you want me to.
All right. Will you get into a sexy outfit?
I'm telling you, he looks hot.
I can't believe you lost 130 pounds.
Yeah, I want to lose another 70 by the time we go back to film.
Nice, man. You lose 70 pounds, though, you're going to want to be single.
Hey, Joe, did they bust your chops at all at The Sopranos? Like they want you to be heavy for the show or no?
Well, my luck, they'll probably put a fat suit on me.
They could give you a fat suit like they did with Sharippa.
Yeah. They'll probably do that. But, I'm going to look like Beetlejuice, big body and a little head.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, he's so much fun in Vegas, right, Artie?
Oh, he's a blast. You could
but
drink
I'm afraid now he's going to get married. He's not going to be fun anymore.
Yeah, Joe, in Vegas, you got to keep having fun.
Well, with Vegas, what goes on. I apparently not. What goes on in Vegas doesn't really stay in Vegas.
Yeah, I got screwed over by that too, man.
Yeah, evidently there were cameras in Vegas.
Yeah, I think I have a lawsuit.
What, are you going to bring your wife with you?
Well, she, wants to have a bachelorette party there. But I told her to go to South Beach. She should go to South Beach. I should go to Vegas.
Well, okay.
Good idea.
Now you're talking like the old Joey G.
Send her where there's a lot of gay guys. Good idea.
Send her to a town filled with gay people.
Right. Perfect.
Smart man.
You should have your bachelorette party at an interior design place in San Francisco.
How old's the broad you're marrying?
She's 39.
Oh, that's all right.
You get some younger chick.
She's beautiful. She's sweet. She's the best.
She married before?
No.
No kids?
Well, no kids.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I met her 3 days before I left to go to Vegas.
Look at you getting married.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
In June.
Well, I wish you luck.
Thanks, buddy.
We love you, Joe.
All right, hey, we'll figure out when you're going to come down here so we can take a look at your lack of man boobs.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe, give me a call. Let's go get a sandwich.
All right, brother.
He can't eat a sandwich.
You can still eat. This guy gets it down.
Do you still eat, or is it like over?
Yes. Well, I take small portions, small bites.
Yeah, you cut out all the pasta and everything?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Celebrity Fit Club was actually really good. I did well on it, and I'm happy I did it.
What about, what do you eat for breakfast now?
Egg whites.
That's it?
Egg whites, yeah.
Wow. I'm on a diet. I take one bite of whatever I eat, and then Artie eats the rest.
You know what? I have egg whites every morning, too. You know what I have with them?
What?
Egg yellows.
All right, I got to go.
All right, guys.
All right, Joey.
I'll see you soon.
Later,
right.
Joe.
All
Joey
right,
G.
Bye.
He gained 12 pounds.
That's funny, man. That's the best.
He should have kept eating through the whole. He should have gained like 150 pounds. Well, Joey is engaged now, and we met him down in Vegas. He came down with us, and he was a real good guy to hang out with. And we were talking to him on the phone the other day. Yeah, you did lose weight. Look at this. And look at the fiancé.
Hi there.
Notice the fiancé is thin.
Yes.
Yeah, that's got to be.
Of course.
How you doing? Look at you. It's always weird to see guys coupled up, you know what I mean? Especially Joey G, because you think of him like as the character on The Sopranos.
The player, yes.
You think of him like a player.
You think of him, as dating a security guard from a construction site.
Right. This is Joey's fiancée, Deanna.
Diana.
No, Deanna. We're changing your name.
Okay. We change everyone's name on this show.
Now that you're with Joey, you need a more exotic name. Deanna.
Yes.
Diana, of course. Now, you known her for how long? 10 months?
10 months. We met in May, right before I left for Vegas for you.
And now you're engaged for 9 months, so you only knew her a month and you got engaged.
I knew right away she was the one.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Uh-huh.
7 weeks.
7 weeks he asked you to marry him.
Where'd you two meet?
A restaurant in Bay Ridge called Ario.
Of course it would be a restaurant.
Of course.
We met at spin class.
This is like the serious Joey G.
I know.
Yeah, look at you.
Mr. In love.
Very romantic.
Why are you drinking a Coca-Cola Classic?
No, I'm drinking Stacker.
Stacker
too.
I gave up coffee.
Me too.
So.
Hey, he's talking to that microphone, Joey, because no one could hear you.
Okay.
No one wants to miss a bit of this.
Howard, I got to tell you that Diana was so nervous coming here because she knows the show and she knows you.
Right.
I said, Howard's going to be the perfect gentleman. So,
why'd you say that? Why'd you lie to the woman?
Well, Diana, why don't you take your top off, Howard? Hurry up.
Just get it over with.
Yeah, she's covered up.
She came in here with a burqa.
I got a bulletproof vest on.
So what were you doing at that restaurant that night? Were you out with a bunch of your girlfriends?
I was out with one girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I saw Joe, but I didn't know who he was because he lost so much weight at that time also, so I didn't recognize him.
How much weight did you lose?
Almost 140. 140 pounds.
You lost 140 pounds. You going to keep losing, or are you going to gain it back?
Yes. No.
Yeah. Most of these guys gain it back.
No, I'm not.
Not with me around.
You going to the gym?
I'm going to the gym every day.
No kidding. You lost 140 pounds.
140 pounds, and I plan to lose another 60.
Wow.
Nice.
You're 30 sit-ups away from the body of a young Scott Baio. Don't you forget it.
In the Sopranos, though, are they nervous you're going to lose too much weight?
They did call me up and want to know how much and how much more I was planning to lose. I guess they got to figure it in for the new season. But
yeah, but you still look like you. I mean, you could lose another 50 and still be Joey G.
Yeah, well, they'll do the padding.
Right. They could do it.
I know that they did say that they have some big things in store for me.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, right. How big is the guy they have in store for you?
Are you ready?
I don't know, but I can get a lot quicker in and out of those trucks.
You got a bigger part on The Sopranos this year? You think they're going to expand your character?
Yeah, they said I'm going to have a good year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
They give you a shooting schedule yet?
Nope. We go back in May.
So that's good, man. They're going to increase your role. It's probably going to be someone in the mob's going to figure out that you're a homo.
Are you going to get bumped off because of that?
You know, he's going to get bumped off by a hitman called AIDS. Yeah. Tony AIDS. Hey, Tony AIDS is coming.
Tony Diamo.
I got to tell you, I got AIDS.
Oh, that is going to be some conversation between Christopher.
The hitman's going to be Joey Bag of AIDS.
Right.
But they haven't showed you any scripts yet.
No.
Scripts.
We usually get them a week before we're going to shoot, and they've been writing since January.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Diana's looking at you with love, dude.
Yeah.
She's way into this whole thing, man.
Thank
the
you.
whole Joey G
Thank
thing.
You.
Yeah, so how long did it take you before you became lovers, the two of you, after you met at the restaurant?
After I got my ring.
After you got the ring. 7
weeks. Are you
weeks.
serious?
You wouldn't have sex with him. Wait, get closer to the microphone. You wouldn't have sex with him until he gave you a ring.
That's right. Why is that?
Did you ever bust another guy's balls like that? How'd you fall for that? That's crazy. You have to try out the goods before you ask.
One way you get an action, you give a ring, but
right.
Not what I had in mind.
Right.
Yeah, it was time. It's time to...
You've never been married before, right?
No.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it.
How old are you now?
I just turned 46 Tuesday.
See, that's the right way to do it. You know what I mean? You had your fun.
Time.
Yeah, maybe you need another 3 years of being single, then it'll be time.
No.
No, he did it right. He had his fun, right?
Yes.
Now, 46 is the time to settle down because, like guys go, marriage is the woman I want to be with the rest of my life. Now, if you're 20, the rest of your life could be 80 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're 46...
You'll never make it.
The rest of your life could be 10 years. You know what I mean? Which is fine.
I don't want to sound like a homo, but it took me this long to find the right girl.
That's nice. Well, you're lucky because Liberace never found her.
Diana, you been married before?
Yes.
You were married before?
For a month.
Did you tell Joey
For
that?
a month?
Yeah. Oh,
a hard time with commitment. Apparently.
So he kept saying, listen, I want to be with you. I want to lay next to you in the bed. And you kept saying, look, no, there's got to be a real deal.
Commitment.
Huh?
Well, I said I was going to wait till I met the right guy this time. It's not going to be the same old story.
So how was it when Joey got you in the sack? Was it good for you?
Unbelievable.
Really?
Yep.
He knows what he's doing. The guy's had enough practice.
Yeah. That's right.
And you were able to hold out and everything?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Well, only for a month.
Well, the first time you're with a woman, especially a woman you're super attracted to, it's difficult to give a really good experience.
Yeah.
For me, anyway, because I get crazy. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Just give me a couple more months with you for me to get a little bit sick of you, and then I can really give it to you good.
Right. Keep talking.
I promise you it'll get better.
Could you talk?
Could you talk some more?
Yeah, could you talk a little more? Could you give me a few of your opinions?
Tell me what you want to change about me.
Right.
That'll help me hold out.
Yeah, what do you think about my friends? Oh, I'm lasting 3 hours now.
Yeah, I don't think I have any friends left.
Oh, what, you think Anthony's a bad influence in my life? All right, wait a minute. Now I don't even want to look at you. I'm sorry.
So the first time you made love, you knew it was the right connection. Because sometimes you could think everything's right, This is my best friend in the whole world.
Yeah, suppose he had given her the ring and then it sucked.
Yeah. Oh, the ring goes right back.
The pressure was on, but I rose to the occasion, so to speak.
Good for you.
You're like Reggie Jackson.
You're the man.
The Jerry West of...
And you're never gonna cheat on Diana?
Never. Even, well, I won't get to prove it, but we have a little problem with... I was planning to do a bachelor party in Las Vegas, but she
put the kill on it?
Yeah.
What's up with that, Diana? I mean, he's not going to be able to go to the strip club anymore?
I was going to do it at the Hard Rock in Las Vegas. You know, John Clark was
What could happen there?
She knows you.
No bachelor
Smart woman.
No, he's 46. You're going to go to Grampy's bachelor party. It's like...
I'll tell you what, I'd be there.
Are you afraid? But are you afraid he would cheat on you with the bachelor party?
Honestly, no. I'm afraid he's going to gamble all our wedding money that we're saving for a house, children.
The Hard Rock said that if I lost, they would give it back to me.
Oh, my God.
As a wedding gift.
Really?
All right.
That's nice. But he's going to win, I guarantee you.
No, he's not going to win.
He's going to win. He's going to double your earnings.
I'm lucky in love. I'll be lucky in blackjack.
He's going to lose. He's going to wake up naked in the bathtub again with the rolled woman took your watch.
Oh, you got rolled?
Yeah, you know he did. He was in Vegas with us. He got rolled.
Me and Joey have a lot in common. We both got rolled.
Joey woke up naked with no watch.
Hey, Artie, it wasn't you, was it?
In a bathtub, right? You heard about that.
Yeah, I was listening on the radio.
Holy mackerel.
Well, actually,
but wait a second. You're a woman. You've probably worked your whole life. Am I correct?
Yes.
You work hard.
Very hard.
Now you're thrown in with Joey G. He can go to Vegas, lose not only his money, your money too.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
But when he loses his money, he's losing your money. That's what you think, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, anyway, she loses.
He wanted me to borrow wedding shoes so I didn't have to buy them, okay? And I was going to go gamble. What
a prince!
How did he approach you with that?
With what, the wedding shoes?
Yeah, how do you do that?
Please. Anytime I spend money, I hear about it, I got to tell you.
You said, hey, I'm going to go buy wedding shoes.
I have to go get, can't you borrow a pair? What size are you? He's calling people up. He'd shoot down the lady who made my dress. He asked her if I could borrow the tiara for my head. Oh, he's so crazy.
You know what? I could do a dime reverse and not blink.
Right, exactly.
A couple $100 for wedding shoes.
Dime reverse.
Yeah, but it turns out you're no Star Jones. You're just trying to borrow.
Hey, honey, if the Chargers cover, you can buy a tiara.
So we'll give it back.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of a waste, though, because those wedding shoes you're only going to wear once. I understand his point.
I don't get the whole wedding dress thing. Yeah.
Me neither.
Are you wearing a white gown?
A little off.
A little off white.
No, listen, she's been around the block, I'm sure. You know, a little off is okay. As long as it's not black. You know that.
Wear your first wedding gown. That's white, right?
Oh. That's what I said.
Wait a minute. You are so sentimental.
Did you say that? Yeah, he's not hung up on that. Women think guys are going to feel, this is our special wedding.
Guy.
Wear your other wedding dress.
How do you do that? Come on.
I'm wearing my cousin Tony's tux.
Well, hey, this is exciting. I'll tell you that. I like it.
It is.
She got a nice piece of ice there on her finger.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, why would that ring set you back? That looks like an expensive one over there.
That was a few dime reverses.
What do you think? Yeah, what do you think? Playing a fag on the Sopranos is for free? You do that for money.
Man, that's some rock on your finger.
Thank you.
Did your parents meet Joey?
Yes.
They like him?
Yes.
He's a good guy.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
No, he is. Joey's a real good. You did well here. But he did very well, too, I must say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're a nice girl. I like you.
Thank you.
I welcome you to our family.
So how are you doing with the cigarettes? Are you off the cigarettes or are you still smoking?
Well, what happened was...
Yes or no?
I'm the rat.
What happened?
I did quit for a while, and then I had gained, as you know, 12 pounds.
Right. Yeah, he was on a diet and gained 12 pounds.
Joey, when I left.
Joey's smoking until he has enough miles for the Marlboro kayak.
Then he'll take the kayak and lose the weight.
I figured we'd go kayaking for the honeymoon.
We love that Marlboro kayak. It's the greatest.
He's saving up.
You know about that? They get the coupon thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And so I...
What I tell him is, how many miles is it so I can have a cup for my black phlegm?
The Marlboro black cup.
The Marlboro cup. The Marlboro cup of phlegm.
So what are you doing?
So I gained the weight, and then I says, it's either the weight or the smoking right now. So I went back to smoking, and I lost the weight through the help of Stacker 2 and XLPC.
Oh, look at you.
There you go. Let's pay for the tiara.
Right. I'm so dumb. I'm watching Joey drinking Stacker 2. And I'm like, oh, gee, this guy's really into Stacker 2.
It's filled with gin and tonic.
He's going to go out and eat a steak after this.
Hey, honey, could you make me a slow gin fizz in my Stacker 2 can?
Yeah, what flavor is that?
This is the cola.
Cola.
It's cheeseburger Stacker.
He's got buffalo milk mozzarella melted in it.
Guy looks like he wants to strangle himself.
She's going to catch what a beating when we leave.
There's nothing more natural than Joey G with a Stacker.
A year ago, he was single. He was at Il Molino eating, I think, like a pig. Now he's drinking Stacker 2 and he can't go to Vegas. Life's great.
You hit the jackpot.
Congratulations. Listen, you got a good life. That's all that matters.
That's right.
Thank you.
It was time.
All right, so the cigarettes are next. You're really doing a whole makeup. You must be feeling good about yourself, and now you want to get in shape for your new wife, and you want to get off the cigarettes.
I really do. I mean, I want to lose another 60 pounds by the time I don't know, by June when we get married, but, next time you see me, I'll be down to my fighting weight.
So, no, we can't even do the bachelor party over at Scores for you, huh?
Yes.
That you're all right with?
Yeah, have that. I just don't want him gambling my money.
Oh, he won't be gambling. Trust me, he'll be busy over at Scores.
It's a sure thing over there.
It's a sure thing he won't be gambling.
You can't lose any money at Scores. You'll be fine.
Wait, is he going to put the dollars then and do hundreds?
Oh, no. He's a guest of honor. We'll
That's right. It won't
sure.
cost him anything.
$6,000. I wind up spending more at Scores than at
You're probably worried that, a man who has a gambling problem could eventually lose all your money. So you're being very, very safe for him. I like that. I like that you're watching out for the money. But it Scores, if we have a bachelor party for Joey, there's no gambling.
Okay, but he's not going to... What do they do? Just the lap dance?
Lap dance.
Nothing crazy.
No sex.
No.
Are you kidding? At a strip club?
Sex?
You can't do that. They'll be thrown in jail.
Not at Scores.
Not
I've
at Scores.
Been there myself.
Scores is high class.
Yeah,
a lot of these other whorehouses forget about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You could get like a massage. You could even get.
You could get it. All right. I'll keep my eye on him. If a girl gets too close, I'm throwing her right out of there.
All right.
All right. So we'll have a little bachelor party.
Yeah, of course. I want him to do something, but to go away. He's too old for that. Even the bachelor party.
Howard, I got to be honest. I was really shooting for the Hard Rock.
You were?
No, I'm going.
Sorry.
Is that what Howard was supposed to be talking her into? He's
Come
sorry.
on, the Hard Rock.
I thought you'd be saying, how could you not, let him go to the Hard Rock? Because,
I'm thinking of having a poker game next week if you want to play. A couple of the guys get
They'll
together.
take your money.
No, I really want to save money for the house.
You do?
This is a small buy-in. It's nothing.
You got to get that house, right? Where do you want to live? Staten Island?
No, she's from Lynbrook.
Lynbrook, you want to live. Long Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see Joey out there being pretty happy out on Long Island.
Yeah, that's better than Vegas.
Yeah.
It's just like Bay Ridge.
I think he'll fit right in.
It's not Bayshore. You know what Lynbrook is.
Lynbrook is the hotbed of fun. Yep.
Oh, it's a happening.
Listen, I grew up right next door to Lynbrook.
Rockville Center.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I loved it there. I wanted to settle there the rest of my life.
You know how many people vacation in Lynbrook?
It's Brooklyn backwards.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Joey, I think you're going to be having a great time out there. That's it. Don't gamble anymore. You better save money for that house.
Yeah. Well, it's a big year. It's the wedding, it's the house, and then, it's kids right off the bat.
Lynbrook, sometimes people call it Vegas East.
Well, a lot of times, some people call it Pittsburghy.
Well, Joey G is on The Sopranos. We love him. We love him as a man and as an actor. He's terrific. And now we welcome Diana into the fold. I like her whole attitude about this thing. I see you're a backbone, taking care of him. You're settling him. You're grounding him. Should last about a week. But no. I predict
the only girl who's ever made me laugh.
Is that right?
Wait a minute. What happened to her first marriage that only lasted a month?
She told me he couldn't go to Vegas.
Yeah. That was the Steve Wynn.
Yeah. Remember one thing. What happens in Lynbrook stays in Lynbrook. Because no one cares.
Well,
all right.
Stay in Vegas.
No, it's right.
No, it doesn't.
If that's the saying,
not if we're there.
Me and Joey have a lawsuit.
That's right.
So when you start shooting, we don't know.
We start shooting in May.
In May. All right, that's good.
And we have 3 episodes left of the exciting conclusion to the Celebrity Fit Club.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching that.
Right.
Watching you.
I saw the first one, and I can't find it again.
It's fun, because they all whine and complain. You can't get weight off these celebrities.
It was great when they weighed Joey, and he weighed 12 more pounds, and he gained 12 pounds at Celebrity Fit Club.
Harvey did his buckwheat face when he heard 12 pounds.
It was great. It was the greatest. But you look great, and congratulations to both of you. We're going to take a break. We got to get back to a whole bunch of things. Triumph the Insult Dog's coming in to plug something, a charity event.
I saw him. Yeah, he insulted us.
Yeah, he insulted you.
Well, then you should feel honored.
Thank you.
Good luck in Lynbrook. Lynbrook is a fun town for me to poop on.
We'll be back right after these words. Hey, speaking of Sopranos, Joey G's on the phone. Hey, good luck Saturday, man. You get married.
Yeah, Howard, thank you.
Yeah, Joey G, who plays Joey the Fag. Yeah. What is your character's name? What's the character's name, Joey?
Vito Spadafori.
Yeah, Vito.
Hey, Robin.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good.
I got to be honest with you. I do miss Artie on the show.
Yeah. Artie'll be back.
Miss him.
We miss him, too.
Okay.
All right, brother.
So Saturday's a big day, brother.
Good luck, man.
Thank you, guys.
Is it true Paul Anka's on the show this year?
You know, I really haven't heard that. I've just listened to what you said, and I haven't heard anything we usually hear, like, rumors going around. But maybe. Who knows what they got in store.
Poor Joey had to get married so people wouldn't think he was gay. That's why he's getting married. A lot of people say, Joey, why are you getting married?
Yeah, he's been a confirmed bachelor for years.
Oh, yeah. He just said, listen, this gay thing is killing me. I got to get a wife.
Howard, there's a nice story on the show in the Daily News today.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, page 41.
I'll check it out.
Someone just called me up and told me.
All right, Joey, good luck to you, seriously.
Thanks, guys.
Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Joey G. Where's he going on the honeymoon again?
I don't remember.
I forget. Homie. He's a good dude. We hung out with him in Vegas, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's Artie's right arm. Those two.
The kind of guy Artie likes to hang with.
Those two are loaded.
Oh, yeah. But he might be being a good boy right now.
Yeah. I think that fiancé has got him in line. It's a whole different Joey. The Joey we met was fun Joey.
Yeah. Now he's under control Joey.
This is almost married Joey. Joey G, what's up? Joey G from The Sopranos, which I'm still waiting for them to get those damn shows on the air.
They're just shooting.
They take longer with those shows than Howard Stern the high school years. Joey, you there? No, Joey. Okay.
I talked to Joey G. He's going to be in the big softball movie.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yeah, we're going to get him something.
Joey? No, Joey. All right. Let's take a break. We'll finish the news right after this. Hey, Joey, what happened to you?
Howard, what's going on, brother?
Hey.
How are you? Artie, welcome back. Hi, Robin.
Hey, Joe.
What's going on?
Where are you now, on this side of The Sopranos?
Now, today I'm off, but I've been working like a, you know what?
Oh, you got a lot of big part, huh, this year?
Yeah, so far so good.
Nice, yeah, Sopranos, man. I'm sick of waiting for that goddamn show.
I know, we'll forget about it.
I'm so angry. Sometimes I go, you know what? I'm not watching The Sopranos anymore because they're making me wait so long, but I'll watch.
Well, do you remember what was happening now?
No.
Fred, you got to cue up the duck sound.
Quack, quack, quack.
Listen, Howard, I got married Saturday, and it's Tuesday. I'm still married.
Hey, how'd that go?
Oh, it was a great time, great time.
I was reading that James Gandolfini showed up at the wedding.
Yeah, the whole cast was there, but they were really great. They all got up and spoke. It was so cool. I got pictures on my website.
Oh, no kidding. What's that?
JoeSoup.com.
Joe Soup?
Yeah, SOUP.com. You know, I used to have the soup restaurant.
Yeah. JoeSoup.com. And what was this? I hear you're going to be in Artie's movie, huh?
Yeah, I want to be the Charlie Lau of softball hitting.
Is he definitely in?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Does he got to get auditioned or something?
No.
Has he got to get a speaking part?
You know the part?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course? I don't know. I'm asking.
I wouldn't make him not have a speaking part, sure.
No.
Just to be in it would be an honor, Artie. I look forward to it.
All right, Joey.
Thank you, brother.
Joey, going to get paid on that, or?
Oh, we're going to get something.
Yeah. How much of that $2.5 million budget are you going to get?
A little something to wet my beak.
Yeah, what do you need, Joe? What's your quote?
Well, it used to be in cheeseburgers, but now, I lost another pound and a half while I was on the hole.
Joe, I can get you 4 figures for this.
Oh, nice.
Nice. You can retire.
Yeah.
All right, Joey, later.
Thanks, guys.
Later,
See
Joe.
See you, brother.
Yeah. Joey, married man now.
Yep.
That's good.
He had to get married because everyone thought he was a fag from being on Sopranos. So.
Well, that's exactly what they said in this article I was reading. He's like making a point of telling everybody, I'm getting married.
He's like Tom Cruise. He's jumping up and down on a couch. Anything else in the news, Robin, that you want to
Yeah, did you see the O.J. Simpson pictures in the paper today?
Yeah,
O.J.'s still partying.
Yeah, chicks dig him, man. They got him laying on a couch with these two hot chicks, a blonde, looks just like Nicole. All right, Drea Day Mateo is here. I'm sure she's promoting Joey, right? Wouldn't you say?
Well, she actually...
Does she have a movie?
Are we breaking now, or are we bringing her right in?
I probably should break. Don't you think?
Yeah, because I want
to... Or should I bring her in?
You should probably break.
Yeah.
Well, I can talk to you about this on the air. I mean, she's more promoting, I think, her boyfriend's show, and she wanted to know if she could bring her boyfriend in with her.
Yeah, I don't care. Whoever wants to come in could come in.
Oh, she's here to promote his show.
But she's also promoting Joey.
We probably can't feel her up if her boyfriend's in here with her.
Yeah, I think
maybe he's into that. You never know.
Could be a buzzkill.
You know, some of these guys like to watch.
Yes, we'll be back.
Ladies be pleasured.
Yeah, we'll be back right after these words. We'll say hi to Drea Day Mateo, who's never been on the show before. And we have more goodbyes. Billy Gibbons is going to stop by from ZZ Top to play a little something for us acoustically.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We'll be back right after these words.
Hey, my name's Andy Dick. My girlfriend just left me, but don't let that bring you down. Try to enjoy yourself here on the Howard Stern Show.
All right, thank you, Andy. And this is Drea Day Mateo. She can currently be seen on Joey. She used to be on The Sopranos. She's here with her boyfriend, Shooter Jennings, who is the son of Waylon Jennings.
She had a great scene. Her death scene in The Sopranos is one of the best scenes ever.
Ever, yeah. That was real good.
How about her death scene in Joey? Did you see that?
Hey, you guys. There's Drea, and there's... I thought Drea was taller.
No.
Hey, Shooter.
I thought Shooter was taller.
I thought Shooter was taller. I thought Drea was taller. Turns out I'm the only tall one.
I'm taller.
Over here.
Yeah.
That's all right. How you doing, you guys?
Is this what I'm doing here?
Yeah.
Hi.
All the guys were All the guys were saying, don't let Shooter in. Make Drea get naked before you let Shooter in, and then it would have been like a really cool thing.
I had a better chance getting me naked with him next to me.
Yeah, but what's the deal? I heard rumor you guys were making out in the green room, and you're drunk from last night's show. Is that true?
Oh, good Lord.
Is that right? You still wasted or what?
Man, no, we were just out late at that walk the line thing that they did. That
he plays his dad in the movie.
Thing.
I was going to go to that last night.
It's a good
you
movie.
played your dad in the movie, huh?
Yeah,
Robin's over there.
Here I am.
There you are. Hi. How you doing?
I'm okay.
How was the movie Walk the Line? Was it good or was it bad?
It's great. Joaquin is awesome in it, man.
For real?
They're singing it.
Or you have to say that because you're in show business.
No, I don't, because no, I don't. There's a lot of I don't care what anybody thinks.
You don't have to say whatever you can say whatever you want.
You guys look wild with the tattoos and the whole thing, man. You look like you were literally up to something weird.
How long you two been together?
Yeah, what are you two up to?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
When are you going to pop the big question?
As soon as I make some money.
You know the question.
You know the question. Can I guest star on Joey?
When are you going to pop the big question? Can I guest star on Joey?
Can I get an arc on Joey?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. What's going on with Joey? Is that doing well, or?
Yeah, it's all right. You know, it's going. It's you know.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. We have a good time. I wish they would film us when we're not actually saying the dialogue that's written, because it's fun.
Probably be a better reality show.
It's really fun. We have a great time together. So
I heard what's his name, Matt LeBlanc, is a huge pain in the ass.
Oh what? Man, he's so much fun. I mean,
really? That's not what I'm hearing.
Really?
I hear he's really a pain in the ass.
What kind of pain in the ass could he be?
I don't know.
Funny as I can't curse. Jesus.
Gary heard it.
Yeah?
Yeah, that like the guy's like really out of control and stuff. But you see, that's rumors, you know. I don't know. And Drea can't say anything because it's a good paying gig.
He's a good guinea.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What kind of money you make on that? Like $25,000 an episode or more?
More than that.
More than that, Artie?
Yeah, she's getting like between 50 and 100.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, she's getting between 50 and 100.
Artie knows. Artie was on a sitcom.
He's Mr. Television.
That is the best money ever.
What'd you get per episode of The Norm Show?
$35,000.
Wow.
And you were hardly in it, right?
And I wasn't famous like she is. I was 35 G's a week I got.
Yeah, you were nobody.
And it was, I mean, I had just done Mad TV. That's all I had done.
$35,000 a week for that garbage?
2 years of that.
Oh.
That bought me a condo and a lot of weed.
Only a condo? To brought an island.
That's right.
Well, you got to give money to managers, jerk offs.
So, Drea, you must get like... let me see if I got any... You get... Drea went from earning $15,000 to $25,000 an episode on The Sopranos to $60,000 an episode.
See, HBO don't pay nothing.
HBO's the cheapest sons of bitches, and they can go F themselves.
You mentioned she's on the best show ever, and she makes that, and then she goes, you know, it's a good show.
Regular network television.
HBO sucks the life out of performers. They keep the mother load. And I'll tell you another thing about HBO, because I've had lots of dealings with those guys. They think they're doing you a favor by putting you on HBO.
Right. That's why Gandolfini had to almost go on strike.
When I was doing the Norm show, I did an independent movie with Vincent Pastore, right?
Yeah.
And he asked me what I made, and I said, I'm not going to tell you. You're going to hit me with a pipe.
Is that why you left The Sopranos? Did they write you out, or because you just wanted to get the Joey money?
Truthfully, I'm probably making close to the same amount of money, but we have more episodes. HBO was actually really cool.
They were.
I miss it.
You miss HBO? Want to be back? Can't you come back from the dead on that show?
Yeah, people do come back from the dead.
They do.
Good dreams, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, couldn't somebody dream you up?
Become like a talking fish or something.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, you look good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You look all right, too.
No, I don't. It's okay. You don't have to say that.
She sounds like the Sopranos girl.
I'm doing it for you.
She's condescending to us, Robin.
I like the way he talks.
She's making fun of me.
I love it, man.
Except Artie's stuck with that.
Yeah, he can't
change it.
He doesn't drop that when he leaves the studio.
See, I like the way Shooter talks.
Yeah, me too. I like that, too. Do it. Speak.
I don't have nearly as thick of an accent as half the other people that I grew up with. So,
Yeah,
Shooter,
where did you grow up?
Shooter, you were pretty wild, man. What's your deal, man?
I'm just, man, I play country music, so I'm touring all the time now.
What are you into? Weed? What are you into, man? You look like you're on something.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm into some hardcore crank, man.
No, really, what do you want? What's your drug of choice? Seriously. You like to drink, obviously.
I smoke pot, man. I like pot a lot. I like drinking. I can't handle anything that throws me into kind of like anything that gets me too screwed up. I can't handle it. I like to be in control a little bit more so.
You must have tried heroin.
He's a big junkie.
Really?
Hell no, man.
You haven't tried it?
No, country boys don't do heroin, man. When we came from, everybody crank. You know, whatever it was heroin gets you too screwed up. You think they couldn't work. People couldn't work. You know, people in New York do heroin.
What people?
Hey, Dre, you seem kind of wild, like sexually. I mean, I don't know if that's the vibe I'm getting or if it's for real.
I'm waiting for that.
Well, really, are you?
I don't know.
You seem kind of nuts.
I don't know. I get all shy. I look crazy because I have like big eyebrows or something.
No, you got nice cans. Those are real?
They're real.
Really?
They're small, but they're real.
You think those are small?
Yeah, these are small, man.
Aren't those a C?
No, they're a B.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you push them up? Because they look C at least. They look nice. They look real nice. How long did it take you to get in her pants there, Shooter?
How long did it take me to get in your pants?
3 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say 5 minutes.
5 minutes, really? She didn't put up a fight?
It was like, no, she got in my pants. Yeah, she got me drunk.
Where'd you guys meet?
L.A.
L.A.?
Yeah. That's where I lived out there, so when I met her through a friend out there.
What were you doing, a show? And you go, hey, isn't that chick from The Sopranos?
She was at the show. She was at one of my shows. I met her before, but she didn't remember me, but she was actually at one of my shows, and after that.
So how'd you get into her pants? Like, how did you make the move?
I think I followed him around.
You were attracted?
I pursued him, yeah.
You like country music? Is that it? You were at the show?
I didn't even know that much about country music. I didn't really even know who his dad was or anything. I just liked his music.
It was a hard rock band that I was into, so it's like I kind of moved towards country.
So how'd you get him? Like you just went over and said hello? Well, that's hot.
I went over to her and like basically followed her around the whole night, bought her a drink, wouldn't let her go.
He came up to me.
Wouldn't quit bothering her until she
like, hi.
started dating me.
I was the guy on stage. I was like, what? Because he was small. I thought he was huge on stage.
And did you...
little guy.
Did you go back to your place that night?
Oh, no, he got so drunk that he fell down a hill and wanted to drive in his car at some party in California. I made him get in my limo.
With me, so we went to...
Just tell me, did you get her the first night you met Tread? Did you actually have sex with her the first night?
No, not the first night. No, I wish, but not the first. I don't think I could have the first night.
He was good with the dry humping that night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was pretty drunk.
Finished off doing the dry hump? Sweet.
Wow. It's like I don't remember the next morning kind of thing.
What'd you do with your underwear after that night? If a guy does the dry hump. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any underwear.
You don't wear underwear?
No.
You must have ruined your jeans if you're doing the dry hump.
Oh, yeah. I ruined the bedspread.
No, dry humping, I never got into it. It can be very difficult on your genitals.
Is it?
Oh, my God. Yeah, I can't take any roughness down there. Oh, some guys can, not me.
That's rough.
I'm very gentle and delicate. I really am. I'm just not up for anything hardcore, you know. I'm very tender. I really am.
So, all right, what are we promoting here? Drea's here, of course, on Joey. Shooter's doing a show tonight at 10 o'clock at the Bowery Ballroom in Manhattan. What's that about? That's your band?
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm playing with Leanne Womack, who's also a country singer.
And you grew up rich, right, man? Because your dad's Waylon Jennings.
Yeah, well,
Daddy ain't rich now.
They weren't, like, it's not like Osborne's rich or anything like that, with the way that, they didn't really let Willie and Waylon all them have that much money back in the day. They were so screwed up.
But isn't it hard to be a kid isn't it hard to go into music when your dad's so famous at music?
Yeah, but you know what was cool is that I'm not one of those kids that's, like, pissed off about it. Like I meet so many people that are always, like, trying to hide from their heritage and all that. For me, my dad and I had such a great relationship, and I love music so much of my own that I never had any, like, I don't know, I've never felt like I thought I had a lot more behind me than I did working up against anything, you know what I mean?
Andrea, you were a student at NYU, and then you got tapped to be in The Sopranos. Is that how it worked, or were you just knocking around a real long time?
I don't know. I was partying at NYU for about 6 years.
You went to school there, right?
School, yeah. I barely went, though.
But how'd you get into NYU if you got an 800 on your SAT?
I mean, you know that.
I mean, that's 800? Yeah, I mean, that's the lowest you could get. That's the combined, yeah.
Wait, I only did the English section, and I drew a big lightning bolt going down in the math section. So that's a perfect 800. That's for the whole English section.
You got a perfect 800 on the English section?
I didn't do the math section at all.
At all.
Really?
You get an 800.
Yeah, so you got an 800 on your SAT, and you still got into NYU.
I wrote a good paper. I think my mom wrote it, actually.
And they liked you, and you practiced your acting, and then what happened? You went out for a role on The Sopranos? Did it happen that fast for you, or did you have a bunch of years of not doing anything?
Her mom's a playwright. So.
I grew up in the theater, but I didn't think I was going to act. I thought that was a real stupid, indulgent thing to do, and I still do.
You do?
I don't even like actors that much, really.
You don't?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like acting?
No, I mean, I do. I do when it's like, good.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And you hated to work on The Sopranos because you said your head would hurt from crying every week, that it became a difficult role.
Well, towards the end it was tough, but I didn't hate it. I loved it.
Did you become resentful of James Gandolfini, who received the bulk of the money on The Sopranos, and the rest of you didn't get paid that much?
Yeah, we were just so happy to be there.
Really?
You know, at this point, maybe they're all bitter at this point. Who knows? It's been on for a while, but we were just happy to be there and be a part of it.
Were you shocked when they wrote you off, or you didn't care?
No, I wasn't shocked. It was time, because the show was supposed to end last season anyway.
I see. And so you knock around for a bunch of years, you audition for The Sopranos, and you get the role. That's your big break, right?
That was my big break.
All right. And then how do you end up getting the Joey role? I mean, that seemed like out of left field.
Yeah, I was going to stop acting at that point after Sopranos and direct a little bit. Try to, anyway. And then Joey came along. I'd never done a comedy, so I said, okay, I'll do this. And
did they call you?
Yeah.
Where'd you grow up?
Here.
New York?
Yeah.
Were you loose sexually as a child?
I lost my virginity at 17 years old.
You lost your virginity at 17? You're the type
All
of
my friends lost it at 12, so I consider myself good.
Yeah, you were a holdout.
I was just smoking a lot of cigarettes, watching them all lose their virginity.
I feel like you have had lesbian sex. You do. You have that look. You look like you would go both ways. You look like it'd be a lot of fun. You'd do
this
something.
This is my girlfriend right here.
No, come on, be honest.
My little girlfriend.
Have you ever made it with a girl? Have you ever made it with a woman?
Oh.
That's a yes. Even hesitation indicates a yes. Why are you afraid to admit your lesbian side?
So waiting for this.
No, but why, Drea? Why are you afraid to admit? You're so open and honest. Why would you be afraid to admit that you've had sex with a woman?
You can't really have sex with a woman. It really doesn't work that way.
Have you kissed a woman?
No.
Be honest. Say, swear to God on the Lord Jesus Christ.
Girls gross me out.
They do. So you've never tried it?
I think women are better looking than men.
You've never tried it?
What?
Have you ever tried it?
Tried what?
Sex with a woman.
Oh, I don't know. Shooter?
Oh, look at you all of that.
Shooter's only known you 3 years.
Shooter. She's brought girls into the bed?
Bullets right now.
Shooter.
No, she never.
There's
she
no
never
good
has.
answer for
Never
that.
has.
If I say yes.
She talks good game about it, but she never has.
Why does it embarrass you?
She's always saying that.
Because my dad is listening.
So let him know. What? There's nothing wrong with making it with a girl.
Not true.
Dad probably like to see that.
I remember he asked me when I was about 18, Dre, are you gay?
Really? Your dad asked you that?
You seem a little gay.
Only because I look gay. Because I have 2 brothers, and I talk like a dude, and my voice is like a man.
And you're tough, yeah.
I didn't shave my armpits in days. I got a mustache.
You got a mustache?
No.
Do you?
Probably.
You shave everything off? Trey, open up to me. Tell me if you've ever made it with a woman. I want to know. I want the honest answer.
Nope, I never did it, man.
Okay, then that's fair enough. If you tell me that's the truth, I'm going to believe you.
Good.
You're not lying to me.
No, I'm not a good liar.
Have an orgy with 2 guys?
Oh, yeah, now that, maybe like, what was the last one, 5 dudes?
Yeah.
Have you ever made it with more than one guy at a time?
Awesome. Who, Shooter?
No, you. Shooter I know has made it with a couple of guys. What about you? Have you ever been with 2 men at the same time?
Oh, man, no. I can honestly answer
Really?
that
So you're pretty
question.
straight sexually?
Oh, yeah.
You haven't been...
I'm a good Italian girl.
You haven't been... would you say you've been with less...
I just look dirty.
Yeah, you seem like a dirty little girl. I don't mean that as an insult. You know what I mean?
It's hot.
Pretty dirty.
What's the dirtiest thing you ever did? Chick-wise, like with a dude.
Oh, man.
Tell me.
Okay, now it's time
Anal
for Shooter to start it.
Anal ring
yeah,
toss?
the anal butt toss is the
You
game.
played that at home?
No, but...
Yeah, but
She's the one that when we're on the
Yes,
road.
Mike, you're on the air. Drea De Matteo's boyfriend, Shooter Jennings, tonight at 10 o'clock at the Bowery Ballroom in
We'll be doing
Manhattan.
the anal butt toss.
Watch Drea on Joey Thursday nights at 8 o'clock on NBC. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man, this girl, I used to live in the same building with her in Manhattan way back, man. She told me one day she liked dogs. I'm telling you, the next day I went out and I bought a dog just to impress her.
You were
She
trying to
is some number.
Yeah? What do you mean she's some number? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you, she is just, I was the straight guy in the building, the straight-laced guy. She goes for the biker guys with the tattoos, and she's just a hot number, man. You see her walking down the street. This was even before she was famous. Everybody was always turning around just to check her out.
Trying to get in her pants.
Yeah, he bought a dog.
Oh, my God, did I try.
Great Danes, man. I was walking 2 giant dogs down the street.
Now you're stuck with a dog. Because you're trying to
This is back on 6th Street. I don't know if you remember, Drea, but it was a good time.
What building did you live in?
What building was this?
West 16th Street on 6th Street, 16th Street.
No.
I forgot about that place.
Guys always throwing themselves at you, always trying to get your attention?
No.
No?
Chicks.
She doesn't even
They
know
act like
it.
women
Chicks.
around her.
They do?
Men act like women. It's the weirdest thing, I swear to God. It's like...
I'm so nice. I look
but
mean,
they just,
though.
bring them all... It's crazy.
Yeah, she looks like she'd be like tough, like I'd be a little intimidated.
Yeah, put you in your place right away.
Huge guys.
Yeah, I saw Dre in a club one night. You were being all standoffish. I was going to come over and say hello to you, but I was in Los Angeles.
No, I remember that night, and I think you thought that I was mean to you or something.
Yeah, no, it wasn't mean.
I was shy. I'm shy. You know,
Me
I was
too.
on your show once, years
really?
ago,
Speaking of which,
when I was 19 years old.
You're kidding. Did you get topless?
Speaking of girls and all this.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Me and my girlfriend were out one night and somehow ended up at Corey Feldman's house when I was like 19, and he called in.
Right.
And I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know that I was on Stern or whatever. I was cursing my face off, and you were yelling at me, telling me what a dumb twit I was for cursing on the air. And then I think you were trying to get us to make out, even though you couldn't see anything. And that's my story. That's when I was 19 and I was on your show.
Did you do Corey?
Hell no.
Yeah, he's not your type.
Crazy.
Can't imagine that.
He's smaller than Scooter, isn't he?
Yeah. Shooter.
That's all right. I can call anything.
Yeah, whatever.
As long as they call me back.
Well, you two seem like a nice couple.
I don't like him.
You think Dre is standoffish in a club? I've sat next to her at a screening. We never spoke to each other.
Kill Bill. I was just saying that. I was like,
You're like, oh my God, it's Robin. It's Robin.
She didn't talk to you?
We didn't talk to each other.
I'm shy.
Like, I'm such a fan of yours that I was like sitting there. I was like, oh my God, it's right. Because
and we're going, oh my God.
See, we think we're such scumbags that nobody wants to talk to us.
No, we're your biggest fans.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
You're a filthy bastard. It's a good thing.
I'm a pervy, filthy bastard.
We're loving the pictures in that room over there. It's nice. I like it.
There's some weird crap going on. Drea De Matteo, she's on Joey. Watch her Thursday nights at 8 o'clock on NBC. Hey, Gary, what did you hear about Joey, the guy who plays Joey, that he's like really hard?
I just heard he was difficult to work with. I mean, it's just one of those things you hear around from a lot of people.
For real?
Yeah.
Really?
I know that he was like booked on some other shows. Sometime he didn't show up, and he's sort of a pain in the neck. And he gets producers trouble. But I mean, this is just stuff you hear.
Oh no, he's perfect, man. He's perfect. He's the reason I'm there. He's incredible.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
All right, and
filthy
guy.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And you guys get celebrity friends or no?
No.
No, you don't hang out with anybody
We don't
good?
go anywhere.
No, we don't go anywhere. We hang out with some
we
country
hang out with
folk.
each other. Yeah.
That's about it. We don't like famous people.
Doesn't get a little boring?
Oh, man.
And Shooter tonight at 10 o'clock at the Bowery Ballroom in Manhattan. That's with your band?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be great
fun.
And what was that whole thing I learned about you, Dre? You grew up in a haunted house? That sounded kind of freaky.
I lived in Aretha Franklin's old building when I was a kid.
And you believe it's haunted?
I don't know. Everything was crazy when I lived there.
Tell me what you saw. What's the freakiest thing you saw in the haunted house?
My parents started going crazy when I lived there.
That's probably because they hated each other.
Probably. But they really like each other now that they live in Queens.
So what did you see? Did you see ghosts?
No, it was just weird, violent energy place. It was cool, though. Now that I'm older, I'd like to live there. But it was scary when I was a kid. It looked like Dracula's house.
I wonder what that all means. I got a feeling she's seen some ghosts.
You think?
Right. Dre's father's on the phone. Let's say hi.
No.
Dre's dad. Go ahead.
Hi, sweetie. It's Daddy.
Go ahead.
Take your clothes off for Howard immediately.
Okay, Dad.
Well, okay, Dad. Thanks. All right, listen.
What a dad.
What a good dad. All right, we're gonna reminisce when we get back. We've got a full half hour before Billy Gibbons comes in and plays some ZZ Top songs.
That's awesome.
Which is going to be great. And I don't know. And then
hey, is he going to play whatever we ask him to play?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, good.
Just got paid.
Yeah.
He better play whatever we ask him. We'll throw him out. Which would be kind of cool, too. So that'll be it. And then I'll go say goodbye to you guys during the commercials. Maybe I'll kiss you a little bit and try and feel you up.
What about Drea?
Yeah, Drea too. All right, we'll be back right after these words. Thanks for coming in, you guys.
I waste my time on them. Kathy Lee Gifford. She's America's sweetheart. And Howard Stern.
She's America.
He's America's nightmare. He's America's nightmare.
Thank you for inviting me into your presence once more, Howard Stern. It's good to be with you.
The Howard Stern Show.
So that was interesting. Drea De Matteo stopping by. I don't know. Maybe I was off my game a little bit. I wanted to ask her what it's like when you're on a TV show that's supposed to be the #1 show. Joey was supposed to have the ratings Friends had, and then all of a sudden, it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
It struggles. Like, do they start blaming everyone? Do they blame you? Who do they blame,
And they did have that sort of cast shakeup after the pilot was aired.
Yeah.
They fired a bunch of people and brought in another group.
I started thinking about a bunch of stuff once they left. I went with the lesbian angle because I figured for sure she must have had some wild times, but...
Turned out to be a dry...
Yeah, a dry well.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a dud.
There was a well there, but there was no water in it.
Yeah. But I went the sex route.
And the new group that they hired at Joey, I have issues with them as well. I do.
Aren't they trying to bring Lisa Kudrow in, even actually, onto Joey?
No, couldn't be.
That would be
great.
Yeah.
That would not be a good idea.
I did watch the second episode of The Sopranos.
The Sopranos. What did you think?
I thought it was great.
I loved it.
I enjoyed it.
I ended up liking it, too. That's why I was curious. I thought you'd hate it.
I know why a lot of people are complaining. The dream sequence made little sense, except to say, gee, if you were in a coma and you were completely disoriented, when Tony wakes up and goes, I don't know where I am?
Right, what goes on?
That's a great explanation, because he's confused and doesn't know what's going on.
Well, it's all that stuff that people say happens to them when they're in a coma.
Right.
The white light, and he's seeing it as a helicopter shining a light down on him. That's the tunnel, possibly,
that's good.
that he's supposed to go through.
That's what I thought it was.
Fact that
I was wondering what that white light was.
The fact that he can't check in and he can't check out.
He's caught in between.
He's caught in between two worlds.
That's
and he's
good.
trying to get back in.
So you got to be as smart as you to enjoy that.
I loved it.
But I like you're starting to see that the Sopranos family is starting to argue. Like all of a sudden,
there's a power struggle.
Steve Van Zandt starting to tell people what to do. You could see Joey G is starting to be a pain in the ass.
Joey G's a big deal on this season.
Yeah.
And you realize now he is a captain.
That's right.
He's the biggest earner, yeah.
And there was, the son. That was kind of interesting. Now he's going to shoot Uncle Junior, perhaps.
It was almost like the Michael Corleone scene where he's saying, I'm joining you, Pop.
Right. Don't worry, I'm going to take... You can see he's coming over to the dark side.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really liked it. I know why people perhaps didn't like it, because they always want to see some sort of forward movement in it. The soliloquies from the wife sitting at the bed. But that was interesting because it angered me. Here's a guy who she really hated, who was doing horrible things to her, and then all of a sudden in death,
She starts loving him. I'd say the Sopranos episode, and I know Fred gave it a less than a D-.
This is more like an episode of ER. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
this is not the Sopranos that I want to see.
What did you
I don't want
see?
artsy. I don't want Fellini. I want mob crap.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it.
I mean, if you want the kid to go, like, don't talk about shooting Uncle Junior.
Do it.
Show him shooting Uncle Junior. That's boring.
But Uncle Junior's in jail. He can't get to him.
He'll find a way to, write it in. He could write him out of jail. That's the ability of having a word processor.
Yes.
I write Uncle Junior out of jail. He's in a hospital.
In other
Junior
words,
comes in, boom,
Fred, in other words, the episode you would have liked to have seen is perhaps the kid going and plotting how to kill Uncle Junior.
Too much exposition.
Putting together
They did it in the first one. They did it in the second one.
Right.
They've been doing that the past 2 seasons. It's like he spends 6 episodes, David Chase does, and he's a genius, except when it comes to, like, doing the last couple of years.
You're saying shit or get off the pot.
Exactly.
Get the kid in there killing somebody.
Everybody could see, from that last episode, that was cool when, Tony went into the coma. That was great.
Yeah. Okay.
But then come out and have shit start to happen. He was like, there's going to be...
This was a wasted episode to you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Just saying,
there's going to be a fight.
Goodbye to character development.
Yeah. Character development.
Thank you. The
Just
reason
some
I
action.
love these people is because of the depth of their
but
character.
wouldn't the other families be, like, trying to move in right now?
They're going to wait 3 or 4 episodes before that starts happening. By that time, it's halfway done.
The reason Fred's opinion in this is important is this is the same guy who wrote Scott the Engineer song parody. So don't think he doesn't have some credibility.
I do.
I don't deny that, believe me.
That's
But
right.
I'm saying there are really, in Jersey, though, there are no other families. I mean, they just run shit. And the New York family's not going to take over Jersey without major okay.
I say the episode was a B+, not an A, B+. Fred says less than a D-. Gary says a D-. Robin says she liked it, and Artie says he liked it.
Yes, I gave it like a B.
Reverend Bob Levy, what do you say?
I didn't really like it.
You didn't really like it. What do you want to add to this conversation, Gary? I hope it's relevant. Go ahead.
Just shocked that you liked it. Really, just shocked that you liked it.
I was surprised because I said I don't know how Howard is going to feel.
And what did you think of those dream sequences that go absolutely nowhere?
To me, I said to you, the dream sequence was an excellent explanation of somebody in a coma. As Robin said, it was very cerebral, but you saw the white light. You see someone trapped on Earth. He's lost.
He was Kevin Finnerty.
I don't want to see that in a Sopranos episode.
The 25 minutes of the show.
I don't want. Halfway through, I looked at my wife and I go, "This is the episode that I'm going to hate."
Is there no room for art on HBO?
Not on that show.
All right, there we go. Fred says no. You got to go with Fred's answer. Fred wrote the song parody, the Scott Salem song parody. Go ahead. Yeah.
John Hine had a great.
my collaborator.
John Hine had a great comment yesterday in the wrap-up show. He said that when you see Edie Falco by the bedside, it's just, to me, that was just her looking for an Emmy.
Well, that's what everybody's calling it now. It's the Edie Falco Emmy episode.
Well, she didn't write it. She got the script.
She showed up. She said the line.
David Chase wrote that entire episode. And he's the man who created the show. He gets to do whatever he wants.
All I can say
That's like Godfather 3. Francis Ford Coppola created that. And he can make a crappy movie.
When Edie Falco was sitting by Tony Soprano's bed, you said, wow, what a great actress. You're right. She'll get an Emmy for that. And that's that.
But also, you were right, because that's exactly what everybody does to their dying relatives.
See, Robin just wants to go back to the party next year.
Oh, get out of here. There's not even going to be a next year.
Only critique, they didn't show The Duty like we did on Howard TV.
Yeah, where is Tony eliminating?
The gaping hole was pretty disgusting.
That was awful.
That was good.
Was that bad?
I found that looked like...
Reminded me of Blue Iris.
Yes. one more question about it. Uncle Junior crazy or knows what he's doing?
Uncle Junior is crazy.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
But some people say that it might know what he's doing.
He wouldn't have shot him.
He's in and out crazy.
All right, let's move on.
All right.
One more thing. I've got a lot of stuff to play here. You enjoying some of this stuff that I am playing?
Yes.
All right. I would like to do, what do you want? Do you want a last play on the retard show about periods and diarrhea, which we've heard before? Would you like to hear the new voicemail from Riley Martin, who is tired of waiting?
For his show?
Yeah.
I always love Riley.
It was 2 days ago I promised him a show, and now he's sitting...
He's tired of waiting.
He's tired of waiting. He wants his show now. He's in a rush.
By the
Here
way,
he is.
He's been contacted, just so you know.
Yeah.
By aliens. We know.
He has been contacted.
Yeah, we're speaking to his producer.
Right. So what is the problem here?
It's not moving quick enough.
It's not moving quick enough for him. He's got information to get out. Here is Riley Martin's voicemail.
This is Riley Martin. All the books are coming up 10.
Don't you love how he plugs on a voicemail?
But, I mean, is it a big deal to be the author of that book?
That's something I wouldn't publicize.
It's not like it's the Da Vinci Code.
See Bob Levy at a Mardi Gras in Phoenix.
This is Riley Martin. author of the books The Coming of Tan.
Oh, that Riley Martin.
I spoke to Howard on Monday last, and he said, okay, man, I'm giving you an hour and all of this. Now, I don't want to be a fuddy-duddy or to bother you. However, I would...
Yes, he's a fuddy-duddy.
A fuddy-duddy.
A fuddy-duddy.
I'd like to have a date that we can get this thing together, because even though I'm not like a great superstar and all this like you are, motherfuckers, I would like to have a date so that I know how to plan my itinerary. You know, my time is somewhat valuable, whether you know it or not.
What planet?
But I still love you, man. Happy birthday and all. Give my best wishes to all the crew. And give me a jingle. You know, don't have me sitting around waiting for you forever. You understand? Take care now.
Everybody understand?
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to picture where he's sitting and what is he doing while he's leaving this message.
I would assume he's picking his ass like he does every other day.
And what is he been, you know, like, what is this show going between? You know, like nothing and nothing?
I picture him at the Port Authority eating a pigeon.
I'm thinking of moving his show over to Stars after Jay Thomas. Before the iPod show.
But I'm saying in his life, you know, what has he got going on that we got to give him a schedule so he can put together his itinerary?
Because it's the itinerary. The guy hasn't left his house in 7 years.
Give me a jingle. I'll catch you on the jangle.
I don't want to wait.
There's a date on the show.
I'm not a big star like you, motherfucker.
It'll be on the 27th.
The 27th of March?
Yep, the Riley Show.
So that should quiet him down, right?
Yeah.
That better not be a Tuesday night.
Yeah, it's busy.
I think it is, Bob.
Oh, Bob, sorry, you're canceled. Andy, you're on the air in Philadelphia. Go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, Andy.
Howard, I wanted to tell you that the fart from Mike Walker was freaking hilarious. Oh, my God. I heard it on the replay on the drive home from work. I have about an hour drive home, and I almost drove off the road. I was dying.
Yeah, Mike does this weird thing when we're waiting for the gossip game. He leaves the microphone on in his house, and Richard just records everything he does.
He lets fly.
Yeah, and then the other day, sure enough, there it was.
I'm very proud of what's going on. The press tour.
That is so loud.
I always love that you're in the background saying, I'm very proud, and then he goes,
That was hilarious.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Howard, about the Sopranos thing, did you guys catch the line about Vito?
No.
When Vito said, when you talk about the guy hanging himself, and he said, maybe he was a homosexual.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, that was good.
They're all like looking at him like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, where'd you come up with that one, bro? That's a good one, yeah.
Maybe he's a homo and no one to talk to. It happens.
I don't know. I like the conga playing mixed with the fart.
Did you catch also Paulie Walnuts? He's all pissed. That little storyline where he's pissed that Vito's kissing more ass than him at the hospital, and he goes, I'm taking the kid home. You bought the Shriadel.
Right.
Artie's word.
You bought the Shriadel. By the way, did you read the article about Paulie Walnuts?
Yes, I was talking about that yesterday.
The full article about what he was supposedly into?
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, we had him on the show once. And, yeah, I think we did, and I was trying to find out if any of those guys were real mobsters, because I'd always heard rumors that some people might have been involved in real mob stuff. But
and didn't he, in the season before, didn't he have to go to jail and serve a little time?
I don't know.
On the show, I know. I don't know about in real life.
In real life.
He was one of those guys, like, he's in Goodfellas, which is from 1990. He's in a lot of Woody Allen movies that were shot in New York. And those guys, those directors like Scorsese and Woody Allen are famous for using some
real
actual,
guys.
who might have had a background, you know.
You talk about Tony, right?
Yeah.
He did call the show once. It was like the first season. We were big supporters, so they would just call in from time to time. And we put him on the air, and we asked him about his past, and he was just like, hey, that's enough.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about it.
And you were like, all right.
And I get why.
Really.
Some of that shit in that article was insane.
He was a strong-arm farm guy.
Let me take you now to Crazy Alice Trilogy, I call it.
Okay.
Hey, Howard.
Yes.
Did you see that horrible Sopranos episode yet?
I do not believe it was horrible at all. I enjoyed it.
Oh, you're kidding.
I enjoyed it.
Get ready for Ralph to change his opinion.
Oh, you're so C-list, man.
No, Ralph, number one, the dream sequence. I'm going to capsulize everything, even the stuff Robin said. The dream sequence was an excellent example of somebody in a coma who wakes up out of it and can't remember who they are. 2, the light.
I don't need to sit through that.
Wait a second. The dream sequence showed someone who was trapped between life and death. They couldn't find their way home. They couldn't find their way to the afterlife or to the worldly world.
That's not what the show is about.
Hold it. Then we saw the sun who begins to turn. He becomes the dark side. He says, I'm going to avenge your death, my father. We learn that he truly loves his father.
Oh, so what's he, Darth Vader now?
That's right.
Oh,
we see the next generation. We also saw We saw
Joey G fart.
That was brilliant. We saw the power struggle. We saw Silvio begin to take over the family business.
And Joey G to resent it.
And we see Joey G resenting it. And we could see the family breaking apart with the absence of Tony. We saw the gaping hole, which was the factor of disgust that we love on The Sopranos.
The gaping hole is that the show sucks when Tony's just laying there.
Yeah. It's the only episode he didn't eat, actually.
Let's go around the room again. Robin, you liked the episode. Is that correct? It. Artie, you liked the episode, right?
I gave it a Lisa Kudrow-ish A.
Fred hated it, said it was the worst ever.
Sucked like Blue Irish.
Once again, Fred is a genius.
And
then it didn't suck much.
Bob Levy, did you like it or hate it?
I didn't like it. I really didn't like it.
Because it made him think, if you'll remember Bob's review.
That's the problem. It was too cerebral.
Let's go to the real expert, Entertainment Weekly. Josh, was it a good episode or a bad episode?
I liked it.
You liked it?
I liked it.
And he's from a magazine that...
Josh is a loon. It was horrible.
I can't believe I'm getting to be annoyed directly at Ralph. It's just through my radio.
That's true. You can write about
Whether
that.
you have to do an article on me.
What about an article on Ralph? Would that ever happen?
Yeah, women of radio.
Thank you, Ralph.
That ain't worth $13 a month.
Come on. Enter light.
Ariana Rivera.
Enter night. Oh, they play that one.
Yeah, when.
See, I don't even know who that is.
Enter Sandman. Greatest relief pitcher ever.
You know what, man? I just don't even care.
I care when my tickets are $90 a pop. I want them winning.
Did you see The Sopranos already?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Unbelievable.
Funny, right?
The show has been great.
Yeah. Did you love when Joey G was in that police officer's outfit?
Just watching them deal with homosexuality is so fucking funny.
Did you love when Tony beat that guy up?
Oh, that was interesting, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was like just the psyche of this guy, Tony Soprano, was so amazing.
Yeah, because that reaction he had in the bathroom was amazing. That was amazing acting.
He had to look strong. He fucking almost fainted at the wedding.
It was amazing special effects when he vomited. How do they do that?
I don't know, but you know that leer he gets? That's a look that you can't recreate.
Right.
And our friend Joey G's been really good.
Yeah, but did you see this week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. When he's in the police officer. Oh, no, this week's I didn't see. No,
that's what I'm saying. You're talking about last week.
Yeah, don't tell me.
You didn't see this week?
No.
Oh, okay, sure.
No, I went to bed last. No, because none of the TVs in my apartment work. I can't watch television. Because I made the ridiculous mistake of switching to high def.
Why is it every time you do something with that system
I don't know.
Nothing works?
Everything worked great in my apartment. I came home to utter chaos. I went for the week. The guy told me, utter chaos.
I'm glad you told me that, because I was about to spill everything.
Don't spill your guts yet. I'm going to try.
I was just thinking, I didn't think you had seen last
I'm going over to my friend's house to watch TV today.
You're like from the 1950s. Only one person in the neighborhood has a television.
And now I got guys crawling all over my apartment like ants.
What happened? You got HD TV?
Yeah, I got.
Isn't it a matter of just replacing sets or something?
No, because I have a system and it's all. The whole thing's a disaster. It's a disaster. I just want my old system back. I want to go jump out a window.
You had to get new receivers to receive the
I don't know what I got.
And all that. Okay.
I just know I paid a boatload of dough. Oh.
So they had to rip out a lot of stuff.
I don't know. Then the computers don't. Everything's gone now. Everything. You know, like you can't even make coffee. Here's the song. Is this from actually last night, or is this from his, it's from his album?
One of his albums that he released.
I don't know. I think I sing better than Rod Stewart.
This is what you do.
What, did you see that, Fred?
No, I didn't. But I've never... He did a Christmas special one time, and I thought he should. Regis was better than him. Regis sang the same night.
Regis was better.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom.
I don't know.
That sounds pretty good.
No, you had to hear it last night.
I mean, but live is a whole different
Some of those high notes, man, were a mess. I don't know.
Beyond him.
It just sucks, man. I mean, it's like, it's Rod Stewart.
Doesn't he have enough money? Does he have to embarrass himself like this?
Well, that's somebody wrote that somewhere, I think on the Stern Fan Network. It's like, how much more money does he want?
Yeah.
You know, like...
I mean, he has 100 children. I guess that they all need money.
I guess he wants a career, but go around and sing your old songs.
Yeah, we'll just tour like the Stones do, you know.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, why do you have to sell more albums? Just sell concerts.
Billy Joel just sold out 12 nights at the Garden, you know?
If this is what you have to do.
He's not singing the standards. Like, this was great. WCCC, AM and FM. Rod Stewart this morning. New England's Southern New England's rock. Best rock.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you.
Yeah.
It's late September and I should be back at school.
Come on.
I know I keep you amused, but I feel I'm being used.
Maggie, I think that was good. Sing that.
Anymore.
Like when he came out last night, they started playing, Hot Legs, and you thought, oh, man, this is cool. Rod Stewart's going to do Hot Legs. And he started doing the standards.
Yeah, he won't even do those things. He wants you to...
I'll have this song from last night in about 2 seconds, Howard.
You what?
He'll have his song.
Oh, good. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Maggie May's one of the best songs.
He insists on doing these standards every time he's on TV now. He won't even do the good stuff.
He's probably got enough hits to fill a 2-hour concert, right?
Oh, sure.
You know what I did? I had American Idol on, and then on HBO I found the replay of the Sopranos episode from last week with, the gay episode.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. I watched it. This is the first time I've ever watched a Sopranos episode a second time. It's even better the second time.
Yeah, see, I'll watch that'll happen a lot where I'll watch a Sopranos episode more than once.
Wouldn't it be weird?
Because they're amazing.
Wouldn't it be weird if they never went back to Tony Soprano again and just stayed with Joey G and it became like the gay...
Yeah, stay in the gay town?
You'd say the gay town with his... Right, that's a good premise for a show. A gay dude who used to be a mafia captain.
Yeah, the fairy godfather.
You know, thinking about that. Is Joey G just going to give up the life and become, like, a member of Gay Town?
It's pretty cool, this episode, man.
He's thinking about it.
When Paulie Walnuts learns that Joey G... All right, he's gay, but then when he heard he gave the blowjob instead of received one...
Oh, it was even worse, yeah.
How much more can I take?
How much betrayal can I take?
How much betrayal? Betrayal.
And why do they need to kill him? That's the other thing. I mean, it's not like he's giving him up to the feds.
I know a lot of women... And that one's not getting laid.
No, but, okay, take the mob situation out of it, all right? Say you found out that one of your 5 good friends is gay.
Right.
And then you find out he was actually sucking a dick. Would you react in a way differently than Paulie?
Well, I think I would be cooler than that.
I mean, I wouldn't want to kill the guy, of course, but
I think
I'd be more holy shit.
I'd be more like Tony Soprano and go, it's no big deal, man. Let bygones be bygones. And then I probably wouldn't. I mean, we probably wouldn't have that much in common.
Yeah, you wouldn't be friends that much anymore.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, in my mind, I want to think I'm above all that. I mean, I know gay dudes that, you know.
But we aren't, is the point. Why fight it?
Yeah.
We're all homophobic.
No. Now stop that.
Of course we are.
I don't know. I almost puked when I saw Siobhan on the... you got to watch that on Howard TV. See if you puke. I had my head in the garbage and I was dry heaving when Siobhan got on the Sybian yesterday. That's why yesterday's show didn't replay.
Well, you know what?
Too many people vomiting.
We were having a discussion in the hall, and we said, the guys were saying, we got to get rid of that Sybian, because as good as it is when a Tara Patrick gets on it, always something bad happens after.
You could use it. It's like a superpower that you could use for evil, as well as good.
Let's fuck some hoes!
Right. Let's go, baby. Now we're up and running. It's Friday. Hour one of what sometimes is a 17-hour radio show.
Hey now.
Let's start with this.
You are not going to fucking believe this.
Vito Spatafore is an ass muncher.
Oh! What? What did you just say?
I'm sorry, it's true.
We ran into this kid. Vito was spotted in a fag bar in New York. By who? The kid's cousin. Allegedly.
It's not bullshit. He's a married man.
What a go mad.
I'll back up a second. What did the kid say exactly?
Kid's cousin, Sal Iacuso.
From Yonkers, I know him.
Sal was at this place in the city, supposedly on business. He saw Vito holding hands with a guy in nipple rings.
You're leaving out the best part.
He was wearing a motorcycle outfit, like the guy in the Village People, with the leather hat and the vest.
Chaps, too.
I don't know.
Fucking slanderous me.
Well, let's take this in the back.
Yeah, that's what Vito did.
You can go.
Nice.
Tell you one thing. If it was me this kid was spreading rumors about, he'd have something up his own ass. And it wouldn't be no cock either.
That's the point, though. This guy Sal, I know him. He's a friend of ours.
I fucking called it. Long time ago.
You know Vito was a Riccione?
Yes.
When?
What's that audio? Ricky Owen?
Yeah, what is that?
There's like 2 million ways to say fag in Italian.
A Ricky Owen.
And, yeah, I mean, that's just like a slang version of a fruit.
I never said it, but I knew.
Hey, get the fuck out, huh? And enough of this rush to judgment. Before we know this fucking Sal guy's got a hard-on for Vito. Oh, you think this is funny, huh? There's a man's reputation at stake here.
A married man. With kids.
That don't mean shit. Elton John was married.
Yeah, Rock Hudson, too. I think.
So what do we got to do, Tone? Actually see him take it in the ass?
Look at Vito on the phone. You know, he called me the other night, 3 o'clock in the morning after the wedding. And? Yeah, honestly, it was weird. He wanted to know what was going on.
He was fucking fishing. See if we heard.
Straight to voicemail.
Don't, I mean, he represents us. I'm not going to condemn the man off the wood or some fucking douchebag from Yonkers.
I could care less, basically.
Yeah? Maybe you're a flambe.
Fucking nauseating. To me, I drag Vito behind my fucking car right now.
Oh, will you take it easy over there, fucking Judge Roy Bean? One of my bar girls knows his Gumad. We'll check with her. Maybe she's seen him and knows where he is. Laurie.
Think about it, though, Tone. Some weight loss.
AIDS? Nobody's got AIDS. I don't want to hear that word here again.
Ah, that is great. That's beautiful. That's The Sopranos from last week, and it was one of the best episodes I've ever seen. In fact, it's right up there. Like that's a scene you might even memorize. You know what I mean? For future generations.
They should keep Vito alive just to keep dealing with this shit. To see how they react to a gay guy.
Oh, if he comes back and he's now a flamer in the middle of the gang?
Oh, it'd be great if we just did a spin-off show.
Because it seems like that Tony's conflicted because that guy makes so much money for him, it seems, you know?
Yeah.
He was making a shitload of money.
Yeah.
Who cares?
It always comes down to the money.
Yeah,
he was a good earner. It's always the money.
Yeah, all you manly men couldn't make as much money.
That crazy sponsor... that Michael Imperioli has, too, is going to get shot. He pisses off everybody.
Yeah. You know, you got balls, sister. Sorry, Gary.
Robin knows how to live. When do you sleep? Like, you used to watch The Sopranos last night, right?
Yeah.
So you were up at least till 10. Probably 10:30, 11.
Aren't you exhausted? I was up till 11 because I watched The Sopranos and I couldn't fall asleep right afterwards. And, I mean, but what time did you get up?
2:30, 2:45, something like that.
Get a six-pack and stay up all night.
It's hard to go to sleep after The Sopranos. That show gets you all riled up. Yeah. You want to go out and do something illegal, like make a deal, hand somebody cash.
Yeah, wait.
Get into a fight.
Yeah, hold on a second. Speaking of The Sopranos.
Sure, we break some balls here tonight, but I go way back. And in light of recent humiliations, it's an honor to be joined by men. And not faggot-ass, cornholing cocksuckers like married my cousin. He should fucking die.
Whoa, Phil. Take it easy. Phil, you know the wine makes you emotional.
Because I got an empty fucking stomach.
Have a breadstick.
Have a breadstick. Oh, first of all, the Gnocchi conversation at Giovanni with it's my mother speaking.
Really?
A little cold ragout with lamb ragu.
Let me ask you a question. Before he cornered you in the porta potty, when the security guard was sucking him off.
Well, once it was the other way around.
What?
Vito was blowing the security guard.
Son of a bitch! Catching, not pitching.
He's not going to know I told you?
You ain't going to have no problem from Vito. Believe me.
What are you going to do? It'll be okay. Get him to pay for some therapy.
Well, look, why don't you go out front, get yourself a sandwich, any kind you like, huh? Soda. When we're done here, somebody will take you back. All right.
I want to kill the fat faggot myself. Be a fucking honor. Cut off his piece of deal and feed it to him.
There'll be no mistake now.
I can't believe I stuck up for him. I feel like I've been stabbed in the heart.
We can't have him here in our social club no more. I mean, that much I do know. Social club?
Social club.
He's got to go. I want to think about it. Yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck? What does Eddie think about?
Sit down.
Fuck that, I'll say it again. What the fuck is there to think about?
You're going to take care of his kids?
After he's gone?
His kids. It's true. They didn't do nothing.
Poor little guys.
Oh, poor little guy.
Now sit down.
I'm sorry if I yelled, T. It's just, how much more betrayal can I
take? Vito a fag. Big construction tycoon. Tone. When he was always talking about greasing the union, who knew that's what he meant?
Oh, God.
You think this is funny?
They're going to kill a guy because he's gay.
Right, because he blew a guy.
He represents them.
What did he call him last night? Oh, it was the greatest name. Oh, I can't think of it.
Anyway, when he punched Lauren Bacall in the face, that was great.
Oh, my God. That is...
That was so good.
How about, don't you feel...
Who hasn't wanted to do that?
Don't you feel for Ben Kingsley, too, in the elevator when they both get on? Like his worst nightmare in life.
Yeah.
Oh, in the plane, in the elevator, he can't get away from that.
I love
Kingsley.
Christopher had the line of the night. He says to Laura Bacall, I loved you in the haves and the have-nots.
Sir Kingsley.
Kingsley. No, Sir Ben.
But that poor fucking kid, Meadows' boyfriend, he just wanted to be a dentist. He's going to die getting fucked in the ass.
Himself into, yeah. He's going to be drilling, all right.
That's great. Anyway, so Big Friday night was the auto show. Gary was there and Artie was there. And
Auto show.
Ronnie was there. It sure did. All right, Artie's love life is a disaster.
Yes.
He's falling and falling and falling deeper into that hole known as the Artie Downer hole.
You know what I'm picturing? I'm picturing Christopher on The Sopranos last night as Artie.
Oh, but wait a minute. Okay, here's the other thing we have to talk about.
Who would have predicted this?
That fucking episode fucked with my head, and you know why?
Why?
Not only is Christopher's new wife the chick in my movie.
And that's what I was wondering, too.
That girl who he gets pregnant is the love interest in my film. And we have make-out scenes and everything. She's gorgeous. And me and Dana were so close to looking at homes like they did last night and just going, that's a beautiful house. I don't give a fuck what it costs. I want to buy it. We were this close to doing that. So he's doing it, and not only is he doing it, he's doing it with my girlfriend from Beer League. It was like all these different things going like this.
Hey, she's hot, man.
Yeah, no, she...
Now, what about you hooking up with her? Is she married?
last I heard, when we shot Beer League, she had a guy that she had been dating for a while, the greatest guy, real guy's guy. Dana and Cara got along. Cara Bono's her name. Mm-hmm. Dana and Cara got along very well, and me and her boyfriend got along well. He's a real nice guy.
Man, who gives a shit? Can you get her?
They were dating for a while. Last I heard, they're still dating. But I'll tell you this. 2 weeks ago, Cara did call me and say, "Hey, let's get some lunch. I want to talk." And,
asshole.
But it's not. There was no indication of romance. She just she says, "I want to come over and look at the print of the movie." I said, "I have a print of the movie."
Say, Artie. She's definitely coming over for the print of the movie. No.
She's in big-time showbiz now, man.
Listen to me. Oh, please.
It's
Sopranos.
A bit part on the Sopranos.
Yeah, believe me, she ain't going anywhere.
She's on for 5 episodes, and she's pregnant with Christopher's kid.
You know what? And you had your own sitcom. Who cares? Listen. Hey, guess who's on the phone?
Who?
Mr. Joey G from The Sopranos. Hey, Joey.
Hey, Howard.
Joey, of course, is the big fag on The Sopranos.
He's a fag.
He's a fag.
Robin, Artie.
He's a fag.
What's up, Joey?
Hey, you know what? It's catching on. I think I play a fag in Beer League, don't I?
You know what? Your character, it's not really clear. If you want to be one, we can make you one.
It's not really queer or clear?
Hey, Joey, what do you want, a speakerphone?
No, it's a cordless, but...
You got a regular phone there?
It's up in my wife's bedroom. If I got to go up there, she'll kill me. And then we got to take the camera in there, and she'll go berserk. Is it bad?
Yeah, it's always bad. I tell you, cordless phones, I use them, but they're bad.
We have ruined phones with all of our convenience.
Yeah, it's bad. But, hey, Joey.
Yeah.
So, I guess this is a testament to your acting, because I swear to God, now I'm watching The Sopranos, of course, as I always do. And I really feel like Joey's a fag.
Yeah.
I believe he's one in real life.
Like, really now, you didn't kiss that guy. Do you ever kiss a guy in the show?
Yeah, he kissed. He made out with a dude last weekend.
Kissed him twice. No, on the cheeks. I mean,
bullshit.
He was kissing him by the truck when the guy, beat him up.
No, he tried to kiss me, and I said, "What do you think, I'm a fag?"
Right.
And what was going on when you were hanging out by the motorcycle on the side of the road?
Well, it was getting hot, and, I said, "Take off your shirt, you little silly goose."
Meanwhile, Joey had a problem with us. I read a newspaper interview where Joey was interviewed, and he said, Howard Stern, I got a problem with him. He didn't have me on the last week of his show. And I was like, what?
Wow, that's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, but I was like, Joey's being a baby. We have him on all the time. The last week of the show's busy. We'd had him on 20 times in a row.
Wait, hold up, Howard. I wanted to be on like 2 minutes before I started because I had a book coming out. And I said, last time on regular radio, I said, let me just get on for 2 minutes. And you couldn't squeeze me in. But now it's like, after the year I'm having, after 10 weeks, I forget easy. I don't really care. So after, 10 weeks, now I'm finally coming on the show. And it's only because I reached out to Artie. And Artie,
you're too sensitive, dude. It's there's an ebb and flow to radio shows. You can't have some, then you get burnt out. People go, they're having Joey G on again.
Right.
He's got nothing to say.
I'm on all the time. Hey, listen, that was then, this is now. I don't really give a fuck. But, it's 10 episodes now. This is the first time I'm, on. I mean, you would think, after the leather scene, after some stuff, I would have got up there.
See, it's funny, Howard, because when I spoke...
We have this with all guests.
Yeah, when I spoke to Joey yesterday, he said to me, I forget what the words were, but it was something like, so what's up? How come you haven't had me on? I said, well, I know we didn't get to you that last week before, when we were on terrestrial radio, but quite honestly, I hadn't heard from you. And he goes, well, yeah, but I'm on the show. But, a lot of people have to call us. It's not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't, solicit. We don't call people and go, why don't you come on the show?
All right.
Honestly, we don't.
Policy.
Well, no, it's not a policy. It's
not a policy. It's just we don't like to annoy people. The people, whenever they have something to say, they call us.
Nah, you guys are the best. I mean, I started with you guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so no, it's never like that. But anyway, I hope you're enjoying the season. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of different things.
And never mind that. How's your marriage?
Marriage is going great. I love your boy Jason's been all over my house over here.
What do you mean?
Oh, we got a camera on him.
Filming him.
Right now?
Yeah, we got a camera on him for In Demand.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. Well, then we better do something weird.
Yeah, go wake your wife up.
Yeah. Wake your wife up and go down on her. Prove you're not gay. Because I'm thinking you're a homo for real.
Joey's wife is hot.
His character had a hot wife on the show. And he was still gay.
Lorraine Bracco's sister.
Yeah, that's Lorraine Bracco's sister. That woman.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. She is hot.
And Little Steven's wife on the show is Little Steven's wife.
You're kidding.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who's that fat broad who plays the wife of Johnny Sack?
She's awesome.
Ida Tortoro.
No. That's not Aida.
I think she won a contest to be on the show, actually. The woman who plays...
Joey Sack's wife?
Yeah.
Right. No, she had, remember that open casting call with, like, 20,000 and Harrison? She was, like, the one they picked out.
Wow.
Yeah, she got that role, and she's, I don't know.
Is Gandolfini banging anyone on the show, actually?
Not that I know of.
Are there any romances on the cast? Like, I ran into Edie Falco the other day. Is she banging anyone?
Not that I know of.
I don't think she gets laid in real life.
She ran off with Stanley Tucci while they were in a play, and then he went back to his wife.
Yeah, he dumped her.
Yeah. But they were doing it while they were doing it.
Do you think Edie gets laid at all?
All I know is I come in, I do my job, I leave. I don't know.
He's not banging her.
You got a big episode this week coming up, right?
I got a good one. I got a good one.
I think you get killed this week.
When any guy says he's got a big episode, you always think it means he gets killed.
Is he going to get killed?
Yeah.
I guess it has to happen.
Okay. So,
because I saw in the previews that the homo he's in love with, the chef,
yeah,
he looks like he takes a beating.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Either Joey gets killed.
How are they going to find him?
Maybe they put a pipe right up Joey's ass.
Someone asked me the difference between Johnny Cakes and pancakes. I said 9 inches.
Hey, Joe, when they cast that guy to play the Johnny Cakes guy, did you have to, sort of read with him and get intimate or anything at the audition?
Yeah, did they need to see if there was chemistry?
You know what? I got to balance you. First of all, the guy happens to be, I happen to know he's one of the first actors I met like 25 years ago. He came into my restaurant, a friend of mine, when I was just barely starting out. So his name is John Casella. He was in...
Is he a homo?
No, he's not. He's Billy He's a fireman. He's a real fireman. Wasn't a fireman.
Right.
Billy Badgate. Him and Buscemi played with Dutch Schultz. But anyway...
Did you two ever date in real life?
You know what? It didn't go anywhere. We broke up very early.
Hey, listen, you got to prove you're not gay. As long as we got a camera guy there, why don't you go upstairs and go down on your wife, and we'll tape it.
How about I go down on the cameraman and see I don't like it?
Here's something you didn't know about Joey.
He's a fag.
Here's something you didn't know about Joey. Joey used to be a chef at a restaurant. Things were going pretty good. He had a gambling problem.
Oh, really?
And he dropped $60,000 in bets in one day.
Wow. 4 football games.
4 football games. Right? Am I wrong?
Well, you're right. 3 football games, and Cody Carlson helped me become an actor.
and you had
for the Houston Oilers.
And you had a good job at a restaurant and everything, and that's when you had to quit and you went off to Hollywood to try to be an actor, right?
I sold everything. I cashed out, and 3 days later I was in L.A. trying to be an actor.
Imagine 60.
But that was to get away from the gambling debts?
Yeah, because I said, this life isn't good. I was eating and drinking too much. I was gambling. I don't know if anybody there could relate to that.
Yeah, the worst weekend I ever had was about 26 grand. Well, actually, no. You know what? It's funny. I lost 38 grand in a poker game.
Was that with Norm?
No. This was in, I won't say where it was, the place, but it was in the city of Los Angeles. A $5,000 buy-in in a poker game. And I went into my bank account and I got the money out and I was drunk and a fucking lunatic. An all-night poker game. I dropped 38 G's.
So what did you do, just keep going back for more money?
Well, no, it was markers, and I went back and I had to pay.
38 grand.
Yeah.
Jesus, you guys
I don't know about you, but there's something about like a degenerate gambler that likes losing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was almost like I was up about 7,000 at one point in the game.
Here's what I never understand, Artie. So at your 20 grand down, you've just gone in for the third marker. You show it with your 5 grand. You're in for the third marker and you've lost it. So you're 20 grand down. Is there a mechanism that says don't go for more?
It was like, it wasn't that detailed. It was like really like 2 huge hands that I lost.
Well, what Joey's saying is true, though. I mean, it's like...
Of course.
It's almost like a psychological thing. It's no fun unless you're losing because you get that rush of, oh, my God, what am I going to do? I'm going to win it back. You're in this horrible predicament. Same thing with Artie and Dana. I mean, Artie envisions a future where he can't have anything good. But he could have something good with her.
You rationalize, too. You're right. Like at the time, I was making that in 1 week. I said
what?
That's a week.
Meanwhile,
No, you're right. So it's wrong. It's the wrong way to think. It's horrible.
For some people, it was a year.
No,
hey, Joey, you know what's weird? Like, everybody now on The Sopranos sort of has to have their thug story. Like, everyone's turning out to be, like, either a criminal or on their way to being a criminal.
Yeah, they had some involvement.
It's almost like you need street cred, like a rapper, like Paulie Walnuts. They're talking about his past. They're talking about...
anybody on that show afraid of somebody in the cast?
Yeah.
Jamie Lynn, though, was the loan shark.
I mean, you guys are almost like...
What kind of vig does she charge?
Gandolfini's the only one who doesn't have a past.
I just haven't dug it up yet. You know, like, because it's the Sopranos, and because they're looking for stories, and it's the Post, you know, they're always looking at past. I mean, Tony Sirico did that 30 years ago, so that's old news.
Yeah, I know,
but he did time in jail and everything.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, well, I guess we all had our brushes, but, you know, they had me dealing lewds, which I did. I mean...
all right, so it's true.
Well, I didn't even know you dealt lewds.
Yeah, that was back in when I was in college.
Yeah, a little lewd dealing. What the fuck?
What I'm saying is if you're on The Sopranos and you don't have a criminal past, you're kind of like a pussy, you know? It's like...
right, like rappers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
weird.
I mean, even the new guys, like that...
Perry, the kid who got
he got... Yeah, and then what about that kid who just was involved with a murder?
Right, he's trying to get his trial separated from the other guys.
That kid, too.
Yeah, I took them into kid. It's his bodybuilding, Tony's driver, and broke into his girl's.
Right. He was breaking in and taking furniture and stuff.
Yeah.
That poor kid from A Bronx Tale, though, not poor kid, he's clearly, you know, but I mean, he's in big trouble. That kid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to go away forever, probably.
Yeah, he will have street cred.
Yeah.
He's delusional.
I got
make a movie.
I got kind of a nasty letter from Gandolfini about a couple of months ago, about a year ago.
Really?
Yeah, did you know about that?
No.
Did you get scared because he was...
You know, I kind of did. I kind of feel like he's really in the Mafia. Like, it's really weird how I think that guy's in the Mafia. And you know what? I got to tell you, Gandolfini, I know he's in some new movie with Travolta. As soon as he comes on screen, I go, oh, there's Tony Soprano.
He'll never get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's in Herman Munsterland.
He's a marked man.
He's so good at that role that he should just keep doing it over and over again.
I just saw him...
Howard, I'm always going to be known as the cocksucker?
Yeah, oh, you? Forget about it.
Joey, I hear rumblings that you might get an Emmy nomination.
Well, I know that they submitted episodes 6 and 8, and I'll tell you, it would make it all worthwhile. I mean...
You're good, man. You're having a good season.
They give me so much to do, and I mean, just a little suggestion that... you know, it turned into this thing. It's been unbelievable. It's not what I really had in mind. I sort of got sucked into it.
Yeah. Best episode of the season so far is when you're in New Hampshire and you're going around and the ending is the antique shop. That was the best episode of the season so far.
Yeah, it was good.
And it was because of you. You did a great job.
I really don't have a pride of it. As a matter of fact, I was just in Atlanta over the weekend, and they asked me to be the Grand Marshal for a Gay Pride Week in Atlanta.
Nice. Is that true?
Yeah, you know what I mean? So
Who are the top three hottest guys right now in the country for you?
Top 3 hottest?
Yeah.
Let's see. That would be Ace Young, who was on American Idol.
Ace Young, yeah.
No, I don't know.
He has answers.
Yeah, really.
You know, it'd be a good season finale. Joey gets butt raped by the 5 families. All 5 families. They bring him in and they stick shit in his head. Can you imagine?
I don't know.
Hey, Ralph wants to say hi to you. Here's Ralphie boy. Ralph, go ahead and say hi to Joey G.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Is that Ralphie?
Yeah.
Hey, Joey.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. But, you know, I'm thinking you looked better, like, heavier.
Well,
like, did you lose the weight, like, unnaturally? Because it looked, like, in the first few episodes, you looked kind of like, you know, like, you looked like you were losing your hair. You looked a little like your skin was a little ashy. You looked kind of sick. Now, you're looking better now, but...
What are you saying? Because
you have your stomach stapled?
Yeah, you had your stomach stapled, didn't you, Joey?
No, I had the lap band done. But, you used to give me limping, I'm all walking all fucked up on the show, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, yesterday, or what is this, Wednesday? Monday was 5 weeks ago that I had double hip replacement.
Oh, you're kidding?
No, I had, and I'm up and around, I'm running around. I mean, I did Kimmel 2 weeks ago. I was in L.A. I was in Atlanta. Now I'm walking without a cane. I feel great. I'm pain-free. That whole season, it's hard enough having to do is to act. I was in tremendous fucking pain. You know, walking in the rain up those hills, downstairs. I mean, the fight scene, I was screaming. I was out.
Yeah, that's why Joey's was always like sort of limping.
Why'd you have your hips replaced because you were overweight for so long? You had to have your...
No, it's hereditary. I played a lot of hockey, and the weight didn't help. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, somebody...
But Howard, don't you think he looked like more of a presence when he was, like, fatter? You should get fat again.
Joey was one of those guys, fat, who could kind of carry it. Cause, you know, I've hung out with him, but...
he was cool, Phil.
Yeah, but it can't be healthy carrying around all that weight. Mike, go ahead. Say hi to Joey.
Hi, Joey. This is Mike from West Palm Beach. Just kidding. Just kidding. How you doing?
You do that pretty good, Mike.
For someone who's kidding, you sounded convincing.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. Actually, Howard, I can't believe 20 years it took me to get through to you. I've been waiting on hold here.
Well, here you go.
Unbelievable. I have joined the revolution. I want to say to Joey, though, I love The Sopranos. I grew up in Canarsie. Forget the Sybian. I remember the first time you had the girls on the speakers, vibrating them and everything, you know.
Right.
Just like in your great movie there. But I tell you, you are very convincing on that show, Joey. But I'll tell you what.
Mike, make a point quickly. My patience is almost out.
All right. I just wanted to say, great show.
All right, thank you. I knew it.
20 years.
Because Joey is a friend of the show, and this is a very unusual, it's an exclusive, Joey has given us a clip of an upcoming Sopranos episode. This is a short scene with Joey, and I think it's very, very poignant. Here we go. This is Joey G.
It's good.
All right, there it is.
You know, Joey, maybe that needed a little setup. No, told us what was happening.
We didn't want to give a setup.
That's the Emmy.
Howard, I can't believe HBO released that. That was hot.
First time ever. Anyway, the Sopranos, of course, airs Sunday night. Now, Joey G has a book. It's called A Meal to Die For. Sharippa's got a book. Everyone's writing books. Isn't Paulie Walnut's got a book, too?
Are these all cookbooks?
No, my book is, those books like Frank Vincent and Sharippa, they're like self-help. Mine's a novel cookbook. And it's based me on my life when I was a chef and gambling. And I became known in my neighborhood as a food fence, which they don't know about. But I used to move like, shrimp that fell off a truck. I know how to get rid of it, wine with phony labels, bootleg olive oil. And, it's a whole story about what he does with it and how he goes on to cook for the mob. In the book, in real life, I lost everything and, of course, went to L.A.
Right.
So it's about 10, it's a 10-course dinner. Each course leads into the chapter, and it's pretty unique in that respect. I'm aging out.
And you wrote the book, or somebody wrote it for you?
Well, I had someone write it for me. I tell them the stories. I tell them the gambling stories. I wrote the recipes, and, he helped me with it. But in conjunction with that, I have a pasta sauce, and I just want to get my website in there, joesoup.com. You can order it through there or any bookstore. All
right, Joey G's book, A Meal to Die For, available in stores now. Joey's Pasta Sauce, A Sauce to Die For, is available in stores and at joesoup.com. All right, Joey.
Howard, I would love to come into the studio. I think you're going to want me. And I want to say also, that we filmed 4 different endings, so I really don't know which one they're going to use.
All right, so you'll come by. We'll have you in. Don't worry about it.
All right. We'll hook up. I want to thank you. You guys are always the greatest. Artie, Robin, I'm sorry to get to talk to you more at the premiere.
I know. It was a big night for you guys.
All right, Joey.
Yeah, it was a big night.
It's good to hear you say fuck, too. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Later.
I was going to say, Howard, what the fuck? What took so long?
All right, later, Joey.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Take it easy.
That's Joey G from The Sopranos. What was that? All right, good morning, everybody. What's happening? I'm exhausted. I watched the finale of Survivor last night, and I was up till like 11:15, and I'm exhausted. It's just not enough sleep for me, you know. I'm tired. And then I'm TiVoing The Sopranos, and I'm so busy taping and watching. I really should be in bed for my job.
I saw that the Survivor finale was on last night, and I wondered if you'd be up all night watching.
So busy, and I didn't even get to see The Sopranos, and I heard it was good.
Disappointed in last night's episode.
Oh, really? Because I saw Ronnie this morning. He goes, did you watch The Sopranos? And I said, not yet. He goes, oh, man, it was a good one.
The only thing that's good is Joey G. I didn't say anything.
Shame on you.
I'm just saying the Joey G stuff is still really good, but that's all.
Oh, yeah? I haven't seen it yet.
I find myself turning away at a lot of that stuff.
Robin loves gay stuff. She used to love that Queer as Folk.
I love Queer as Folk, but...
Well, she's a chick.
Yeah.
Joey G, actually, he did kiss a guy.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Holy living Christ, did he?
Joey's a big homo.
And he says he grew up with that guy? He knew him when he was a young guy?
Oh, really? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said they've been acting together for years, you know, like some of their first acting jobs were together.
Oh.
See, I really thought Joey was in the mob all these years, and then they just hired him to be in. I feel like all those guys were really in the mob.
Yeah, nobody's acting in that show.
Yeah. I don't see any real acting going on.
James Gandolfini, I'm not sure about him.
He seems like he was in the mob, too. You know? Seems like all those guys.
I think maybe some of the women haven't been married to the mob. Edie Falco, I think, is a real actress.
The way Gandolfini spoke in those dream sequences in the beginning is closer to how he really speaks. That's what I was told.
What's wrong with your voice?
I've never seen him interviewed. I don't know.
Just gagging on his devil. I just saw Artie shove like 2 devil dogs in, like right before the show started.
Oh, so it's devil dog voice.
Yeah, he's like... Nothing like watching Artie talk with a full mouthful of devil dog.
Is that a new type of thing, a devil dog voice that I can coin?
It's a devil. See, now he's all right.
Yeah, he cleared out the devil dog. Now he can talk.
I had a little bit of that chocolate cake, whatever is in between. Like, I never could figure out what a devil dog was. Like those 2 chocolate cakes with the cream.
Yeah.
It's just good.
The president's speech fucked up my television last night.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yeah, he was all over.
I was trying to watch the finale of How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, you were all geared up for that?
Oh, does that mean I don't have it on my TiVo?
Right. You watch that show. It's good, right?
Yeah, I'm like 3 behind, but like, fuck, you mean...
Right. That's right.
They preempted it?
I'm going to go...
It was on, but it was on later. So what you're going to have is the King of Queens.
Damn.
Yeah.
That pisses me. I hate that.
Yeah, because I want to see that.
Oh, I think you're about to make fun of me for that.
Well, I mean, you know, it's not appointment television for me.
I can
put it on my TiVo.
Monday night, 8:30. In fact, while I watched it, Beth called me from California to say, I'm going to get it later. What do they get together or not? And I said, do you really want me to tell you? I mean, this is how gay it is. And I finally saw that Sopranos episode. Boy, I tell you, I never stop laughing when I see Joey G kissing a guy.
That was great.
Johnny Cake.
Go to your JD page. There's
I can't even look at it.
There's a great clip on there from the Sopranos.
I rolled that back. I said, boy, he really went for it.
Boy, he sure did.
Boy, oh boy. I heard, like, you know, the afternoon sports show in New York? I heard them talk about it yesterday, that the season's completely sucked and that, you know, enough is enough already. That the show sucks, that they got to go down that road.
You got to wait for that. What? Nothing. I just realized. The other night when you cut the power to the church, I was a real dick. Yeah. But it was only because I was worried, you know? Something could happen to you. It's a nice thing. You don't understand. Vincent, love you. I love you, Johnny Cakes.
Oh, right. Holy shit. I still say it's payback, David Chase, for him doing Celebrity Fit Club. Every one of these episodes.
I'm pretty liberal when it comes to homosexuality. Like, I accept everything, but I still have to giggle at that crap.
I can't, to me, and again, I don't hate anybody, but
Yes, you do.
I mean, I don't. I really don't.
I feel like you do.
I'm just kind of grossed out by it. That's just an honest reaction.
I can watch the show, but Howard, seriously, try to be as liberal and everything. When you see two guys on top of each other making out, is that a little rough
You know
to
what
watch?
the psychiatrists say?
What?
You guys are uncomfortable with it because you crave...
We want to do it?
No, not that you want to do it, but you want a close relationship with a man. Not a sexual one necessarily, but you're afraid to even look at how much you want that relationship with a man. In other words,
right.
It makes men uncomfortable to crave a father's love, even to want physical affection from a father and all that kind of stuff. So when we see two, Mo's sitting and making out and stuff,
right.
It gets us freaking crazy because it's creating an awareness of how badly we want that stuff. That's what they all say.
I can go right up until
They all
kissing.
say that?
Right, I'm going
right up until whatever, with the hugging, whatever the hell. Like that's all. I'm giggling. When they start to kiss and a little, I mean, I got to look away. I'm being dead honest with you. Even when I'm by myself.
Howard, well, let me ask you something. What makes you uncomfortable about that? Honestly, what makes you uncomfortable?
I don't know. I mean, this guy's big mustache and it's a big fat Italian guy.
Well, I'm asking you something. Well, so you're watching it, right? You could watch a guy pop a guy in the head with a gun. You could watch much worse things.
There's some violence.
What does it bring out in you that you can't stand? What is the thing that upsets you there?
I don't know. It just seems I can't be more specific than it's just gross to me.
I understand.
Right.
Believe me, I giggle and get uncomfortable and look away.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you why? What is it bringing out in you? What is it that you're registering deep down inside when you watch that?
That I couldn't imagine doing it?
What? You couldn't imagine killing somebody,
right.
I suppose.
But why
I could imagine killing somebody,
Why can't you watch two men who need to be affectionate with one another? Out of all the things in this world.
It's not being affectionate. There's other forms of affection.
Right.
It's like I say, I'm fine up until that kiss.
Why?
Dude, I don't know.
I don't know.
I really don't want to look at it, no.
Okay. Look how uncomfortable he's getting just thinking.
This is how he'd be in therapy.
I mean, I'm not getting uncomfortable. I'm being honest with you.
Well, what is it? Well, you could look at a murder.
Well, you tell me what it is. You say you have the same reaction.
I want you to work through this. We're getting
to the bottom of nothing here, though.
Listen to me. Let down your defenses for 2 seconds. Forget you're on the radio.
I swear to you I'm defenseless right now.
Look at me.
Right.
You could look at a murder. You could look at two guys beat the shit out of each other.
That's not true. Women have affection for each other.
That's not true.
Why could you watch a boxing match where a man is knocked unconscious?
I could tell you violent scenes in movies that I can't look at.
All right.
I have the same reaction to.
Okay. Fair enough.
The scene in Casino when he kills Pesci and his brother. I can't look at that.
All right. I think you can.
I'll tell you the moment.
I don't see what the connection is, though.
I'll tell you the moment in that scene.
Of course not. Right, Freud. You don't even know why there's 50 devil dogs going down your gullet every morning.
All right, Dr. Freud over there.
That scene, it's bad enough when they're kissing.
Yeah, you're not grossed out by it, whatever.
Oh, right. I'm way grossed out.
Well, so what? You ask yourself those questions if you know the answer to them.
What are you upset about? Yeah. What's bringing it out in you?
Because I'm a real man.
But what can't
you... What do you mean you're a real man? What does that mean?
Yeah, what's the feeling about you?
Unlike these gay dudes over here who want a guy. I can't handle. I only want to see heterosexual love.
There's some people in the psychiatry that everything you say, did you love your father? Yeah, then you want to suck cock.
No, it's not that you want to suck cock. It's you're uncomfortable with your own desires. And I'm not saying you want to suck cock.
Right.
I'm saying you might
I hope not.
Well, you maybe. Those devil dogs look like a big cock.
What about Gary? Gary said he had the same reaction.
Gary wants it in the ass.
Can I tell you something? The part of that scene that really,
it's a great conversation.
Made me squeamish.
Yeah.
The kissing, the tongue kissing was rough, but when Johnny Cakes literally rolls him over, that was like, I had to turn away.
Oh.
You see, even that I could laugh laugh at. For some reason, I don't know, maybe I was right. Even I could laugh at the rolling over. When they're physically lip to lip and you see even a little tongue there, it's like, ooh, right.
Joey G's tongue coming out of his mouth?
Like,
that's bad.
And in all fairness, if I saw Joey G's tongue on a girl, I might have the same reaction.
It was pretty funny to me, though. I was like, yeah, Joey G's a catcher.
Right. Yeah, how'd that happen? I thought Joey was going to be the husband.
He became more of the woman in this relationship.
Yeah, he's cooking.
He's like the fat Italian wife.
But he always was. Remember in the first time you found out, he was going down on the security.
That's right.
So
that's why I said
he was the chick.
That's right. He's the catcher.
So he's got the tits for it.
Well, that's what Paulie Walnuts got so upset about, right? How much more betrayal can I take?
But what do you think, Howard? So now he's driving around the old neighborhood. What do you think he's thinking? That he's just going to walk back in?
He wants to walk back in. He can't take the boring life.
But doesn't he love that dude?
Yeah, he loves it, but he doesn't love the life.
He doesn't love construction.
He doesn't want to be domesticated.
First of all, yeah.
He wants it all. He wants to be gay, and he wants to have his old job back.
He wants his cock and suck it, too.
Right, and you can't have your cock and suck it, too.
He, you know what was funny? When he hit that poor guy's car by the mailbox, I'm going, take the 600.
Right,
me too.
Oh, Christ, don't get the cops.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Oh. But it just goes to show, like, sensitive, gay, up in New Hampshire looking at antiques, he's still a murderous fuck like the other one.
Yeah.
How come Britney Spears came? There you go, big money.
By the way,
see if he's right.
I'm dying to see what your opinion is of this information, but I don't want to spoil something for you.
All right.
Let me just tell you. You tell me if you want to know this or not. It's Joey G related.
You know what's going to happen to him?
No, I don't.
You can tell him what.
I don't know what's going to happen to him. I'll just tell you something in Joey's personal life that might indicate something.
He's working somewhere else or something.
No. It's not like that. It's not even like that. Gary, I told Gary.
Yeah, I think yeah, because it's so stupid. You never know with these guys.
You tell me how you interpret this.
All right.
Okay. Joey G called me up and invited me to a big party he's having at his house Sunday night. He says, a big week for me.
But they always say it's a big week for them.
Steve Sharippa tells Beth every week it's a big week.
Really?
One scene.
Well, Joey
had a big week.
But I talk to Joey a lot, and I don't know. He doesn't always say that.
It is leading in some direction. I mean, he's about to confront.
He's back in town.
Why would you throw a party if it's your last night on a show? You'd be sad if that were the case.
Well, that's just it. You want to cover it up by acting like you're happy about it.
Unless he has a really cool dying scene, and, it's like an Emmy Award-winning type thing.
Who knows?
Hey, I've got some breaking entertainment news.
I interpreted it as the other thing.
Heather.
Yeah. And good morning, everybody. What's happening? Welcome. It's Monday. I happened to check out The Sopranos last night. Got to see it. And Joey G got a baseball bat up his ass.
God.
Oh, no, it was a pool cue.
Pool cue up his ass. Right?
Bat to the head.
I understand Joey's going to be around the building today. Maybe we can get him in here. Tell us what it's like to get whacked.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to start off by saying I got to say a ride on to a guy in the New York Times, this Nicholas D. Kristof dude who writes for the New York Times. He said in an article yesterday, an opinion piece, exactly what I've been saying for years. Here we're talking about, the terrorists and them killing us and, of course, the horrible situation at the World Trade Center. But even more what's killing us is Girl Scout cookies and McDonald's and things like that, because this guy was talking about his daughter was going around selling Girl Scout cookies. You happen to look at the back of the box, and the trans fat that's in these cookies, the hydrogenated vegetable oil, that clogs up your arteries, leading to lots of cholesterol. It's estimated to kill 30,000 Americans annually, and probably more. And what happens is the more these fat people who eat all this crap continue to eat it, they end up in the hospital, and the taxpayers end up paying all the bills. It's draining the economy. Fat is draining the economy. And Girl Scout cookies have more of this trans fat, and McDonald's. And you say, well, if Iranians were running around this country in their turbans, handing out this food that kills us, we'd have them all arrested.
If they were throwing it at us.
And then it brings up an unbelievable point that in the country, in one of the Scandinavian countries, I think it was Copenhagen. Is that a country or a...
I think that's a city, isn't it?
It's a city? All right. In Denmark, I'm thinking. That's the country. In Denmark, they passed a law that said you cannot have more than 2% of the fat in food be trans fat.
So that's against the companies. They have to make sure.
That's right.
I see.
And the result of all of that is you walk into a McDonald's in Copenhagen and you order a large meal, like chicken nuggets and French fries, you get 0.33 grams of trans fatty acids. If you walk into a McDonald's in the United States and you order the same meal, you get a 10.1 count of grams of trans fat. So
that's interesting. I wonder what the other stuff tastes like.
Exactly. It's shitty. I don't know about that. It's a matter of, like, the fry oil doesn't have to be bad oil. It can be
I'm
olive
sure
oil
it's not
or
that
something.
big of a difference.
The KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, provided almost 25 grams of trans fat. But in Denmark, Russia, and Wiesbaden, Germany, none. You know.
So it can be done.
Negligible. It can be done.
Why are they trying to kill us?
Prowler's Supermarket, and you see that Pop Secret Butter Microwave Popcorn has 5 grams of trans fat per serving. Keebler Chips Deluxe Cookies have 1.5 grams of trans fat per cookies. Drake's Yodels and Ringdings have 2 grams. At Denny's, Carrot Cake has 3 grams. Again, if this stuff was being sold by a terrorist nation, they would all be under arrest. We would be bombing them right now for killing us.
But as I said, if they were throwing it at us and then you called them terrorists, we would shoot them.
Right. 33,000 people alone a year, they know for sure die of this, but you know it's higher. I mean,
let me answer my question. Why are these companies trying to kill people?
I don't know.
Those KFC dinners are insane. Like, you get, like, big thing of mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, and a lot of fried chicken. You know, and like 12-year-olds eat it.
Bush administration should follow the Danish model and curb the use of trans fats. What are we thinking about here?
We shall overcome.
You think they're going to be able to fix that horse?
Well, they say they've done a good job so far. It's a matter of now whether he can heal. That's the big problem with a horse's legs.
Problem with the horse is that they want to just get up and run. They don't understand being hurt.
Well, not only that, there's poor circulation in a horse's leg to begin with. So when they become injured, it takes a long time to heal, and they're prone to infection.
And they got to keep the son of a bitch alive so they can breed him out. It's probably about $50 million in fees, someone's
Well, they said he's worth about $30 million as a stallion, so...
Hey, before Jim Brewer, I know we're backed up, and I apologize. Jim Brewer and Billy Mirror are going to come in. They got some new thing going on, but Joey G stopped by real quick, and I know he's got to get in and out. Joey G was on The Sopranos last night. They killed him off. He had a big party at his house about it. I wouldn't be partying.
Yeah, I wondered about that myself last night. I said, why would you party tonight?
Hey, brother.
What's happening, my man?
I'm glad you stopped by.
Thank you.
Why are you happy? And why would you party? You got killed off The Sopranos.
Yeah.
They're going to do one last season. Everyone's holding out for more money.
Right.
Could be a big payday. Mm-hmm. Who knows what the future is for anybody in this business.
Right.
Why are you happy about this?
Well, the final 8 episodes, you know, it's all going to be about family and sewing things up. There's not going to be really much of a story or anybody's arc. So this year, I had the best year.
You did.
And,
you proved yourself as an actor.
Well, I'm hoping I did, and hopefully it'll mean more work.
The only thing you could have done more to prove your loyalty to Sopranos is bang Siobhan.
Dude, what's harder as an actor? They give out awards for stupid shit, like playing a retard or playing a guy making out with a biker. That's you got an Emmy from me, man.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, I saw Open Mouth Kiss.
Yeah.
Dude.
Let me tell you, we did those scenes. I was kissing him like this.
I saw some of that, yeah.
And they took me and they said, Joe, you got to make that a little more erotic. I said, like mouth open. No. So, Marty, I told you this. It was like kissing Goose Gossage, you know that.
That big mustache.
It looked like a lot of mustache.
Did you want to throw up when you were kissing him?
A few times I got a little man odor on me, and his mustache. I called him hair and makeup. I said, you got to brush that shit aside, man.
I saw a theory on Stern Fan Network that made a lot of sense. And I didn't realize this. Remember in the previous Sopranos when like when Tony goes in to rob those bottles of wine.
Yeah.
The guys they're robbing it from is a biker gang, and on their jacket it says Vipers.
Right.
Your boyfriend was wearing a Vipers jacket at the fire.
It said Vipers?
It said Vipers.
It did?
Is there any connection there?
I think it was just a black leather jacket. I don't think it said Vipers.
It said Vipers, according to this guy on Stern Fan Network. I don't know if he knows what he says.
I'm going to have to go. I think I'm going to have to go back and look at that.
That could be a really keen observation, so that maybe this is some sort of weird...
I think the guy's reaching, because I don't think it said Vipers. But you know what? I'll have to look.
Messages.
See, this is unique.
Johnny Cakes isn't in a biker gang, is what you're saying?
No, I don't think he's in a gang. I think he just had a black leather jacket on. And I don't think it said Vipers.
He rode a motorcycle, I think.
Yeah.
It's unique because in most gay shows, like 6 Feet Under or something, it looks like two models making out. Like, this looks like my Uncle Tony making out with a biker.
Yeah, weren't you, like, kind of freaked out that the biker was way into Joey, because Joey's a heavy dude and all that kind of stuff? And I was like, and you're definitely the girl, because you're blowing the guys, and you're taking it in the ass.
Right, well, that's when he turns you over. I'm like, that's right.
I love you, Johnny.
Joey's the catcher.
First of all.
Joey, you know what? Johnny Sack's wife.
You know what? When I suggested it, it's not what I had in mind. I sort of got sucked into that.
I understand.
First of all, the meal you're making, the pasta, potatoes, and the fucking pork chops with vinegar peppers. That's what I get all the time before the Yankee game. Oh, that's so good.
It gave me a little chance to like slice and dice and saute. And you know that I had my operation done. I had double hip. Yeah, right? Let me show you my scars.
What are you doing? Why are you pulling your pants down?
I want to show you my scars.
Into that gay thing.
Look at that scar.
Can we smoke a cigarette out of your ass?
Looks like your boyfriend missed and hit your hip. Wow.
Isn't that cool?
Wow, that's some scar.
So you see the way I was like, I'm waddling and...
You're not limping anymore?
I'm walking straight as a board. I'm still 6 weeks out, but I'm a little sore.
Do your hips hurt?
Not anymore. The pain was incredible the whole year, but now I'm healed and I feel great.
Did your hips go bad because you were heavy?
No, it's hereditary from years of hockey, and the weight didn't help, but they was nothing. There was no more cartilage.
Aren't you scared now as an actor? I mean, you love this profession. This is the best role of your career. It puts you on the map.
Right.
We saw Vincent Pastore. Like, it's almost like American Idol. When you're on Sopranos, you're the toast of the town. And then once you're killed off, people forget about you. You've got to admit this is a scary time in your career.
I'm actually welcoming the opportunity to, I can go out and audition. And hopefully, the whole point of me being the, suggesting to the right is that hopefully now they could say I can act and more roles will come. You're going to look at me, you're not going to say, as a gay guy.
Yes, you are. I'm going to say that.
I don't think so. Can I comment on that? This is the weirdest thing. So Sirius sends out an email and tells you who the talent is for the day. So they're talking about, like, this guy's going to be here, Carrie Hart. And right here it says, Joseph Gandolfini, the gay soprano. I swear that's what it says.
The gay soprano.
For a while, that'll stay.
Yeah, that'll stay. Hey, listen, it could have been worse. I could have been wearing a Chucho hat the whole year.
Don't you think it would have been more dramatic if they had a more violent ending for you? Not that getting beaten with a bat isn't violent, but they didn't show a lot of the violence. I would like to have seen it.
Yeah, and when we shot that, first of all, and there's a picture in the post today. I don't know how they got it. Linda Stassi was at my house, but Frank is holding his ears going, what'd you say? Because I'm pleading for my life. And it goes on for a while. And then they says, take down his motherfucking cocksucking pants.
Right.
And they didn't have that. They cut that out.
They cleaned it up a lot. I liked in the movie Goodfellas when they shot that guy and they bury him and they show you like graphic, details of the, you're such a main character. Shouldn't they have shown
I wish they would have. I wish they would have, because, and then they show it, there was mirrors on the ceiling and they really show the beating. I mean, it's horrific. Right. They didn't show it. So.
Well, that's what I missed. It wasn't like you got a say or somebody told, like there was no moment where you looked and you could see on your face, you're going to get whacked now.
Yeah.
All right. Now.
Yeah.
So now you feel you'll go out and audition and all that. And you got to get rid of the stereotypes that come with being in The Sopranos. Because I'm telling you, I saw Gandolfini in some movie trailer recently with Travolta. And you go, there's the guy from The Sopranos.
He's Tony Soprano.
He's Tony Soprano.
He might as well change his name.
It's a tough thing.
Well, hopefully... I don't know. I don't know what the future holds.
You're good.
Well, you got to see Joe completely get lost in the character of my landscaping boss in Beer League.
I mean, what about that? How is Joey in the movie?
He's great. He's funny, and it's real quick, but it's great to have him in there,
Yeah, it was a pleasure to be in there, and I would have done more, we were shooting the show, and my schedule wouldn't allow it. But
I think you'd be great for a sitcom or something. You know,
I do too.
Right? I mean,
You'll do well. Listen.
What does your agent say?
My agent won't answer the phone call. Oh, you're off the Sopranos? Oh, okay.
The last 2 weeks, I did Jimmy Kimmel 2 weeks ago, and while I was out there, I met with all the heads of the networks. So now that they know I'm available, because I couldn't say. Hopefully I'd love to do a sitcom. That's what I really want to do.
Right, you had a party at your apartment to celebrate the fact that you were killed off at your house.
I had about 60 people there. I had Joe Benigno from FAN, people from Sirius, Little Greckers, and Stasi, and I knew it was big. I was telling everyone, we have 4 different endings. I know which one they're going to show.
Well, Howard, didn't you think, because remember last week I told you Joe invited me to his house.
Right, yeah.
And I was like, well, you never know. I mean, but I'm pissed I missed that fucking food. I'm reading Linda Stasi's article about the food there. Shit.
I was cooking all day. It was great.
One other thing about last night's episode was it was like a travelogue of radio. There were a couple of different radio stations featured on last night's episode.
Yeah, I caught the Q104 reference.
And then the fan.
Mike and the Mad Dog. Yeah. Well, Mike and the Mad Dog talk about this show. Sometimes they don't talk about sports. It's 3 hours of The Sopranos.
Yeah. You know something? The whole trip to France thing was definitely somebody got a free trip to France.
Well, this is what I wanted to talk about. To me,
it had nothing to do with the plot.
All the shit with you was amazing. It was too much Paris. It was too much of that.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
But weren't you struck by the irony of what's great about mob films and mob shows? The religious overtones. These guys in the mob even are like, look at Joey's going to go to hell and this and that. Meanwhile, these are guys who murder people for a living. They think that because he's gay, he's going to hell, but they're not.
Phil Leotardo's wife talking about how Father says it's a sin, but you just want to shake her for how much of a moron she's.
Oh, yeah.
Every homosexual in the church.
The episode was a 10. It was great.
He brings up a point, because even when Carmela wants to she sees Adrian.
Yeah.
And they're going to churches, lighting candles, and her husband killed this woman's son that she's traveling with.
Yeah, and I killed Jackie Jr.
That's right.
And I had the Notre Dame Irish hat on. There's no Catholic reference.
That was ordered by Tony,
David Chase's wife is French. So I think that
David Chase wanted a trip to France, and that's all that was going on, honestly.
I have to give it a 9 for too much of Paris. A little less Paris. I get the symbolism with the religion, but a little less I could have dealt with.
I liked it.
What about the end shot of you in the Celebrity Thing Club? What do you think that's about? I think Chase is pissed you did Celebrity Thing Club.
He still says that, yeah.
I think he's mad you did that.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm mad I did it, but,
why else what's that end shot all about? Why would they show you?
Made no sense.
Oh, yeah, well, the guy says, I remember this, it was in the papers, and he said, I remember this guy, we shot him, and that's, at that point, I think I was in the kitchen, I was just, I got up, and I was done with it.
All right, so now you got to sit and now wait for the next part. That's the thing that we have to look forward to.
Well, actually, Jim Brewer, I just met. I'm going to go audition for his cartoon.
Oh, excellent. All right, well, there you go.
Some things are happening already.
Well, Joey G's got a book out. That's why he's over at Sirius, too. He's got A Meal to Die For available in stores now. And Joey's Pasta Sauce, A Sauce to Die For, is available in stores at joesoup.com. And let me tell you something that in real life, Joey G really is a great cook.
Yeah, he was a chef for many years.
Chef for many years.
That's how it's been well documented, the gambling and everything, but it's all in the book.
Right.
And, anybody that eats food will love the book.
That's right. And look at you looking all slim.
I'm getting there. Now that I can get back in the gym, I can walk straight and hit the treadmill and ride the bike.
Congratulations.
I'm going to knock off the rest of the way.
Congratulations, man. Joey, thank you.
It's so good to see you.
Hey, it's been a while to get up here, but I'm glad I am.
Hey, no problem. Come back and see us again.
Thank you.
Even though you're not on The Sopranos anymore, we'll still talk to you.
Yeah, Joe, I got to get a copy of the book, man. It sounds good. I got to get that.
I should have brought some in. I didn't have any, but thank you, guys. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, man. And congratulations on a great episode. And listen, I see more in your future.
Thank you.
We'll put you in something. Beer League 2, maybe.
Hopefully not more cock in my... No more cock.
No, there's no cock.
Keep going with the cock and just do more and more gay things. Joe G, everybody. All right, next week, the problem with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. It takes a screw and a fucking lunatic. My son can't get laid.
I was watching Sopranos last night. Who knew Juliana Margulies had such a hot body?
That couldn't have been her, could it? There was that one scene. I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's not her.
What do you think? It was a stunt double?
I think so.
Wow. I don't know if you're right or wrong, but, man, she looked good.
Yeah, a lot of chicks, when it gets hot and heavy like that, they insist on a double.
And I know her. I mean, I've met her a few times in person. She used to date this guy, Ron Eldard.
Yeah.
And I knew him, and I used to run into them all the time and say hi. And I never thought she was that attractive. But, boy, she looked good in that Sopranos episode, I'll tell you that.
What do you think of her face?
Sometimes she can look incredibly beautiful.
There was one moment, there was one scene where they lit her so she was glowing.
Right. She looked gorgeous, and then like the next scene, she looked horrible.
Yeah, I got a bunch of friends who think she's just butt ugly. And then, but sometimes she looks good.
Yeah.
She's like exotic looking.
She had, like, when she first started on the ER, my wife and I thought she had a mustache. You know what I mean? But she got better looking.
Yeah, then they fixed her.
Yeah. The episode last night was confusing to me because Christopher was in love with this other woman the week before, and now all of a sudden he's having an affair with Juliana Margulies.
Right, but...
And the week before, and then all of a sudden he's a user, but...
Why is that confusing to you? He's a drug addict.
No. But in one scene, she's saying, I don't want to use...
I think there were flashbacks that weren't obvious flashbacks.
I think Beth thinks the whole episode was a flashback, like going backwards. But I go, no.
No. You're thinking it too much.
There were flashbacks in there.
No.
Yes, there were.
No, they were showing you the haze of their drug use.
No, before that, all of a sudden they weren't using.
Right.
And then they were using, but it made it look like it was a flash.
Weird. And I went, you might be right.
It skipped back to how they met.
That's right.
But there were a bunch of other things.
They jumped around in time,
no,
but there
that's
was
a flashback when you jump around in time.
Flashback.
Then what is it?
Flashback is like you're sitting there thinking and you go back. Jumping around in time is jumping around in time.
All right.
Yeah, maybe they move forward.
All right, Scorsese. But do you have an issue with like the whole Christmas thing? When it's
also the other confusing thing was the son was going to parties and this and that. They get him a construction job. Now he's like a family man. Immediately.
He takes on whatever role.
Yeah.
He's like a chameleon.
Yeah, but you see, I know people are going to complain about that episode big time because nothing happened.
And I was one of those people.
Yeah.
But I went back.
Even I was a little freaked out by it. I go, wow, nothing happened. I was waiting for something to happen.
Yeah,
you see, everything is a slice of life with The Sopranos for me.
But not to end the season.
Yeah, it was not a season-ending episode.
Well, it is in a way, and I'll tell you why. Are you going to go watch the first episode when they release it 2 years from now?
It's not 2 years from now. It's actually, they've actually
Christmas?
got it. I think
it's all done, isn't it?
I think it's February.
Yeah.
Will you watch it?
Yes, of course.
All right. So, because now you have the promise of something big about to happen.
But you know what? There was also, can you explain this to me? The whole stuff with Carmela and, what's her name? Adriana.
Right.
And her saying to Tony, gee, I want to investigate this. And then finally he gets the permits done for her. Is she threatening him?
No.
Is that obvious or is that psychological?
No, he's just like, I got to get her a job.
She's desperately in need of a goddamn purpose in life.
That's right.
But there is
That's what she was turning to.
Yeah. That she, now that she's got the house, she just throws the PI's card away.
Because she's got something to do more important than looking for Adriana.
It's totally about a void in her life. She needs
she's just looking for something, so now she's got the house.
Some sense of self-importance. I think that's one of the most brilliant parts about this season is how she looks at that other woman, Vinny Pastore's ex-wife.
And
with
loves that
such jealousy that she's become so successful on her own, and I love that part. That's really real.
Anyway, so I was watching that, and the thing that I got out of it was that Juliana Margulies has been working out, because she looks good.
That is not her.
I think it is her.
And the titties and the whole thing.
You don't see her face in that scene.
Maybe you're right. The ass. You know what? Try and get her on the phone, because we just want to ask her one question, not an extensive interview. We just want to know. Is that you or not? I'd say it's her.
The woman who it was, call it.
Those were pretty incredible abs. Didn't you think they were like...
Incredible abs, incredible ass.
I'd rather have the woman who it really was come in and ride the Sibian.
Right. Whoever that was has to come in and ride the Sibian.
You weren't annoyed at all? I always think it's weird, like the Christmas thing in the middle of June. I think that that show was meant to be watched at Christmas, and they're just so late getting everything done. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I think
I love the show. I don't care.
I
do
care
too.
What time it is in the show.
I'll say that I'm not as crazy with waiting for the next season as I like. In other words, like the last couple of season enders, I'm like, fuck, I can't wait.
Right.
I don't have that much of that with this one.
I do.
It might be losing it.
Can you explain one thing to me? So Tony wanted the guy to die, the guy that had the heart attack, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, fuck him, I hope he dies. And then all of a sudden he went there and got all,
because he related to him laying in the bed.
Right, because he's been there.
But he was, I don't know, the guy was laying in the bed before.
If he had just croaked, Tony would have been fine, but the guy lived. And he thought about it.
Yeah.
The one thing I don't understand is why he's still going to the therapist. That was a good rejoinder where he said, this therapy comes to nothing for me. Why am I still here?
Well, Lorraine Bracco needs to be in the show. They paid her.
She said, I need to be in the show.
Yeah. What about that creepy... Well, it's clear he's just torn inside trying to figure out what to do.
How about Gandolfini's weight? I mean,
he's getting scary.
There's a scene where he's standing stomach to stomach with Juliana Margulies. Yeah. And he's enormous.
I love when he eats the ice cream off his stomach.
Yes, JD.
I think the main thing out of The Sopranos last night was AJ's new girlfriend and how hot she was.
The black chick?
She was Puerto Rican.
She's Dominican.
Dominican, man.
Dania Ramirez.
She is hot.
Hottest girl ever.
How do you know her?
I looked her up as soon as I saw the episode.
Nude?
Huh? No.
She on MrSkin.com?
No, she hasn't anything nude yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is JD back from hedonism.
Yeah.
We can talk about that later.
Which was a total waste.
We'll get to the...
I heard he got one hand job.
Yeah, we'll get to
the one I set up for him.
You know what? Can I tell you something? I talked to him on... when did I talk to him? I talked to him last week, and I said... So what happened? He goes, it's hard. And I go, what's hard about it? I go, you did it. The cameras and everything. And I go, so what? When the cameras are up, you do it. You know what there's old fat black chicks and little couples. And I was like, dude, just fuck someone.
Start drinking. That leads to sex with black chicks.
Just anyone, dude.
Like what? I don't know what you're saying.
90% of people there were like, couples, and I'm not interested in banging someone in front of her boyfriend or husband.
You take what you get.
Was that offered to you?
You know what? Nothing was really like flat out offered to me. Like some 6-year-old woman in a nurse's uniform sort of hit on me.
You know what JD's like? JD's like the preacher's son. My son goes to hedonism, and there's no straight women there. The only ones that were married and but ugly.
You ever hear of a preacher calling girls ugly? Let me ask you something. We set you up down in hedonism.
Yeah.
You're telling me married couples are the only thing available at hedonism?
They're not like married, but I mean, there was just a lot of couples there.
Right.
You didn't really see many like,
I thought hedonism was
packs of girls, and unless, they were sort of, heavy black women or...
Heavy black women?
What's wrong with that? Bang that.
Heavy black women!
Here's what he told me. He told me that...
What is happening in families? My son went to hedonism and got one fucking hand job. And my son is no loser. He came back and he said, my God, Dad, it was all fat black chicks and couples who wanted to fuck me. And I said, son, what's up with your membrane?
He told me something about that there was one of the porn chicks who was flirting with him, but he did nothing about it because he didn't believe that a porn chick would be interested in him. And then
I don't believe it.
And then when it came time to leave, she was like interested in him, and she was leaving.
Yeah, I said a porn chick ain't interested in you. Look at you, you're a fucking dork.
Actually,
and it's causing problems in our family.
How long were you down at hedonism?
2 or 3 days.
2 gay days.
Tell us how many days he was there.
I've come to terms that my son is a faggot. It's destroying us. My son has become a faggot.
You still could make it. And we live in a time now, brothers have been so put down, can't get a job.
He can't get a job. This boy TiVos for a living. I don't know what the fuck to do with him.
We sent you down there to get women. She says...
I can believe that.
Bring in Cara. This is Cara Buono. She's an actress. She actually was on The Sopranos, right?
She's on right now still, I think. She's Christopher's new wife.
Oh. Okay. I didn't realize that was Cara.
Yeah, she's...
very attractive girl, by the way.
Going into... Thank you. I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
You think she's your real girlfriend sometimes, I think.
Yeah, the voices in my head tell me that.
I think Artie has a crush on you, but he's like trying... Like, I see you go beelining out the door to see her.
Well, I'm trying to...
Yeah.
Very
he's got... Sorry, what?
You came out to see me. I thought you were going to get something to eat.
On my way to get a sandwich.
Yeah, he had to stop to see you. He probably has a crush on you. He doesn't want to admit it.
Well, I mean,
You'd love to be her real boyfriend.
Sometimes the voices in my head tell me that, yeah.
Yeah. He's all embarrassed. He can't even look at her. Did you notice Artie can't look at you when he talks to you?
It was a problem in the movie.
I thought that was a character choice.
I don't look at anybody when I talk to them.
Look at Cara.
I look at her.
Now you are.
Boy, is she pretty.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
It's Robin.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
You described when you made the movie Beer League with Artie that whenever it came to kissing him, he would position his head so he wouldn't kiss you on the lips.
Yeah.
Really?
It was cheek to cheek.
You wouldn't go for the lips, Artie?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I thought we had some lip contact in there, no?
There was not one kiss in that movie that was a...
Well, I mean,
no, but Cara describes
and
that...
she was kissing him most of the time.
But Cara describes that even when they were supposed to be kissing on the lips, Artie would rub her cheek. What's going on?
What do you mean rub her cheek?
Like you would rub up against her cheek. You wouldn't actually connect lips.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was like he was taking the kiss, but he wasn't giving one.
I just feel like I had to kiss a girl in the movie The Bachelor, and I did the same thing. I just think
What's going on?
I just think it's a thing where I think the girl is creeped out about kissing me, and I feel like that's like...
Were you feeling creeped out about kissing him?
No.
No, it's something that... It's something I project onto them, I guess. Like, I feel like they're grossed out by me, and I'm sort of doing them a favor.
I feel that way when girls kiss me, but I just go ahead and kiss them anyway. That's their problem.
If you're a character in a movie, that's your opportunity not to think you're freaked out.
Yeah,
I mean, let them be freaked out. You're an actor.
And the only other time I had to kiss a girl in a sketch for Mad TV, but the point of the sketch was she was creeped out by me.
All right, well, that's different.
But
so describe what would happen. In other words, you would go to kiss, and Artie would what? Rub your cheek with his cheek?
Well, we only had that. There's one scene in the car where we're, making out hot and heavy, and we're kind of start like cheek to cheek and kind of mush cheeks and faces and like puppies kind of nuzzling kind of thing.
But no kissing.
Which is supposed to...
Were you shocked? I mean, you were willing to kiss him, I guess.
Well, my character is the town hoe. The town slut. So I sleep with everybody in the movie. So, but I don't know, kind of just that's the way it was. And
I know what she's saying. I mean, she's telling the truth, because I do have that feeling of like, I feel like I'm doing them a favor by not kissing them on the lips. It's crazy. Plus, that night when we shot that scene, my girlfriend was there, and at the time, Cara was dating somebody. They were both there.
By the way, I want to ask about that. You're shooting a movie.
Yeah.
And you know what scenes you're going to do for the day.
Right.
And the scene you're going to do that day is you're going to make out.
Mm-hmm.
You bring your girlfriend to the set.
Well, it was a situation where, like, Dana was there a lot helping me out. And it wasn't like if I had told her, don't come today.
That would have been the unusual.
Yes, actually.
Right, so she's sitting and watching on a monitor.
Yeah.
Cara's boyfriend, who was evidently very jealous.
Well, I don't know if he was... Did he stay? He didn't stay for that, actually. He got out of there for that. Kissing.
Why would you guys bring... people who you're involved with.
Yeah, you didn't invite your wife on the day you had to do love scenes, did you?
No way. In fact, quite selfishly, when I did love scenes, I certainly didn't want anyone around in my personal life because I really wanted to get into it. This was an opportunity to make out and screw around, quite frankly.
See, my problem was I almost asked Dana in the beginning. She was like acting as like an assistant to me at times. And she wanted to because it was the summer. She was off. So I would have had to say, look, tonight, I don't need you. Tonight we got a guy. We got a guy.
She was very supportive. She was like,
Yes.
I don't care. It's acting. It's fun.
Right. Your boyfriend got very jealous of Artie kissing you?
Well, I didn't even know this it was common knowledge. But
no,
What did he say to you, your boyfriend? He said, hey, that guy's kissing me. This is good for Artie's ego to know that a guy was jealous.
See, I don't think it was with me. I think it was in the past, maybe. So he had a feeling like that.
I think it's hard for people who aren't actors or in the business to, it's hard to watch a person you're with making out with somebody or having a love scene with somebody.
Hey, look, I said if Dana had to do it wasn't actors, I'd be aggravated as hell.
Right, I remember you said that.
Totally.
You would not want that.
But I get what your boyfriend would go through, and I've heard other guys say that. I couldn't be able to deal with that. Could you watch Beth make out with a guy in a movie?
Well, she kissed a guy on that show on ABC. She played a part on there. I can't remember the name of the show.
Like a heavy kiss?
Andy Dick was in the show.
Oh, that's right. I forget the name
Less
of that
Than
show,
Perfect.
too. Yeah.
And at the end, she had to kiss the guy, and I was creeped out by it. But
it was Eric Roberts, right?
No, it wasn't Eric
Wasn't
Roberts.
Eric Roberts?
No, she didn't kiss him. She kissed some other young dude.
Well, that would have sucked in 1984. Eric Roberts.
No, so it was weird, but the fact of the matter is, and she just got asked to do some other sitcom, and I know they probably wanted to make out.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what, I said...
She's getting typecast as a make-out girl.
Yeah, I said, well, if you make out, I said, that's it, I'm breaking up.
What sitcom is it? You can't tell us?
Because I know me, when I was... No, I don't want to say. But I know, for me, I used to tell everybody, oh, it means nothing to me when I make out in a movie. When I had the experience, meanwhile, it meant everything to me.
Right. I thought I was really in love. Whenever I hear these actors say it's nothing and it's gross, or you have a ton of people, I'm like, Howard always says it's great.
It's hot.
Kara, have you had love scenes where it gets, like, hot and heavy? Like, where you really feel something?
No.
Yes.
It's like, it's what they say. It's just impossible. You have too many people watching you, and you're so concerned about your lipstick gets rubbed off, and someone's there to put it back on, and your hair is in your face. And
come on, baby. You know you want it. Are you kidding me?
I did do a show, a guest spot on a TV show. Ron Eldard, who's a wonderful actor. I remember kissing him and thinking, oh, I really like this. He's a really good
Ron's
kisser.
a good guy.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a few years ago, and I thought he was I remember, like, opening my eyes, and, like, his eyes were already open, and I was...
Gee, this isn't
they were
unpleasant.
still closed.
Right, you were liking.
I was kind of embarrassed.
I didn't realize how to the side I was, though, until I watched the movie, and in that car scene.
It's like she's your mom.
But we have good chemistry, don't we?
I mean, when we...
You had no feelings for Artie sexually during the filming? Did you start to obsess on Artie? Or
obsess? She couldn't stop calling me.
That's true, didn't I? I would leave you messages.
Yeah, right.
Prank call you.
And you do a Jersey girl accent in that. How did you pick that up? How did you... Because you don't speak like that at all. You studied that?
No, well, I grew up in the Bronx, and I had a very, very heavy Bronx accent my whole life, and it took many years to get rid of.
Do the accent. It's good. You do it well.
The Jersey accent?
Yeah.
Artie, come over here. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's good.
That was good. She came in for the audition, and because I said the other girl that came close to getting it was that Iona Sky. And she...
I thought you just wanted me from the start. I had no idea there was any competition for the role. I listened to the show the other day.
She was nowhere near the accent. Like, you know what I mean? And
you know what? I had so many people my whole life saying, your accent... But you don't even know you have an accent until you meet other people, and they would say... And boys would tease me. I'd meet boys, from Manhattan when I was growing up, and they'd say salt. And I'd say salt. And they'd be giggling. I'm like, why are they laughing at me?
Because they're assholes.
Say mother.
Because they want to have sex with you.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, do I have an accent?
What's your story? You have no boyfriend?
No.
Really?
What happened to the boyfriend you had while the movie was going?
We broke up.
Aww.
No
About
kidding.
a year ago, yeah.
You broke it off with him because he was too jealous? Is that what happened?
He was a good guy. He was an athlete, too. He did fencing, right?
He was.
That's not a sport.
He was. This guy was in good shape.
Fence. I can take a sword and stab you.
No, I mean, he installed fencing.
Oh, fencing. Oh, that's different. That I can't do.
No, this guy was like an Olympic type shape.
Yeah, he was.
Good looking dude.
He was an Olympic athlete. He was very good looking.
Good looking guy.
So he gave
I usually don't go out with that good look. I mean, my friends always joke that I don't.
You date ugly guys?
He was particularly gorgeous, and most of my boyfriends, and I find them very attractive, are not.
So why'd you break up with a guy? Good looking dude, athletic. What was the problem? Help us guys understand. What goes wrong there?
He wasn't the one.
Why? Because you get too jealous? Seriously. What's wrong with him?
Who's the one? What does the one
I don't know.
have?
Did you fight all the time?
I'll just know it when I meet him.
Did you fight all the time with a guy?
You know, what passionate relationship doesn't have its drama?
Really?
Right?
I don't know.
Don't you think?
Nah, I don't fight with anybody.
You don't fight with anybody?
No, it's sick. I shouldn't be fighting with somebody.
Just John Manelli.
John and I are locked in a battle. So, where'd you learn how to act? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And,
did you go to acting? Did you go on the school plays and all that stuff?
No, I never did any school plays. I wanted to be an astronaut. I was really good in science and math, and then I think the first astronaut...
And then that woman went up in space and blew up.
She told... Oh, no. Yeah, well, she blew up. And
You're talking about Sally Ride. The first female.
The first one.
Yeah.
And
she didn't blow up, too?
No, she didn't blow up.
That kind of screwed up my dreams. And then, you know, what happened? I wanted to... Actually, there's two reasons. One, in my neighborhood, girls were very fast, right? And everyone had boyfriends at like 11 or 12, and nobody would go out with me. Partially because I have my older brother who's here, Joe the Shoe.
Yeah.
No one would ask me out. So, or no one would even flirt with me.
Right.
So I thought, well, if I become an actress and in the scene it says they have to kiss you, they have to kiss you.
Oh, and then you end up with Artie.
Right.
There you go.
Cut to.
Or cheat you.
Cut to the future with Artie. Artie kissing Cara.
We can call it cheeking.
Yeah.
Little did you know you got into acting to kiss, and then you'd end up kissing
But then
Artie.
you went to Columbia, didn't you?
No, then I did a lot of theater. Then I got very lofty about it. I was like,
You went to college? You went to Columbia?
I went to Columbia,
Oh,
yes.
you're a smart broad. What'd you get on your SAT?
My SATs, I only got about a 1380, I think.
Only a 1380.
No, I'm sorry, wait, a 1280.
You're in a room with everyone under 1,000.
I got like an 850.
She did a 1280. I was looking at the
I beat you. I got a 9-something. Yeah. Well, some of those questions were hard.
Man, you're a genius.
And let me tell you something. You have no idea what my reality is like. I'm 100 points above you.
What's it like
when I look at math, man, I see it on a whole different level than
He
you.
can't even talk to you.
You're like Goodwill Hunting.
You're an idiot.
Kara, we had a guy who worked for us.
Mo was the smartest one.
We had a guy who worked for us who got a 680 on his SATs, but he doesn't work for us anymore. It was KC.
It's
not impossible.
Wait, don't you get 400 points just for signing your name?
That's
I thought he got a 7-something.
He got in the 7s.
Yeah, he got
maybe 700 even.
Don't demean the
That's
dude.
kind of exceptional. I'd kind of want to, if I were a college advisor, I'd kind of want to just meet that person.
You went to college. You got a full ride playing football.
Yeah, free ride, 4 years.
That's right.
You could see him in L.A. He's talking to phone booths on Sunset Boulevard.
You realize if Cara got like a 1300, we're all like retards.
Exactly. It's like when we talk to Gary the retard. That's what it's like for her to talk
this
to us.
This poor woman, she has to deal with this.
But she thinks she's on the low end of smart.
Right.
She's like, all I got was a 1280. Because there are those nuts that get 1600.
13.
People who get in there get like 1500 or perfect scores. So,
yeah. Columbia, forget it.
Yeah.
My daughter's got high scores on the SATs. And I was like, how the hell did you do that? Well, they did real well in the 1300s or something like that.
That's great.
Yeah. They were like, I was like, wow, you guys are really smarter than me.
Obviously skipped a generation.
He's as good at book learning.
Yeah, I mean, I have common sense.
You're like the guy, you know, those retarded people who have a smart kid.
Yeah, right? And they walk around teaching me stuff. Yeah, I'm having a paternity test done. I'm sure you're mine.
Hey, I was looking at the notes.
No kid of mine's getting a 1300. Yeah.
I was looking at the notes because, I guess Will did a pre-interview yesterday, so he asked Cara if she was like physically attracted to Artie, and she said that Artie's not really her type. Her type is more nerdy and bookish, which I took to mean smarter.
Right. Yeah.
Nerdy. Well, also, I run. I'm a big runner, and I like the guy I'm going with to be able to run with me.
Right. Yeah, that's a big thing for me and Beth. We run together.
What if I drove next to you in a car?
Yeah, that's our big thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do you run, like, every day? Or
a lot. We go running.
What's the longest you've ever run?
12.
You should do a marathon.
I don't want to. I've trained for the marathon.
12 miles you ran one?
I've run 12 miles.
In a row,
to do.
like without stopping?
Yeah.
You can do a marathon.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to. It's pointless. Even running 12 miles is pointless.
I'm doing one in November.
I like to do. I know you are. I like to do 4 miles, 6 miles. That's a comfortable.
It's better
run.
for your joints.
Yeah. My joint is really feeling good today.
Why are you doing a marathon?
I am running this is my 4th marathon. I know it's absolutely insane because I'm raising money for the St. Luke's Roosevelt Crime Victims Treatment Center, where I've been a volunteer for many years.
Wow.
Wait a
do-gooder as well.
You volunteer at the St. Luke's Crime Victims Unit?
Treatment Center. So,
like, if a woman comes in who's just been beaten up by her boyfriend, you're there to help her get over the trauma?
Basically, the volunteers are trained to go into the ER. So we have these shifts from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And if someone is raped or...
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Once a month. Just once a month.
Wow.
And
then you go into the ER?
And then none of the procedures start, like with the doctors or anything, until one of the volunteers shows up, because it really facilitates sort of the whole process for you're just really there for the person.
Wow, you're a good person.
Yeah.
I would never do anything good like that. Wow.
Even the women.
What, do you want to go to heaven?
I went to Catholic school, so I have to make up for all the, rebellion. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I go to heaven.
Feeling guilty about the sex. You ever do girls? You're not into girls, are you?
Well, funny you should say that. My friend got married. She's a girl. She got married to her girlfriend, and she had a bachelorette party.
She got married to her girlfriend?
Yeah.
So she's a lesbo.
She's a lesbian.
And she's attracted to you, obviously.
We've been friends for a long time. And she always said I was her type. If I were, if I were gay, I'd be her type. And then she had a bachelorette party.
Right.
And she wanted to go to Scores. And I'd never been to Scores.
And you went to Scores.
We went to Scores.
And what happened? Did you get a lap dance?
She bought me my first lap dance.
Did you make out with the girl?
It was very interesting. I really understand. I was sitting there and I thought, well, I started giggling because I was, like, very nervous.
Were you attracted to the girl?
She was very, it's really interesting. She's very, I can understand why guys like her. They're very soft. And
absolutely.
She was very sensual. And it was actually her first night.
Wow.
So I was like her third lap dance. I'm like, it's my first lap dance. But she started kissing me. And I said, do they usually kiss you? She started kissing my neck.
Not us.
And then she hung out and, like, talked to me afterwards. And I'm like, would you compliment them and say that was very good, or you're very sexy.
And she was naked, and
she was naked. Well, they're in the little G-string.
Right, and then she made out with you. Did she touch your boobs?
No, my girlfriend and I got a free... Well, she got a free pass because it was her bachelorette party. I kissed my friend.
You kissed your friend?
No, I didn't kiss the stripper.
You kissed your friend?
She always wanted to kiss me, so I thought, it's your wedding, I have to. It's your last night as a free woman.
See, guys are so different.
I didn't kiss anybody.
I didn't kiss my buddy at his bachelor party.
So wait, your friend kisses you with tongue and everything, right?
We had a very sensual kiss.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, you must have been all sexed up.
I said to her, oh, I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
And did she like it?
She said, hey, you're pretty good at that.
And you liked it?
You're pretty good at that.
You liked it, too?
I liked kissing her, I have to say.
So you want to have a girl?
Hey, now.
I don't, I liked kissing her.
Is she a runner?
No, yes, she did. She did the 97 marathon, and she's the reason why I started running.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, running.
That
running will do. Artie could run a few feet with you.
Artie runs. Don't you jog on a treadmill, you said?
Yeah. I have in the past. It's been a little bit.
You lost a lot of weight last year from doing all that running around the bases.
And I'm a horrible, I'm just an extremist with shit. I'm either, I'll be dead soon. But anyway.
How old are you, Cara?
Do I have to say?
Oh, you don't have to say. But when you were in high school, you used to listen to our show, and you called up for me to take you to the prom?
In the early 90s.
Oh, that's right.
You told me that.
Yes, in the early, I was waiting for the crosstown bus, and you said, okay, who needs a date for their prom? And I said, I'll take you to your prom. I said, oh, my God, I'll be so popular. Because I wasn't that popular in high school.
Really?
I mean, not that I just was very serious. And I thought, well, this will clinch my, if Howard takes me to my prom, everyone will remember that. And
remember, Fred, we used to take girls to their prom?
Yeah. The first time we did it, we broke the girl's heart because she was crying at the end of the night.
Because we didn't go to the after party with her.
We had to go back
Did you dance at the prom?
Yeah.
I danced mostly with Fred, though. The chick was not dancing that much.
It's like you're underage, unless you're Sal. You don't have a problem with it.
No, we were dancing. We danced the whole night. We had a pisser.
Hartford or something?
No.
This is in Washington. Washington, D.C. That was the first time we did it. We went, and the school didn't want to let us in for some reason.
Oh, you're kidding.
They let us in. It was a great night.
Yeah, we were prom dates. We got there to the girl's house. We gave her a corsage. My mom was smiling.
You brought a corsage?
Yeah.
And a limo, boyfriend move.
And we had a limo.
What color was a limo?
It was a white limo.
Yes.
And we went, and we pulled up to the school, and it was all, everyone was hassling us. All we wanted to do was be there with our dates. We both had dates, me and Fred, 2 high school chicks.
Was it her friend or something like that?
Yeah, and I think the girls really thought there was something going on, because afterwards we go, well, we got to go now. We did this thing. They go, well, we don't have dates for our after party at this kid's house. And I go, wait a second. The part of the deal wasn't an after party. I mean, it's over.
Right,
we're not your boyfriend.
These proms have turned into a whole night.
Yeah, she was like, well, we don't have after party dates, and aren't you guys going to go hang with us anymore?
And she started crying.
Yeah.
And then we took her home, and her mom was all upset.
And the mom was really good, though, she says, no, it's okay, I'll take care of it, don't worry about it.
Friday night...
It kind of freaked me out.
Yeah.
Friday night I went out to watch the movie by where I grew up at one of the big theaters there, and I'm walking into the theater, and who do I see? The chick I actually took to my prom.
You're kidding.
Who's also the girl.
Oh, good.
Also the girl I robbed the bank with.
Or 4.
Yeah, and her older Italian sister was there, who was yelling at me during that whole bank robbery thing. It was like 20 years had never passed. She sees me in the lobby and goes, "What are you telling people my sister robbed the bank for?" Yelling at me in the middle of a lobby.
You robbed it for her.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to impress her.
Well, let me tell you, after Fred and I took these girls to the prom, I stopped dating high school girls. I was done.
It kind of put a damper on it.
That crying really did you in.
I put an end to it.
But we did that again in New York.
Yeah, we did.
You took you guys set up what's his face with the porn star Houston. That was hilarious.
We took another girl. I think was it up in Westchester?
Yeah, it was a Catholic school. They were giving me a hard time.
Yeah, again we had trouble getting in.
Yeah, it was great.
What did you call in, Gara? Actually,
I tried to get in. I was at a phone booth, just like repeat dialing. It was busy. I even called in between periods in school in between.
Should have written a letter.
Yeah, we would have loved to have taken you to your place.
I would have loved that.
One morning, I think.
Very nice hot chick. That would have been good.
Yeah, the girls we took to the prom never became anything.
I felt so bad for Cara on the set, though, because we had no money, so she would get there early and get her hair done and everything, and then she'd have to wait for like 8 hours.
There was a lot of waiting on
Wasn't there a couple of days where we didn't even get to you?
Yes.
That's the worst. Oh, I felt so bad. It's like she gets all dolled up, and then we couldn't even get to her at the end of the day.
Sometimes we'd get dressed and we wouldn't even shoot. We'd go home.
Yeah. Where do you live, Manhattan?
I live in Manhattan.
You live in Manhattan, yeah?
Yeah. My family still lives in the Bronx.
Can you make a living being an actress? Are you making a lot of money? Sopranos pay well?
Are you a successful working actress?
Well, I'm on The Sopranos, so I think that's
pretty good.
It's a great job.
It's hard making a living as an actress, right?
I've been fortunate. I was on Third Watch for a year, and then I'm on Sopranos now. And when you're a New York-based actress, it's harder if you decide to stay in New York.
Why wouldn't you move to L.A. and pursue your career?
I guess I would if I got a job, but I don't think I'd want to live there to pursue it.
I see. Well, you're good in the movie. I really enjoyed your performance. I thought you were fabulous.
Thank you.
Great.
How do you like the blonde hair in the movie?
I thought I mean, it was a complete transformation. The accent was complete. It was a complete character. I mean, I really bought into the whole thing. You were really good.
She did a great job.
Cara Buono, look for her name. She's around. She's on The Sopranos, and I predict a big future for her. She's in Beer League with Artie in theaters now. And Cara is running in the New York Marathon to raise money for St. Luke's Roosevelt Crime Victims Treatment Center. To donate money, you can call 212-807-8344.
And the Beer League is officially expanding September 29th, the week from Friday. Yes,
all right.
Going into a bunch of other cities on the 29th. And any dirt on the Sopranos you can give us? What's going on over there?
Yeah, I'm going to reveal a secret right now.
Are you filming?
Dies? The baby is Artie's.
Are you filming The Sopranos now?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
So more episodes are on the way?
Yes, Sopranos will air in March. The final season.
When you're kissing Christopher, does he go for the lips or does he go for the cheek?
Oh, I bet you Christopher puts the whole tongue right down her throat. What's that guy like to work with?
Michael Imperioli?
He's a dream. He's amazing.
He's a nice guy?
He's such a nice guy.
You into him? Personally? You want to go out with him, don't you?
Do you keep your eyes closed when you're kissing him? And
she didn't say dream with me.
She been trying to bang you on the set?
Michael?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No? I mean, oh, no. He's a guy.
No.
Was he married, dude?
He's married with 3 kids.
Gandolfini hit on you yet?
No.
You're kidding.
You're his type, he told me. No.
Yeah.
Did Joey G try to hit on you, or are you staying in character as the gay guy?
What?
Joey G.
No, Joey,
no.
Joey G's staying in character.
No, everyone's been very...
What'd you think
like a family.
What'd you think of Artie and Dana breaking up? Big news, huh?
I'm sad. I love Dana.
Yeah,
you think Dana was good for Artie, right?
I do. Dana was great. She's so beautiful and supportive and cool.
Langaroni broke up. It was all over the paper.
Yeah, Artie did the right thing, though. He doesn't want to torture her anymore, and she doesn't want to torture him, and someone had to break the cycle of pain.
Well, I think she wanted to keep torturing me and herself. And
you decided to step in.
What about couples therapy?
Couples therapy.
That's what started.
That was suggested. I don't know. I went into a therapy session with her once, and it was, oh, God, I felt more beat up than I do when I walk out of here.
The therapist can help you change. Get Dana back in your life.
I got so sad when we're watching the movie and Dana comes on the screen. I got so sad.
Dana came on the screen.
Cara fought for that, too. Cara really wanted Dana to do. Yes,
I said, come on, come be in the scene with me.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, he's like, great. I'm trying to make a move on Cara, and Dana being invited on the set. Boy, that's a signal.
That's when you know she's not into you.
Yeah. Dana, stay away. I want you all to myself, Cara said. Artie and Dana no more. What will the future hold for those two young lovers?
Did you think they were made for each other? You watched them.
They were made for each other, weren't they?
Yes. Why isn't it? Is there hope?
No.
Is there hope, Artie?
My liver has a better shot of surviving.
Hello, Artie. Dana. Can't
believe you're there with that slut, Cara. I saw you kissing her.
My new favorite feature is the Dana impression.
Oh, Artie, where did we go wrong? Oh.
And then my impression. Dana!
Hey, Dane.
Hey, Dane.
Oh, Artie, it's so hard. All these other guys I'm dating, they just don't measure up. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
I was saying, Dana can't even go to see her own movie.
Oh. I couldn't even go to the movie, Robin.
I don't know if she went. You know what's funny? She had to pay $10.
I paid $10.
You know what? I'll make that fireman pay $10, fucker.
Artie, I just want to say something to you. Tell that slut with the 1280 SAT to get away from you. Go rob another bank. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And I want to marry you. And I don't care how much you drink. I don't care how much you gamble. I'll fuck other girls for you. I'll do whatever you want.
Again.
Just come back.
Please just come back to me. You're the best I've ever had.
If I get a chick with Dana's body and Howard Stern's brain, I'd love her.
All these guys with normal weight, I don't feel them on top of me. Artie, I'm going to say the 4 little words that you've been waiting to hear.
Yeah.
And if this doesn't convince you to come back to me once I say this, I don't know what will work. Are you ready? Artie, I've poisoned my dog.
Nice. That means I don't have to do it.
There's no more dog, Artie.
Wait a minute.
Dead. He can't foul up your carpets.
Carol will attest to this. How big is that fucking dog? It was on the set all the time.
Yes, the dog was...
Clara, shut up.
It's a big dog.
I'm going to rip the hair out of your head. Get away from my Artie. 1280.
The dog was on the craft services getting in the Nutella.
Oh, really? Is that what it was?
Yeah, licking all the fucking fluffernutter.
Oh, really? I didn't even know we had Nutella. I didn't know the budget was that big.
My Artie loves Flutella.
Nutella, you ever had that?
Nutella, yes.
Nutella.
It's like marshmallow and...
chocolate marshmallow.
Artie, I would make you Nutella every night.
Bullshit.
Yes, I would. I'd learn to cook. I put Nutella on my body and let you lick it all off. I'd do anything to get you back.
And here comes the dog.
I never liked Cara. Where she looked at you. It's the way I look at you.
No, it isn't.
Cara, you're still on The Sopranos? I hope you're killed in the first episode. I hope James Gandolfini comes over and puts a butcher knife through your head. I teach school. Big deal. You do charity work once a month. Fuck you. Fuck you and your charity work.
You want a medal?
Fuck you. There, and I never curse. I'm running in a marathon to help St. Luke's. You're running a marathon because you're anorexic. Hate you. You just want to lose weight. Artie, I love you.
I think it's funny that Dana had to, like, help me through the whole movie, and she had to pay $10.
I know. That's why I said she can't even see her own movie.
It's real funny, Artie. Real funny. Go sit there with Cara. Let her rub your cheek with her cheek.
Probably her new dates won't even believe she's in it.
She doesn't love you. She just wants you for all your beer league money. All $320,000.
Yeah, that went directly into my account.
Oh. And you brag you do charity work. 30 days a month I'm with black people and clipping dogs' toenails.
That's true.
1 day a month you're with black people. Try being with black people every single day.
Dana's with black people every day.
Every day, and Cara's in there. I work with black people once a month and help them.
She's taking them Artie's old clothes.
And her Jersey accent is fake. Mine's real.
You know how many 8th grade black kids can fit into one of my shirts?
There's a family living in one of Artie's shirts. Wonderful people.
Is a house.
There's a Puerto Rican family living in my corduroys right now.
Cara, I bet you're frigid. There's no way you could satisfy Artie. You probably haven't had an orgasm your entire life. Kissing girls at scores. Fat. And you call yourself a charity worker.
Dana hasn't had an orgasm in 4 years.
Stop now.
Artie, thanks. I thought I had an orgasm one night, but I realized I was being crushed. My oxygen was cut off.
I was asphyxiating you.
I was just suffocating?
Yeah, it was autoerotica.
Artie was my ticket out of Jersey. Now Cara's trying to move in.
I'm waiting for my ticket out of Jersey.
Oh, Artie. Where did we go wrong, my love? Oh, I love you so much. My Nutella man. No. God, weekends were so great when you'd watch the game and I just sit there. And you were on the phone to your bookie. All the nights of Jack Daniels. When you proposed to me and you didn't even know you were proposing to.
Yeah, I mean the phone calls from the Best Western in St. Louis when I was drunk?
Yeah. You know what was the most romantic night? The night you took out the diamond. Not a diamond ring, but a diamond.
Did he ever tell you that story, Cara?
No. You just had a loose diamond?
I didn't get it at a jewelry store. I bought it from a guy I used to work. It's a long story.
Oh, Cara,
and he wrapped it in a tissue and put it in his suitcase. And he was thinking he might propose, and if he did, he would take out the loose diamond.
Yeah, I half committed.
Oh, Cara, be quiet over there. Who are you to be near my Artie?
Artie, there's a wall between us.
Yeah, I know. Literally, right?
No kidding. There's a wall between Artie and everyone, Cara. Don't you know that?
Exactly.
Dana tried to climb over that wall.
But you didn't break down the wall, Dana.
My sad little funny fat man.
Well, what, does somebody expect me to get over the wall?
Artie, I have to go. I love you. I have to go teach black children.
Yeah, please, go.
Yeah. I tell you. Some of my favorite things to do with Artie.
Oh, I just forgot. Dana has another performance coming up with Artie and the Bitter Head.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
she
gonna
won't
be a big...
here to participate in that joy either.
Be a big ratings getter.
Go run off with Artie, Cara. You can sit there and watch him look at Derek Jeter hitting home run after home run and watching him eat and watching him fall asleep before we have sex. Go ahead.
Jeter doesn't have a lot of home runs.
You can run across the highway for his cigarettes.
I'm a girl. I'm not supposed to know this.
Oh, so bring that up, Robin. One time in the South Bronx at 2 a.m., I asked her to get me cigarettes.
Artie kicked me out of the car. Maybe get cigarettes in the South Bronx.
I was driving.
He was drunk, though, in his defense. I love you, my man, and I'm never calling in again because I'm sick and tired of this. I told you I'd do anything for you, and you still reject me.
Lose the number. Do me a favor.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Dana, come back to bed. I didn't want you to hear that.
Fuck you.
Sorry.
You better keep your relationship good, because I'm gearing up a Beth impression. I got no...
No, you're not. You're fired. You're not going to believe who's here with me. Hey, Artie, it's me. It's Howard.
You motherfucker. I knew it.
Yeah, hey, I'll be right back. Hold on. So there. Yeah, and Cara, why don't you take up horseback riding like Christopher Reeve?
Oh.
Goodbye, that's right. Fuck you.
How evil. I never knew she was
I didn't know she had such a mean streak.
Don't even say something like that. You know, one of my favorite lines in the movies when my buddy's giving me shit after I break up with her, he goes, you finally got a girl that like you. She doesn't care that a man of your weight should be at least 6'2".
Well, congratulations on Beer League, on Sopranos. Cara, you're doing great.
Thank you so much,
You're
Howard.
beautiful,
Thank
attractive, and you will get a boyfriend.
And she's a do-gooder.
Right.
Thank you for sitting through this.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Good
on
luck
the
at the
show.
marathon. Huh?
Thank you
how
so
do
much.
you do? How do you do? What's your time?
17 hours.
I'm not a fast runner. I'm very slow.
Right.
I actually have an injury that I'm running through this year, so it means a lot to me to finish this year, and I'll keep you posted.
All right,
I'll keep
be
you
careful.
posted.
What's the matter with you? It's not
This
that
is my
important.
last one.
Yeah, what are you proving to everyone? Nothing.
I don't know. What am I proving?
Nothing.
You got to be healthy for Beer League, too.
Right.
Exactly.
Cara Buono is the name. In Beer League in theaters now, of course. And
On
if you
September
want to...
29th, right? Opening one.
Well, it's still around here, September 29th in other cities.
You're hot, baby, and that's all that matters, believe me.
Yes, in this world.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll be back right after these words. You know, I mean, by the way, I have no illusions about who I am. I'm not all pumped up with myself. Trust me. And this Amish got all pumped up himself, and he's really nobody. And you know what? In the grand scheme of things of radio, he didn't make a lot of money. That's the other fallacy. $20 million. He used to tell people, I'm the #1 biller, but bullshit. To some to Redstone, that's nickels and dimes, pal. Know your place. Listen, they let me slip through their fingers, and I was bringing in a couple of $100 million. Don't believe the figure $100 million.
They kept Imus. That didn't cause the bottom line to start bleeding red ink.
Yeah. And I still mind my P's and Q's because I know I work for the man. You know, no matter how much money I bring in. Nobody is immune from being fired. So fuck them. Don't feel bad, Martha Stewart. You said on your TV show you feel bad for him. Don't feel bad. He's a bully. He's a piece of garbage. It's over. Die. Now it's time to go die.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Like Johnny Sack.
Oh, poor Johnny Sack.
What a good actor that guy is. What's his real name, Johnny Sack?
I don't know.
Just watching The Sopranos last night.
Vincent Curatola, I believe.
I think of all of those people as who they are on the show.
I stayed up last night. Yeah, me too. I only want to know
I
this
don't
Johnny
want to
Sack.
know they have other names.
I stayed up last night and watched The Sopranos.
It's excellent this season, and next week looks amazing.
Yeah. I thought it was excellent, too.
Yeah.
And some people, who did I talk to? Ronnie the limo driver.
He was disappointed?
He thought it was slow. Oh. I said, I thought that was an excellent episode. I don't know what everyone's expecting.
You know
what's
cool about it?
I don't know what they're expecting.
You know what's cool about it is it's so towards the end now, like in that one scene where Stevie Van Zandt was...
almost killed within that shooting?
You go, wow, this might be the time when he goes, you know? You never know. Any of them could go now, except, probably Gandolfini, but...
But even that, you're wondering, how do they... Because everybody's considering their age and where they are and what their legacy is.
Right. Everyone's...
other TV shows could learn from this.
Sees the end coming.
If Lost had a clear date to end, if the creators would say, listen, this is a 4-year run and we know what we're going to do. It is so refreshing. As much as I hate to see The Sopranos go away, now it has new purpose.
Right.
Because you know it's all coming to a close. And it gives the show a new energy. See?
I mean, because even all the stuff with Christopher's like, who is the heir apparent?
Right.
It's great. It's a great show. It's a great accomplishment in terms of the history of television. It might be one of the greatest television shows of all time next to The Honeymooners.
Hats off to you, David Chase.
That's right. Good for you, pal. The writing is brilliant. There was one scene that made me laugh so hard, and now because I took Ambien.
You're blanking?
I'm blanking out a little bit. I had to take an Ambien last night. I was all charged up. It's already 10:30. I said, I gotta get to sleep here. I got to work tomorrow. I made the biggest blunder on Sunday. I took a little half-hour nap.
Oh.
Speaking of gay people, another piece of brilliant...
I say Martina, and you say, speaking of gay people?
Yeah. David Chase, or whoever wrote this or thought of this, what a brilliant moment. And what's great about the show is they didn't spend a lot of time on it, but you just got to figure it out for yourself. The fact that Frank Vincent's character, Phil Leotardo, is named after Leonardo da Vinci.
By the way,
who was a gay guy.
You just reminded me.
How amazing
is that? The greatest scene last night in The Sopranos was when Phil Leotardo goes, my family name is Leonardo, after the great Leonardo da Vinci. And he goes, they named this after a ballerina dancing costume.
A dancing costume.
Leotardo.
I laughed my ass off.
But the fact that the family name is after Leonardo da Vinci, who was a gay guy.
Yeah.
And he's the guy who fucking killing his brother-in-law for being a fag. That is such great writing.
It's layered.
Yeah, that is really
Leonardo
amazing.
da Vinci was gay?
They say the Mona Lisa was a self-portrait.
Dude.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. You never heard that before? Robin, you've heard that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I never heard that.
Yes, that's what they say.
If it's not true, it's one of the biggest rumors ever. And
well, he's gonna sue you if you're not telling the truth.
He's got a lot of other people to sue, including the History Channel. But the fact that he's named after him, that was so fucking perfect.
Let's bring in Lisa G., who has all the news from the Howard 100 News team. Let's find out what's on her mind, and then we'll move on. Here she is, the beautiful Lisa G. Johnny, what'd you think on The Sopranos when Christopher just shot that guy right in the head?
Oh, that was crazy. We haven't talked about The Sopranos.
You know what? You fucking guys, I've been listening. I'm holding my fucking tongue. I'm holding my tongue. It's so far out to me. To me, they've gone way too far with the fucking storyline. I didn't like it. I mean, first of all, it was too aloof in the way that he did it. DNA all over the place because he walked into the room and he turned the doorknob and
It was sloppy.
Very. And I thought,
Totally
you
sloppy.
just leave this body? I mean, like, nobody's going to come here and check out this whole place?
Well,
You fucking guys don't know that. They could come over with a cleanup crew and fucking get this guy cleaned
But
up.
there was no cleanup crew called.
But we didn't see that. We didn't see that.
Well, it's only an hour show, Jenny. Right.
I mean, you know, whenever Tony killed somebody with a bowling ball, there was a whole cleaning
Next
thing
week,
going
a
on.
cleanup crew comes in.
No, but what about the fucking, you know, I don't think it's a far, first of all, you got to remember that the guy going to the psychiatrist alone gets him whacked out.
Right.
We let that go. But
yeah, I know. He's going to a shrink and
Christopher's at AA meetings
heroin
confessing.
addict, spilling their guts.
Let's go back to Eric the Midget. You going to let Artie talk that way to you?
Yeah, Eric, come on.
Did any of you watch The Sopranos last night?
I did.
I'm hoping you did.
I did.
Okay.
I thought
Because I didn't want to talk. I was like, oh, my God, if I have to keep this under my hat.
That would have been a rough one to keep under your hat.
Now, I saw Robin earlier, and I happen to know she saw The Sopranos. I had something of a discussion. And before I get to her, what did you think of the episode?
Well, listen, I don't know if it's just that I'm completely buying into all these characters and the show. I've loved everyone, and I loved last night.
Yes.
I mean, I think, you know, a major thing happened. A major player is gone, and I like the way they did it. It's such a... He's becoming such a cold motherfucker.
He's turned into a monster.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that's one way these guys can go, and I think it's realistic. I liked it a lot.
See, this was my favorite episode so far, and then Robin shocked me when she said she did not like it that much.
What? No.
I said, here we go again. There'll be something that happens, and then nothing else will happen during the entire hour. It'll be all about this again with all of the dream sequences.
It was
and
great,
the
the guilt
thing. He wasn't even guilty, Howard.
Sure he was.
No, he wasn't. That's the whole point. He doesn't feel guilty. He feels nothing.
No, he says he feels nothing, but his actions show he felt something.
He's trying to figure out all of that stuff, even when he's talking to other people. He's trying to figure out what they're feeling because he doesn't.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Isn't that interesting?
No, I'd rather see some action.
Right.
I think you really see what exactly this kid meant to him, too, in a big way throughout the rest of it. You know, like what he was to him in his life, business-wise, personally. I think he was really, really in love with the kid as a family member.
But he's disillusioned by that love because what did it come down to? He can't handle Christopher having mixed feelings about him. He can't handle lack of gratitude. So then everybody becomes his enemy and he just offs them no matter how long they've been in his life.
I would have hated it if they didn't focus on it long enough. Like, I would have hated if it happened and they didn't have time to really reflect on what just happened.
The debate is over. It's interesting.
To reflect a bit, but
all right, this is interesting, but we're moving on.
Wait a minute, hold it. The other thing is, Howard, wait a minute.
Yes.
He's killing all of his soldiers. There's a war coming. He's not going to have anybody to fight it.
The answer is it was the best episode of the season so far.
It was awful.
He's yapping to the psychiatrist too much is what he's doing.
If that dream sequence had been real, it would have been one thing. He wants to tell people that he feels nothing and he doesn't have any emotions.
All right, let's go to Don. Don in Buffalo, you're on the air.
They'll drop the bomb. Mother, do you think they'll like this song?
That is a good song. Normally I'd let this play through, but I got little Steven out there.
Yes.
I like Artie's version. All right, let's say hi to, I don't know if he likes to be called Little Steven. Does he like to be... Hey, where's
I think he chose that name.
And where's Steven's plug? Steven Van Zandt.
There he is.
There's the man. Do you like to be called Steven or Little Steven? I don't know. I don't know what to call you sometimes.
Stevie's fine.
Stevie's fine? I call you Steve.
Boy,
who gets to call you Little Steven? Like the guys in the E Street Band? Is that like for people who knew you growing up?
Only Little Richard calls me Little Steven. That's it.
I mean, Little Steven, like Bruce doesn't call you Little Steven, does he?
No, it's Steven or Stevie, whatever.
You know what I got to ask you? You know that song that Bruce wrote but it's like he wrote it to a chick, but supposedly it's about you, Bobby Jean, or whatever that is.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's about you leaving the E Street Band, right?
I never asked him.
But it was like he was singing to a chick. Like, was he fucking in love with you? I mean, what's going on over there?
Really? You never heard about whether that... You never asked him about that? Because that's a rumor.
Well, it's awkward, obviously. You see what I was saying?
You listen to it, you don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
When you left the E Street Band, you know, it broke Bruce's heart, right?
Well, I don't know about that. It was mutual. I mean, it was a very amicable split. You know, he understood. I wanted to just, I was getting into politics. I wanted to learn about what's going on in the world, and I needed to split for a while, you know.
But you had been his friend since you were little kids, and it was like he lost his arm or something,
I did watch his back, yes. I kind of had the same job I now ended up with on The Sopranos. You know?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. What's with Gandolfini's weight? Is he ever, he's dangerously fat, right?
No, he's losing already, now the show's over.
Oh, you mean that was for the show? He had to keep that up?
Yeah, you know, we all kind of blew up as the years went on.
Was that on purpose, or it just kind of happened?
It just kind of happens. I think, you know, you're working so much, especially him. I mean, he was, if the script was 7 pages, he's doing 5.
It's unreal. And he's always eating on the show, anyway.
Well, it's kind of part of the show.
That's what's cool about it. Because in TV, you see fat guys never eating.
It's hard when you got to eat, because when you shoot like a film, because you got to get it from 80 angles, you keep fucking eating.
Yeah, you never wondered why Tony was gaining weight.
You know, I am shocked that Gandolfini says, I'm sick of the part. I played Tony Soprano for years. I want to move on, blah, 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 blah. If I was him, I'd play that forever. Because you know what? It's a great part.
You're never going to get another part like that.
If I was him, I'd legally change my name to Tony Soprano. What do you think of that? I'd actually go be in the mob. Are you tired of doing it?
No, I would do it forever. I'm like you.
You love it, right?
I love it. I love it. But, you know, I'm not there, 16 hours a day. You know what I mean? I mean, it's murder. I tell you, I've had a couple episodes where I had a big part of that episode.
One of my favorite episodes is when you have to take over for the mob.
Right.
That's what I loved, and you found the job too hard.
Yeah, you stressed out. That was a great angle.
Well, I'm the only character that doesn't want to be boss, on the show.
It's great.
But that 2 week, I mean, our show went to, what did we go to, 17, 18 days of show, right? And those 18 days, I worked almost every day, like literally 14, 16 hours a day.
There was a time...
Like, now I know why he goes crazy.
Right.
There was a time on The Sopranos that you were making about $80,000 an episode. This is well publicized. And you were able to say to them, look, last season's coming up. I want $200,000 an episode. You said that to them. Were you able to say that because you made plenty of money with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band? I mean, you made a lot of money.
Well, here's the thing, Howard, nobody really knows. Because of the HBO thing, there was a sweetheart deal done when they started.
Right.
So there's no residuals. What you make that week, that show, that's it.
I don't blame you. I think the HBO is infamously cheap. I've tried to do business with them. They always cheap out.
And they're syndicating the show now.
I don't take umbrage with it, but you were able to hold out where other guys maybe weren't, right?
I was one of the last. I just felt, money for me, honestly, and I know it's going to sound really stupid, but for me, money, all it is a sign of respect. That's all it is. Right. I don't need the money. I don't need I don't need to work on The Sopranos for money, luckily. I'm very lucky that way.
Right.
So money to me is just, how much respect are you getting, And I just felt, we needed to talk about it. They weren't really, it never got that ugly, honestly. It was okay, but I just was like, look, I understand if you only want to pay this much, maybe, it's time to move on. But I'd rather stay,
Howard?
Yeah.
Does that mean that Steven doesn't get anything? Because those DVDs sell like crazy. So no DVD rights?
Zero?
Nothing.
Nothing from foreign sales, nothing from syndication, nothing from all those calendars, DVDs, nothing.
Why do you think that was? I think in the beginning nobody would anticipate that this would be such a huge phenomenon.
Well cable in general, you know what I mean?
Right.
They figure it's a new way maybe for actors to make a few extra dollars,
The Sopranos made this whole genre.
Well, it certainly made the DVD for sale thing, I think. That didn't exist for TV shows, did it?
Right. Those DVDs are really good because you like going back to the beginning, and you can see that this creator, David Chase, really had the whole idea in his head because everything ties together.
It's the vision.
Yeah. But it's funny. That's a good point, too. Like, DVDs have changed the business. It's like another form of syndication. Like, Seinfeld went back and re-promoted the DVD release of Seinfeld.
Right. Yeah.
And you guys did start that, so you couldn't have anticipated that in a contract.
No, and the cable, the unions or whatever couldn't have anticipated this. And HBO started like 69 or 1970 or something.
Have you become very close to James Gandolfini?
Yeah, we all became very close.
Do you hang out with the cast members?
Occasionally, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
But not like your relationship with Bruce Springsteen. I mean, that's practically, as Bruce would probably admit, you're almost like lovers, not in a gay sense, but in the sense that you're that close. You know everything about him.
Brothers is probably more... Brothers.
Better term.
Yeah. Let's go with brothers.
Why did you leave Springsteen? Was it hard for you as an accomplished musician to have the band called Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band? I mean, when you grow up with a guy and you're in the neighborhood with him, and then the band happens, and he gets all of the attention, it's got to be tough.
Howard, I swear to God, it was my suggestion.
Really?
Yeah, we had many bands together growing up. And finally, one day I said to him, you know what, you should start using your name in the band's name, because, you know, he's writing everything. It was his vision.
Right.
He was a lead singer. We would go back and forth on lead guitar, but basically it was his thing. And I thought, you know, he should be... I wanted him to be the biggest star in the world growing up. I just felt he deserved it, and he was the real thing. He wasn't one of these phony people being created by a company, you know, by the industry.
Yes.
By the time we got in the music business, we were already, you know, a little bit older than most people, and we're making a living playing live, you know.
Do you think that he never would have called it Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band if you hadn't said to him, look, it's okay?
I don't know. You know, I think he would have went back and forth, but I was the one that really said, you know, let's do it that way. You know?
Artie on our show, who is a big Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band fan, has said that he will blow a man, and this guy's...
No, I did not say that.
What did you say you would do if Bruce ever did American Idol?
The man can blow you?
No one's blowing anybody.
What did you say? Clarify for Stephen Van Zandt.
If you remember, we have another jerk-off disc jockey on this channel who does this thing called he shocks people's balls. Remember he put a shock on?
Yeah.
And two guys, Sal and Richard, put the things on their balls. We got to a gay American Idol discussion, and I'm sorry to even bring this up in front of consigliere. And I said, these guys are saying, look, Prince was on American Idol. And I'm like, why would Prince do that? He's got a lot of money. He's a legend, selling out. And somebody jokingly said Bruce would do it. And I said, hey, I got quiet for a second. I said, Springsteen will never be on American Idol. I don't give a fuck what. I don't care if he wants to be relevant.
Tell him when Bruce Springsteen is going to be on.
Let me tell you something.
You said you would get your balls shocked if Bruce ever did.
And you know how many times I've bought Wild the Innocent and the E Street Shuffle? I'm begging him. As a fan, I'm begging him.
Bring him.
I said I would get my balls shocked if Bruce Springsteen ever went on American Idol. I would shock my balls.
Right. Stephen, make it happen. Talk to Bruce.
Do not make it happen.
I've got to see this guy's balls shocked.
I'm the reason you don't need money from the Sopranos, me.
You know, Bruce will love it. Tell him what will happen if he goes on, and he'll do
I washed pots in a restaurant in 1985. That's what I did for a living. I saved my money to see at the Giant Stadium.
That's a real fan.
But Steve, let me ask you a question. Isn't it true? Bruce has teenage children. He might want to impress... You know, it's a weird thing with fame.
My father didn't want to impress me.
Sometimes for the kids, for the teenagers. His
kids... much about kids nowadays.
Hold it. Let me get my thought out, please. Sometimes teenagers, they'll say to your father, you know, who cares that you're Bruce Springsteen? He goes, hey, I'm going to be on American Idol.
I want to meet Jordan, yeah.
No, so you go. Here's a ticket. Daddy's staying here, and he's writing another Born to Rust.
Steve, little Stephen, please. Could you envision the day that American Idol would have Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band on, including yourself?
When is the next album?
Right. Well, hold it. Look, stop for a second.
Because that's when they
Could you envision a day?
You know, things are changing, Howard, by the minute, all right?
This is everything you're against, Steve.
Let me finish.
Okay, I'm just getting argued.
Making him nervous. Go ahead. You didn't answer fast.
I don't know.
Really?
You know, there was a time when we could have safely said, obviously, you're never going to do that, okay?
Right.
But, you know, but no, let me explain one thing. The business is changing so radically, okay? Right. There's no more radio.
Right.
It's
okay?
ridiculous.
I mean, you know, my show, my syndicated show,
which
and my series channel,
yes.
my channel here on 25, we're the only ones who play new rock and roll in the country.
True.
Okay?
That's true.
The only ones. I mean, I'm the only one probably playing Bruce Springsteen. I'm the only one playing the Ramones. I'm the only one playing the Clash. You know, I'm only playing, you know, Enough's Enough. I know you like, you know, people like that. I'm the only one.
Right.
Okay? So now you put out a new record. It's not like the old days where radio was the main way you got that word out, right?
That's right.
You've got to find other ways now. So You have to understand. All right. Don't be too upset. Don't be too upset.
Isn't it true that your band, Bruce Springsteen E Street Band, they have 3 albums in the can, 3 albums worth of material in the can, and that you might be coming out with an album soon?
No, we don't have 3 albums in the can, Harry, but we are talking about doing something probably. I mean, this is not definite yet, but I don't make too much news here today. But sometime I would expect something to happen. It's my own opinion. Sometime in the next year, I would expect something to happen.
You're going to get together and start writing some music?
Yeah, it's going to be, well, Bruce writes everything and more than,
So he's ready, is what you're saying.
He always has an album in his pocket, always.
So you're saying you might be in the studio this year?
Yes.
So that is even possible. We could say that within a year, you're going to have to promote a record. And in order for young people to hear that record, one of the avenues might be a mass audience like American Idol.
It's something that would have to be considered.
They're going to bring it to you, right? They're going to bring it to you. They're going to say, what do you want to do to promote this album?
Have you discussed this with your bandmates at all? Ever? No. American Idols? Did it ever come up with either Clarence or Bruce or anybody?
Nils or any of them?
No, I don't see them that often. I really don't. I'm working all the time, So I don't really see them that often.
Yeah, but again, you're going to sell out 16 nights at Giant Stadium, whether you go on or not. Sell the album in the lobby.
They want their new material.
And they need to continue to grow the audience. They need to introduce themselves to new people.
Let me ask you something.
The same people that like you guys are going to like Fantasia Barrino.
Let me ask you something. What's the difference between... I mean, I'm just... Yeah, I'm kind of in your camp a little bit.
Thank you.
Just so you know.
I appreciate it.
But we have to be a little bit objective here. What's the difference between American Idol and going on whatever, Jay Leno or Letterman or whatever?
Well, I don't...
What's the difference?
Or Hullabaloo back in the day.
Or American
I'll tell you why. Because to me, American Idol looks like a shitty John Davidson special from the 70s. It looks like a gay...
But that's us. But that's us. That's our perspective.
Letterman talk show... You know what I mean? Letterman... The talk shows that, like, you would see... First of all, it was years before...
Artie thinks you're buying into crap music and Bruce Springsteen represents...
Springsteen didn't even do Saturday Night Live for years. I mean,
But then he did it.
And then he did Letterman, too.
It's a different situation. I don't know. Look, I don't welch on a bet. I don't welch on a bet. If he's on, I'll shock my balls, but it'll be the same thing.
American Idol.
I want to see if they come in here and go, you're fucking crazy.
Do you watch American Idol?
No.
Did you hear that Prince did American Idol?
My wife told me, yes, she watched it.
And Bon Jovi did it this year.
Yes.
Were you shocked by that?
He's the chick version of
Springsteen. Because that's the way you promote. That's the marketing. That's promotion these days.
Okay,
that's all.
Fair enough.
And keep in mind, American Idol, whether we like it or not, is the music business.
Yeah.
I know, but you know what?
They're in every territory.
But isn't it great?
And also, you don't want to put out an album and have it be obscure in a sense. Like, if the Rolling Stones, they've put out new albums, and they kind of disappeared. Paul McCartney put out a new album. Nobody cared.
No, it's sad. Howard, I swear to God, the last Stones album, and that first track was very good, Rough Justice. The guys told me they did statistics, and our channel played 50% of the Stones there.
But do you know why Bruce
Did the Stones reward you with a trip to the channels? Why not?
No, they probably don't even know. They don't realize what's going on.
But do you know why Springsteen is special? Let me tell you why. Okay, I'm a kid. I'm from Jersey.
Wait, what do you mean that Stones don't know what's going on?
I don't think people who are really big and famous from the past can really understand what's going on in the modern
Are they
industry.
so famous and so huge for so long that they're out of touch with the fact that the music industry has shifted and that's...
safe to
say, they really don't have to be informed because they still sell out every concert.
That's right. But the difference between what's going on the radio and what's going on live is just like two different worlds.
Absolutely. But what I was going to explain to Artie was Bruce will get 2 nights.
Fuck it.
Huge, build up and promotion.
Artie's
coming
point
into
is that he has enough
nights.
money. He doesn't need to worry about that.
And then
no, it's not money, Artie.
I know it's not money. It's not money. It's not being relevant, but
in front of an incredibly appreciative audience.
They won't be appreciative. Those fucking retards don't know what to appreciate. They're told what to appreciate.
That's an elitist attitude.
No, it's not. Do
you agree with him?
Like Jordan, whatever his name is, and Bruce.
No, but
it can't be the same 2 guys.
They'll be singing Bruce Springsteen songs.
Would you let little Steven talk, for Christ's sakes? The man came all the way here to respect to keep his mouth shut. Please say something.
I wouldn't allow these fuckers to sing Thunder Road.
Artie, I got to interrupt you. Let the fucking guy talk.
I'm trying to explain something to you.
We heard you.
After 9/11, here's why Springsteen is special. After 9/11, you know, he hadn't put out an album in a while, and I read a New York Times article about him, and he said he was down at the Jersey Shore, and he saw a guy a month after 9/11, and the guy said to him, "We need you, man. The country needs you." And he writes The Rising after that. That's why he's different.
Can I tell you something?
He'll be relevant forever.
I'm going to say something out of school here. I'm going to say something. Well, you're coming off a little strange here, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, you're looking a little weird.
Can I tell you why?
I know.
No. Let me get a thought out. Let me get a thought out.
Well, make it a good
Back in the green room, Gary said to Little Steven, I hope you don't mind me saying this. He said to Little Steven, he says, you know, Artie can recite every rap that Bruce does on stage.
Yeah, I can't even really. The talking parts.
Even the talking parts.
No.
And you know what Steven said? He said, that's very sad. So,
I was kidding.
No, here's why. First of all...
Look, you're acting as if you can get into his head.
No. The rap Before the River is on an album, and I used to listen. I put it on a jukebox.
Let me defend Artie for a second because he's not wrong.
I'm getting raped over here. Come on, country.
I got to balance things out a little bit. I think what Artie's saying is we grew up with a different sensibility. Let's face it. Okay. When we grew up, if you had a song on a TV commercial, your career was over.
Right. That's right.
Now, if you don't have a song on a commercial, your career is over.
The Who is on every commercial on the planet.
Because it's a way of getting your music heard. There's no shame in that.
That's it.
Radio doesn't work anymore.
Bruce is willing to go with and where the industry is going.
How do you know? Is he sitting here? He ain't sitting here.
There is now, I'm going to tell Steven something. There is a trend in radio.
Come on the Howard Stern show.
There's a trend in radio now.
Well, he's going with the industry
There's a trend in radio now that should encourage you, Little Steven. I see now for the first time that some of these big conglomerates are starting to sell off their radio stations. They've made them so corporate, and they're all so similar, that there's only like 5 formats left. And now I see smaller companies are buying from Clear Channel and other companies. They're buying these radio stations. And again, you're going to start to see local radio and new formats form. I think that might be radio's only hope. And, of course, then we have satellite radio, which I think is going to grow. I'm a big believer in satellite, not just because I'm on it, but guys like you are here. You're attracted to it because you don't need the money. You're there for the artistry and you care about music. So much so, I've got to mention that Little Steven is here today promoting something which I think is really philanthropic. He put together a CD. And the CD is called CBGB Forever. And this is all different tracks from very well-known artists. And most of the proceeds go to CBGBs, right?
The first $200,000 is going to go to pay off legal bills because it was a very rough fight to try and save. For those of you listening around the country, of course, it was a famous rock and roll venue here where punk was born. The Ramones gave birth to Blondie, but the whole genre of punk was literally born on this stage, and we thought we have to try and save it so future generations could be on that same stage. And we lost. But Hilly Crystal, the creator of CBGB's, had a lot of legal bills, and we wanted to make sure he was taken care of. And that the CBGB club in general was not forgotten. And so we got a great tribute record from the biggest...
Now, when you say a tribute record, like the Foo Fighters are on this record, do they do... what are they doing?
It's a rare track. I mean, you can't find it anywhere else. They're doing a Ramones cover, Danny Says. The Green Day track is a very rare track, and you can't find it anywhere else. U2 are doing a Ramones song you can't find anywhere else.
Let me hear a little of the Foo Fighters. They donated this track to the record?
Yes, everybody.
We gotta go to Idaho, but we can't go surfing 'cause it's 20 below. Sound checks at 502, record stores and interviews. Oh, but I can't wait to be with you tomorrow.
Let me hear what Green Day did.
Oh, that's the Ramones, right?
No,
that's Foo Fighters.
That's the Foo Fighters.
They're doing a Ramones song.
Yeah, no, that ain't the Ramones. And then Green Day did Favorite Son, which is another rare track, right?
Very rare. You can't find it anywhere else. It's a great...
He hit the ground running at the speed of light. The star is bright shining
call each of these bands and personally request some music from them?
Yes.
And they all responded. Who else is on the record?
They were fantastic.
The YouTube track is really good.
What number is that?
I gotta look. I think it's 5. Hold on.
Yeah, I forget myself.
It's 5. Is that a Ramon song, Steven?
Sorry?
Is the U2 doing any Ramon song?
Yes, Beat on the Brat.
Ah, great.
Beat on the brat, beat on the brat, beat on the brat with a baseball bat. Oh yeah.
Cool, right? That's cool. You know, the Ramones never got the credit they deserve, right? They were a great band.
They were a fantastic band.
And Joey was a great singer, wasn't he?
He was a fantastic, a legendary singer, and it's such a shame that they never got the credit they deserved. And
why do you think you're so passionate about music? I mean, most artists don't give two shits about CBGBs or anything else. I mean, what's going on there with you?
I grew up with it, Howard, and it saved my life. I mean, I was a freak, misfit, outcast like most of us.
You weren't getting laid in high school?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, the football guys were the ones that get all the sex. You know, but you know, we really, I didn't want to go to college. I didn't have anything I could do. You know, until I saw the Beatles and the Stones on TV and said,
why'd you say Bob Dylan ruined rock music?
Ruined?
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Didn't you say that Bob Dylan was just too damn serious? That
no.
No? That was not attributed to you?
No, if that was attributed to me, that's not correct. I'm a big fan of his. And what I have said, though, is it was a mixed blessing when rock and roll became an art form.
Right.
Due to Bob Dylan and the Beatles and Stones getting together in 65, 66. And, of course, Sgt. Pepper, which is the anniversary is like next week.
Is that the best rock album ever made?
Well, it's arguable. You know, the one before that, Revolver, is certainly one of them. I'm overall a Stones fan just as much as a Beatles fan. Right. But Bob Dylan contributed the fact that he brought realistic lyrics into play, which was great. But after that, things did get a little bit. Started taking ourselves too seriously, I think, in the 70s. You know?
Sgt. Pepper's would be number 2 behind Darkness on the Edge of Town. That's what you're saying, right?
All right, my man over there.
He loves you.
What about something? How did you? What kind of politics were you interested in when you left the band?
This is what happened.
Sounds like communism to
me.
Yeah,
right.
What are you, one of them lefties?
We were touring in Europe for the first time, and it was so exciting to see people singing your lyrics, even though they didn't speak English necessarily. You know, There was this feeling of this, you know, the whole international aspect of rock and roll. You're first aware of that. And then some kid asked me why I was putting missiles in his country. This is 1980, 81. I was like, I'm not putting missiles in your country. I'm a guitar player, you know.
I want to put a missile in your broads.
But that's exactly. But that thought stayed in my head, and I realized for the first time, you know, they don't look at us as Democrats or Republicans or guitar players or lawyers. We're Americans,
right?
You know, that never occurred to me before. That sounds silly at that late stage of my life. I said, "Wow, I'm an American, which means I am putting missiles in this guy's country, and I wonder what else I'm doing." You know, so I started
looking into it.
Yeah,
you got all political. And let me ask you one last Sopranos kind of thing, because I'm such a huge fan. I mean, is it strange for you to see the thing coming to a close? I mean, it's such a huge part of your life.
It's such fun, Howard, to be somebody else a couple of days a week, you know? I mean, it's such a vacation mentally. I mean, I'm going to really miss it. I mean,
do you know what happens in the end? I mean, you got everything. They don't keep anything secret from you.
No, I've known for all year,
Have you seen the final episodes?
I never saw the final episode done. We see just little glimpses of it, you know.
Right.
I see it at the same time everybody else does, really, in the final.
Was it tough killing Adriana? Was it hard for you?
That was one of the best ever episodes.
Very hard. I mean,
you were very rough on her.
You're both great in that scene. That must have been hard to shoot.
Yeah. It wasn't, the shooting, of course, you shoot somebody, whatever. But when you have to put your hands on a girl, okay, I mean, it looks easy on the screen. It's not easy.
Right.
Okay? You got to really be that guy for that minute, because
you got to get sick.
It's so nauseating.
And you were both great in it,
How did you start acting? Why do you think David Chase, the creator of The Sopranos, chased you for 10 years to be this character. Why 10 years? Like, what was it about you?
Well, I don't think it was...
Had you ever studied acting?
No. I mean, he wasn't, it wasn't 10 years. He just, I think he saw me on a TV show inducting the Rascals in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right.
And happened to be casting that week and said, let's try him out, you know. I don't know what he saw. I mean...
Funny how he saw you as a mobster, because we know you from the East Street Band.
Yeah, certainly nothing like that.
I know.
Isn't it weird that he saw you and figured you'd be a good mobster?
Yes, it was very weird. He's just one of those guys that just sees things differently, you know. I think partly came from the relationship we had in the East Street Band. We were not faceless, nameless sidemen, you know. We were all characters.
Absolutely.
And we were kind of like the Rock and Roll Rat Pack in a way.
Right.
You know, me playing the Dean Martin role and Clarence being a very big Sammy Davis.
Were you the first guy? Were you the first guy signed to The Sopranos?
No. I don't know what the order was really.
Right.
But when I got there, you know, he said, I want you in the show. And I said to him, you know, I got to tell you the truth. I feel a little bit weird taking another actor's role, you know, because these guys work their whole life.
Right.
They go to school. They, you know.
Fuck them.
You know.
Fuck them is right.
But it was nice. Cause
I know a postal worker's a disc jockey.
Hey, that's why Bruce Springsteen's going to go on American Idol.
Stop it.
I thought this week's episode was very violent when Tony smashed the guy's teeth in. Can we expect... I'm not asking you to reveal anything, but can we expect major violence in the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
It did. Well, that's the way it looks.
Yes, but now they're taking next week off.
Right, with 2 weeks.
The one night I could stay up late. Yeah.
Let me just to finish. I mean, so once I said that to David about taking an actor's job, he said, you know what? I'll write you in a part, so you're not taking anybody's job, which was nice.
Okay. No, that's good. All right.
Well, you know, without giving too much away, where do you hide Paulie Walnut's body? Just real quick.
I thought it was shocking how they got rid of what's his name's character, Christopher. I mean, it was so sort of like it was so brilliant that it wasn't like some big violent.
Right, he wasn't in a war. He didn't get knocked off by some other guy.
He's always going to surprise you. David Chase. People guess what's going to happen every single day in every building in New York, and they're always wrong.
Do you know any real mob? Do you know any real mob guys?
No, I pass. And wouldn't reveal it if I did.
Isn't it amazing?
The way you said that, no, I know the answer is yes.
I was asking because you research a little bit, you know what I mean?
You know guys who know guys who know guys.
And isn't it amazing? I mean, they portray this so well, how killing is just like taking a dump if you want. You know what I mean? It's like it's just not a big deal. You don't sit there and wrestle with your conscience.
It's usually insiders, you know what I mean? They really do, you know, in the old days anyway, they try to stay in the mob. So it's somebody who was owed a lot of money, you know, wasn't paying their bills.
In your personal life, have you actually killed anyone? I mean, you know, by accident or otherwise.
I wanted to.
You know what's great about David Chase, too, is, like, you got to look at the titles of the episodes. They're really, like, cleverly titled. And when Christopher dies, the title of the episode is Heidi and Kennedy. Now, do you remember why that's significant?
No.
The name of the two girls who they swerved to miss in the car. Basically,
Heidi and Kennedy?
If you think about it, if those two girls went right back, Gandolfini wouldn't have had time to kill them. You know, because there would have been girls there. The name of the two girls are Heidi and Kennedy, and then she says, Kennedy, shouldn't you go back? And she goes, Heidi, I'm on my night permit. I can't do that.
Oh, wow. Did you realize that?
No.
You didn't?
The name of the episode is Heidi and Kennedy.
Wow.
And the reason I know that is because it's on demand. It says the episode.
You notice everything. You said you thought Little Steven's character this week had the greatest thing going because he was reading a book.
I told Steve, they did a great thing with his character lately. He's always doing something really domestic.
Yeah.
Like he's either painting a lamp or... And this week, the first time I see him, he's reading the book, you know, inside this den of, like, horror, you know, the safe with the money, the strip club, and all. He's reading a book called How to Clean Practically Anything.
Let me ask you something.
I laughed out loud.
Artie, sitting this close to Little Steven, are you beating off now? I mean, are you jerking off with one hand? I mean, seriously, is this like a thrill for you to be having actual conversation?
I'm not so crazy to where I wouldn't rather see the chick from yesterday. I'd rather see her. But no, honestly, when you think about it, between Springsteen and the Sopranos, I'm an enormous fan of his work.
I mean, this has got to be a big rush. Marianne from Brooklyn.
I have Steel Mill records.
Let me say something. Stephen Van Zant's album, CBGB Forever, is in stores now. And it's a way of contributing to the legal bill of CBGB's owner, Hilly. And also, you get some great tracks. So it's actually kind of a nice thing to go buy it, and the benefits are you get something for it. Marianne from Brooklyn, go ahead.
Steve, you were always my favorite. In 1979, I worked at the Plaza Hotel and walked over to the Nirvana, and you signed the book for me. You were so cool, and I used to love the Bruce Springsteen band. I absolutely adore you on The Sopranos, but you know what? Bruce Springsteen used to epitomize the working class man, and now he's a sellout, and all he does is shop in Barney's, so I feel very sorry for that.
Why is he a sellout? Because he made some money?
in Barney's?
I think he's got a tremendous ego, and you always see him photographed shopping in Barney's when he's always writing political songs about 911 and...
But wait a second, Marianne, I got to step in here.
You want him to shop at Barney?
I mean, the man goes shopping. First of all, you know these paparazzi are busy photographing him. I mean, I don't think he's looking to publicize.
I just feel like he used to portray more of a working class person, and my brother and my brother-in-law are huge fans, and we constantly have this...
Do people expect too much from Bruce Springsteen?
I think he's a sellout. But Miami, Steve, I absolutely...
And Stephen, isn't it true? I got to hang up on her.
Look, they threw all that money at him, Marianne. He's a very wealthy man.
Should he shop at Target? What should he do?
She does the same thing with me. She hates when you get a little success, Marianne. She thinks you're a big shot.
And it's it's a difficult subject to do in a few minutes, Marianne. But
I hung up on her.
But try and understand that there's the artist and then there's the art. Okay, it's two different things. I mean, in other words, just because someone is a fantastic writer, writing important songs that are inspiring people. Doesn't mean everything has to be necessarily autobiographical or doesn't necessarily have to be that he's writing about.
People think he is
you know what I mean? Like that's just not the case. I mean everybody needs to make a living. I mean Woody Guthrie made a living. Everybody made a living.
And by the way, I mean, isn't it true that in rock and roll there are certain fans who, as soon as you start to sell records, immediately abandon you because they consider you a sellout for being successful.
That's right. They liked it when it was a small group and nobody else had discovered you.
And fans get this romantic notion of like, you know what? You'll like this story. This is going exactly what you're talking about. The guy who wrote Jersey Girl, Tom Waits, right?
Yeah.
I always loved that song. I got to know it through Springsteen and everything, but I found out that he wrote it. And I did this whole big romantic scenario in my head. Oh, it's about a chick he met at, the beach in La Valette, and he banged her or something. It's like a real romantic thing. And I always wanted to ask Tom Waits about that. That movie Mystery Men that I did, Tom Waits was in it. Okay. So every night we got driven home by the same Teamster, me and Tom Waits. And the last night when I knew I wasn't going to see him anymore, I said, fuck it, I'll be a jerk off. And I said, hey, Tom, listen, I'm a big fan of your stuff, and I'm a big fan of Jersey Girl. He goes, oh, thanks. So I go, what is that song about? And I have this romantic thing in my head. And as he's getting out the door, like a throwaway, he goes, and my wife's from Newark.
Let's go to...
And I was like, okay, I guess
that'll teach you.
Right, and it looked like he was pained to talk about it.
Well, let me see. And so we can expect big violence on The Sopranos coming up.
It's going to be a great ending.
Okay.
You're
pleased with the ending.
A lot of action. Yeah, I think it's brilliant, personally.
Is there going to be a movie? Because that's what other people are saying, that certain things can happen because there's a possibility of a feature film.
You can't do it, I think.
I'll tell you what Gandolfini should do with his career after this. And you tell him I said this when you see him.
He should join the E Street Band.
No, they don't want him. He should go and do a sitcom, a comedy, like an Archie Bunker kind of character.
Really?
That's right. Because no one's ever going to accept. Either he's Tony Soprano for life, or he's got to go into something completely
different. You can't see him. He's a good enough character actor, I think, to lose himself in a movie.
Get out of here.
I've seen him in other movies. He can't lose. He's so good at that role.
He's Tony.
I told you, he should start a mob in Jersey. And begin.
He can run a mob.
He should run, I don't know, karting industry.
The guy's great.
No, he'll do great. He's a great actor. He really is.
He really is, yeah.
Maybe he'll go on American Idol with Bruce Springsteen.
Did you see him in that movie with Brad Pitt and Julia Roberts, the Mexican?
That was a bullshit Hollywood movie.
Then there was another one that was supposed to be him coming out of the Tony Soprano role where he was in the military. Awful.
Yeah, but Get Shorty, he's great in. He's great in. He's in True Romance.
True Romance was before.
The most important thing we have to say here.
If Gandolfini and Springsteen both go on American Idol, I'll shock both of my men.
He'll shock his mother's puss. Okay, listen to me.
We're calling
Stephen,
the mother's puss.
It's great to see you. Now
what an opening act you had for me today.
I
mean, my God.
Oh, boy.
It sort of redefines the word motherfucker, but anyway.
You're not kidding.
Exactly.
So now the plan is, after Sopranos, now that it's over, E Street Band, maybe an album. And then
American Idol.
I would hope that would happen in the next year, yes.
And American Idol.
If you do a record, it'll be a tour. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of American Idol. It's not something that, I would suggest is going to happen.
Why don't you and Clarence do Dancing with the Stars to promote it as well?
Vinny Pastore was going to do that.
I know, but that's Vinny Pastore.
Why did Vinny back out?
He couldn't get up for the rehearsal.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
He overslept the rehearsal.
That's crazy.
That's
okay, well, Vinny Pastore didn't write, Rosalita, for Christ's sake.
Stephen Van Zandt, who is a real good guy, not only does... You program 2 channels here at Sirius.
Yes.
Channel 25.
The Rock and Roll Channel.
Right.
And 63, I think it is. The Outlaw Country Channel.
Right. And you're very involved here, and it's great. And we love working here with you. It's such a great environment. Where would you see in terrestrial radio to hire little Stephen to program an entire channel or a station? Never. This is great.
No, it is. It really is. It's very important that this exists just for the history of rock and roll alone, Howard. Aside from our own taste, which, of course, we want to hear more of the things we like.
Yeah.
The history of rock and roll is going to live here. Okay?
I love your passion.
And when the new Bruce album comes out, look for Clarence Clemens as The Bachelor.
Stephen Van Zandt's album. I can see where you think that.
Stephen
Van Zandt's album, CBGB Forever, is in stores now. Not only do you get rare tracks, Foo Fighters, Green Day, big names, U2, but you're also helping support a legal bill for CBGBs, which spent a fortune trying to stay in their same location, and they ran into hard times.
All right, I have one question for Artie. All right, would it be better? Which would be worse?
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band on American Idol?
Right.
Or Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band on Dancing with the Stars?
Oh, my God. Well, I guess
what kind of question is that?
All right, we're going to take a break.
That question gave me eyes.
Let's just do The Simpsons, and that'll be that.
That's fine.
Stephen, it's great seeing you.
You too, Howard.
And we'll take a little break. We'll be back. We'll do the news and all that stuff right after these words.
I must say, my favorite interview probably to date on all of our channels, on all of Sirius, was last week. Pharrell interviewed Denny McClain, the 31-game winner.
Yes!
Who got busted for, I was riveted to that. I listened to the whole thing. Pharrell did a great job. That was a fucking
Denny is a great interview. I got to interview him.
I remember when you interviewed him. Yeah. And he was telling stories that happened since you interviewed him about being locked up with John Gotti Jr.
Yep.
And saying how every night at 7 o'clock, he was on the same cell block as John Gotti Jr. The guard would come up and said, hey, John wants you to eat with him. They had a special dinner for John Gotti at 7 o'clock, like sausages, meatballs, great bread.
How does that happen?
That's really true, then.
The guards would smuggle it in, and they'd have a great dinner. And Gotti said he is a big baseball fan, and he said, tell Mr. McClain that he could join us for dinner every night. And every night at 7 o'clock, a guard came to fucking McClain's cell and said, fuck the food. The shit food we just gave you, come eat with Mr. Gotti once a week.
Wow. It's amazing.
How great is that? And he told that whole story on Pharrell. It was fascinating, and great interview, Pharrell. I mean, the whole thing was fantastic.
See, that's what I hope happens to Tony. Yeah. I hope he gets busted, not killed.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I'd like to see, because I'd like to see, like they end this show, and now they have the Tony Soprano in prison show. That'd be a good idea. See, that's a good ending.
But why they were linked was amazing, too. Denny McClain was accused of being involved in some sort of MCI card scam with John Gotti Jr., and he had absolutely nothing to do with it.
And he went to jail for that?
Well, the FBI brought him in for questioning, and he finally got acquitted of that, but he went for something else, and they ended up, by total coincidence, being in the same cell block together.
Huh?
But they never had any business.
How many years did he do with his last stretch?
Shit. Maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, because he went to prison since I had interviewed him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's when
Got in trouble again.
that's when that happened. What a fascinating story. His daughter died in a car accident, I believe, in between the prison stints.
That's the worst.
So he was in the joint every night thinking of that.
Wow.
And,
I think I'd rather go to prison than have one of my kids die.
I couldn't imagine having a child die. Yeah,
that just sucks.
Going to your kids' funerals, there can't be a worse day than that.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
Although I sure don't want to go to prison.
All right, let me ask you something since you bring that up.
Take that back.
If one of you has to die, you or one of your kids, what do you do?
God, I feel so bad for my kids. They're much braver than I am. They can handle it.
Which kid?
No, of course, you never want to see that. You never want to see that.
You really would have to let them kill you.
Yeah, but I don't even want to think about that.
No, Howard, your kids. Come on.
Stop it. Stop it.
Think of
Robin, what else is in the
Think
news?
of the radio audience. That's the most human Tony Soprano has seemed in the whole thing when he talks. The last few episodes, he's talked about how when his kids are sick, you wish you could trade places with them and stuff.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
But that's what I would like to see. Tony go to prison, because that's
a good show.
That's where he could, continue to...
I think Gandolfini is so
true. If Tony Soprano dies next week, it's going to kind of be like...
It'll suck.
It'll be too weird and too typical, you know? In fact, I'd like to see him come out on top. Here's my fantasy for next week.
All right.
I'd kind of like to see him really get revenge on Phil Leotardo and his crew.
Oh, sure.
And wipe all the motherfuckers out like a Rambo-style killing.
Like a Godfather kind of thing.
Put together a great plan. Get them all together.
But
and
he
shoot
can't
them all.
put together a great plan. He's already killed all of his lieutenants.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nobody left, but...
He's got no soldiers.
See, but
how about calls like Meadow and AJ help him, and the whole family goes at him.
He gets the wife, the kids, everybody goes.
I'd rather have
sister.
I'd rather give Meadow...
Valentine's Day Massacre.
I'd rather give Meadow a gun than that AJ fruit, I'll tell you that. AJ ain't helping anybody. He's already 20. He should be, with them, helping them out, and he's just worthless.
Well, you saw what happened when he tried to go avenge the affront to his father and Uncle Junior. Nothing.
How about this? Uncle Junior's still alive.
Yeah.
All right, if you got a choice, what would you rather see? Robin's jail thing. That's very interesting to me. Tony dies, gets killed by Phil Leotardo. Or the idea that he has this incredible revenge plot
See,
to
what
get
you're
and fucking kills him.
the revenge plot thing you're suggesting, that's the end of a big-time Hollywood movie.
That's The Godfather.
And that's not David Chase's style. I think he's more
he's more realistic.
He's more the Scorsese realistic thing where at the end everybody might get fucked. But he's made...
What would you rather see? Answer the question. Stop all the pontification.
He's made Tony Soprano such a...
What is the ending you want to see?
A likable villain that I'd rather go with
jail?
Robin's jail thing.
All right, jail. Fred, what would you like to see?
No, I'm going with the other one.
The revenge.
Exactly.
Of course, that's why it's always in the movies.
Jail is bullshit.
That's
It's
Hollywood
boring.
has
It's a
already
dead
said.
end.
He's Soprano. Let him finally show what he can do.
Nothing.
Well, that's not what I'm looking for.
That might be the point they're trying to make, because even Phil Leotardo
All right,
said
Benji, I'm going to ask you.
he never went to prison. He's not a real don.
No, let's ask Benji. Come on. What would you rather see out of the three? Is this a mistake or not? Go ahead.
This is a big mistake.
It's a mistake.
It's a mistake. All right, good. Fine, I'm done. Let's go to Robin. Robin, go ahead. Let's go back to the news.
I think jail's the best. Well, I don't know. Who the fuck knows? So no one wants to see him die, right?
No, we don't want to see him die.
See, that's why Chase is going to fucking kill him.
I know. That's what we're going to be in for, I think.
Unless Phil and he end up in the same cell.
That'd be good.
That's funny.
Trapped forever together.
Did you see this in the paper? You know that John Benet's dad.
Yeah, he hooked up with the chick who's the mom of the chick who's missing in what's that country?
In
Aruba.
Right, Aruba.
Yeah.
And the mom of that girl, Beth Twitty, they said dating. They've become friends.
Yeah, John Benet's wife died. John Benet, Ramsey's mom.
Yeah, mom is dead. So Ramsey is a widow.
So he's hooked up with these...
John Ramsey hooked up with this other, this chick whose daughter is missing in Aruba. The one who probably died.
Oh, wow, that's
yeah.
weird.
Yeah, they don't know and they can't get anybody to tell the story of what happened to Natalie Holloway over there. But apparently I guess they hooked up because they both lost kids. We were talking about how horrible that is.
Isn't that depressing?
And now they're...
like they found each other,
yeah.
but it's the same story. They both have kids that are gone in weird circumstances.
Right.
They should move in with the Buttafuoco's in that house.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Is that more bizarre than Amy Fisher and John?
Well, it's kind of like people who go through similar tragedies. Like, I wouldn't want to be around anybody who had a tragedy like that, but maybe I would. Maybe it's someone I could talk to and relate to.
Maybe they'd understand you,
yeah.
Here's a cool little paying attention comprehension quiz. You remember I said when Little Steven was here, the name of that one Sopranos episode was Heidi and Kennedy?
Yeah.
On Demand, they show you the title of the episode. So I'm going to give you the title of the last episode and see if you can figure out why it's called this.
Okay. You happen to know the title of the last episode? Yes, because
No. The last episode we just watched.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Because it's on Demand. It was called The Blue Comet. Now, can you remember why it might be?
Of course. Because Little Steven is into cleaning products, and Blue Comet is one of the best cleaning products out there.
Blue Comet.
That's a funny one. That's a funny choice. But
thank you.
Can you remember why it might be called the Blue? You really got to pay attention to the episode. That's why it's funny.
Blue Comet. The Blue Comet. I don't know. We'll be here all day.
Yeah.
It's the name of the train that Sharippa was buying. When they offed them.
That's good. Well, you got some mind.
It's the Blue Comet. Well, I really watch these things in detail. I love. Do
you watch it once or more than once?
I just saw this once, and then afterwards, when it goes on demand, it lets you see the title of the episode. And also the greatest thing ever, the Raging Bull thing, when the Raging Bull music came up, and they started the slow.
That was great.
The Blue Comet was the name of the train that Steve Sharippa was buying.
Yeah. Okay. Right as they offed them, yeah.
All righty. Let's. Well, I'm going to name today's episode of The Howard Stern Show and see if you can figure this out.
Go ahead.
Dr. Ronnie.
Yes.
You get that?
Yes. It's Ronnie being a car doctor.
Let me ask you how your mind works. Not only do you notice that, could you recite a scene from The Sopranos from this past week after seeing it once? Does anything stay with you?
Oh, God.
You're not that... What?
Let's see. Which one could I do? Maybe.
Boy, that would be amazing to me. I wouldn't know how you could do that.
All right. I think I could do a little bit of one. All right, so this is when, after Frank Vincent gives the order, all the generals get together in New York and figure out what they got to do. All right, you got to hit management. Paulie Vittieri? No, just management. You got Tony Soprano, of course. You got Sil, and I think Bobby Bacalari. That Mortadell is number 3. He used to be Uncle Junior's driver. Yeah, and you used to sell laser printers out of the back of your Crown Vic.
Wow, very nice. I could see why you want to leave this show. You got way too much talent.
No, because I remember that one guy goes, that Mortadell is number 3. Used to be Uncle Junior's driver. That new fat guy's my favorite. He goes, yeah, and you used to sell laser printers out the back of your Crown Vic.
By the way, the title of the final Sopranos episode
is what?
Made in America. What does that tell us?
Wow.
That's interesting. In America.
M-A-D-E. Made in America.
Yeah.
M-A-D-E.
Well, I knew you meant M-A-D-E.
Right.
But you never know. Sometimes they go with
Now,
the
where
pun.
do you see Made in America?
That has to have something to do with, being a made man.
Or what? That's right.
That's an excellent way to go.
Who's going to be made? AJ?
Who's going to be made?
Oh, and the other thing is, okay, here's another scene I remember. He's like,
I know what's going to happen. I just figured it all out.
What did you figure?
I could probably do most of the scene where he orders
those blueberries.
I could probably do most of the scene where he orders the hit.
I need a coffee enema to get clarity.
Well, here you go. Here's Artie with another scene.
I could probably do most of the scene where he orders the hit.
All right. That's Tony Soprano, I take it.
As Frank Vincent, when he orders the hit. He goes,
go ahead.
Listen, I've come to a decision. Hey, take a walk out there. Oh, what are you waiting for? Go. All right. I've decided that we gotta, wait a minute. Oh, shit.
That's all right. Take it down.
He goes, oh, fuck. We got the 5 families here and that pygmy over in New Jersey. I say we cut off the chicken's head and do business with what's left. Oh, what? What's your problem? I don't know. I agree with you in theory, but, I have to counsel. What are you talking about? They make everybody over there, and they don't even do it the right way. There's no pricking of the finger. There's no knife. There's no axe on the table. And, we'll absorb. You cut off the top, you cut off the head, and then we absorb all the rest. I don't know. Take out a whole family? They're not like a regular family. We got the 5 families here in New York, and we got that pygmy over in New Jersey. There's no, fuck.
You're there.
Yeah, there's no something in my something. Make it happen.
Yeah, I know.
What's the last thing he said?
He goes, I've decided. That's it.
No. He said, there's no something in my something.
Yeah, there's no skeletons. There's no...
it's a play on words.
You're right. There's no fucking fuck. I forget it.
All right. You did pretty good, man.
Yeah,
you saw it once. Don't be down on yourself.
I remember the scenes with that fat guy in it because he's so funny. I agree with you in theory, but I have to counsel.
It's like Mo, Larry, and Curly counseling.
Exactly.
It's the greatest. All right, Robin, what is in the news?
Let's see now.
Counsel.
That mortadel's number 3.
What's a mortadell?
It's a cold cut.
Yeah, mortadell.
It's like me, it's all a variation of pork. It's like all... mortadell is a very...
Mortadell or mortadell?
Is it mozzarella or mortadell?
Mortadell. But it's an intense meat. Because that's my favorite line, topped by the Crown Vic line, which is, and you used to sell laser printers out the back of Crown Vic.
Take a walk in there.
Take a walk.
Fuck you waiting for? Get lost.
I had it up to there.
Who pulled this so quick?
Historically, Carmine always said the Sopranos are nothing more than a glorified crew. Plain and simple. We decapitate and we do business with whatever's left. What?
Nothing. I agree in spirit. But I got to counsel.
This thing should have been done during John's era.
They got redundant upper management, bleeds off half the kick. We take them out, absorb the whole fucking thing.
Take out an entire fucking family?
Let me tell you a couple of 3 things. Forget Coco. Forget Fat Dom, who goes over to Jersey and never comes back. Forget my brother Billy.
Phil, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Anthony Soprano has no respect for this thing. He's never been in the can. Not really. He's a guy who stepped over his own uncle to grab the big seat. His father's brother.
Please, huh?
I'm embarrassed. I let him come to the hospital last Christmas, and I took his fat fucking hand in friendship.
Philly, you had a heart attack.
Listen to me. They make anybody and everybody over there. And the way that they do it is all fucked up. Guys don't get their finger pricked. There's no sword and gun on the table.
Phil.
No, Al. Either it has meaning or no meaning. And the veto thing. The man harbors a faggot.
It's true.
5 fucking families.
That was a big...
And we got this other pygmy thing over in Jersey.
Oh, here it is.
There's no scraps in my scrapbook.
Right.
There you go.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh, no scraps in my scrapbook.
He's good, Frank Vincent, too, man. What a good actor.
Yeah.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah.
He wanted to come in here, but I'm like, you know what? I want Phil Leotardo to come in here. I don't want some actor guy to come in.
I'd be afraid of Phil Leotardo.
I'll tell you what, though. Frank Vincent, very quietly, has been amazing in some amazing film. Raging Bull.
I know. He's a great actor. I love the
Classic
guy.
scenes in that, and he's fucking...
he's one of my favorites.
He says, go get your shine box.
Right.
Goodfellas. You know?
Yeah.
And he fucking brutally kills Pesci in Casino with the bat to the head, and, you know... I get what you mean. You don't want... It's funner with more fun with the character.
Clint, go ahead. You're on in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
How about that Fred segment? Do you remember Fred? Can we check in with Fred?
Oh, yeah, I haven't been doing the Fred segment.
We haven't checked in a long time.
I think I lost the song.
Oh.
I got it somewhere. Hey, do I have the Fred song? Fred, do you have the Fred song?
I'll take a look for the Fred song.
This is where we check in with Fred you're talking about?
Yeah, love it.
Fred.
He's a Fred. He's wonderful Fred.
Out the back, your Crown Vic.
Fred.
We still don't have it.
Yeah, where is
looking.
It? Fred won't get it.
Fred.
I'm accusing Fred of being slow on finding the Fred.
Absolutely. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, everything else, you can find George Takei's 50 Laughs, yeah?
Howard Page in purple.
Howard Page in purple. Thank you.
You bet.
Why was he sitting on that?
Fred. He's a Fred. He's wonderful 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 Fred. All right, Fred, we'll check in with you. What's going on? You make a statement.
My two predictions, it's either going to be Paulie Walnuts will whack Tony Soprano.
Really?
He'll be made in America.
By the way, I have the same feeling.
I think
that's one theory.
Yeah.
I think Paulie Walnuts is going to jump over for Philly Attardo's
exactly,
crew.
Because he's been shit on so many times.
And he doesn't feel like it's old school.
And when he and Steve Sciarippa is like, why was it that those three guys were on,
shit list,
and why was he excluded?
Okay. And yeah, he was part of the planning, and those two guys got hit, and their plan didn't come off.
Right.
All right, and what's your other...
The second theory is, and I don't know why, I'm definitely going in a very dark direction, he's going to end up in Spain.
Who?
Tony Soprano.
Why Spain? Because of that chick that he used to fantasize about?
Well, that was part of it. And the other thing, I don't know why, it was just jumping out at me. When he was in the shrink's office ripping out that page, it was for like a steak, like some sort of Spanish steak or something like that.
Boy, oh boy.
And I don't know why, but there was like such a focus on that thing, and I'm going like, now that to me would be a David Chase kind of thing.
Well, you got some mind on you, Fred.
Well, you know what? I can't argue with someone as smart as Fred, but I just think that that was one of the
I almost think
great moments of him obsessed with food.
But he's also going to do a thing like, what they do with Godfather 3, which isn't necessarily the best thing in the world. But how they ended it, where he ended up being like alone.
You know, it's funny. We do this segment where we check in with Fred, and Clint, I thank you for calling in and reminding me about it. And you can see the guy has a lot to say. I mean, it's always shocking, because whenever I speak to Fred, which is like once a year, he begins to talk. He never stops. So you're right. It's good we checked in with him, and I think we learned a few things, right?
So we'll lose the song again. I'm checking back with him.
Thank you, Fred.
I don't know, 5 minutes.
He's a Fred. He's wonderful Fred. See you in the year 2008, Fred.
Looking forward to it.
We'll check back in with you.
Oh, and in case we don't speak again, Artie, have fun in Spain.
Fred, you want to say goodbye to Artie now?
I want to say goodbye to Artie now, because it might be we might miss that 5-month opportunity, and he's such a good guy. I want to say goodbye.
What if it's a tragic thing and I die?
Well, then say goodbye now.
Goodbye in general.
Goodbye in general.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the Skinny Robin. And Benji, I have nothing to say to you.
Josh, go ahead in Philadelphia, please.
Hey, Howard. Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, at the end of Sopranos, when they were rolling the credits, did you hear the song "The Best Is Yet to Come" playing?
I didn't, but that, you see, there's another thing. In other words, the episode next week is the best.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the best.
All right.
Yeah, I've come up with another theory.
Go ahead.
Tony Soprano now runs New York.
Oh. That's too easy.
Well,
He's got to come up with a brilliant plan to get rid of Phil Leotardo and all the other obstacles, and then when he wipes out everybody, he's king of the hill.
I'm trying to think if there's a subtle hint in Frank Vincent saying the way they make people over there is crazy, and then the Made in America,
right?
Who's not made? But I think they're all made. Paulie's made. They're all like,
Well, what about the fact that, Robin might be onto something. Like, maybe this is like one of those Al Pacino-type endings at the end of The Godfather, where everyone comes in and kisses his ring.
Yeah.
That's good. Oh, I didn't listen to Fred. I tuned out about halfway through the Fred segment.
We have a great segment and make a great point. You're quoting me.
I got to tell you.
And you attribute it to somebody else.
I swear, Fred, whenever I talk to you, even in real life, I just zone. I don't know what happens. You're a smart guy and you have a good, interesting
You've got to talk to your shrink about attention deficit.
It's not that. I'm very detached from people. I don't want to feel my attachment to them. Yeah, I'm sure I'm attached to you. I just don't want to feel it.
I think you'd be smart.
You must be very attached to him. That's why you feel it so little.
All I know is the people...
Like there's a detachment that happens like immediately.
According to the shrink, the people I love the most are the ones I have to detach from the most.
You always hurt the ones you love.
So I really love you.
I was going to say, you must be mad about it.
I am, because I don't hear a thing he says. Thank you, Fred.
You'd be smarter if you listen to Fred.
I'll listen into the replay and I'll hear what you have to say. And I'll say, gee, I should have listened to that.
And it'll be good.
It'll be great. I
got to say...
I got to tell you something. When I listen to the replay, I hear what Fred's doing in the background with the sound effects. Makes me laugh hysterically.
It's amazing. And I have said something to him about it, too.
And I go, I never hear it when he does it on the show.
I love how
you're focused on other things.
I love how you're the only person who has ever been involved with the Howard Stern show who's realized that. You know, who hasn't realized that. Everybody in the world who loves the show. Me and my buddies, when we were young, we'd all go, Fred's sound effects are the best.
I had no idea how valuable he was.
By the way, you probably don't know it, but Fred does a brilliant Richard Christie.
Oh, no, I know that.
Have you heard him do it at the end of the show?
I heard it on the replay.
Well, we all fuck around.
But goodness. No, he's... one day I thought it was Richard, and I said, no, that's Fred doing Richard.
Thanks. Dumbass the chicken. My father called from Kansas.
Listen, Fred, we all love you, but I got to wrap this thing up.
I know. Now it's back to 2009.
By the way, I did see the beginning.
Robert, you're on the air in Windsor.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. The last episode of The Sopranos, could it be with the weapon that Bobby gave Tony?
The gun is made in America?
Yeah, the AR-15.
Oh, is it made in America?
So what does that have to do with anything? He uses the gun to kill somebody?
Mike, you don't know. Mike, go ahead in Philly.
Howard, great to talk to you. Here, you guys are going to love this prediction. Who was the one guy who was part of the family that hasn't been on in like 3 seasons? Furio. Furio's going to come back from Italy, and him and Paulie are going to take everybody out.
Is he going to work for Tony?
Yeah, he made his bones in America. What do you think of that?
All right, it's interesting. Sylvia.
Artie, I don't know. I thought it was a good prediction.
No, I like that character.
Good.
I like that character, but...
that isn't bad.
A little far-fetched, not bad.
Go ahead, Juan in El Paso.
Hey, Howard, speaking of burping, man, I was listening to one of those Spanish stations the other day, and they got as far as to copy you in burping every 30 minutes or so, man.
Well, the Spanish radio stations have all come up with their own Howard Stern show.
And then they're also using Mel Gibson. He's saying, this is Mel Gibson, and I listen to El Piolín.
Right.
They do that all the time. So
well, where do you think these guys get their ideas from?
El Vacion?
Yeah.
The greatest radio personality of all time. They're living during my era, and they all listen to the show. They all tape it, and they all do. In Spanish, they just do the show, but they don't pay me. They don't even give me the respect I deserve. Thank you, Juan. Okay. The only thing terrestrial radio can do is sue me. Go ahead, Robin, please.
Well, here's the representative himself, William Jefferson, who says there are 2 sides to every story, number 3.
All right. 2 sides to every story, Robin?
That's what he says.
Right. There are 2 sides to every story. There are certainly 2 sides to this story.
All right.
I guess we'll be getting those when he's in court.
That mortadell.
His attorney says that he expects that... he will get his client off because the evidence is weak against him.
That mortadella is a number 3 man?
He used to drive for Junior Soprano. Yeah. And you used to sell laser printers out the back of Crown Vic.
The parents of the guy who...
I did that till I fell asleep last night.
Who decided to travel to Europe.
So I'll tell you my... review of The Sopranos. Of course, it was a huge disappointment. I don't think any fan of The Sopranos who has just stuck with it for as many seasons as I have, right from the beginning, wouldn't be disappointed. When my screen went black at the end, I thought there was something wrong with the cable television.
Right. Didn't you start thinking, oh, man, are the lights going out, or did cable just break? What happened?
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on, and I was not satisfied. You know,
Me and my mother were able to play an amazing trick on my sister. Like, because we were on the phone again. We said, let's see if we can get Stace to... We called her up and said, can you believe how it ended when... And we said somebody got shot, and just went right to the credits, and we had her going for a little bit. Like, she was really pissed.
Right.
Well, you know, it's a funny thing. If you were... First of all, I'm not adult. I understand what David Chase, the creator of The Sopranos, was going for.
Right.
In other words...
You get to make up your own ending.
And even beyond that, what was so effective about it was that, yes, life goes on, as he kept reminding you through the music, and the fact of the matter is some things will never change. And you were waiting for something so big to happen that you started to feel. You actually got to experience the pressure of what it must be like to constantly be looking over your shoulder.
Right.
Because as you watch this episode, you're going, oh, okay, they're going to get killed. They're going to get killed.
Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And look at these shady characters. Look at the shady characters. And as you left the series, you went, oh, my God. That's what it must be like to be the head of a mafia.
Yeah, but that's not what you do for a final episode.
Agreed. I was very, very dissatisfied. I wanted some sort of... Phil Leotardo getting killed was great.
That was great.
That's, a creative way to kill him and have the car roll over and the whole thing.
Well, the Uncle Junior stuff I loved.
Me too.
Yeah, no, he went back. He had closure with him. And the great thing about The Sopranos, too, is they add, after a violent scene, they add something that, as a button a lot of the times, it's almost more horrific. Like, what if those two little babies died, too?
Right.
Like, which I love. That's really a unique thing to that show. And there's amazing little things that were great in it, like fucking Paulie with the Virgin Mary thing, and Tony going, God, you should have told us, we could have made more money.
But the cat was ridiculous.
The cat thing, well, I think he was funny with the cat.
I like it. It was a little bit funny, but then it didn't mean anything.
Paulie Walnuts deserves some sort of fucking Emmy, man.
He's great.
He was
the kid's car on fire was funny, too. But here's the thing.
And that chick is hot.
After the episode was over, Beth called me because she wasn't home last night, and she'd watched it, separately. And she said, well, what'd you think? I go, it was horrible. And then I got to thinking this morning about what other way would he show you the paranoia. So I'm going to give it... You know what? I love The Sopranos so much, and I don't know what the ending was.
But there were other things that made no sense at all. The FBI guy...
I love that.
The FBI guy set up Phil Leotardo.
The FBI guy clearly is a wannabe mobster. I love that.
Because I was like, well, is he... Okay, then he's saying this guy's no different than these guys.
That's exactly what he's saying. The FBI guy and Tony are very similar.
He's clearly and you know what? It's funny. Chase had to have that in his mind the whole time, because that guy was always a guy who wanted to have the Italian sandwich with him at the deli and be proud of it.
That is actually based on a true case of a guy who got sort of caught up in rooting for he was rooting for their team.
We're going to win. I thought that was...
That was an actual quote from a case.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're going to win.
I was listening to the news this morning, and they said something about the episode that I didn't get out of it. So when the episode ends, did you get out of it that either they were all there because they were going to get whacked, or they were all there because they were going into the witness protection program? I didn't get that part.
No, they were all there to have a dinner.
So, but they said
I didn't get witness protection.
On the news this morning, they said, were they there to get whacked, or were they there to go to the witness protection program?
No.
And I go, God,
That's
I
crazy.
never even thought of that.
There's one thing you bring up, though. At the beginning of the season, wasn't that guy with the glasses who his daughter is dating the son of he was working with the feds?
Right.
No, Patsy
wasn't. He was.
Patsy wasn't. No, the other guy was.
What
the other
guy?
Okay, wait. Let me clarify this. The one who Meadows dating now, the kid Patrick, who's going to be a lawyer.
Right.
You thought his father was dealing with the feds?
Yeah.
No, it's not him. It was the guy. It's another guy. I can't remember his fucking name.
All right, let's go around the room. Robin, what do you give it on a scale of A, B, C, D, E, F, F being the lowest?
I give it a C.
You give it a C. Fred?
World's worst series ending, F-.
F-, Gary Delabate, Baba Booey. D?
Yeah.
As in D? As in...
Delabate.
In Delabate.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was unhappy with it. I really was. In fact, I got confused last night. I'm not even sure which is the kid that went to the feds that turned on it. Was that Doogie Howser's
No,
pal?
Carlo's the guy... It was very confusing.
Carlo's the guy who, he's the other guy who's always hanging with him.
The kid that was on the Doogie Howser show. Right? Vinny Del Pino, Max Casella?
No, that's not Carlo.
See,
Carlo was a captain. Carlo's the other guy who's always with them. The face you always saw with them.
Is he the guy that was sitting there with Donna Pescow?
No, that's a major flaw. I don't know who he is.
I don't either.
They were mentioning him. Who are they talking about?
When they all go to the say, okay, Carlo's the guy who his son called him over and said, Dad, they got roasted pork. You remember?
No. You watch it on such a different level than I do.
The reason why I thought...
I concentrated on the food. Carlo's the other guy. See, in other words, because Carlo's missing, that's why he wants Paulie to take over that crew. He's the other captain.
I don't remember Carlo.
I didn't either. When they said Carlo's missing...
I remember Carlo, the guy who
are you looking at three people who watch the show from day one who don't know who Carlo is?
All right. Remember when they all go to the safe house in the episode before? And it's Paulie. Paulie's there, the big fat guy, and Carlo's the guy who orders the pizza. He goes, you want to order a beef?
Oh, that guy, sort of nondescript guy.
Right.
I don't remember him.
That kid was hanging out with Patsy's other kid.
For Christ's sake, forget it. I don't remember.
It's such a simple thing.
It's not. No, it's not. All right, look at me. All right.
You don't have to watch it that closely.
Why are you getting upset?
Because...
Why are you upset? You see, this is what's going to kill you.
No.
You got to calm down.
No. I'm saying once you see the guy's face, you're going to know exactly who he is.
But I should know Carl. I know Paulie. I know... I know Silvio.
I don't know Carlo either. I got to confess.
And I had trouble following...
See, I got to go back to the first episode to see who was with the feds at the beginning of the season.
Oh, that's Carlo? I would never know. I still don't know who it is.
Let me see.
Oh, come on.
I swear to God, I've never seen him before.
That's who I thought you were talking about.
Howard.
He's nobody.
He's nobody. He's involved with them.
Artie, you're getting upset.
He killed Fat Dom. Remember his Fat Dom went over to Jersey and never came back?
Who's Fat Dom?
I don't know. I don't know.
You guys aren't watching the show.
We are.
Not knowing Fat Dom is like not knowing who,
I don't know any of these people.
McNabb is from the Honey.
I couldn't even follow.
All right, let me get back to the grade.
Listen, wait, but
what is your grade?
None of your opinions mean anything now.
We didn't even watch the show. Fred got it an F. Robin gave it a C. Gary gave it a D.
Your thing with the paranoia is that's a great description, but in the scene, Tony clearly wasn't paranoid. It seemed like it was... It seemed like it was the end.
As a viewer, you got to feel the tension of constantly living on the edge.
He looked very relaxed. First of all,
that wasn't when. It was like during that whole episode, every time he took a meeting, every time he walked into a room full of people, every time he walked on the street, he could have gotten
What is your grade, Artie, on a scale of A to F?
I give it a B.
A B?
Oh. Yeah.
Because he knows Carlo.
Listen, guys,
Ralph, what do you give it? Ralph, what do you give it?
None of your opinions mean anything.
Hold it, Ralph, what do you give it?
Artie is almost right. It was clearly an A. And when you people...
You are A for asshole.
And go back and understand. If you don't know who Carlo was, you're not even fucking watching the show.
I mean, I got to agree with Ralph.
Dude, that is irrelevant.
The kids who...
All right, we don't know. We don't keep explaining because it's not going to do it. I'm looking at a picture of the guy I don't remember.
The kids who after...
Was he the guy who was with the feds at the beginning of the season?
No. This guy just got flipped.
Who AJ hooked up with.
All right, Ralph, will you give it an A?
I would give it an A. If there was one more pivotal scene, I would have given him an A+. Come on, Phil got his head rolled over.
Big deal. Wait, what about the other 48 minutes?
What about the ending? The ending's...
What about Uncle Junior when they come to that realization that it all means shit?
That's good.
That was beautiful.
He's trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Fred, you know what? You don't know what you're talking
about. And neither do you, Ralph.
The answer
you go down the street and you talk to anybody who's like an average, regular person viewer who has watched the show religiously since day.
People.
Oh, so now we're making it for Mensa candidates?
For smart people.
Get real.
The Daily News got it right. The headline of the Daily News today says...
understand it.
The Daily News headline today says...
Great, so let's watch, Plato.
Sopranos wax fans. That's
it's the New York Post. That's the New York Post.
All right. Now for the dumb opinion.
All right, there's a guy who gives it an A.
Do you remember...
Ralph is so off.
Do you remember the guy...
Fred,
do you remember...
Fred, do me a favor.
You're off, man.
Go back and watch these
You're
episodes.
so off. No, you're trying to make it something that it's not.
It's a masterwork.
It is not. You know what it is? It's the equivalent of Godfather 3.
You don't know the show. You don't even
I know the show as well as anybody else knows the show. I'm watching it on just a regular viewer. It's like it's not like a college course, Ralph.
What was the trucking company in season 1? It was mentioned about 10 times that Uncle Junior took, you know...
Oh, that's a ridiculous
What
question.
is the point of that, Ralph? It's like it's knowing who the key grip is in episode 3. It doesn't matter.
All right.
Did the story move along? Did it go somewhere? No,
All
it
right.
did not.
Eric, you don't know what you're talking about.
Eric the
All
Midget.
right, dude.
Eric the Midget, you're on the air.
Final word.
Yeah, he's the expert.
Eric, go ahead.
I have a message on behest of my associate, Johnny Fraudo. He wants you to know that he fucking hates this series now after the series finale.
Thank you.
Why can't Johnny tell us that?
Because he figured I get through easier than he does.
What do you think, Eric?
I'd rather hear from him.
I actually am not a viewer of the show.
You know what? Don't waste
You
that
sit
time.
around all day and you don't watch the best show on TV.
Well, I don't consider that the best show on TV.
Oh,
What's the best show on TV?
Heroes.
Whatever.
Because I want to be a swordsman.
First of all, it was weirder for me, too, because that restaurant where it ended, Halston's, you know, I sat with my father in that exact booth probably a million times.
Is that right? I thought that was a funny place for them to have their last dinner.
It's in Bloomfield, New Jersey. I think it's on Broad Street, and my uncle grew up 2 blocks from it. As a teenager, I was in that place all the time.
If you're interested in the answer of what the final grade should be...
Yes, go ahead. What do you think, really, Howard?
Well, I'm going to tell you right away. My initial response after watching it, because I don't know what the hell I was waiting for, and when that screen went black,
weren't you freaking out?
I would have given it an F. But I have to say, I woke up this morning thinking about every scene and thinking about the paranoia that I really felt paranoid the whole episode. I was so on edge.
I was sick to my stomach.
I was getting sick. I was like, uh-oh, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. And this must be the paranoia. I'm going to give it a final grade of a B+.
It was unsatisfying.
But it was not the episode. I wanted revenge, and I wanted to see killing.
The other great thing,
I wanted to see an old-fashioned mob movie.
You want to see everything you want to happen. You know what I mean? He left you wanting so much more.
I gave it a B+, which
see,
is...
without knowing... here's my
It made
only
me
thing.
wish that I hadn't watched this entire season.
Without the last scene, he seemed very comfortable. But that guy going to the bathroom,
you know what?
you think that's a
I felt he did.
I felt the same way you did, Fred, but I felt
he did a Francis Ford Coppola. Coppola got us like the goodwill of Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. And then he made Godfather 3, and it was like the biggest letdown of all time. It's the equivalent of at the end of Godfather 3, when Michael Corleone... Could you shut up for a fucking minute, Ralph?
I'll hang up on Ralph. He's just talking underneath you.
It's like at the end of Godfather 3, when Michael Corleone just like falls down in his chair dead.
Right.
It's not with a bang, but with a whimper. It's the same thing with this. I think he was too clever for his own good.
See, I disagree in the sense that, and I'll get off this in a second, but if you don't know who Carlo is...
If you say that one more time...
What does that got to do with it? Tony is paranoid about something.
What's the difference?
What did his lawyer say?
Family.
It could have been a stripper.
Let Artie finish his thought. He's never going to get off this otherwise.
Guys, Tony's more paranoid about the feds than anything right now because he's about to... They think he's going to get indicted. And the reason he's so paranoid is because the guy they flipped, Carlo, knows everything about him. I mean, he's like Paulie.
Okay.
So his kid got busted for ecstasy. Clearly, that was leverage they used to flip the guy. So Tony's telling Carmela, listen, they're going to indict me. She said, you talk to your lawyer again? He's like, yeah, Carlo's going to testify. That's not just some little guy. That's a guy who knows his...
All right. That's nothing to hang the...
That's what he's worried about. In the end,
you can't hang the whole 8 years of the show on that one little episode.
So what does that mean, Artie?
He's not an insignificant character.
All right, but it doesn't matter if you know exactly who he is. You know he's important. You know he's Carlo.
Wait a minute. We know that was an important flip for the feds, and that's why the indictments are coming down. We didn't miss that.
Artie's going to quit again. You better calm down.
That's what he's more paranoid about.
I just didn't know who Carlo know what?
Artie, you got to leave the show.
That's what he's more...
I know why he liked the episode, because it ended in a restaurant.
That's what he's more paranoid about right now, is the feds. Not the hitmen.
Let me say one more thing.
Stop.
The point is...
He's not paranoid about that. He knows that's going to happen.
The point is, it was such a great relief that it was just an indictment. He wasn't getting killed, and his family wasn't getting killed, and you felt a sense of relief. That was fucking great.
All right.
Now you're making shit up.
Eric the Midget, what do you want to add to this? Anything, or are you done?
Well, I also wanted to say, I was wondering, is there a over and under poll for when Artie will fall asleep today?
Touche.
If you're on for longer than 2 minutes, yeah.
All right, let's...
Eric's got some good lines. It's just your delivery, man.
All I'm saying is if David James...
What do you mean? What's wrong with his delivery?
It's a little slow.
Let me hear you do it.
A little slow.
What did he just do wrong?
It's like David Chase. He's a genius.
Hello. And I are my arms tired.
You can't stop doing it.
Eric, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Waiting for your dumbass to shut up.
Hey-oh.
All right, thank you, Eric.
All I know is if David Chase was sitting here and you guys didn't know who Carlo was, he would have said, listen, I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
Listen, if David,
can't be serious with
Artie,
this argument.
if David Chase was in there, they all change their tune and kiss his ass.
No,
I didn't. I gave it
incredible.
I gave it a positive review.
Yeah, you gave it a very good review. Robin would just fall right in line.
I said it was a C. I didn't really pan it.
D. Now you're like D. Oh, it sucked. Now you're like...
No, I did not say D. I said C.
I gave it a B. I didn't give it an A because it didn't give you that, that incredible, like, whoa,
right.
What the fuck just happened? But as a piece of, art or work, I think it makes you think, and it was interesting.
Let's go to Gary in Cleveland, Ohio, who wants to chime in. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, you've got to understand that excellent ending. And if you remember, Tony and his brother-in-law are in the lake, and they said you never know when you're going to get it.
Right.
We were third-party viewers going into that restaurant. We're watching that thing. We really did get whacked as viewers. That was the end for us. We did feel the paranoia. We saw it. We never saw it coming. But that's exactly...
All right, Gary liked it.
Gary, unlike the other Gary, makes a good point.
Now, let's go to Mike. Mike, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, how's it going? I was just wondering, do you think with the way the whole ending played out that would dovetail directly into a Sopranos movie?
Well, there is talk of a Sopranos movie, actually. And
John was saying that this morning. He thinks since they left so much on the table and so many people are still alive.
They could do it. And if I was James Gandolfini, I wouldn't run from the character Tony Soprano, because I got news for you. He's like Beaver, like anybody, like Superman. These people are typecast. And
absolutely.
He's stuck.
And he should do it, and he should milk it. And you know what? People love it, and don't be so uptight about it. Let's go to Eric. Eric, you're on the air in Albany.
Hey, Howard, how's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, I got to tell you, Artie, I love you, but a couple of weeks ago when you were debriefing the Sopranos show and you're going through everything Phil said, you called Paulie Gualtieri Paulie Viltieri. And it's like,
no, I
didn't. Kind of like a big fan that you did. And
no, I didn't. I didn't say Viltieri.
You said Viltieri.
No, I didn't.
He might have been asleep. But anyway, guys, just want to chime in.
Thank you.
I love you. The show's great. You're the best.
Thank you. John Hine, you own the, you used to own the website, jumptheshark.com. What are they saying?
People are pissed, but of course they're going to be pissed. You want that great finale to live up to your expectations.
What do you think, John?
Here's what I think, Ralph. There's no way you can give it an A+, and I'll tell you why.
I said A.
That last scene, all I'm thinking is they're going to whack this family. I can't believe what they're about to do. This is going to be incredible.
But who would have done that?
That would have been awesome.
Who would have ordered that?
Yeah,
Think about it. Who would have ordered? They made peace with the other guys. Phil is dead. Yeah.
But
Paulie clearly just said, "Look, I'm in your allegiance forever." Who would have ordered that hit?
You didn't know they made peace. They were questioning that.
Yes, they did.
No.
Come on. They said we're backing off.
No, they were.
His head run over.
They were questioning. No, not that Phil.
His head run over.
No, not that Phil got whacked. there was a scene later when he was talking to Paulie, and they weren't so sure about New York. They said, and actually he said it to Carmela later. He's like, he wasn't sure.
What does that have to do with the ending?
Because at the very end, you want some kind of payoff, Ralph. And I don't
want resolution.
And I don't want the, we're going to leave it up to you. That's my own personal opinion. I think I agree with Fred.
You feel it's a cop-out.
It's like build it yourself.
If they had shot Tony,
it's like, why don't they shoot the last 10 minutes like blank screen and let everybody in the audience imagine their own fucking ending?
If that guy in the members-only jacket comes out in the bathroom and blows Tony's head off, right? And that's how the show ends.
Yes.
Who do you think ordered that hit?
I don't want to do it yourself show. I want the guy to tell me the story.
John, was it great when Agent Harris tipped Tony off?
Absolutely.
Was it great that scene with Uncle Junior in the hospital?
I think they could have ended the show. I think they could have ended the show with the scene with Uncle Junior. Like right there. Yeah. I would have been satisfied. But then don't have Meadow Parallel Park, build up all this tension, Journey playing in the background.
Tension we're talking about.
Attention to nothing.
Yeah.
You're going to see it in 2 or 3 years when that movie comes out.
Let's go to Fa Fui.
What do you want to tell you that because all the guys have been asking me. So the thing that Kid Chris told me.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
This is how it
I wish he'd tell it. I mean, how could he ruin it? It never happened.
Well, but it really ruined my viewing experience when I tell you. So with 3 episodes left, he tells me that Meadow is going to get whacked. Which is a very interesting thing, because you believe that Phil Leotardo...
So he didn't know shit.
But you believe that Phil Leotardo's so mad at Tony that he might go after his family. So all I'm doing is watching the last 3 episodes, and when she's parallel parking, I'm just waiting for the fucking gun to hit her in the head.
Right.
Hey,
Gary, you always get duped, like computer viruses. Like somebody hits you up and like tips you off.
What was the thing you knew, Howard?
Oh, I knew that... Bobby Baccalari was in that. Yeah.
And Ralph, by the way, how do you get duped when a guy IMs you? That's not duped. The guy had wrong information. It's not that I believed it. It's that now I have to watch it.
He probably set you up. He probably made up some shit, Kid Chris, and then...
See, I thought...
sent a bunch to JD as well.
I thought he was going to... I thought after that ending, I agree with Howard. Like, what could he have told you? I thought maybe he just said Tony lives, you know?
Right. Let's go to A, babe. You're on the air.
Good morning. I'm going to make my case in 15 seconds for why Tony is dead. When he was in the boat with Bobby Bacala, he said when the ending happens, you don't know what hits you. And this whole show has been about Tony. From day one, it's always been about Tony. Tony died at the end, and that's why the screen went black.
But why wouldn't they show that, as Fred says? Why wouldn't they just...
why not?
Well,
you don't even have to show...
Tony doesn't see the massacre and the bloodbath. The bullet happens and it's all over.
I see. In other words...
That was the screen going blank, was Tony going blank.
But the show wasn't always just from his point of view.
You can't assume
that guy is wrong, but that's why it's so great, because people have like 25 different theories on what happened at the end, so that's what makes it great.
It was the best ending possible. It couldn't have ended any better.
Well, that is an interesting theory, that the screen went blank because Tony's world went blank.
I think it's better. I like the other guys. We got whacked because we don't know what happened.
When they were on the boat, Bobby and Tony, and they were talking about what it's like when you die, he said silence and black. I mean, so that lends some credence to that guy's theory. I don't agree with him, but I can see where he's coming from.
And there was no music at the end either.
And no music.
Sopranos ends with like some cool song.
That was the other thing. No music.
What Fred's point is, and show us him getting whacked.
Or, you know what, you don't even have to show the bullet. You don't have to show him. You take a wide shot from outside of the restaurant. You see gun flash, cut to black.
All right, there you go.
Then you still don't know what happened, but you know something happened.
What they did. You're right.
It's a button. It's a period at the end of a sentence.
You're on the air.
If you remember, Tony, when he goes to the psychiatrist, talks about his father's death. And when his father dies, Tony can't understand because all of a sudden it just happens. And if you remember, they're all at a restaurant. And he goes outside, the father, and gets killed. Tony ends the same...
Or he's in a restaurant.
Yes, he was. Tony's father gets killed at a restaurant when after... The last thing...
Every scene is in a restaurant in that show.
No. When Tony's in therapy, the confusion to him is why death had to happen that way. At the end, there's no music because Tony's dead. There's no music. It's all black. When you get killed like that, there's nothing else.
How do you know?
He's been dead.
Oh, you get killed other ways, there's still music.
No, but not when
you hear like a cool Elvis Costello song?
The show, it's all from Tony's perspective. Nothing has...
No, it wasn't.
You can't assume he's dead.
The story was always us watching Tony,
Right.
not from his. He never talked to us directly.
He never saw those other scenes with other people.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of it all is why is there just
But why should we have a question at the end of the show? We should know what happened, is Fred's point.
I thought it was the side. What happened? I thought there were...
You don't know what happened.
You think you know.
I got out of it that you're living with constant fear.
The most unrealistic part about it was...
We don't know that he died.
The most unrealistic part about it was that there were black kids in Halston. I've never seen that.
There's nothing resolved. His sister's not resolved. His uncle is not resolved.
Are you kidding? His sister is all alone again. She's
been alone before.
Love.
Yeah, but she was plotting to get Uncle Junior's money like she usually does, and he made sure Uncle Junior was going to leave it for the kids.
How about this theory? And this is a crazy theory. How about there was actually a blackout last night, and we never got to see the ending, that there is a real ending?
And it came back on right at the credits?
Yes.
That's a good one. I like that the best.
You like that?
I'm praying that's the way it ended.
I'm jumping up and down, hitting my TV.
Then I can't wait for one of the replays this week.
Did you hit your TV? I thought something was wrong with my television.
I was freaking out. I thought my TiVo went out.
I'm hitting the computer box.
I'm like, yeah, did it cut it off early?
I went into a total panic. I ran downstairs to my other television, checked, made sure that one was okay.
Mike, you're on the air.
I was watching HBO for a half an hour after and hoping someone would whack John from Cincinnati.
Please.
How bad was that?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You know what? That was a bad time to premiere anything. We're all, you know what, thinking about the episode. I don't have time to get into John from Cincinnati.
That's why it's an A.
I agree. Look, Ralph, I gave it a B just because...
You gave it a B+.
They were pushing that John from Cincinnati real heavily.
When HBO
John from
pushed
Cincinnati.
And those two Australian guys, too.
Oh, that looks really awful.
What, John from Cincinnati?
No, the two guys from New Zealand or wherever they're from.
Flight of the Conchords.
Good. I hope HBO drops dead.
Oh, they have no chance.
Yeah, even that Entourage is getting kind of pussy.
Yeah, this season wasn't all that great.
Yeah, they're having too much fun. It's like, fuck you.
Ralph, it's a good episode, but it's not an A. It's not.
It's a B+.
What do you think it is, John?
I'd give it a B. I'd give it a B.
John, what would make you happy? What do you want to happen then? Paul,
he wanted a resolution. He wanted to see an ending. He didn't get to see it. That's what made it flawed. Mike, you're on the air in Worcester.
There's an ending.
Ralph, I'm going to hang up on you. You're too chatty.
It was
Mike,
almost like the Russian guys.
Mike, go ahead.
Right.
Howard, at the end, they were kind of showing, like, the paranoia from everybody. Like, they showed the Middle Eastern guy sitting at the counter. Then he went into the bathroom. And then at the end, they showed the two black guys come in. And they were kind of showing, you know, he was scared of, had to be paranoid about everybody in the world.
Absolutely. We all got that.
Yeah, that we got. I mean, and that was a good way to show it. But I don't know. Danny, go ahead. We're coming toward the resolution of this conversation. Go ahead, Danny.
God, no.
Hello?
Yes.
Howard?
Danny, quickly.
Yeah, I agree with Ralph and Artie. I think it was an A. I think the only thing
Artie didn't give it an A.
I gave it a B.
I gave it a B+, and Ralph gave it an A.
Artie gave it a B because there wasn't enough food in it.
I think the only thing they should have did is they should have whacked Carlo, and then it would have been an ending.
Well, he was with the feds.
No, they can't get to him.
They didn't know where he was.
Carlo didn't matter. It mattered Tony's state of mind.
But it would have put a closure to everything.
All right, thank you.
Well, that's the whole thing. He doesn't know what's going to happen to him now.
That's great.
As the lawyer said before he got the ketchup bottle grabbed out of his hand.
That was funny.
That's why we try these cases.
Johnny Fratto, you're on the air.
That was funny.
Are you motherfuckers kidding me? I'm so fucking pissed. 7 fucking loyal motherfucking years I've been to these people, to this family. And look at how they... Are you kidding? An A... Who said A?
Ralph. Yeah.
Ralph, the idiot.
Yeah,
Ralph, what the... I wish Ralph was my teacher.
Johnny, you're one of these people who just sort of watched it with half an ear and half an eye. You don't know the ins and outs of the show.
Oh, he doesn't know the ins and outs
What
of
are
the
you saying, Johnny's not smart? What are you saying? Johnny's not smart?
No, he doesn't know that.
He makes a good living.
He's sort of
What do you mean
smart.
about the ins and outs?
Johnny, you don't know the show.
Do you know
You don't know the
Carlo?
characters. You don't know the...
You got to fucking be kidding me. What do you mean he doesn't know the show? That's his life.
I
know the characters.
But we're talking about TV shows.
Ralph, how can you sit and question whether or not somebody is intelligent enough to watch The Sopranos?
And Ralph's the most intelligent.
I mean,
give me 10 questions.
And the guy on the phone here with you, he lived the life of AJ.
He is AJ.
I don't care what he lived.
I hope he's not AJ.
AJ was a fuck-up. Are you saying Johnny was a fuck-up?
No, I'm saying Johnny was the son of a mob guy.
He would know.
He doesn't know the Sopranos.
But, I got to hang up on you, Ralph. You're annoying me.
I know the Sopranos.
I'm right.
I know the characters, and I'm going to tell you something. I understand David Chase might have been going, well, you know what? We're going to make this like real life. What we're going to do is we're going to end it with nothing but, we're going to put him in about 4 or 5, or make the viewer think he's going to see 4 or 5 bad endings. But we're going to end it just like life ends. That's some fucking creative shit. But that ain't why I buy HBO.
That's right. We got life.
See, you know what?
Yeah, we're already living life. We want to see a story, right?
He hit on a valid point.
I want him fucking dead. They better bring that motherfucker back and get him dead. Because I'm watching a television show. I don't care about how close to life or art it looks.
He's right.
Him to be dead.
And you know what? You know what?
But that's
you know what he kind of touched on, though? Is like everybody likes to try and make this show like it was like, oh, it's about family. It's always been about family. It's like, no, it's not. Everybody loves this show because it's about the fucking mob.
Right.
Let's get real.
Yeah, and let me tell you
let me tell you one more thing about this discussion we're having now.
What?
And this is the most important thing to say about this. And this is the thing that'll blow the lid off it. You ready? How's that for art? So play commercial work.
I thought we were really going. All right, go.
All right, Little Steven's here. Little Steven, of course, famous for his role on The Sopranos, for the Bruce Springsteen Band, E Street Band. And he's got a radio show here on satellite. He's got a lot going on. You know what I mean? He's a busy man. Hey, Steven, good to see you. There he is, the famous Little Steven.
Hi, man.
Steven.
How are you, Howard?
Hey, good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Pleasure. That was a very weak handshake. What happened there? Let me ask you something. Are you a guitar player who's nervous about his hands? Honestly. You went to shake my hand, and you didn't really grip it.
I tell you why, because you got rings?
Yes.
I used to wear rings. I hated people who crushed my hand.
And it hurts.
I hate that.
And you were aware of that.
Kill them.
You were sensitive enough to know that I was wearing a ring. You didn't want to.
Yeah, I know people want to be macho and crush your hand.
Right.
You know
Thank you.
I'm like,
No, I was thinking maybe you're worried about your. I mean, your hands are your life.
No, you know what? When I get ready for a tour, I do a lot of boxing, so I don't really, worry about the fingers.
I interviewed Billy Joel about this. Billy Joel, he'll ride a motorcycle. He fell one time on the motorcycle. His thumb is like rubber now. I go, you're a piano player. Aren't you worried about your hands? I would think a guitar.
Yeah, but
if you couldn't play the guitar, and so you're boxing?
I don't think about it like that. You know what I mean? I don't think about...
You're not neurotic?
No, but I'm not like a guitar player 24 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Are you not? When did you start playing guitar?
Oh, I was young. I was like 13,
Thank God, right?
Yeah.
It was a calling?
Lucky. Yeah, it certainly saved my life, yeah.
Did you take a lot of lessons?
I took one lesson.
One lesson?
Yeah, and in those days, they taught you, Old MacDonald had a farm,
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about guys who are musicians? I don't know whether it's not cool to say you had lessons, but it seems like almost every guitar player I interview or piano player, they say, no, I taught myself. That's a sign of genius, isn't it, to be able to do that?
No, believe me. I'm not, I don't know any genius.
Are you a great guitar player?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. But no, what happened, Howard, in those days, I mean, maybe it's different now. It is different now because, rock took over.
Right.
But when we started, there was no rock teachers. So I wanted to learn Beatles songs. I wanted to know Rolling Stones songs, and it teach me Old MacDonald had a farm. That's why nobody took lessons.
But can you write music?
No.
You can't read it?
No.
Wow.
And I arrange strings, I arrange horns, I'm an arranger. But
in the early E Street Band days, the reason you got into the band, in a sense, is because you arranged the horns on Jungle Land, right?
10th Avenue Freeze-Out.
10th Avenue Freeze-Out was your song.
Yeah, but no, we had been friends. Me and Bruce have been friends really since '65.
You and Bruce Springsteen were friends because you both were sort of weirdos who were a little too much into music.
That's right.
You weren't popular with girls. You weren't.
No.
Bruce too, right?
Yeah, it was not cool to be in a rock and roll band.
What year are we talking about when you and Bruce bonded? When you were kids at school?
We first met 65, 66. We both had bands in the area, and that was a weird thing to do. It was only about 10 bands.
How old were you at that point?
16.
16. So it's 16. But that was the invasion, the British invasion, the Beatles.
Yes.
I thought it was the coolest thing in the world to want to start a band.
Oh, well, it was for us.
Right.
But no, the girls still like the football players and the surfers. You know?
You were sort of a weirdo if you were really going to be a professional musician.
Yeah, it was some separation. Something didn't translate from the Beatles, you know, in Hard Day's Night or whatever, and us. It was just like two different things.
Did you and Bruce, back when you were 16, when you were kids, hanging out at the same high school, I assume?
No, different schools.
Different schools, but you knew each. How do you know each other if you go to different schools?
From the circuit. In other words, you would play, you know, the same 10 places. Whatever.
Even at 16, you were playing these places.
Yeah.
That's balls. Yeah. To get up at 16 and start playing in these places?
Yeah, we were good.
And so you guys started to know one another, and you were these freaky dudes who thought they were going to be professional musicians.
Well, it was an impossible dream, of course.
Right.
You know, but if you were in a band, you were friends because you were freaks.
Right.
Okay? And then when you got long hair, you were friends. Anybody who had long hair, we were friends.
So who were the people influencing you at that point? The Beatles and the Stones?
Beatles, Stones, Kinks, The Who, you know.
Would you go home and listen to those records when they come out with a new record and just listen to it religiously over and over?
Wear them out.
And then would you sit in your room and try to pretend to play the leads on the Beatles songs?
Yeah, you would slow down the record. You know,
right.
In those days you had 45s and 33 RPM.
Yeah.
Right.
You would slow down the 45s so you can learn the solo.
Wow.
And so you would listen to the solo and then plunk away at the notes because you had no formal training.
Right.
Pretty impressive.
And you'd watch them, like when they came on Ed Sullivan or whatever, you'd watch their fingers.
Are you being humble when you say you're not a great guitar player?
No, I'm not really a really musician's musician. I wanted to play guitar well enough to complement the songs.
But when you
were...
were...
It's all about the songs for me.
In the beginning, you played mostly lead guitar, right? You played most of the leads.
Yeah. In those days, you had to be a good guitar player.
As Bruce got better at the guitar, did he start to take over the leads?
No, we were both the lead guitar players in our respective bands.
Right.
And then when I first joined him, I joined because he wanted to put the guitar down in front of the band for the first time.
Right.
So I was the lead guitar for a brief period, a couple of years. And then by 78, or the 80s, certainly, he started taking over more of the lead. Yeah.
You were the guy who started calling him the boss first. Because at some point, you guys used to look at yourselves as equals, and then at some point you looked at Bruce one day and you said, he's more talented than I am. He's the boss.
Exactly right. And that's when it counted, because I was a boss.
Yeah, right.
And I was very, very respected locally. And when I started calling him the boss, people took notice because they're like...
Was that a blow? You know, I was thinking about you. In The Sopranos, you're the number 2 guy to Tony Soprano. In the Springsteen band, you're the number 2 guy, basically, to the boss.
Bruce, yeah.
Does that bother you on any level? I mean, you're a talented man.
No. That's my natural instinct. That's my natural inclination.
Is that your unique talent, that you don't get your ego involved in this, that you can be a good band member because you are willing to be the number 2 guy?
It's nice knowing both sides. You know what I mean, Harry? When you have been a boss,
right.
then you know how to be a good soldier. You know, and you know, you're an advisor when it's appropriate, but not too much. You know. And that's my natural inclination. I like being that second in command. I don't like the spotlight that much.
Isn't it funny that some bands break up for precisely the thing that you're talking about? That a lot of guys can't take the number 2 position. They can't say, "Hey, Bruce has got it, and I'm going to let him lead us."
No, you're right.
I think that does invent. In fact, you were the guy who reunited the Rascals on your radio show.
I thought you meant the Little Rascals.
Not the Little Rascals, the Young Rascals. Who, one of my favorite bands, and I thought were a dynamic, great band, the Young Rascals.
Fantastic.
They were so at odds with one another that at one point I remember there were the Young Rascals, and then there was something called the Good Rascals. Like they had to split the name up and go this. What did those guys in? What was it? Ego?
You know, if you ask them now, they don't know. You know, it's like that. I mean, I'm sure in those days, drugs usually were a factor.
Right.
You know, with most breakups. And you know, honestly, you talk to them now, and they're friendly again, and we're talking about doing a reunion tour.
No kidding.
Possibly, yes.
The Rascals?
Yes, it could happen.
Think of the hits those guys had. Good Lovin'.
I know. How Can I Be Sure?
Right. They were brilliant.
Come On Up. Yeah.
And that was, what was it? Cavallari was the guy. And Felix Cavallari. And so that's what does them in. Drugs, the infighting. One guy can't stand that the other guy might be more talented or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awkward because they had two great lead singers, remember?
Right.
Eddie Brigati and Felix. Eddie had the first single, I Ain't Gonna Eat Up My Heart Anymore.
Right, great single.
And then the second single, Good Lovin', broke him nationally.
Right.
Right, so then Felix became more of the lead singer. And I don't think that there was a good management in those days, which is a big factor. I think the biggest factor, honestly.
Right.
Who separates people who make it and those who don't. And no manager said, wait a minute, let's keep the lead vocals equal and balanced. You know?
Right, right.
It kind of went towards Felix, and I think that was the beginning of a little bit of an awkward situation.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to me that, I know what I have to ask you before I forget about this. So, playing the Super Bowl. You did it. Why is it such a tough gig? Everyone's like Elton John was. We played an interview with him, and he was saying that Madonna's going to lip sync and she's going to suck. Basically,
he said that.
Well, he didn't say it like that.
He said she's going to lip sync.
Right. Why is it such a dangerous gig?
Well, it's really precise. First of all,
right.
And I forget what it is, like 13 minutes exactly. You know.
Right.
And I just wanted to see them assemble that stage. That's all I wanted to see.
It's amazing, right? Because they have to do it quick.
It's amazing.
Right.
Okay? 50 different, it's like ants coming out with little different pieces of the stage.
Right.
The commercial's on. The guy comes over to you, he says, 2 minutes to showtime.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, my God.
There's no stage.
Yeah, I actually felt a little nervous for the first time in, many years.
Right.
And, you're going out to 1 billion people. It makes you a little nervous. And it just, the pressure is that it's a big audience, and it's very, very quick. It's not like you can have a show and relax,
So did you have to rehearse? Like, you guys probably don't have to rehearse a lot anymore.
No, they want you down here all week.
Wow. And you go several times over that set because it's almost like a different kind of show. It's a compilation show.
Well, they want to make sure all the camera angles are exactly right, and they get the fireworks behind you at a certain moment. And, it's like a big deal.
Did you say to Bruce, do you guys have the kind of relationship where you say to him, maybe this isn't even right for our band. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this?
No, we waited. We were asked many times.
Right.
Okay? And Bruce, waited until they allowed us to have the audience come right up to the stage.
That was important to him.
Yes, and I think that was the first time. I'm not sure, but it might have been one of the first times they allowed that, rather than a gap between,
Is it important to him because he wants to feel some connection with the audience, or is it more of a PR kind of thing? Those are my fans.
No. You're playing to that 1,000 or 2,000 people that are right there.
Right.
I mean, you're not playing to the billion. How do you do that, right?
Right.
So you want to think about the 2,000 people in front of you, and then, forget about the cameras, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that was important to us, and I think it made all the difference, because it just felt like another gig, once you get into it, and, now you're playing to these people that you can see,
Don't you think it was good that you got involved with the Sopranos, not only for your own head, to step out and do your own thing, but also it was said to Bruce, I'm not sitting at home waiting around for you. Because I would think as a band, it is difficult for you to wait for Bruce to decide to do a tour, for Bruce to decide whether he wants to have an E Street band with him. It kind of said to him, you know what, hey, look, pal, I do have a life outside of this. Am I right or am I wrong? Boy, I'd love to hear that conversation privately.
Did he have to go ask Bruce what he's saying?
No, it wasn't like that. It was, I think you have a good point in that everybody should have their own life, and be as independent as you can be, and then you come together every 3 years or whatever it is, and tour, which is what we've been doing lately.
There's going to be a new tour.
Going to be a new tour, and every time I have a new TV show, Bruce decides to do a new tour. So I got a new TV show called Lilyhammer coming on.
Yeah, now that's going to be exclusive on Netflix, right?
The first original programming from Netflix.
And it's about your mob character, essentially, who has to move to, Norway.
Well, it's a different mob character, but it is a mob character.
But it's a fish out of water kind of story.
Yes, yeah. I go to witness protection program in Norway.
Wow, they're sending people that far away now?
Well,
how does that work? I mean, did you shoot the whole series already?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
8 episodes, yeah.
Oh, so it's not going to interfere with your tour?
No, but it was shot for Norwegian TV, and it's in Norwegian other than me.
Oh,
okay?
Wow.
Which is why it's weird that the Netflix is so cool. They said, I went to them, I said, listen, I got a new TV show, but it's in Norwegian.
Yeah.
And the premise is my character understands Norwegian but doesn't speak it.
Right.
Right. So it's a little,
weird.
Right? A little weird.
Right.
All right. And then the Netflix guys, Ted and Reed, they were like, you know what? We want it with the subtitles, just like it is.
Right.
Which was really cool.
Right.
And it's going to be their first original programming, which I thought, Jesus, use something subtitled for their first original programming.
So if I'm a Netflix subscriber, that's the only way I can get it.
You get it, yeah. And it's on February 6th, next week.
Well, that's a pretty cool move.
Yeah, it's nice because this character's a little bit. I can do a little bit more with him because I'm starring in this one.
So when you were sitting at home at 13, and you're sitting there and you're playing the guitar, you had no illusions that you were going to be some kind of big rock star kind of thing, right? You just were doing it for the love of it.
Well, you had the dream, I think, immediately when you saw. When the Beatles came on, they were so good that you didn't think you could do that, okay?
Right.
But 4 months later, the Rolling Stones came. Right. All of a sudden, they were like, not quite, the hair wasn't quite as perfect, they didn't wear the same clothes, and...
You start to think, maybe I could do this.
Just maybe. Right. They made it look easier than it was, obviously. But that was the change. All of a sudden, it was like, wait a minute, maybe I can do this.
And then by the time it's Dave Clark 5 and Herman's Hermits, you go, I can definitely do
absolutely, I can do this.
I'm there. Did you start writing? Did you co-write any of the songs with Bruce early?
No.
Was it always just Bruce writing these songs?
Yeah, he was very prolific right from the beginning, and I remember I go over his house when we were first friends, and he was writing then, at the age of 16, which was like really thinking way ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I hadn't thought to write a song for another couple of years.
Because in the beginning, when you team up, you're doing cover versions and things like that. No one thinks to write a song.
And that's important that a lot of bands are not doing anymore, is doing those cover versions, because that's how you learn. That's how you raise your standards. You're playing the best songs out there, right? So now you start to write. It has to be almost as good as that.
Mm. Was there a period of time that you were shitty? Like, I mean, you'd go to clubs, get booed off the stage, and people would just say, get off. Or were you actually really that good in the beginning?
We were pretty good from the start.
How does that happen?
I don't know. I mean, you spend a year or two learning how to play.
Right.
And in those days, there was just so few bands who had the balls to go on stage.
Right. And when you're 16 and you start doing this, and you're actually pretty good. And women, all of a sudden, like in high school, I imagine you weren't the popular guy, you were the weirdo who played guitar, and then suddenly you're on the stage, and then the women start to happen too, right?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Took time.
It was still a freak,
Wow.
Yeah, maybe because they thought only British guys could be rock stars. You know what I mean? The Americans were just...
Yeah, like, hey, you assholes, you're going to end up with no job and you're a loser.
And they knew that we were the guys who couldn't get on the sports team, let's face it, which is true.
Right. Is it true that you are worth $120 million? I just read that. You are worth $120 million. In my notes, $120 million.
There's a decimal point in the wrong place. $12 I'm worth.
Is there that big a disparity between you and Bruce in terms of income? I mean, because he is the writer, is that where he makes the...
Bruce is very generous, actually. And I've done well with Sopranos and now with Lilyhammer, and plus I have the syndicated radio show. Me and you were the only one with 2 stations here, by the way.
That's right.
You were saying before maybe he has a show on Sirius XM.
I said a station
I have 2 stations on Sirius XM.
You have 2 channels. You have the Garage.
Underground Garage, 21, and Outlaw Country on 60. So we're the only ones with 2 channels.
Right.
Actually,
okay.
But then I have the syndicated show on regular radio, which has sponsors. Like my new sponsors, Victory Motorcycles.
Oh, very nice. Are you a motorcycle guy?
You know what? I used to be, and I haven't been. But these guys are, so cool. I only have a few sponsors, so it's just them and the Hard Rock.
Do you play guitar every day still?
No.
You don't?
I don't play until a tour happens.
Really?
I'll go 3 years.
You don't enjoy... You'll go 3 years without picking up guitar?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? I mean, here you loved it so much.
Because I'm doing other things. You know what I mean? I'm
But you don't have that, I gotta keep my fingers nimble and...
You relearn. It takes a week or two. You get right back.
You get right back into it.
Yeah. After so many years. But I just don't think... I don't walk around as a guitar player. That's just not my identity anymore. Just that. You know what I mean? I am that. But I'm also, I'm an actor. I'm a DJ. I'm, a lot of things.
First time you left the band, why did you leave the band the first time?
I became obsessed with politics, Howard.
Let me tell you something about politics, because you don't know this. You know who runs America? Corporations, pal. You understand that? There's no more freedoms.
Did you see my thing?
What are you talking about?
Did you see the thing I wrote the other day?
No. No, I'm teaching you about politics.
How about this guy? Can you see it?
No.
You ready, right? I did an editorial.
Like, man, it's the fucking corporations. You got to get them.
Am I wrong?
Let's go. No, you're not wrong. What about you became obsessed with politics, so you left the E Street Band. Is that really true?
Yeah, and it sounds silly.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, okay? It is crazy.
Stephen, you have said that you wanted to learn everything you could about America, the political system, how the world works. In other words...
And what were you going to do after you learned all this?
Well, I just spent my whole life not learning anything. You know what I mean? It was just
Were you a
rock and
bad
roll.
student?
Yeah, very.
Did you leave high school early?
I got kicked out of high school, and then I went back.
How did you get kicked out?
Well, I got kicked out for having long hair.
Oh,
is that true?
Yeah, you couldn't have long hair in those days.
And you'd rather... What did your father... Were your parents married at that time? Or they,
no, but I got kicked out of the house at the same time.
Did your parents kicked you out of the house?
Yeah, I got kicked out of the house, and then so I couldn't go to school because I wasn't living at home.
Wow.
So
was your father a tough father?
He was very tough.
Did you think you were an asshole for having long hair and playing the guitar all day in your room?
Yes. He was an ex-Marine, Goldwater Republican.
I see. Do you have any contact with him now?
No, he's gone. You know,
right.
but we got very friendly. After those first couple of years, and I put him through torture. I mean, I was one of the 2 or 3 freaks in the whole state.
But wait a second. Was there a period of time where your dad could have been a little bit more understanding of what you were going through?
Honestly, Howard, when I look back now, I feel bad for what I put him through.
What did you put them through?
I was one of the few freaks in the entire state, okay? And they thought, I mean, I don't know how we...
They were worried for your future.
Yeah, and if you had long hair and you were in a band, they figured you were a drug addict.
Yeah.
Where did you find the courage to have the long hair, to stick to your guns about music? Like, you could have conformed and pleased your father and your mother. Where did you find that inspiration?
You know what? Honestly... I had no choice. It wasn't courage. And people say this all the time. You were so tough and courageous. No, I couldn't do anything else. I was a complete loser. I was too small for sports. Didn't want to go to college. Didn't want to do anything. Just wanted to play rock and roll. I had no choice. All those guys who played rock and roll. The day before the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, there was no bands in America.
Right.
None.
Nothing.
Okay?
The music industry was like, Perry Como or something.
They went on February 9th, 1964. February 10th, everybody had a band.
Right.
Everybody had a band. I'm not kidding.
Right.
Now, only a few of them got out of the garage, but there was a bunch of them. And they all, when they had a choice, they took it. To go to work, to go to college, to join sports, to join the Army, whatever they did.
You had to find your life.
You had a choice, you took it. The ones who were left standing literally had no choice.
When the school said, cut your hair or leave, I would imagine your old man and your mother pulled you aside and said, listen, I'm worried about your future. You can't do... They probably screamed and yelled at you, right?
Yeah, they were very upset because there was no business. I'm trying to be in the rock and roll business. There is no rock and roll business yet. You know what I mean?
And it didn't
happen until the 70s.
That's true. And then they threw you out. Your parents looked at you and threw you out of the house.
Where did you go when your parents threw you out of the house?
I moved in with my girlfriend.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a girlfriend.
Yeah, it was great.
Look at you.
She had an alcoholic mother. Right?
Oh, goodness.
So she was really cool. You know what I mean?
Alcoholics are the best people's homes to move into because they got their own issues and they're ignoring you.
Exactly.
Some guy upstairs fucking their daughter and they're drunk. They don't care. Right. You're so right. Find an alcoholic.
Wow.
Is your mother still alive?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you close to her or do you really...
I go down every week and see her in Jersey, yeah.
You don't have anger toward your parents?
No.
Did you feel like Bob Dylan? Like Bob Dylan, I get the feeling was just like completely alienated from his family.
Well, yeah, you can imagine, right?
Right.
I mean, and we all were. I mean, that whole generation,
Bruce was too, right? Did you have that in common? His father was a real shit to him, wasn't he?
Well, they were just.
They didn't understand.
It's hard to explain because there's no comparison now.
Right.
Okay? It was a complete break in our culture at that moment. Completely. Okay? From the past to the future.
So did you ever have a real job or did you actually go support yourself through music?
No, I actually did. I worked construction, road construction for 2 years.
When you say road construction, can you actually, could you go back to that if you needed to? You know how to do it?
No. After 2 years of that, I ran back to show business. I'm like, oh my God. That's work.
That's hard work.
That's work, okay? What we do is nice. It's
but
fun.
Isn't that an exciting kind of job in the sense that, you probably worried about your career in music and this and that. When you jackhammer and you're done for the day, you can go out for drinks and have a nice fucking night, right?
That's true.
Right. So there's a different kind of pressure, right?
That's true. Yeah, but I wasn't meant to do that, and I realized that.
So when you decided to leave the E Street Band the first time, and you say, listen, Bruce, I got to go figure out politics and how this world runs. Does he pull you aside and say, listen, shithead?
Yes.
Who do you think you are?
Him and 100 other people.
Who else pulled you aside?
Oh, my God. My mentor, Frank Barcelona, who's the most important agent in history.
Right. He was your mentor.
He was my mentor, and now, unfortunately, he has a bit of Alzheimer's going on.
That's a shame.
Yeah, terrible. But everybody said, you worked your whole life
to get to this.
Right? We just broke. We just had our first success with The River.
Right.
1980.
Right.
Finally, we were selling out arenas. We had our first hit single, Hungry Heart, right, which was the first thing I co-produced.
Yep. Congratulations.
And then you know, we sold 3 million records, which we thought was the most records you could sell.
Right.
Well, you can't sell more than 3 million.
Right. Who does that?
I mean, 3 million people. You can picture that, right? It's a lot of people. And after all that work, from the age of 15 till 15 years later, and I walked away, and I was just very stupid.
And so when you walk away, at what point, now you have to educate yourself in politics. That was the goal. How do you begin to educate yourself about politics?
Start reading books. Okay, start reading books, you know.
Was it like homework to you? Like you said, you had you're not a guy who wants to sit and read books.
No, but at that point you do. See, that's how education should work. When you're really interested in learning about things, you do, you know.
Well, you're right. I read a book once called Summerhill, where they as a school, that they never forced you to read, never forced you to do anything.
I love that book.
Right, until you're ready to learn.
And then people learn like 10 years of stuff in a year.
They were all geniuses, like Harvard types.
I read that book.
That's right. And so you now had the love of education. So what would you do? You would go and go to the library and get a book every day and start to read about politics.
Yeah, there's a bookstore right by my house, and I go over there and you start reading, you know, Noam Chomsky and people like that, and you realize, oh my God, we grew up thinking America was the heroes of the world and supporting democracy everywhere.
Right.
And it was not true. Okay, we were supporting half the dictators in the world.
Right.
And you start to feel responsible because I had gone to Europe, and a kid came up to me and said, you know, why are you putting missiles in my country, in Germany?
Right.
And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? There's a guitar in this case, not a missile. You know? But I realized, oh my God, I'm an American citizen. That's how he looks at me. You know, I'm not like a guitar player or a Democrat or a Republican. I'm an American to this guy.
Right.
I didn't know what that meant.
And so when you see the war in Iraq and you see what we're doing in Afghanistan, are you for it or are you against it?
God.
You're against it.
It's complicated, but I'm mostly against it.
Even Afghanistan, after the World Trade Center, you were against?
No. That was the right move.
Okay.
That was the right move.
Right.
And we left before we got them, you know, and before we did a, you know, but being there looking for Al-Qaeda after they're gone is a mistake.
Right. In other words, they're in Pakistan now. They've packed up their bags and gone.
Yeah.
So now we're there, and then we're having an influence on them that's probably not positive.
It's billions of dollars we don't have, and guys are dying, and I hate that. I hate to see. I'm a very big supporter of our military people, and I hate it when they're not, you know,
being used properly.
Yeah, when they're not protected, you know, and they're not there doing the right thing, because how can we win? What are we going to win?
Did everyone? So at what point are you getting this education? And other than knowledge, there was no other goal. You weren't going to go into politics. You weren't going to do anything, right? You just wanted to educate yourself.
I started writing political songs.
Right.
So I was using what I was doing.
Right.
And you turn that into a song.
Right.
Okay, because it's not. The rock and roll medium is not something we can give a lot of information. You're communicating emotional communication, right?
Right.
So you take a song like Los Desaparecidos from my second record, where it was about the intellectuals in Latin America being disappeared.
Right.
By the military, who are working with the fruit company, who are supported by the American government, right? And our tax dollars are going to kill these innocent people, and the fathers will be disappeared. So I wrote a song from the mother's point of view, telling her son why the father wasn't coming home. So you translate it into an emotional song.
Right.
You know? That's what I did for 5 albums, all through the 80s.
And so at what point, when you're doing this educating of yourself, do you say, uh-oh, I made a mistake leaving the E Street Band?
It was pretty early.
Early on.
When I realized...
maybe I could have done both.
Well,
I could have educated myself and been in the E Street Band.
It's easy to say that later, but I don't know. You're compelled, you know, at a certain point in your life to do certain things, and then you say, well, if only I'd known. But the truth is, I learned everything I know since I left.
Right.
You know, so it's hard to say. But looking back now, it's obvious I shouldn't have left, obviously. But
so when you left early, and at the point that you get where you start to realize maybe I shouldn't have left the band, do you pick up the phone and call Bruce and say, Bruce, I made a mistake?
No, you have to go. You have to see it through. You have to say, okay, I'm on this path now. Let's see how far I can go with it. And, and then after 5 albums, I learned what I wanted to learn.
Right.
I realized who's running the world, how it's run.
Yes.
You know, which is very simple. Like we talked about in that editorial.
Of course. So the corporations. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, money in politics is the problem.
PACs, super PACs, all this stuff.
There's only one issue. It comes down to one issue in politics, which is, you know, there shouldn't be any money involved in the campaign.
That's how it was when our forefathers made the country. These guys used to go have a regular job, and then they go to Washington 2 months out of the year, right?
Yeah, if only they put that in the Constitution, we'd be a different country right now.
I loved it when you said money, the court said money is free speech, but they didn't think about the people with no money and how that would be impeding their speech.
There's a catchy song.
That's it. Money is speech, right? Protected by the Constitution. Right. Well, if you don't have money, you have no speech.
No speech.
You're not, you know, it's wrong.
And when you look at this movement like the Tea Party or the organized movement, Occupy movement, they really don't have any power, right? Because it's the corporations that laugh at everybody doing all this shit.
Absolutely right.
It looks like the small people are all fighting each other while the big corporations
And that's terrible right now, Howard. I hate seeing these occupiers fighting with the police. This is really... It's like 60s all over again. We're seeing, you know, it's like deja vu. I mean, the 99% include the police.
Right, everybody's... Right? The 99% are the ones fighting with each other.
Yeah, it's terrible to see that, honestly. We got to stop that somehow, really. It's very, very bad. And you know, I wish everybody, and left or right, Tea Party on the right and occupiers, if they just adopted this thing, no more money, overturn Buckley Vallejo, the worst Supreme Court decision, I think, in history.
Okay.
You know, and then they'd have something to fight for.
Because then they'd have a true voice, because everyone would be equal.
Yes.
Everyone would have equal say.
And there'll be democracy for the first time in the country.
Now, so how the hell, when Nils took over for you in the band?
Yeah, Nils and Patty. Nils played the guitar and Patty did the vocal.
Did you start to get resentful of those two?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No, it was my choice to leave.
Don't you think Nils should be kicked out of the band now that you're back in the E Street Band?
Well, you know, it would be nice if he's a little taller, let's face it.
Do you think Bruce could have been really vindictive? Do you think Bruce could have been vindictive and said, you know what, Steven, you left me? Like a lesser guy might... This is where the rascals fuck up. And Bruce maybe is a self-realized guy. He said, you know what, I'm not going to hold it against you that you left me. I'm going to have you back in the band.
Honestly, he, if you look on the back of Born USA, which I had co-produced with him.
Right.
And that came out after I left.
Yes.
He says, you know, Bon Voyage, you know, he says something nice in Italian saying, you know, my friend, my brother, have a good journey. You know, so he, right away, you know, we were both upset for a minute there, you know, because, you know, we'd spent a lot of time. Yeah.
What was it? How'd you get back in, though? Like, did you call him?
Well, no, we kept being friends. I mean,
you did?
Oh, yeah. You know, we would talk, and we would, you know, all those years. And then finally, you know, we were talking one day, and I said to him, I said, you know, I feel bad that it wasn't just us, but it seemed like all of the groups of the 80s suddenly disappeared at the same time.
Right.
You know, all of a sudden, you know, we were gone, Tom Petty was gone, Mellencamp, all of those guys, Seeger, Jackson Brown, all of a sudden... Right. There was nobody around for a minute, you know, and I'm like, we spent all that time creating a relationship with our audience, and here we are, you know, I feel bad for the audience that we have now, you know, created a habit, you know what I mean? Like it's like a...
And the original band isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, we're not satisfying that relationship, so I said, you know, it's something to think about, we should maybe, you know, get back together and...
Do you love Bob Seger, too? I mean, it seems like Bruce is really hung up on Bob Seger.
No, I played Bob Seger's early stuff, you know. He was a very heavy, cool garage guy in Detroit in the beginning.
Yeah,
you know?
I remember.
Remember Ramblin' Gamblin' Man?
Yeah,
cool things?
all that stuff.
He was really cool. So I played those first 5-6 singles in my underground garage format.
No, but I remember in the 80s, I'd go see Bob Seger, and Bruce Springsteen would come out at the end of the show and jam with Seger.
All friends, yeah.
All friends.
Yeah.
And so...
He did it the other day, by the way, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Right, recently.
Yeah, Seger came out of nowhere and did a show, and then Bruce showed up and did a couple.
Yeah, they're friends, yeah.
They're friends. Is Bruce... Are you in love with Bruce?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, we've been best friends for 40... How long? Like,
is he your closest?
Doing the audition before.
Is he your closest male friend?
Probably, yes. All these years, yeah. Certainly one of them.
You're not going to try to replace Clarence, are you, with another sax player?
I don't know. You know, we just started rehearsals this weekend.
Really?
So we got to talk about all this stuff. It's, obviously you can't replace him. Okay, first of all, you know that. But you know, it was terrible even with Danny. I mean, you know,
your keyboard
Danny,
player.
Yeah, we lost Danny. Yeah. So we're going to talk about this week and see what we're going to do.
What is that like when you talk about it? I mean, is there a formal meeting that we're going to go sit down and talk about Clarence?
No, we had rehearsals and you know, and then either before rehearsal or after rehearsal, we'll talk about it.
Should I be at the rehearsals to help you guys through this?
I think you should.
Don't you think that I could?
What would you put in? What do you think they should do?
What do I think they should do?
Yeah.
They should do what I've seen Billy Joel do or McCartney do. You got a guy there who's sort of, he can play a lot of different things. He can do keyboard. He can stand up and play the sax. And you have him there and you pay him a couple of bucks and you let him, you know, he's not a band member. That's what you do. I think that's what we're going to do. Am I right, Stephen? You're laughing because I'm right, aren't you? You get these pickup guys, you know, they're not going anywhere.
Oh, my
right?
goodness.
The guy already knows there's nothing happening. He's going to get some solo deal that'll never go anywhere. Isn't that what you do, Stephen?
You are a funny guy.
Right, that's going to be it. Pick this guy up for a couple of dollars.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
We'll
really,
see.
what are you going to do? You're not going to find a guy
You're
who
not
had the
going to create
presence.
some Clarence.
Clarence had the history with the band. You can't replace that. That's it. So someone will have to play those saxophone parts. But
assuming that, if we go in that direction, yeah.
Do you think it would be kind of cool if you had like one of those screens set up, and then when the sax part comes on,
Clarence was virtual,
and you play the old sax part? What do you think? What do you think of that? Too much money?
All these things will come up at the meeting.
At the meeting,
I'll bring them all up.
Is the meeting catered? I would love to be at a meeting. I love meetings. I love it.
Honey Nut Cheerios and rice milk.
I mean, there's really going to be a meeting where you jam out ideas and say, "Listen, maybe we should do this."
Not in a formal way, but, you know, you talk as friends, you know, what are we going to do?
I'll tell you the truth. I've met Bruce at a couple of parties, and, you know, we stand there and we look at each other and we try to have a conversation, but it's very awkward.
Why?
I don't know. I have a hard time with him.
First of all, you're a very musical guy. You're a very funny guy. You're a very personable
clam
guy.
up. He seems like a bigger-than-life guy.
He's the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, but I can't think of anything to say. You know what I'm saying?
Say, you know, talk about the
When's the last time you got laid?
You're a music fan.
Bruce seems like a proper guy, too. Can you have fun with him? Can you talk about pussy or something like that? Like something gross, you know, where you can get down and dirty with the guy? Or does everything have to be political? I mean, really? Is it about to be at migrant farm workers, or can you talk pussy? I mean, really? Does it ever get fun?
Well, the conversation's more on the migrant farm worker side, I think.
It seems very serious. And the farm workers are getting screwed over, aren't they, Stephen? Hey, Bruce, can we talk about pussy for 5 minutes?
So why don't you read the paper before you see Bruce?
I mean, like I got to study up or something. You know what I mean? He seems
He's not that formal. He's not like that. But, you know, next time, just say hello. Talk about the Rolling Stones.
Okay. Hey, what do you think of Mick Jagger? Bowie's pretty cool, huh?
The records, the music.
I will talk about the music.
You're a musical guy.
I love music.
I know you are.
I'm a judge. I'm on America's Got Talent. I'm going to be judging musicians. That's right. I might have you guys play during when I'm there as a judge. I'll let you and Bruce come on and do a little something. We'll see.
What a guy, huh?
He's so good to you.
If you're good, we'll do this for you.
I love you doing that, by the way.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
But Stephen, one of the things I had heard was that Sting almost fucked up the E Street Band. I'll tell you how. Bruce got friendly with Sting at one point, and Sting said to him, you know, leaving the Police was the best thing I ever did. Going out and being solo. And he convinced, you know this is true. He convinced Bruce, that's when Bruce dumped the E Street Band. And I think Bruce realized he wasn't comfortable being without the E Street Band, and then he brought him back. There was a period of time where he dumped the E Street Band.
Where'd you hear this rumor?
I forget. It's not a rumor. I know it for a fact. Do you know anything about this?
I've never heard this.
This not true?
No, I don't think it's true. I mean, I've never heard of it before.
Then why did Bruce dump the E Street Band?
Well,
because of Sting.
I had been gone years before that.
Yeah.
Right? I left earlier, and then they separated. I think 7 or 8 years later.
Right.
So I wasn't there. I thought he just wanted to try some new things.
Right. I don't know about that. Check out my theory, because I know this from some people.
Yeah, you should ask.
But first
I think the Rascals told me that.
but you know what underlying what you're saying is right, though, which is if you have a band, you know, and you want to do solo things, you could do the solo things, but do them in between. You know what I mean? Don't break up the band to do solo things. I think that's a good advice for kids.
And don't go study politics and leave the band. Study politics when you have downtime.
Exactly.
We learned a lot here.
Where were you when I needed you?
You're sitting in hotels. You could go to the library in Seattle.
You're my new consigliere.
There you go.
That's it.
Speaking of consiglieres now, so now you got a nice thing going. You are a legitimate actor now.
Yes.
This thing sort of evolved.
Yeah.
Now you got the Netflix gig. And you got the tour thing going. Going to have the meeting about Clarence and all that other stuff. Were you at Clarence's funeral, I would assume?
Yeah.
You did you speak?
No, I didn't speak.
Why?
Well, enough people were speaking. Yeah.
Did Bruce speak?
Yeah.
He did. I think you should have spoken.
It was very emotional. It was very, it still is. Still is.
You knew he would, but he was sick for a while, right?
Well, no.
Remember, he had a stroke. That's what took him out.
How did the shows gotten to the point where, like Bruce, I remember, built like some sort of a chair for him to sit in?
Well, there was some physical.
Yeah, he had those hip replacements and all that.
But that wasn't the same as what he died from. It was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
What was it? What did he die from technically? What was it?
I guess a stroke.
A stroke.
Yeah.
So it took you by surprise. I thought he had been getting ill, and you guys kind of knew that.
No.
So you didn't have a chance to say goodbye. You didn't have any of that.
I was filming in Norway.
Wow.
Yeah. And
who informed you?
I flew home. Bruce.
Bruce called you.
Yeah.
He said, "I got bad news.
Yeah.
Clarence is gone."
Well, first I got the call that it happened. And,
yeah, because he was around for a couple of days.
Yeah, it was bad right away.
Yeah.
Did Bruce get to say goodbye to Clarence? Did he go see him in the hospital? Or was he not even conscious?
I don't think he ever regained consciousness.
I see.
Yeah, it was terrible, honestly.
One thing I was amazed with Clarence, all of the wives, because he had many, all the wives showed up to the funeral and they all liked him.
Yeah.
Isn't that unusual?
I know. He's my hero.
He's your hero, right? Yeah, you know he wanted to bang Robin and she wouldn't do it. He came on to her.
I didn't want to be a part of a team.
Yeah, you would have been one of the brides. He came on to her in a way on the radio when we were doing an interview with him once, and he said, "Listen, honey, I'm going to get in the bathtub tonight." Which, could you imagine him in a bathtub? I'm going to get in the bathtub tonight. Robin, you get in the bathtub and put on my... Oh, here, listen.
I would like to be alone with you somewhere right now and kind of sit down and go ahead, man. Light a candle and romantic. I'm going to run down and let some breeze blow through.
Yeah, all right. Breeze blow through.
Breezes of
Did you pronounce this afterwards?
Just sit down.
No, we put the music on right
when you go home. Put my album on and light the candle and get my
always promote.
Let me know when you do it. And I'll do it at the same time. Her face, the face of an angel.
He was smitten. Yeah, but she turned him down. I mean...
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
I mean that
right.
literally.
What is it, Papa Fooey? How dare you interrupt my
I got
interview?
a question. How come the E Street Band isn't in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
They're not?
No. Bruce is in, but not the band.
You just moaned.
Oh, looking for...
Stephen.
I think I know a little bit about this too, Howard.
Yeah.
I think that because the E Street Band didn't get credit on a record till a certain date, they're not eligible yet.
Well, let Stephen answer. Well, we got the expert here.
Yeah,
Stephen, why are you not in?
He's right. He's right. The technical...
but you moaned.
Not my favorite subject.
Why is it? Stephen, is it important for you to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
You know what? Not so much for me, but I would like to see the rest of the guys should be in.
Because the band should be acknowledged. In other words...
Clarence Clemens should be in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Max Weinberg should be in a Rock and Roll Hall. I mean, these guys are the greatest,
Because you recognize that Bruce didn't do it alone. There was a collaboration there. As you say, you produced these songs. You arranged the strings on some of these songs.
It's complicated.
The horns, rather.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complicated subject, It is, and I'm not sure. At some point, maybe there'll be some other category, the E Street Band gets in as a sideman or something.
But isn't the E Street Band way more important than the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the fans that you have and the people recognize your musicianship? I mean, isn't the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame sort of a joke?
No. In fact, I'm a very big supporter of it because of the way that it's going to be the first line in your epitaph. Okay,
Is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And for the older artists, okay, it's not so important for me, honestly.
Okay.
All right. But for the older artists who didn't make a lot of money,
that's true.
They get recognized by their peers this way, and it's a big deal to them. That's why I got the Rascals. The Rascals got in, the Hollies.
Why not the Moody Blues?
The Moody Blues eventually might. There was 2 sets You know, the first Moody Blues is actually the cooler one.
Right.
You know, and
but as a fan, I've got to tell you something. I don't spend a second thinking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It's meaningless to me as a fan.
Well, I think that, like I say, it's more meaningful to the people, to the older generation of artists who invented rock and roll, right? The 50s and 60s guys, let's face it, invented rock and roll. You know, that's why, you know, I make a living, right?
They get no acknowledgement.
No acknowledgement. They didn't get rich.
Right.
The money didn't start till the 70s, remember?
Yeah.
That's when it became a business, right? All those guys didn't make money. And so it's a big deal to them. So I look at it through their eyes. You know what I mean? And it's
but, Stephen, isn't the true resentment in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame the decision not to put the E Street Band in? Shouldn't Bruce have said, I don't stand up there and get inducted without my band?
You got to talk to him.
Stephen, look at me. Stephen, that's why you're angry.
I'm not angry. Who said I'm angry?
Stephen,
I say I'm angry?
Stephen,
Do I look angry?
Yeah.
I'm not
You're
angry.
turning red. I've never seen you this angry. You're usually pretty calm. Stephen.
I am not angry, Howard. I just said that, you know, guys like the E Street Band, I mean, you know, Gary Talent, Max Weinberg, one of the greatest rhythm sections in history.
Okay, but Bruce should have said, you don't put me in without my band.
Well, I guess there was some technical reason why it couldn't happen. You know?
Let me ask you something. Sitting here now just for me. Bruce ain't listening, believe me.
He doesn't get up this early.
Okay, early. He probably didn't have radio in that mansion. Listen to me, Stephen. Should Bruce, I'm asking you, should Bruce have not accepted the award without his band?
I think he deserves to be in.
I agree.
As a solo artist. Okay?
But should he have stuck up for his band?
He also deserves to be in. You can be in for more than one reason.
Okay.
Right? Guys are in 2 and 3 times.
Right.
But he started with you guys.
And I think he also, it's legitimate that he would be in as a solo artist and also that he would be in as,
all right.
as
Stephen's being diplomatic. He's furious. He's furious.
Oh.
And you can quote me that he said that.
I look at it much like The Sopranos.
Right.
You know, James Gandolfini gets an award.
No, it's not the same.
He wouldn't be there without the rest of the cast.
Stephen wants to say it's not the same. All right?
He got me in trouble with Howard.
The E Street Band was a band. It's a different thing.
Well, that's why, you know, the SAG Awards, you know, it's nice about the SAG Awards.
They do the whole cast.
They give the whole cast, which we got, too.
Right.
So.
We hearing anything about a Sopranos movie? Nothing.
You know, Howard, how would you do it? Half the cast is dead. No, I'm breathing.
You're breathing.
I'm in a coma.
What do we care?
But half the... I'm there, by the way. If it happens, I'm there.
Right.
But half the cast is dead.
You speak to Gandolfini ever?
Yeah, I see him once in a while.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
Another guy should have stuck with that show. I mean, what's the matter with him?
Well,
come on, say it.
10 years, Howard. That's pretty
what's
good.
wrong with 15? Now, listen, you got to see Stephen Van Zandt on Lilyhammer. That's the new show. Now, this is a good idea. Stephen's a mob guy, but this time he's in witness protection. Right. And guess what? They stick him in fucking Norway, the middle of nowhere. And he's lost.
Yes.
So you can understand that's a pretty good premise. And unless they screwed up the script, I don't see how this could go wrong.
It's pretty good.
And you got a lot to do. This is your show.
Yes, I ended up co-writing it and producing it. And
you're not the second Banana. You're the #1 guy.
Yeah.
All right. God bless you. See? It's never too late.
But Netflix, I got to say.
Maybe you can hire Bruce.
Maybe, yeah. Put him in the show for a little bit part.
You can be my cousin, right?
Listen to me. I'll give you advice. If Lilyhammer's a hit, don't leave and study politics. Stick with it.
Don't worry.
Okay, you learned.
I learned.
All right.
I'm stupid. I'm not that stupid.
When you drive down the road in life, are you critical of the roads because you used to jackhammer and build roads, or do you accept the roads?
Actually.
Yeah, you like the roads.
It's a lost craft.
It is.
All right? you know, after World War II, they built the roads in Europe and never touched them since.
Right, and they're great.
It's like a runway. Right?
Is that when this country fell apart after World War II? Is that when the corporations took over?
No, it's more recent.
When did Americans lose the power and the corporations got the power? Pinpoint it.
Well, the big thing was this Buckley-Vallejo decision in 1975.
Where you're allowed to donate money.
No, it's that. See, the Citizens United thing is what everybody talks about.
Okay.
Right? They said the corporation is a person.
Right.
What is the Buckley decision you're
talking about? The corporation is a person, first of all, right? This Buckley-Vallejo was the Supreme Court decision that said the First Amendment says freedom of speech, and money is covered by freedom of speech.
Right.
Okay? One of the worst decisions in the history of humankind. And that was in the 70s, fairly recently.
So in the 70s is when things started to go down.
Really started to go down.
Can we be saved?
Yes. Oh, yes. It's very easy. One little constitutional amendment to overturn that bad one.
And then we're back on track.
We're back on track.
Because real Americans will have the power.
But to get that done, you're fighting, you know.
Who are the worst corporations that are ruining this world of ours?
It's not the corporation. It's 4 industries, okay?
Go ahead.
It's the military industry.
Go ahead.
It is the pharmaceutical industry.
Right.
It is energy and the agribusiness. Okay, those 4 industries run our lives. Okay?
Go ahead.
And every decision that gets made is made by those 4 guys somewhere. Okay,
There's 4 guys running that.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
How does it affect your life? Well, how many people are overweight in America? Right.
It's an epidemic.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, we don't exercise enough. Yes, we eat too much junk food. But how about the steroids and chemicals and preservatives and additives in that food? You think that doesn't affect our weight? Of course it does.
Look what it did to me.
All right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm a mess.
We should all be in good shape as you.
Right.
But honestly, that's how it gets affected, okay? Because you can't get the poisons out of the food.
Right.
Because they run things.
And also, doesn't it make you want to eat more?
Well, it just doesn't work for our system, you know. So you end up gaining the weight, but that's the direct result of having no power because they're paying money to politicians.
You know, I love talking serious with you. Ever see Bruce's penis?
Oh.
I just thought I'd throw that in.
You don't want to lose your whole audience, right? Sorry, we're boring everybody. We're
sorry
boring
to throw that in, Stephen.
I'm sorry.
Forgive me. Well, what about Bruce's penis? Big and thick? Whose penis is bigger, yours or Bruce's? You guys ever have a boner fight?
Who's the biggest in the E Street Band?
They were just about to tune out, right?
No, actually, I find what you're saying fascinating because you're the first person I've actually ever heard who came up with a solution on how to level the playing field. And I like it.
No, thank you. It's true. I did an editorial for the Huffington Post the other day about it, and you know, and I found out in the 80s when I was doing all this research. I'm like, who's running the world? That's who's running the world.
Did you ever see Bruce's penis, though? No, I'm being serious. Have you? I want to know.
How do you put that in the same sentence? I'm being serious.
Have you ever been naked in a room with him?
I'm not going to discuss this, Howard.
Did you ever make love to the same woman?
I'm not going to discuss this.
All right. Well, you'll come back.
Did they do the whole groupie thing, Howard?
What?
Did they do the whole groupie thing?
Of course.
Doing the things where they sat the pretty girls up front and gave out the passes. And...
Well, it finally happened. But it took a long time, I tell you.
Right.
You know, in the 70s, 70s were good.
Yeah, listen, why not? Free love and
definitely. It was before AIDS. Forget it.
Listen, I understand it's uncomfortable for you to talk about Bruce's genitals, but what about Gandolfini's penis? Did he have a big one? I can't imagine. All right, look. See Stephen Van Zandt on Lilyhammer, which is this new television show. It's the first thing that Netflix is putting out on their own.
Right.
It premieres February 6th. And for more information on Stephen's Underground Garage radio show, that's easy. Go to undergroundgarage.com.
Yeah.
And it's a great, great channel. Quickly, because we're running out of time, David, say hello. Channel 21.
Okay, so little Stephen, just before you were on, Fred and Howard just totally fucked up and called your radio show Garage. I just want to let everybody...
Anyone who's a friend of Stephen's calls it Garage. It's the short-term name for it. We all know Underground Garage.
Anyway, little Stephen, I'm just wondering, you've got so many amazing DJs. I'm wondering, how did you get Andrew Lou Goldham to come on your show?
Yeah, very, very proud of that. For those who don't know, Andrew Lou Goldham discovered and managed and produced the Rolling Stones.
Of course we know that.
First 7 hours. I know, you know.
Of course.
Howard.
Robin. Whatever. Yeah.
But and then he had a little problem for a few years, which he talks about freely about a drug problem, and then I decided that he's just talking. I knew him, and by talking to him, I knew he'd make a great DJ, and I got all kinds of great people.
That's Channel 21.
That's Channel 21.
Right.
I got Andrew Lou Goldham's a DJ there. And
who is? Andrew? Yeah, go ahead. And who else? Who else you got?
Comelina, Kid Leo.
Oh, Kid Leo, huh? The guy from Cleveland used to be a DJ.
That's right.
I know Kid Leo.
I put him back on the radio after all those years.
Yeah.
Handsome Dick Manitoba.
You got Handsome on there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I got to tune in.
Yeah, no.
I'm working my way up the numbers. I'm on Channel 7.
Then we have fun on the Country Channel, too. Network Country. We have Johnny.
Do you like country music?
Johnny Knoxville's on there.
Johnny's the man. I love Johnny.
Yeah, why would he do a channel if he didn't like country music?
Yeah, no.
Because maybe he's trying to undermine country music.
No. I'm very proud of those two channels. I think that the rock
some of that
channel,
country shit, though, is pretty bad, though, right?
No, but we have the alternate of country. You know,
right.
We play all the cool guys.
Yeah.
You know,
Willie Nelson?
They won't play anymore. Willie Nelson.
I love Willie.
Johnny Cash, Willie Jennings, but all the new guys, too. Hank the Third and all those guys.
I love you, Stephen. I do. You're great. You're the best. Listen, Stephen, I can talk to you all day. You're a fascinating man. You're a man who left the E Street Band to go study books. And let me tell you, there ain't too many like you. You're one of a kind. And please, if you're a Netflix person, check out Stephen. What a great idea. Lilyhammers, the show premiering February 6th, where Stephen's in Norway. Think about it. Right, Stephen, thanks.
Thank you, Harry.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back right after these words.
I got to tell you, it was funny. Chuck Zito, I love Chuck Zito's show. Chuck last night had on Tony Danza and Steve Guttenberg as his guest.
Really?
Yeah, it was a really good show. And they're talking about acting and stuff.
And what did
And Chuck is always he's sort of like Eric the actor in that, like, Chuck won't do certain things if it's like if
he wouldn't do it in real life, he's not doing it on screen.
Right. And then Tony Danza was trying to explain to him, well, you're an actor. It's okay to do weird things because you're an actor. And Chuck would have none of it.
You could kill somebody on screen, but that doesn't mean you're going to be killing people in your real life.
Or if you shit your pants in a scene, it doesn't mean in real life you'd shit your pants. So Chuck would have none of it. And it reminded me.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If they were talking about acting, what did Chuck talk about?
Oh, Chuck! No, Chuck was talking about his 5 seasons on Oz and all that. But this was the greatest conversation. Listen to this. This is so much fun because, Chuck's like, hey, fuck you. I'm not doing certain things. And Tony's like, well, then stop complaining that you can't get acting work, because if you're an actor, you got to be willing to do stuff.
And I was saying in the car how great you were in Oz.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. We had a good time.
And I was saying you're a dramatic actor.
It was on for 6 years.
That's Steve Guttenberg.
Years. I did it for 5 years.
There was a lot of nudity on that show. I enjoyed it.
I told Tom right there, I said, you know what? I don't. First of all, Tom, he goes, I want to bring your character back next year, see how far I can push this. He says, I don't do rapes and I don't get raped. You can live with that, fine. He goes, those guys, you're acting. I said, let me tell you something. Sticking your tongue down another guy's throat ain't fucking acting. Did you see John Wayne do that? James Cagney do that? Fuck that.
They say that...
you got to... I hate to say this.
Come on.
No, I hate to say this, but you are either an actor or you're not. Let's be honest. You're either an actor or you're not. If you're a bad guy and you want to be that guy, that's a character and that's a type. Yeah. But you could sit here all day and curse and say, well, what's bad. But that's what you do, and that's the world we live in, and you guys sometimes have to do it. And I'm sorry, maybe you're just a chicken shit. How's that sound? I mean, really? Is there something?
There's one thing, right? I had a show that was Chad McQueen was called Redline.
Yeah, I remember that.
They wanted me, when he puts a gun to my head, they wanted me to piss in my pants. Well, they put the water in the fucking thing. I said, that ain't happening. The director goes, he goes, that's what's in the script. I said, I ain't fucking doing that.
Well, whatever the case may be, so the reason you can't tell the director. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know you did. But you're over here crying that you can't get a job. That's all I'm saying.
That's all right.
Listen, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to bite the bullet here. I don't want you to, give up your manhood, but it is acting.
It's not real.
It's acting.
Yeah.
Not real.
You remember that guy? What's the fuck's his name? That was blowing the guy in Sopranos.
Right.
That's the only people remember that one thing. People remember him from one thing. Hey, remember Peter Green from Pulp Fiction?
Right. By the way, I don't remember the guy who blew the guy in Sopranos. Chuck remembers it.
That is in Chuck's mind.
Yeah. With Ving Rhames, that scene? Yeah. That's the only, he says, everybody comes up to that's the only scene they remember. I don't need people telling me. That's the only reason I need.
It's nice to be remembered.
You don't need that. No, yes. I didn't think about that. That is.
We're going to our second break.
Chuck on the hot seat. But I just thought it was really funny because that's the discussion I always have with Eric the actor. I go, Eric, you're acting. You got it. if the part is of a certain type of guy, it doesn't mean you're that guy.
And it doesn't mean people are going to think you're that guy.
Chuck's show was really good. Steve Guttenberg was talking about. He was in that movie. So that was the Slim Women. James Gandolfini, I thought it was kind of mean that the New York Post, not kind of mean, I thought it was mean that the New York Post hunted him down. The tourists, this is so crazy. So James Gandolfini, as you know, was in Italy and he died. The guy had a heart attack. But the night before, he was in a restaurant, and there's all these pictures of him, and he looks terrible. You know, he almost looks like death because he's so heavy. But he was sitting there, and people were busy snapping pictures of him while he's eating. And, you know, I've experienced this in restaurants. You're sitting and eating, and all of a sudden the flash goes off, and you look over, and, you know, people are taking pictures of you. And I find that I don't like it. I truly don't. You feel like a zoo animal, you know?
Right.
But then they published the picture and said, here he is eating his last meal, and then they kind of described this eating orgy he was on. And I got to admit, I'm oddly fascinated by bad behavior and super interested in trivia like that. The fact that he had 8 cocktails. And then I'm like, wow, he was with his son. His son's 13, and he's sitting and drinking, but his son's having Shirley Temples.
So he's got to drink 13 Shirley Temples.
No. He had 2. He had 2 Shirley Temples, the son, but I guess Gandolfini had, I don't remember exactly what it was, but he had 2 beers. I think he himself had 2, like, sort of like a Shirley Temple drink, but extra rum with it.
I think he had 4 rums and 3 pina coladas.
Pina colada, that's what it was.
Good Lord.
Yeah. And then foie gras, and then these what was it, fried shrimp with mayonnaise on it? Double order?
You can get that in Italy?
Yeah, they have shitty food in Italy, too, evidently. Just try to fatten up the public. But it was sort of describing this eating orgy, and I can't be too critical because I was super interested in it. So the Post knows what I'm interested in.
Right, they know what to write for you.
They really do. But then I felt kind of bad, like, gee whiz. I mean, they're basically pointing out that the guy was an alcoholic, which I didn't even know,
and that he ate himself. He was a foodaholic and an alcoholic.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that. But I did love The Sopranos. I had a couple of encounters with James Gandolfini, but odd encounters. The one was every time for a while in the daily newspapers here, there was always a picture of James Gandolfini playing with his kid. And I said to Robin one time on the air, Robin, don't you think it's kind of weird? Like every time, like does Gandolfini call the newspaper to show what a good dad he is? Just kind of in passing, making a
right.
You know, I don't know James Gandolfini. Well, I got a personal note from him, dear Howard. I, sir, am a very good father. I don't need the Post to take pictures of me with my son to prove it to anybody. I know it, and that's what matters. I do like to take my son outside, so I'm at the photographer's mercy in that regard. The only other choice is to leave New York, which I won't do. To say I call the Post to take pictures of me with my son is bullshit and offensive. And then he said something, there was some event we were doing. He said, nice event, have a good time. Steve Sharippa says you and your girl is great. Loving kisses, James Gandolfini. And I said to myself, you know what, he's right. I felt bad because he's right to call me out on that.
Well, I mean, it was at a period of time when a lot of people would only show up in the paper with their kids. And I think we just sort of lumped him in with people who called to get their pictures taken with their kids.
And the other interaction I had, and I think Beth told me about this. Yeah, it had to be Beth. She said that she was throwing some North Shore Animal League event or something like that. You know, something for the animals as always. And she got a big check from James Gandolfini, just like sort of unsolicited. To a charitable guy, and it was very, very nice. So he responded to that. But I didn't really know James Gandolfini, and I am, though, a huge fan of The Sopranos. I do think
I felt like Tony Soprano had died.
Yeah, well, you know, I know some people feel the show was out of line, like their criticism of The Godfather or any gangster thing is kind of like, hey, you know, it glorifies crime. It makes people want to be criminals. I don't buy it.
I don't buy
you
that
know,
either.
It's like a drug movie would make people drug addicts. It's like a violent movie will make people turn into violent criminals. It's ridiculous. I don't buy any of that bullshit. I mean, does it glorify organized crime? In some respects, but does anybody really end up... Everyone ended up dead from that show. I mean...
Yeah, how glorifying is it when you're killing your friends?
Right. But a movie never made me want to do anything. So...
But a great role for him. Oh, my God. What you know, he was perfect for that role.
He really was. Well, he really made that role happen. He was brilliant at it. And, you know, I feel sad for him. And he just had a kid.
Another kid?
Yeah. He's like a 1-year-old.
Oh, dear.
He had a new wife, you know. They married a couple of years. They had a child. And there you go. Hey, Joey G's on the phone. He's from The Sopranos. He wants to defend himself against Page 6. And then I'll play you some workers being abused.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, Joey.
Howard, how are you, buddy?
Good. You know, I was on your side because my feeling is, Joey, let's say you and James Gandolfini weren't close. You came on our show anyway, on our channels, and you said, look, I wasn't real close with the guy, but he was a wonderful guy to work with, and he taught me, you know, a lot. Whatever you said some really nice things about the guy.
Well, thank you, Howard. You know, first of all, the last thing I wanted in the world for me to be a story at that time like this. Second of all, because I bashed the Post for coming out with those stories about what Jimmy was eating and, you know, gorging himself and his past things that happened in his life, now is obviously not the time to bring that up. You know, the guy's an icon. He's helped the disabled veterans, did a special on HBO. 9/11, he was downtown when that happened. It's not cast members. It's one guy that did this because I bashed him for giving them an interview and not defending Jim and saying, how could they write that? If I'd have known that they were going to do this story, I never would have given them an article. Now, you know, just to refute some of the things that the Post said, you know, I never, ever, ever had a PR person, not for a day, an hour, a second. I didn't need one. I did my own PR. Second thing is that...
Well, by the way, just so people know, you were being accused of... in real life, you never got along. James Gandolfini, this was according to them, that he didn't really like you. You guys didn't get along that well. He resented some of the things you were doing during The Sopranos. And therefore, it seemed opportunistic, according to the Post, that you were going around giving interviews when you guys didn't have a great relationship.
Okay. And I said, like you said, I said we were never close. But he did touch me in ways that, you know, he came to my restaurant when he was sick as a dog because the other guys were coming and to meet people, and he stayed for hours. And I never asked him because, you know, he was working hard. And he said, I heard everybody's coming. I'd like to come. And, you know, it was a rainy, cold night, and he was sniffling. Came to my wedding and spoke in front of people, which is probably not easy for him to do. And, yeah, he did, you know...
he was good to you.
It was great to me, and I would never, ever, ever... you know, when I went to... Listen,
Joey, was there a rift, though, between you and James? Like, you're citing some really wonderful, loving things that he did for you. Why, then, are they saying that some of the cast are saying that you guys didn't get along?
Jim, I never did we ever have words. I went to speak to him in his trailer because when I heard that there was a problem, and I thought it was from an Emmy situation, that I was sort of misled on the red carpet about a question.
What was that question? What happened? You were on the red carpet and someone asked you something.
Yeah. Someone said to me, do people in the show use the F word? And I'm saying, yeah, of course we do. We're a mob show.
Right.
Yeah. And they said, Jimmy too? And I said, of course, Jimmy. And what they were referring to was the actor who called another actor the other F word on Grey's Anatomy. Remember that?
What was the other F word? I'm lost.
Faggot, I think.
Oh, faggot. Oh, I see. So you got kind of sandbagged.
Yeah, it didn't occur to me that they were referring to that. And I said, well, that's kind of a weird question with the F word. But so, and the next day in the USA, the article comes out, and I was mortified. I was freaking out. I was saying, what am I going to do? What should I should have just knocked on his door, you know, that morning and said, Jim, this is not what it meant. But I didn't. and I let it go. And I thought that was bothering him. And I went to his trailer, and I said, Jimmy, this is exactly what happened, and he understood. He never mentioned anything about doing interviews.
So that was the big rift?
Oh, well, that's what I thought it was. But, Howard, I never did interviews until I was off the show, until they killed me. Listen, everybody wanted to talk to me. I had a big season.
Right.
I was the big kill for the end. I wasn't doing...
But why would it be held against you for going out and doing interviews? I mean, it was your season. You were this character that got killed off, and you were featured. I mean, of course you would be interviewed.
Listen, the guy who did it, like, it's the same guy that did this with the Post. You know, he fed him the story, and he resented it. He's the type of guy who has a big bowl of ice cream in front of him, and he'll look at yours. That's the type of guy he is. You know, and everyone knows it. He's got a problem with me. He's got a problem with a lot of cast members that were doing interviews to Jimmy, you know. He feels like he's the only one that can do it. And don't get me wrong, he was close to him. And it was...
Joey, will you be at the funeral? Will you go to the service, or do you feel... You will?
Yeah, no, of course. Listen, do I want to be looked upon? You know, that story has been picked up by everybody across the nation, right. And, you know, it makes me look like a douchebag. And the last thing I wanted to be was, like, look like a douchebag. You know, I just wanted to say that I didn't even look for these interviews. The first night, CNN, I gave CNN a quote. I shut my phone off. I went to bed. It was a fucking horrible night. But... You know, the next day I said, you know what, I did have in contact with him. We weren't the closest friends. I did see him. They said I hadn't talked in 7 years. I saw him at a couple of functions where I talked to him, and he was very cordial to me. And why wouldn't I, you know, pay a tribute to the guy? I did know him. And like I said, with every interview, we weren't the closest of friends. But because the Post was, you know, I went after the Post, and I went after this guy for giving them an interview.
In other words, your initial thought was... It was kind of cruel to list all of the food he was eating and the drinks he was having in front of his son. While interesting, certainly, but you're saying it wasn't respectful, and you were critical of it. And then you're saying they printed this stuff to get back at you?
Well, not only me. I mean, they both did. This guy, for the cast member that I was saying that, how could you give him an interview after what they said about Jimmy? And then you had an opportunity. He was doing a big radio interview. And I said, the guy left the door open saying, you know, the cast member said, you know, these things that are being printed to him. Well, you should have just said, who's printing them? And, you know, you should have said, I gave you guys an interview, and then you come out with this story. I would have never done it had I known you were going to do that. And he let him off the hook. And, you know, I've had a problem thinking this guy was a friend. Yeah, you know, this guy was a friend. And all of a sudden he turned on me. And quite frankly, maybe it was because, you know, the attention, the work that I was getting in season 6. He's an angry guy, and people know it on the cast, and he has something to say about everybody. And
all right, so the point is you feel bad. You feel you're somewhat set up in this. And that also that you, while you weren't the closest friend of James Gandolfini, as we all know, people work together all the time. They're not all close friends, but you were on good terms with him. You saw him at a couple of functions, and that you totally had the guy's back, and you weren't. This story is somewhat overblown.
100%. And, you know, like I said, you know, someone should have said, you know, fucking disrespectful, beyond bad taste, but, you know, to print these stories, to insinuate that the guy was eating out of control. You know, I'm sure he ordered for the table. I've heard it from enough people that say, you know, he would get this and that, just put on the table whoever wants it. You know, in Italy, they serve like Americans, huge orders of fried shrimp, prawns, mayonnaise. I mean, foie gras, you know, that served, you know, an ounce and a half. It's very rich. You don't gorge out on that. So, you know, it was just a bad situation, Howard. You know, everybody's picked up on the story. I deactivated my social media because of the abuse, you know, and this, that, and the other thing. And it's a fucking horror. I did not, the last thing I wanted is to be part of this story. After
all right,
just,
Joe.
You know,
I hear you.
Yeah,
I know. And it's somehow you want to get the word out that you don't have those feelings, that you are upset and sad, and you didn't opportunistically rush to do every single interview.
And I did not. And the bottom line is, I mean, he left two kids, a little daughter, 8-month-old, who's never going to know him, and a wife that is newly married, and that's the real story. And I appreciate you letting me come on, Howard.
No, I'm glad you did. I appreciate you doing that. All right, Joey.
Okay, buddy.
All right, good to talk to you. Joey G.
Bye-bye.
I know that feeling when you feel like you're being painted as a douchebag. You know, I've always had that opportunity to have my own radio show, and I could straighten anything out with my audience. I don't know, you know, what the real relationship between James Gandolfini and Joey G are, but that sounds like a reasonable explanation to me. What do you think?
It actually is a trivial story when you get right down to it. James Gandolfini is dead.
Right.
2 children have lost their father.
Right, and that's what Joey's saying.
Yeah.
And Joey seems to get that.
Absolutely right about that this silliness around it is ridiculous. Who should and shouldn't be giving interviews.
Right. He had something nice to say about James Gandolfini. He said it, and that's it.
Yeah, certainly there was nothing bad said.
Yeah, I feel bad for the dude, Joey G. Like, really?
Yeah, especially if he's getting bombarded with, you know, nasty comments for no good reason.
Yeah. All right. See, that's why I don't fuck with the New York Post.
Well, you have a forum, though.
I do. I'm lucky.
When people are sitting at home and the New York Post has blasted you,
where do you
and
go?
have nowhere to